My Crown Prince Consort is a Firecracker chapter 1152 to chapter 1323. At this moment, a strange scene appeared on the streets of the capital. From the nobles and noble ladies to the commoners, peddlers, and servants, they all stared blankly at the two beauties, one in front and one behind, as if they were taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. Arbor didn't notice their gazes at all. Even if she did, there wouldn't be any ripples in her heart. Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. Previously, because her vision had recovered, Arbor's attention had been diverted by a lot of fresh food. Now that she had finished eating and exited Morning Cloud Restaurant, the speed cultivation talisman once again shouted in her heart. Now, she should find an especially quiet environment to continue cultivating. Arbor raised her head and looked around, frowning a few times. The mystic energy here was very thin, and she somewhat disliked it. Lil Blockhead, let's return to the manor, okay? Dingyan followed behind her and asked cautiously. Arbor naturally wouldn't give him any response. Now that she had recovered her vision, everything else had not recovered. She couldn't hear, and she couldn't speak, so how was she supposed to answer? Dingyan smiled and said, if you don't object, I'll take it that you agree. In the future, you'll go wherever I go, and we'll never be separated, okay? Arbor replied with the back of her head. Bao Yan, who was at the side, glanced at Arbor with a sour taste in her heart, then said to Ding Yun, young master, I think we should leave the city as soon as possible. That shopkeeper from earlier probably went to report, and any later, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave the city gates. Ding Yun grunted in agreement. Just as he finished speaking, they heard a hoarse voice shout from the other end of the street, surround this entire street, no one is allowed to leave. Sir, what's going on? This old man has set up a small stall here, and I've been honest and dutiful. I haven't done a single bad thing. That's right, sir, we're all good citizens. Seeing the soldiers coming over in an aggressive manner, a few of the peddlers were shocked and quickly greeted the leading officer with an obsequious smile. The imperial court is searching for the criminal who kidnapped the crown princess. It's just a routine matter, and it's none of your business. Move aside, go home if you need to. Everyone obediently retreated to the side of the street. Search carefully. Don't let anyone go. The leader of the officers shouted angrily. Ding Yan cast a glance at the other end of the long street, only to see several hundred soldiers under the lead of a dark-faced man, interrogating the pedestrians one by one. Ding Yan frowned and grabbed Arbor's little hand. Little blockhead, let's go. Bao Yan clenched her fists, knowing that the situation was not good. Could it be that his young master was so daring as to kidnap someone else's crown princess? As the three of them moved quickly, the dark-faced man glanced at their departing figures and hurriedly shouted, stop right there. Ding Yan pulled Arbor and ran faster and faster. The dark-faced man quickly caught up and angrily shouted, stop. Ding Yan turned his head and glared at him. Who are you calling to stop? I'm calling you. The black-faced man was none other than the deputy commander of the Imperial Army, He Tian. At the same time, Huifeng leaped in from the study's window. Holding the information in his hand, he excitedly reported, Your Highness, our men have found the crown princess. Where? Mo Lian abruptly stood up. Mo Lian wasn't the only one inside the small study. Duan Yu and Situi, who were sitting across from each other, were also surprised. Where is little junior sister? She's at Morning Cloud Restaurant on Hualing Street. As soon as he finished speaking, His Highness the Crown Prince's figure swiftly brushed past him and flew out. When He Tian received the news, he happened to be nearby with a group of soldiers, so he was naturally one step ahead of Dragon Saliva Guard Captain Yu Xiu. After Morning Cloud Restaurant sent out the news, there was no need for the Crown Prince to give the order. Once they received news that the Crown Princess was in the capital, be it the Hidden Night Pavilion, Dragon Saliva Guard, or Imperial Guard, they immediately split up and began to search the city. If the Crown Prince Consort was still able to escape from under their noses like this, then who knew what His Highness the Crown Prince would do to these pitiful people? He Tian happened to be nearby with a group of soldiers, so he immediately rushed over to Morning Cloud Restaurant after receiving the secret report. They began their search from the restaurant, and indeed, they soon saw Ding Yun pulling the crown princess and planning to leave quietly. He immediately stopped them. What right do you have to tell me to stop? Ding Yun sneered. He Tian was furious. Good lad, it's you, isn't it? The Ding Yun who injured innkeeper Su. I advise you not to act recklessly. Quickly release our crown prince consort and allow yourself to be captured. As he spoke, a group of soldiers had already rushed over and surrounded Ding Yun and Arbor. The crowd dispersed in all directions, afraid that they would accidentally injure themselves in a fight. Just with your motley crew? You want to keep me, Ding Yun, here? He sneered. What arrogance! All of you, get out of the way. I'll deal with this little brat. He Tian pulled out the steel sword at his waist and waved it, sending a gust of wind toward Ding Yun. Ding Yun guffawed, and his eyes narrowed as he coldly uttered, just in time. He lightly pushed Xiaomu aside before grabbing a soldier beside him to swiftly block the attack. That soldier felt the wind from the sword was biting cold. If He Tian hadn't withdrawn his aura, half of his head would have been cut off. Even so, the soldier broke out in a cold sweat. He raised his hand to touch his head and found that a large chunk of his hair had been shaved off, leaving his forehead completely bald. Ding Yun laughed heartily as he snatched the spear from the soldier's hand and tossed him aside. The soldier was thrown onto the table at the side and rolled onto the ground. He cried out in pain and was helped up by his companions. He Tian saw that he was so crafty and strange, toying with his soldiers the moment he made a move, and his expression could not help but become furious. In the blink of an eye, He Tian's second and third strikes carried the unique strength of a level 11 body cultivator and arrived in front of Ding Yun. Ding Yun raised his spear to block the attack, his eyes filled with ridicule as he praised, good saber technique. He Tian's saber focused on speed. Seeing Ding Yun easily block two of his moves while talking, he couldn't help but secretly admire this young man's cultivation. He was a rough man. If he could win, then he could win. If he couldn't, then he couldn't. There was nothing to be unconvinced about. Right now, his skills were inferior, but he could not retreat even half a step. The most important thing right now was to rescue the crown princess. No matter how bad it was, he had to keep them here and wait for the crown prince to arrive. He didn't know what was wrong with the crown princess. Her gaze was cold as she looked in their direction, as if she didn't even recognize him. She didn't know if this brat had done something to her to make her look like an idiot. In the blink of an eye, He Tian had already exchanged over 100 moves with Ding Yun and was forced to retreat. He Tian couldn't help but feel frustrated. He didn't expect this Ding brat to have such a profound cultivation despite his young age. If this continued, he was afraid that he would lose to him due to lack of strength. Ding Yan's lips curled into a sneer as he mercilessly grabbed at his shoulder. This claw seemed to have the intention of breaking He Tian's shoulder blade. He didn't feel like teasing these small fries anymore. In reality, many thoughts had also flashed through Ding Yan's mind. At this moment, he was a bit regretful. He regretted wandering around the Mo Kingdom capital. If he had brought this darling back to the headquarters earlier, it wouldn't have attracted so much trouble. He had been too confident. Although these small fries weren't his match, he was afraid that if they fought for a long time, they would attract even more enemies. At that time, it would be hard to guarantee victory. His little blockhead didn't recognize anyone right now. That was perfect. In his heart, he really didn't want her to recover her memory. Once she returned to normal, he wouldn't be treated well by her. Perhaps she would attack him mercilessly like that night by the river. When he thought of this, his heart felt like it was being wrenched by something, making him extremely uncomfortable. A long howl came from the other end of the street. He Tian suddenly jumped up and followed up with a howl. Ding Yan's heart trembled, knowing that the dark-faced man's companions had rushed over. In a hurry, a trace of mystic energy floated up from his hands, suppressing the spears in the soldiers' hands. In the blink of an eye, he had them all turn around and point their spears at He Tian. Those soldiers cried out "Io," their hands stabbing their spears at He Tian uncontrollably. He Tian was greatly alarmed. His steel saber chopped off the spearheads with a few swishes, and he shouted, "Steady yourselves. Retreat, retreat." Ding Yan took advantage of the chaos to grab Arbor's small hand, pulling her along as he ran towards the city gates. With a flick of his sleeve, several passers-by were all pushed to the ground by the mystic energy he released. The rolling passers-by sprawled on the ground, crying out in alarm. He Tian led everyone in pursuit and nearly stepped on those passers-by, so he hastily avoided them. Arbor still didn't know what happened, so she expressionlessly turned to glance at He-Tian and the others. Crown Princess! He-Tian angrily cursed, Motherf **Cur, and chased over with flying steps while holding his steel saber. He rebuked, stinking brat, you better hurry and stop. What kind of sorcery did you use on our crown princess? She can't even recognize me. Dingyan ignored him and pulled Arbor along as he ran. However, he had only taken a few steps when he heard the sound of clothes fluttering behind him. 3 figures just happened to land around them, blocking Dingyan's path in a triangular formation. He-Tian shouted, Your Highness, and rushed over with his blade. Dingyan focused his gaze and saw that it was Prince Mo, Duan Yu, and Situ Yi. When Dingyan saw Crown Prince Mo, he was visibly startled. Why did he look so safe and sound? Wasn't he poisoned by devil grass, an extremely potent neurotoxin? In a short period of time, the nerves would be paralyzed, which would then affect the limbs and body. He would gradually become a paralyzed person, but now, this man was actually unharmed? Dingyan's pupils constricted slightly as a trace of discomfort slid through his heart. Why was the devil grass ineffective on this man? Prince Mo narrowed his phoenix eyes and coldly said, Return the baby to me and you can scram. Dingyan reflexively grasped Arbor's small hand and pretended to be a complete stranger. He glared at them and shouted, Who are you people? Why are you obstructing our path time and time again? Withdraw. A trace of fury flashed through Prince Mo's eyes. He glanced at the unresponsive Arbor with unconcealable jealousy and hatred in his heart. With a swish, her sword pierced towards Dingyan's heart at an extremely fast speed. This stab was ruthless and accurate, and it came so quickly. However, Dingyan gathered his energy and flipped in midair, grabbing Arbor as he retreated 3 steps. Duan Yu exclaimed with a smile before nodding and praising, Your martial arts aren't bad. Unfortunately, you're about to become a dead man. Dingyan snorted. You're talking about yourself, right? You still dare to hold on to me and not let go? Mo Lian was enraged, and Raven Moon abruptly appeared in her palm. A vicious aura streaked across the air, aiming for Dingyan's eyes. Your Highness, please wait. Situi quickly flew in front of him and blocked his sword. He acted like a peacemaker as he said, It won't be too late to make a move after we've made things clear. Little junior sister. Why are you so naughty? Why didn't you inform us when you returned to the royal capital? Do you know that in order to find you, His Highness the Crown Prince has spent a lot of effort? Xiaoshi. Situi paused in the middle of his words because he realized that his junior sister's eyes had not even glanced in his direction. This little fellow was looking around for who knew what. She really was blind to not look in their direction when the 3 peerlessly handsome men were standing in front of her. She could still absent-mindedly look around like this? Look my *SS. Jojo? Duan Yu also noticed that Arbor's expression was a bit off, so he couldn't resist calling out to her. Arbor's small face was stoic as she searched her surroundings, causing them to also turn their heads to see what she was looking at. When Arbor's gaze landed on the 3 of them, an extremely icy and detached face happened to be facing them. Her gaze didn't move at all, and her expression didn't change at all. It was as if she was looking at 3 strangers. Mo Lian's heart contracted. Her heart was about to shatter when she saw this terrifying and icy gaze. Duan Yu's eyes also widened in shock. Jojo, what's wrong? Why don't you recognize us? We didn't recognize each other in the first place. Why pretend like you know each other? Dingyan said with a cold laugh. There's nothing to say. It was him. After capturing our Xiao, I don't know what they fed her, but now she looks like an idiot. Even now, he still dares to refuse to let go. Let me kill him first. Duan Yu's beautiful peach blossom eyes were tainted with a layer of fury, and he tilted his body to throw a yearning nail at Dingyan's throat. Brother Duan Yu, calm down. Although Situi was also anxious, he was the calmest among them and wouldn't let the matter before him get to his head. Hence, he hastily pressed down on Duan Yu and turned to say to Dingyan, This humble one is heavenly Dao Sex Situi. Brother must be Beijing Manor's young master, Dingyan. That's right. Dingyan stared at him. Who are you? Why are you blocking our path again and again? Baoyan nervously clenched her fists as she stood on the side. When Prince Mo and the others appeared, her heart started pounding madly like a drum. She was on tenterhooks for her young master's safety. She could tell that the young master's strength was slightly inferior to His Highness the Crown Prince's. If the three people before her joined forces, the young master absolutely wouldn't be able to escape alive. It was all this fool's fault. It was all her fault for causing this disaster. Baoyan resentfully looked at Arbor, who was standing next to the young master. Arbor was expressionless and even somewhat absent-minded. Her gaze kept wandering around, searching for a place with enough mystic energy for her to cultivate. He noticed that her gaze never rested on him for even a moment from beginning to end. Prince Mo was truly anxious, infuriated, and an unbearable heartache. What was going on? What exactly happened inside the mystic beast forest secret realm? Why did his darling act like she didn't know him at all? Mo Lian only felt a heart-wrenching fury gushing out. That fury instantly scuttled up from the depths of her heart, and she urgently needed to find an outlet to vent. Stop pretending. Don't you know the reason why we stopped you? Tell us, what exactly do you want for Jojo to be released? Mo Lian demanded while glaring at Ding Yun. Jojo? Ding Yun pretended to look down at the little lady whose gaze was wandering everywhere. You're talking about her? Nonsense. Duan Yu harumphed. You punk, quickly return Jojo if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, don't blame us for attacking you. She's not the Jojo you're talking about. Ding Yun looked like he was lying through his teeth, but his expression was extremely serious. Look, she doesn't know you guys at all. She says she's called Lil Blockhead, and she's why are you still arguing with him? Why don't you kill him and snatch Jojo back? Duan Yu jumped up and shouted, why aren't you attacking? Fight. Dragon Saliva Guard Captain Yu Xiao, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, led a group of Dragon Saliva Guard disciples over. Before he could speak, the four people were about to fight. Situi glanced at them in astonishment and asked hesitantly, are we attacking together? Duh. This isn't too good, right? Situi hesitated. What's not good about it? Now isn't the time to talk about righteousness in the pugilistic world. Attack together and kill this guy. Then all the problems will be solved. Duan Yu made the final decision. For the first time, Prince Mo felt that Duan Yu was quite quick-witted. He was right. Everything would be settled after killing him. Duan Yu and Prince Mo flew forward one after another, and Raven Moon and Raven Bone Fan simultaneously swung at Ding Yun. What a lousy idea, Situi sighed inwardly. In fact, he wanted to ask young Master Ding what was going on with his junior sister. Perhaps this young Master Ding had accidentally picked up his junior sister and brought her with him all the way. What if this young Master Ding was junior sister's benefactor? It was a little unreasonable for him to suddenly attack young Master Ding. The strangest thing was that little junior sister didn't even have the slightest reaction when she saw them. In the past, whenever she saw him, even if her face was stoic, she would still cutely call him senior brother Sidu. Prince Mo and Duan Yu attacked Ding Yun without another word. After a moment of hesitation, Situi also pounced forward, unsheathing the long sword at his waist. 3 bursts of vigorous dark force simultaneously crashed into young Master Ding's chest, back, and long legs. Ding Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble. He had previously used the identity of thief sage Ding Ting Ding to fight with Prince Mo, and he knew that he was no match for him. If he hadn't schemed against him at that time, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape. Now that Duan Yu and Situi were added to the mix, it became increasingly difficult. He felt like every strike from the trio wanted his life. After blocking Duan Yu's palm strike with great difficulty, Mo Lian and Situi's sword stabbed toward his chest as fast as lightning. Amidst the chaos, Ding Yan's gaze focused, and he turned to smile at Duan Yu. Laugh my **s. Duan Yu was about to scold him when the other party opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of poisonous mist. After Duan Yu dodged to the side, he almost bumped into the sword that Situi handed over. This made Situi so angry that he jumped in fright and quickly shouted, Brother Duan Yu, what the hell are you doing? There's something wrong with this punk. Duan Yu quickly shouted, he's a superhuman. Mo Lian looked at Ding Yun pensively. She didn't say anything and just brandished her long sword, forcing Ding Yun to retreat in a fluster. Yu Xiao suddenly called out, Crown Prince Consort. Arbor's gaze didn't land on those people. In reality, she had already sensed the location with the densest mystic energy in the entire royal capital. Compared to the mystic energy inside the Mystic Beast Forest mystic realm, the mystic energy here was clearly much thinner. But it was better than nothing, right? Arbor locked onto her target and flew up to the roof in a flash, directly leaving the group of men staring at each other on the street behind. She ran off first by herself. Eh? Little junior sister. Situi couldn't resist shouting when he returned to his senses. F***ck. They were fighting enthusiastically over there, but little junior sister didn't care at all and abandoned them to run off first. How could Arbor hear that? After a few leaps, the little one disappeared from everyone's sight. Duanyu was a bit dumbfounded, but his movements weren't slow as he reflexively blocked Ding Yan's path. During this one breath's time, Mo Lian abandoned everyone and quickly chased after Arbor's fleeing figure. Darling Qiao's disappearance only took a few seconds, so Mo Lian was also fast enough to catch up. Not long after, she saw that nimble little fellow running towards the mountain behind Honghai Temple on all fours. Behind Fu Mountain was Juzi Lake. Why was the little fellow running there? Our dear Arbor's mind was restless at this moment. Cultivate, 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 it felt pretty good as expected. The closer she got to Fu Mountain, the denser the mystic energy felt. Compared to the thin mystic energy in the entire capital, the mystic energy in the mountain behind Fu Mountain was much denser. When Arbor reached the mountain behind Fu Mountain, a jade-green lake appeared before her eyes. The jade-green water was as serene as a mirror. To the lake rippled as sunlight seeped into it. Xiaomu jumped onto a large rock by the lakeside and casually combed her long hair that had been messed up by the wind with a slight movement of her fingers. The water ripples lightly, the water, ripples of fishes tail after tail. To the side to the water to the back of the lake. The lake water reflected a small face that was as white as jade. Her unperturbed gaze landed on the lake's surface as she concentrated on the water. Her brows furrowed with a hint of coldness, as if she could freeze the lake's jade-green ripples. Arbor pursed her beady lips and slowly raised her fair and tender breasts. She gently stroked the ripples on the lake's surface before suddenly leaping into the water with a splash. She emerged from the water with a slender fish and spat out a mouthful of bubbles. A defensive barrier naturally covered her body, and she closed her eyes to rapidly absorb the dense mystic energy around the lake. The little fellow was only following her instincts and intuition when doing these actions, so her face was as expressionless as a wooden sculpture. As if she was going to carry out a sacred mission, her small face was stoic, and her entire body emitted a steady and calm aura. Arbor merely followed her instincts and skillfully entered a cultivation state. Mo Lian's chilly aura enveloped this lake. When he saw the little fellow's current state, he didn't know whether to laugh or be angry. How come he never knew that the first thing this mischievous little thing did after returning to the Mo Kingdom capital was to run to Juzi Lake behind Fu Mountain to cultivate, 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 cultivate? Xiaomu did not know that Crown Prince Mo was staring fixedly at her beside her, gazing at her in a daze. She immersed herself in cultivation for 2 days and 3 nights without any activity. Mo Lian kept watch over her the entire time, watching over this vexing little thing. On the other side, after Dingyan lost Arbor, he was chased out of the city gate by Duanyu, Yu Xiu, and the others. Situi originally wanted to stop them after following them out of the city gate, but Yu Xiu and the others simply didn't give Dingyan a chance to speak. After exiting the Mo Kingdom capital, the group chased Cult Master Ding all the way to Gale Forest and completely surrounded him. The atmosphere froze for a moment. Baoyan quickly exclaimed, "Young master, leave first." "Why should I leave?" Ding Yin sneered. His slender figure suddenly streaked across the sky as he sent a wave of mystic energy at Duanyu and the others. Duanyu met him with narrowed eyes, and the two exchanged over 100 blows. As they fought, the sound of wind mixed with the clanging of swords rang out incessantly. "Brother Duanyu! Young Master Ding! Can the two of you slow down and listen to what I have to say first?" Situi twitched his mouth and hastily called out. In the open space in front of the forest, dense mystic energy transformed into balls of white light that exploded. Duanyu and Ding Yin abruptly separated from each other upon contact. The Dragon Saliva Guard soldiers at the front of the formation couldn't dodge in time and were all injured by the mystic energy, tumbling backwards with a plop. Yu Xiu's face darkened, and he was about to charge forward with his sword when Duan Yu reached out to stop him. Bao Yan gritted her teeth and steeled her heart. Suddenly, she leaped onto a tree. After closing her eyes, a few drops of sweat slowly seeped out of her small face. When she opened her eyes again, Bao Yan put her little hand to her lips and cried out a few times. Suddenly, furry faces slowly emerged from behind the trees in the forest. Swaying their long tails, a dozen or so vicious wolves bared their sharp teeth at Duan Yu's group. Duan Yu raised a brow. Interesting. The little maid beside Ding Yun was actually a person with special abilities. Bao Yan used her telekinesis to summon the wolves nearby. With the range of her special ability, she could only summon more than 10 wolves. Even so, it was still quite impressive. It must be known that the pack of wolves that Bao Yan had summoned were not ordinary wolves. Most of them were Xian beasts of the 5th level and above. It was slightly troublesome to deal with them. After exhausting her psychokinesis, Bao Yan barely propped up her limp body and slid down. With her back against the tree, she stared unblinkingly at Duan Yu's group. He let out a soft reprimand. The large wolf in the lead suddenly pounced ferociously in Duan Yu's direction. Duan Yu sneered and instinctively shook the raven bone fan in his hand. He dodged the vicious wolf's pounce with a crouch and turned around to leap onto the wolf's back at lightning speed. With a flash of silver light, Duan Yu gently closed the raven bone fan in his hand. With a forceful fling of his raised wrist, the raven bone fan abruptly transformed into a long sword. The sharp blade reversed and directly stabbed into the large wolf's head. Duan Yu's lips curled into a sneer. That dumb wolf only had time to whimper twice before collapsing heavily on the ground, dead. Immediately afterward, 2 more vicious wolves pounced forward, but their necks were slit by the long sword. The pack of wolves whimpered and didn't dare to act rashly. Bao Yan bit her lips and shouted angrily, "Hurry and go." Duan Yu put away his long sword and silently stood under the tree, his lips curling into a sardonic smile. Suddenly, he flung his sleeve, and a round, sparkling emerald pearl suddenly leaped into the air. Duan Yu took out a small object that resembled an emerald green bamboo tube from his waist. He opened the back cover and instantly sucked the emerald pearl inside. He abruptly twisted the lid and lightly pressed it, causing a green light to explode instantly. A ray of light shot out and landed at the feet of the pack of wolves. With a loud boom, large patches of flames immediately erupted. Duan Yu looked at the flames that kept rippling in front of him. When he saw that the vicious wolves were all engulfed by the flames, he blinked and murmured with a chuckle, "Jade Heavenly Thunder, not bad at all." This new type of firearm's power could surpass the core Ravaging Thunder, and its range was also much further. Ding Yan flipped twice in the air while dragging Bao Yan along. His sleeves were stained by the green flames, and a series of small holes were burned into them. Cult Master Ding was fine, but Bao Yan was a bit miserable. She was already a bit weak after using her special power, and now that she was burned by the soaring flames, her arms and legs were in pain from the burns. Her body went limp, and she fell to the ground. "Let's go." Ding Yun grabbed Bao Yan and gave her a push before escaping into the forest with her with an unsightly expression. Yu Xiu was about to give chase with his men when Duan Yu stopped him. "Don't chase." Situi sighed in relief and said, "I feel that this matter is quite strange. I wonder how little junior sister is doing." A hint of worry flashed through Duan Yu's eyes. "Let's go back and take a look." My Chiao's division, after 2 days and 3 nights, Arbor opened her eyes. Her cultivation had already advanced from phenomenal success to the pinnacle of level 13 mystic cultivation. In addition, not only did her strength increase by a minor realm, her eyes moved slightly, as if her sense of hearing and taste had also recovered. Arbor raised her eyebrows. She didn't know why, but she felt a little excited. It seemed that something important was about to come back. The little fellow squatted inside the defensive shield and swayed a few times with the flow of water. Suddenly, she saw a moon-white figure swimming quickly towards her. Immediately after, a faint medicinal fragrance wrapped around her. Her lips were gently opened by the tip of someone's tongue, and an endless medicinal fragrance followed. Arbor's eyes were wide open. He didn't understand what was going on. The surrounding scenery was very detailed. Even the schools of fish that were swimming around could be seen clearly, and the colorful spots on their bodies could be seen clearly. but now was not the time to study fish. Under normal circumstances, Arbor should have pushed the person in front of him away and kicked him hard with his little foot, but for some reason, he couldn't bear to do it. His fist had already reached the back of that person's head, but he still stopped. Cough, 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 cough. The little fellow actually couldn't hold her breath and nearly choked on her own saliva. She couldn't resist stretching out her little paws to push him away, but she suddenly realized that his slender fingers were tightly gripping her waist. Her entire body was wrapped in his embrace, and her small hands and feet were suppressed. She was practically unable to move. He wrapped his arms around her waist and pressed his soft lips against hers. This kiss was so long that it seemed like it would last until the end of time. He held on to her and never let go, searching her mouth to his heart's content. Arbor opened her eyes wide and glared at him. No matter how much Mo Lian closed his eyes and pressed down on her to kiss her, after a long while, he finally couldn't help but bring her to the surface of the water. Because this little fellow kept glaring at him. Although she didn't make a sound, that strange little expression on her face made him feel stifled. She actually wasn't intoxicated at all. To think that he had already sunk into it, how infuriating. A certain baby who had lost her 7 emotions and 6 desires only knew that this strange big brother kept nibbling on her. There weren't any ripples in her heart. Splash, with a soft sound, Arbor was lifted out of the water with both hands. She kicked her leg and reached out to press down on the rock on her right, flipping over and sitting on it. This time, she saw it clearly. On the sparkling green water surface, there was a man in white with long hair and a few droplets of water on his handsome face. His black, satin-like hair was soaked in the lake water, sticking to his straight back. His phoenix eyes were filled with a faint light as he stared straight at her, as if he wanted to see through her to the depths of her heart. Just like that, he stared at her in a daze. After a long while, he finally let out a long sigh. Unexpectedly, Xiaomu also followed suit and sighed. She blinked her eyes and coughed lightly. Then, she raised her hand to touch her throat and realized that she could actually speak. "Jojo, are you pretending that you don't know me?" The water rippled gently, and this beauty swayed to the side of the big rock, half lying there and looking at her. Darling Chow blinked and suddenly said, "Who are you?" Mo Lian tightly pursed his thin lips. Suddenly, he reached out and pulled her into the water again. He was overwhelmed by rage and grief, and he cupped her small face in his hands. Without another word, he bit down on her small mouth and nibbled on it rudely. "Who am I? Who do you think I am? Tell me." Boom. Arbor tried to restrain himself again and again, but in the end, he couldn't take it anymore. He stretched out a small fist and punched the back of Mo Lian's head. "What are you doing?" Xiaomu shouted as she forcefully pushed away his drenched body and wiped her small mouth in passing. Mo Lian, why did he feel that the little thing in front of him was inexplicably cute? "I'm your husband." His heart skipped a beat, and he reached out to hug her. However, she raised her small hand and slapped his hand away rudely. It was already the 12th day since the disaster-courting talisman had taken effect. Arbor's 5 senses and consciousness were slowly recovering. However, the only goal in his heart would never change: cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. "Where are we going?" Seeing that the little fellow was about to jump into the water again, Mo Lian quickly pulled her into his embrace and forcefully held her hands down. A trace of anger flashed across his almond-shaped eyes. "Don't move." With this soft and moist body in his arms, how much willpower did he have to use to restrain himself? This little fellow actually dared to move around to provoke him. Wasn't she worried that he would do her on the spot? Arbor slightly tilted her little head and met his pair of beautiful black eyes. Her little eyes flickered. Suddenly, a loud drumming sound came from his abdomen. Mo Lian lowered his head and reached out to touch her shriveled little stomach. A trace of heartache flashed across his eyes. He didn't know what had happened to this little thing recently. Did she not take good care of herself these past few days? He kept feeling that she had lost quite a bit of weight. That originally round place seemed to have also become thinner. His heart felt so bad. He had taken great pains to raise her until she was a little rounder, but after a few days, she had returned to her original state. Sigh. Xiaomu also sighed along with him, looking very comical. Emo Lian's phoenix eyes revealed traces of a smile. I am your husband. He moved closer to her ear and whispered in a low voice, I am your husband, baby. He repeated it several times, his breath lingering in her ear. Although she had not recovered her sense of touch and could not feel him close to her, she still felt that it was very strange. This man was really quite good-looking. His head of waterfall-like black hair that hung down to the lake's surface was gently parted by the wind. At this time, he was holding the little fellow and sitting with her on that large rock. He lowered his head and stared at her with those pure black phoenix eyes without blinking, as if he wanted to carve her into the depths of his bones and never let her go. The deep affection engraved in those eyes, even if the little fellow was someone who had lost her love and didn't feel anything at the moment, she could almost feel that something was wrong. It was too strong. Arbor reached out her little hand and pushed Emo Lian's handsome face away. The lake breeze gently blew through his jade-white robe and his jade belt slightly fluttered in the wind. It was the same feeling he gave her at this moment, very ethereal and pure. What a strange man. Husband? She blinked her eyes. That silly little appearance fell into Emo Lian's eyes and was especially cute. Yes, husband. Arbor moved her little legs and thought in distress. This person had clearly been hindering her cultivation, but why couldn't she do anything to him? Logically speaking, anyone who hindered her cultivation should be erased, but Miss Chow didn't want to do anything to this person in front of her. Maybe it was because he was handsome. A golden drumstick that was roasted until it was glossy with oil suddenly waved in front of Arbor. Arbor blinked again and again. For a moment, she thought it was an illusion, so she reached out and pinched his jade-like cheek. Does it hurt? Darling Chow asked. Hiss. What a strong hand. Emo Lian creased his good-looking brows and nodded honestly. Only then did Arbor snatch the drumstick and take a bite, wiping his oily little hands on his moon-white robe sleeve. Emo Lian chuckled, lowered his head and hugged her waist. He leaned over and kissed her white and tender little face, thinking to himself, no matter how his JoJo has changed, it's still his. Even if she didn't remember him for the time being, it didn't matter as long as she remembered him again. Moreover, Emo Lian suspected that the reason why JoJo had become like this was probably related to Ding Yin from Beijing Manor. Did Ding Yin give her some kind of medicine? It must be. Looking at that guy's wretched appearance, he must have fed his baby some medicine and then tried to force his baby to stay by his side. Yes, that's right. This must be the truth. No matter how quick-witted Emo Lian was, he probably wouldn't have thought of it. The reason why Arbor, this little fellow, became like this was all because of the disaster-courting talisman that she drew herself. Arbor finished eating the drumstick and wiped her oily little hands on his clean robe. Only then did she move her arms and legs, wanting to get out of his embrace and go into the water to continue cultivating. The taste of today's food wasn't bad. It was crispy and fragrant, unlike in the past where everything tasted like wax. Emo Lian's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick as he immediately saw through her intentions. He hugged her little body and whispered in her ear, baby, baby. Let's go home first. Arbor turned her little face to look at him as the voice in her heart kept urging her, cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. She also hurriedly cried out, cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. Emo Lian was stunned as he reached out to hold her hands and feet and hurriedly said, all right, all right, all right, cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. How about I bring you back to the Eastern Palace to cultivate? That place has denser mystic energy than here. He had to coax her back first before anything else, Emo Lian secretly said in his heart. Arbor tilted her head at him as a faint dazed look flashed past her bright eyes. Eastern Palace to cultivate? What kind of place was that? Cultivate. Cultivate, cultivate. All right, cultivate, cultivate. That place has denser mystic energy than here. Cultivating there is much faster than cultivating here at Juzi Lake. Darling Chow shook her head. Not going, I want to cultivate here. This person would hinder her cultivation. It would make her uneasy. Look, he was obstructing her right now. He was just too hateful. Emo Lian's face subconsciously darkened as he wrapped his arms around her waist and carried her up as he said firmly, let's go back to the palace. This time, no matter what, he had to put her right under his nose. He could let her do whatever she wanted, but not returning to the palace was out of the question. Darling Chow immediately got angry as she leaned on his shoulder, revealing her little white teeth as she bit him hard. This bite of her little teeth was just like scratching an itch. Mo Lian turned his head to look at her with an unusually determined expression. Be good, let's go home first. The little fellow shook her head like a rattledrum. Humph. He actually yelled at her. Arbor was furious. She didn't know why, but she felt that this person wouldn't yell at her in the past. He had changed. He didn't love her anymore. It had to be known that although she had lost her 7 emotions and 6 desires and had her memories blocked, she was still subconsciously attracted to Mo Lian after interacting with him. In front of Prince Mo, she had always been a little emperor. Don't even mention being wronged, he had never even raised his voice. How dare he yell at her now? Darling Chow was very unhappy. She struggled to land on the rock, turned around, and simply faced him with the back of her head. Mo Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She reached out and pulled her little hand. She raised her arms and hugged her from behind. She whispered, "Baby, it's my fault. I shouldn't have been so loud. Don't be angry, okay?" Did he think that by saying a few nice words, she would not be angry? Darling Chow snorted inwardly and continued to ignore him. Baby. Mo Lian sighed softly. He grabbed her little hand and turned her body to face him. He raised his hand and caressed her soft little face. Good Jojo, what can I do to appease your anger? Why don't you hit me? It'll be fine as long as your anger subsides. Humph. Arbor raised her chin and rolled her eyes. Mo Lian couldn't help but pull her into his embrace. His expression was somewhat melancholic as he said faintly, Jojo, we haven't seen each other in a long time. Don't be angry with me. Do you know how much I've missed you during this period of time? Ever since he found out that she had been transported out of the Mystic Beast Forest secret realm, he was about to go crazy and searched for her all day long. It's already 4 p.m. To be honest, I'm also rather dumbfounded. See you in a few hours. Now that he had finally found her, he would not let her go no matter what. Arbor's heart stirred slightly, but she still raised her head and looked at him with a serious expression. Cultivate. Mo Lian nodded. Okay, we'll go back and cultivate now. After saying that, he did not give her a chance to object. While carrying her, Mo Lian's figure flashed towards the lakeshore. However, he thought to himself, his darling has turned into a cultivation maniac. What to do? It's so urgent, cultivating every day. What should he do? What if on the day of the wedding, in the middle of the wedding ceremony, this baby suddenly told him to cultivate? How could he endure that? Mo Lian carried his little girl with a melancholy expression and mounted the horse. After leaving the vicinity of Zhuzi Lake, they headed towards the direction of the Forbidden Palace. After leaving the Honghai Temple, they arrived at the main street. There were many people on the street, so Mo Lian slowed down the speed of his horse. At this moment, a group of people came from the corner of the main street, and some people cheered. Mo Lian pulled on the reins and frowned slightly. Carrying Arbor, he urged the horse to head towards the side of the road. He did not intend to meet with that group of people directly to avoid trouble. Cultivate. The little fellow tugged at his hair in dissatisfaction and muttered. What a waste of time, she was in a hurry to cultivate now. Okay, cultivate, we'll go home and cultivate right away. Mo Lian smiled and rubbed her head helplessly. His gaze followed the crowd and looked forward. On the street, a group of soldiers with neat military attire were holding long spears and driving the people to the sides of the road, creating a large road in the middle. The soldiers' long spears formed a line, blocking the crowd of people who were watching the commotion. On each of their young faces, there was an expressionless coldness. The sound of horse hooves could be heard. The people looked over excitedly, their eyes shining with anticipation. They saw a handsome young man around 25 years old on a fine horse with a jet black mane slowly coming over. The man was abnormally tall and powerful. He carried a long spear on his back with his left hand and a horse's reins with his right hand. He wore a golden crown on his head and a pair of black boots with cloud patterns on his feet. On his angular face, there was a pair of stern eyes that were bright and full of expression. His tightly pursed lips did not reveal a trace of a smile. Instantly, a small commotion broke out in the crowd. Heavens, the vassal prince of Annan, the vassal prince of Annan has returned to the capital. It's our invincible and victorious vassal prince of Annan. I heard that this time, the crown prince defeated the northern Qi kingdom and captured their princess and 2 princes. Ha ha ha, you've really raised the prestige of our great Mo kingdom. Look, those behind must be the Ding slaves of northern Qi. Smiles appeared on the faces of the commoners as they fell to their knees. Congratulations to the crown prince for his victory. The vassal prince of Annan, Chou Fu, was the first to arrive, accompanied by several valiant generals as he swaggered on his tall horse. Behind him were several hundred northern Qi Ding slaves in ragged clothes, their faces covered in grime, and their clothes were tied up with 2 to 3 ropes. Those Ding slaves, regardless of their age, gender, all had their right hands tied up with ropes. One by one, they formed a long line. The soldiers' whips chased after them from behind, shouting for them to hurry on their way. The young crown princess leaned into Mo Lian's embrace with her eyes wide open. Seeing an old grandfather stumble and fall to the ground, the soldiers' whips mercilessly lashed out. In just a few moments, that old man was covered in blood, and his cries and shouts filled the street. On the other hand, the commoners on both sides of the street watched with relish. At this moment, 2 riders arrived at lightning speed. The eldest young master of the State Duke of Qing's estate, General of Public Might Shi Guangfeng, and a retainer cupped their fists toward the vassal prince of Annan, Chou Fu. General Hu Zhen, Feng has come to welcome the general's entourage under the great king's orders. Thank you for your trouble, General Shi. The vassal prince of Annan's stern expression remained unchanged as he nodded indifferently. Under the great king's orders, northern Qi kingdom's prisoners of war are to be temporarily escorted to the North Barracks prison and be under strict supervision. Vassal prince, please. Shi Guangfeng gestured as he inadvertently cast a glance in Prince Mo's direction. The vassal prince of Annan, Chou Fu, glanced at Shi Guangfeng indifferently and nodded before following him to the king's palace to meet the emperor. The young crown princess pointed at those prisoners of war in tattered clothes and looked up at Prince Mo, only to see him slightly narrowing his eyes as if he was pondering something. Husband? Prince Mo lowered his head to look at her and was secretly amused. He poked her small chin with his finger. What do you want to tell your husband? I don't like it. The young crown princess knitted her delicate brows in displeasure. Prince Mo was truly the person who understood his beloved wife the best in the world. Back then, when his darling was too lazy to speak a single word, he could instantly understand the baby's meaning through eye contact, not to mention now. The little fellow was saying that she didn't like those soldiers viciously bullying an old man who didn't have the strength to truss a chicken. Your husband also doesn't like it. Prince Mo immediately nodded and stood on his beloved wife's side without any moral integrity. Wait for your husband to return and understand the situation. Let's return to the palace first. Just as he was about to leave on his horse, he saw that the retainer that Shi Guangfeng brought along had a conflict with 2 high-ranking officers under the vassal prince of Annan's command. The retainer was called Shi Zhong, and he was an important subordinate of the general of public might, Shi Guangfeng. At this moment, Shi Zhong and the 2 high-ranking officers under the vassal prince of Annan's command were glaring at each other. If I say no, it means no. You can't take these 2 away. The vassal prince of Annan's subordinate, that middle-aged man with a wide mouth and nose, furiously said, these 2 people aren't captives from the northern Qi kingdom. They are 2 mermen that our general captured and specially brought back to the capital. He planned to peel off their merman pearls and present them to his mother, Princess Annam. You can't take them away. The 2 mermaids were around 18 years old. They were wearing ragged white undergarments and had been hiding in the prison wagon, silently crying and trembling. How can you prove that these 2 are mermen? Shi Zhong said angrily, I have been ordered by the great king to escort all prisoners of war to the north camp. Are you going to defy the order? Bullshit. The man with a wide mouth and nose cursed. Do you not understand human language? I already said that these 2 women are not prisoners of war from northern Qi. The 2 of them were mermaids. This was because the shark pearl would lose its effect in less than an hour after it left the body. Therefore, our heir apparent specially escorted the 2 of them back to the capital and took an hour to extract the mermaid pearl from their bodies. Do you understand or not, huh? Old Jia, if this person doesn't believe us, then let him see for himself. Another young general with a wretched expression suddenly laughed. He tapped the whip in his hand and lashed it towards the prison cart. Slap. The whip landed on the prison wagon, and the tip of the whip ripped open the cloth covering one of the mermaid's legs, revealing a fair calf. Don't worry. You may see it as a leg now, but it will be a fishtail later, ha ha ha. That retainer still wanted to lash the whip over, but his eyes revealed a somewhat vulgar glint. Xianxia raised his hand to stop him with a sullen expression. We've already captured them, so there's no need to make things difficult for these two young ladies, right? That young general scoffed and crossed his arms as he looked at Xianxia provocatively. These are people that our general captured. What does it have to do with you? Take them away and escort them back to the prince's estate. At the young general's command, the old man driving the prison carriage brandished his whip. Xianxia blocked the carriage with his horse and sneered, after entering the capital, they're all prisoners of war. Escort them all back to the North Barracks. Xianxia, are you courting death? The young general Xianxia raised the whip in his hand with a frosty expression. If you dare to block this young lord's path again, be careful that this whip doesn't have eyes. Oh? How blind? Prince Mo, who had spurred his horse over, replied leisurely. Everyone was startled when they turned to look. Xianxia immediately dismounted and knelt on one knee in greeting. This general, Xianxia, greets your highness the crown prince. Prince Mo raised his hand slightly to have Xianxia rise. Then, his cold and sharp gaze shot towards the vassal prince of Annan's subordinates. The group of generals and soldiers led by old Jia and Xianxia all lowered their heads and knelt down. However, Xianxia's shifty gaze roved over Arbor's face, and a trace of amazement flitted across his eyes. Arbor tugged on the crown prince's hair and struggled to get him to let go. Then, she leaped onto the ground and quickly ran towards the prison carriage. Mo Lian helplessly glanced at his little wife. He raised his hand and released a burst of mystic energy, chopping off the copper lock on the prison carriage. The prison door opened, and Arbor extended her small hand. Everyone turned to look at her, thinking that she was going to help the two pitiful young ladies out of the prison carriage. However, that was actually the case. Slap. Arbor slapped one of the young ladies' head and reprimanded her as if she was scolding a child. What are you crying for? All of you, shut up. Everyone, useless things, getting angry at the sight of him. Why were this group of mermen always so weak? Every day, they would be captured by people. Every day, there would be people who wanted to kill them or cut them open to take their pearls and beautify them. All day long? Could it be that she had seen captured mermen before? Something flashed in Arbor's mind, but it was so fast that she couldn't catch it. Those sealed memories were like a fleeting view. Every time she wanted to take a closer look, there was nothing left. What a strange feeling, the little fellow blinked his eyes. Seeing the two girls hugging their heads and sobbing inside the prison carriage, he couldn't help but go up and slap the other girl's head. He shouted rudely, "Come down by yourself." Mo Lian's lips twitched. Although his Bao couldn't remember anything for the time being, her violent nature hadn't changed at all. The two mermaids shivered and hugged their heads as they walked down from the prison cart. Their frightened eyes kept moving back and forth on Arbor's body. With a shake of his hand, Arbor took out two coats from his inner world and threw them to the two of them. The two girls hurriedly received them and put them on while expressing their thanks repeatedly. Arbor turned and walked a few steps. When she turned back and saw that the two fools were still rooted to the ground, she couldn't help but shout at them, "Come here." The two mermaids trembled slightly and hurriedly followed. However, they hadn't taken 2 steps when they saw Xianxia straighten his body halfway and reach out to block their path. No. This is to be brought back to the vassal king of Annan's estate. Xianxia. Old merchant shouted at him, meaning for him to quickly shut up. Xianxia shut his mouth in annoyance, but his hand gesture was very obvious as he continued to block those two mermaids. A strange emotion surfaced in Arbor's mind. The long-lost anger that was missing from the 7 emotions and 6 desires had returned. Arbor angrily glared at those 2 submissive mermaids and roared at them again, "Come here." Everyone, why the hell did they feel that the little girl before them was inexplicably adorable? Those 2 mermaids immediately moved at Arbor's command and hastily trotted over. When they saw Xianxia blocking their path, they also used all their strength to push him aside. Clip-clop, clip-clop, clip-clop. The two men dismounted from their horses when they were only a few steps apart. Little junior sister, you're fine. Situ-yi and Duanyu, who had rushed over after receiving the news, quickly walked toward Arbor. Mo Lian facepalmed exasperatedly. Sure enough, he saw his little fellow turn to glance at Duanyu and Situ-yi before rolling her eyes and turning her face away. Duanyu, Mo Lian, why did Jojo roll her eyes at me? Duanyu simply didn't dare to believe his eyes. How many years had it been since she rolled her eyes at him? Ever since he suffered at her hands at Kwoto Village's Hulun Mountain, they reconciled not long after. What was the meaning of this eye roll? Mo Lian simply didn't want to bother with him, but when she saw Situ-yi looking over curiously, she explained dryly, she doesn't even recognize me right now, so what do you think? What? Duanyu looked at Mo Lian in shock before looking at the little fellow. Little junior sister, you got skinnier. How did you get skinnier after going to the mystic realm? Now that you're back, hurry and have Prince Mo properly nourish your body. Situ-yi was still nagging at the side, but Arbor didn't even look at him out of the corner of her eye. Little junior sister, little junior sister? Situ-yi paced back and forth beside her and finally received an impatient look from the little fellow. So funny, who is this person? He was so long-winded that she had no idea what he was talking about. Situ-yi clearly understood the meaning in the little fellow's eyes, and could only remain silent. However, Duanyu laughed out loud and pushed him away. Go away. Let me. Mo Lian sneered. Do you think she can recognize you just because you're here? Duanyu arrived in front of Arbor in a single stride. He took out a small square box and opened it before handing it to her. Look, this is my newly developed large-scale firearm, the 9 Thunder Jade Heavens. It's extremely powerful. I've tried it before. It's really fun. It's even more interesting than the core ravaging thunder. The fire it shoots out can bounce very far. If you call me, I'll give it to you and teach you how to play with it. Situ-yi and Mo Lian both turned to look at him. Did this guy have any shame at all when he spoke like he was trying to trick a child? This 9 Thunder Jade Heavens was emerald green and round, and there was even a small emerald green bamboo tube that could be locked tightly beside it. It looked quite novel. Arbor glanced at that wooden box before reaching over and closing the lid with a bang. She silently snatched the small box from Duanyu's hands and silently stuffed it into her inner world. That small action was done smoothly, as if this 9 Thunder Jade Heavens belonged to her in the first place. Duanyu was taken aback and exclaimed in exasperation, "You haven't called me yet." Mo Lian, Situ-yi couldn't resist bursting into laughter. Don't be silly, I already said I don't know you. Prince Mo, may I ask why little junior sister doesn't know who you are? When will she recover? Is there a need to ask? It must be that punk from Beijing Manor's doing. Duanyu said without hesitation. He must have wanted to bring the little fellow back to Beijing Manor to hide her, but who knew that he would encounter us on the way? That can't be, right? Situ-yi grumbled. Mo Lian and Duanyu both ignored him because they both happened to be thinking the same thing. No matter how quick-witted these two were, they absolutely wouldn't have thought that Miss Chiao was the one who courted disaster and caused today's situation. Alright, Jojo, let's go home first. Mo Lian bent down to extend her hand. Arbor looked at him seriously and corrected, cultivate. Right, cultivate. Let's go home and cultivate. Mo Lian nodded and waved at her with a grin. It was only then that Arbor placed her small hand in his. In the next instant, she felt her body lighten as she landed sideways on the horse and leaned into his embrace. Cultivate what? Duanyu glanced at the little fellow in confusion. How come he didn't know that Jojo was so diligent? There are so many things you don't know. The crown prince gave him a figure-it-out-yourself look. He immediately praised his Bao. Our Jojo has been extremely diligent recently. Do you know, her current cultivation is almost catching up to her senior brother Sidu. Situ-yi's eyes widened as he sneaked a glance at Arbor. Little junior sister, you're so awesome. Darling Chiao understood the word awesome and gave Situ-yi a look as she nodded. Situ-yi then chuckled and pointed at Arbor. Look, little junior sister is paying attention to me. What a clown. Mo Lian and Duanyu both rolled their eyes at him. Prepare 2 horses for the 2 of them. Mo Lian turned to Shizhong and ordered. Zhezhong immediately cupped his fists and agreed. He ordered 2 of his subordinates to dismount and lead the horses to the 2 mermaids. The 2 mermaids hurriedly got on their horses and held the reins tightly. They stole a glance at Arbor. "What are you looking at? Keep up!" Arbor yelled at the 2 of them. He wanted to get angry whenever he saw them. "Weakling!" The 2 women's bodies trembled slightly, but they quickly and obediently followed after him. Seeing this, Nianchong hurriedly stood up and said, "Please wait." Nianchong. Old merchant pulled him back, but he couldn't stop his impulsive temper. "Pa!" A green vine whip abruptly darted out from Qiao Mu's sleeve and lashed at Nianchong's shoulder without any room for objection. This sudden change caused everyone to raise their heads in shock. Their gazes changed slightly as they looked at her. "How dare you?" Arbor rebuked angrily, her face icy. "The crown princess will accept these 2 women. Do you have any objections?" Mo Lian's indifferent gaze swept across everyone present. The vassal prince of Annan's soldiers all lowered their heads under this intimidating pressure. None of them dared to object. Crown princess? She was that vicious and merciless crown princess? A furious glint flitted across Nianchong's eyes as he recalled what Princess Annam had once mentioned to him. His elder brother, Nian Kuei, seemed to have died tragically at the hands of this crown princess. This person's methods were extremely vicious. Just because Commandery Princess Hui An had a small conflict with her, she was willing to destroy a wisp of her brother's soul in order to murder Commandery Princess Hui An, causing the explosion to affect Commandery Princess Hui An. Nianchong clutched the wound on his shoulder with one hand and braced himself to put on a righteous expression. Of course, the crown princess can have these 2 mermaids if she wants them. However, is it possible for Crown Prince Consort to promise this general that if this general takes out 2 shark pearls, please gift one to the vassal king consort of Annan so that our vassal prince can express filial piety to his mother? When the 2 mermaids heard this, they immediately looked at Arbor in horror. Could it be that the 2 of them escaped from the wolf's den and fell into the tiger's den again? Arbor glowered at Nianchong, her almond-shaped eyes practically spitting fire. She was very angry, but she did not know why. Suddenly, a vine whip lashed out at that person's mouth. Nianchong's pupils contracted upon seeing this, and he reflexively dodged to the side, avoiding that vine whip. But then, another vine whip swiftly landed on his arm, shattering the wrist guard on his arm in an instant. A glaring whip mark appeared on his tanned arm. It was so deep that bone could be seen, and blood spurted out. Old merchant and the others all sucked in a cold breath. They were apprehensive about the little crown princess's ruthless methods and her frightening cultivation. "Hubby, kill him." The young crown prince consort suddenly turned her small face around and shouted at Mo Lian in a huff. She had only lost some of her common sense due to her memories being blocked, but she was not truly stupid. It was clear at a glance who was showing her kindness and who was showing her malice. Duan Yu's mouth twitched, and he glared at Mo Lian beside him in displeasure. "You told her that you are her hubby? Is it not so?" Mo Lian cast him a glance before reaching out his large palm to rub the young crown prince consort's head soothingly. "Okay, let's kill him." He knew her too well and knew why she was angry. Nianchong was really bold. He actually dared to use words against his little wife. His words were indirectly telling others that the reason the crown princess had saved the 2 mermaids was to take the mermaid pearls from their bodies. This was simply slander. Arbor was naturally angry. She didn't want the shark pearl. How could something like that be beautifying? If she wanted to beautify her looks, she could just eat the beautifying pills. She could make a big pot of them herself. Why would she need the shark pearls? The crown prince waved his hand, and a few nimble figures suddenly appeared beside Nianchong, pressing him down onto the ground. Nianchong cried out in pain. Only now did he reveal some fear in his heart. "Nianchong." Old merchant and the rest looked over in shock. They hurriedly knelt a few steps forward and cupped their fists at Prince Mo, begging for mercy. "Your Highness, please calm down. Nianchong is just a little impulsive. He doesn't disrespect the crown princess." "Oh? He doesn't have disrespect?" Mo Lian glanced at Nianchong coldly. But why did this crown prince hear dissatisfaction and reprimand in his words? Nianchong struggled hard and shouted, "Your Highness is wise. This general doesn't have such intentions. This general has followed the Lord Vassal Prince for many years and has fought all over the country. Not long ago, we even won a complete victory against Northern Qi. This general is loyal to the great king with a pure heart. The sun and moon can testify to this general's loyalty, and only the heavens can testify. This punk was reminding him that he had just returned to the capital after a victorious battle with the vassal prince of Annan. If he killed him on the streets, it would chill the soldiers' morale and might even cause the people's dissatisfaction. Mo Lian curled her lips and suddenly smiled. Although she had a smile on her face, her eyes flickered with an abnormally icy glint. Let this monarch tell you something. Mo Lian's eyes flickered, and she sneered, if this monarch wants you to die today, then you definitely won't be able to see tomorrow's sun. Raising his eyelids slightly, he nodded at the two secret guards in acknowledgement. The latter's sword suddenly slid across Nian Cheng's neck so quickly that he didn't have any room to maneuver. His body slid heavily to the ground, and his eyes were wide open as he died with remaining grievances. On the side, Old Merchant and the others also felt a bone-chilling coldness rising from the soles of their feet. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly and could only sneak glances at the crown prince. The tens of millions of people on the streets all slowed their breathing and knelt there with their heads bowed, not even daring to look up. When His Highness the Crown Prince raged, corpses truly littered the ground. No one dared to face His Highness's wrath directly. Go, investigate this person's evil deeds and publicize it in the central plaza so that everyone knows, the Crown Prince ordered indifferently. Yes. Summon Censor Li and Censor Chen for this monarch. This monarch wants to submit a memorial to the great king and report the vassal prince of Annan for not managing his troops well. Everyone, as expected, the Crown Prince the Great was a vengeful person. The vassal prince of Annan had just returned to the capital, so he probably hadn't even warmed up his seat at the great king's and was about to be reported by His Highness the Crown Prince. Duan Yu almost laughed out loud and turned his horse around. I didn't come here in vain today. He watched a pretty good show. Prince Mo glanced at Shizhong again. What are you spacing out for? Take these Northern Qi prisoners of war to the North Camp. If anyone dares to obstruct us, this monarch permits you to kill them. Yes, this general obeys. Shizhong's spirits were lifted. He immediately called for his subordinates to take over the prisoners in the hands of Old Merchant and the others, escorting them to the North Camp outside the city. Let's return to the palace. Prince Mo narrowed his eyes and turned his horse to leave. After a long time, the petrified Old Merchant and the others on the street finally moved slightly and looked at each other in dismay. The crowd dispersed, and no one dared to look at the corpse on the ground. Although the vassal prince of Annan was quite formidable after coming back victorious, his subordinates couldn't be so rude and contradicting in front of His Highness the Crown Prince, to be executed by His Highness in a fit of anger. He could only blame his bad luck. Their crown prince was no ordinary person. Not to mention a mere vassal prince of Annan, perhaps even the venerable vassal king of Annan wouldn't dare to be so impudent in front of Her Highness. After the crown prince carried Arbor back to the palace, he first sent a message to the Qiao family to explain the situation and appease them. Then, he had someone bring Xiaoyao over to serve her. However, once the little girl arrived at this unfamiliar place, she looked left and right to find a cultivation spot. After searching for a long time, she glared at the crown prince accusingly. Okay, we'll go cultivate in a bit. Let's eat first. You'll only have the strength to properly cultivate after eating. My Jojo, you've lost so much weight from hunger. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have let you go to the Mystic Beast Forest Mystic Realm to train in that damned place. Arbor glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Husband? Mo Lian was overjoyed. He gave himself 10,000 likes in his heart. How could he have been so quick-witted that day? He had whispered into the little girl's ear, I'm your husband, I'm your husband. It had worked. This silly little girl probably thought that his name was Hubby. Ha ha ha, the little girl had been so obedient throughout the journey. She had called him hubby every time she opened her mouth. Hearing her made him happy and comfortable. Coming. Dinner is here. Xiaoyao directed a row of junior palace maids as they walked in with plates of dinner. As she busied herself with setting the table, she nagged, Miss, why have you lost so much weight? Have you been eating all this time? Arbor naturally ignored her. Her eyes were glued to the plates of food that were being brought in. Tap, tap, tap. The little girl strode towards the table. Her fair and tender little hand reached out towards a crispy roasted goose leg. Xiaoyao, Mo gave her a look. Xiaoyao understood and turned around. She said to the junior palace maids, "You can leave first." Yes. Xiaoyao turned around again and saw her little master gnawing on a roasted goose leg. She couldn't help but wipe the corners of her eyes. How long has my miss been hungry? She didn't even bother to pick up her chopsticks. She was so hungry that she just grabbed it with her bare hands. How pitiful. Arbor took 2 bites. Her eyes glanced at the braised pork shoulder on the plate next to her. Her little hand stealthily reached for it again. Mo went forward and took her little hand. "Let's wash our hands first." As he spoke, he took the greasy roasted goose leg from her hand and pulled her to wash her hands. When they came back from washing, Arbor grunted at him. Her eyes looked meaningfully at a plate of prawns in the distance. Hence, Mo carried that plate over and helped her grab the shrimp with his hands. As he peeled the shrimp to feed her, he asked absent-mindedly, "Xiao, do you still remember my name?" Arbor nodded vigorously and swallowed the prawn that he had peeled. "Husband." "That's right." Mo went up to her with a smile and kissed her on the cheek. "Don't forget about it in the future." Arbor nodded obediently. Xiaoyao, who was watching from the side, rolled her eyes speechlessly. His Highness was too black-bellied, bullying their family's young miss for being so dim-witted. Previously, His Highness had only told her that Miss had been harmed by Ding Yun from Beijing Manor. Now that she had returned, she had forgotten a lot of things from the past. Looking at it now, it was true. "Your Highness, do you need chopsticks?" Xiaoyao handed over a pair of silver chopsticks and asked with a light cough. "I don't want it. Our Jojo likes to eat with her hands." "I'll accompany her." Mo waved his hand nonchalantly and caught a fish for her in passing, which she had been staring at the entire time. Xiaoyao was speechless. No, she had to keep a lookout outside. If Her Majesty the Queen came and saw this, she would be furious. Her son, such an outstanding and perfect son, was going crazy with his wife all day long. "Jojo, is it good?" Mo saw that she was eating happily and couldn't help but feel happy. Qiaomu nodded and wiped her small hand on his sleeve while she was at it. Crown Prince Mo pursed his lips and said, "You wiped me all over with oil, so you have to bathe together with me in a bit." "Let's bathe together, okay, Jojo, Jojo, Jojo?" Mo blinked as she smiled at the little fellow. Qiaomu glanced at him and nodded her small head in confusion. His silly look was truly too amusing. Mo hugged her and lowered his head, burying his face in her hair. His body trembled as he chuckled softly. When Huifeng, who was crouching on the roof, saw this, he involuntarily rolled his eyes and thought, "Your Highness, quickly pick up your moral integrity. Jojo is too oily, don't wipe it on my face." Mo helplessly pulled down her small hand and wiped the little fellow's face with a brocade handkerchief. Suddenly, they heard Xiaoyao's earth-shattering voice outside the door. "Her Majesty the Queen has arrived. Commandery Princess Ian has also come." Xiao 11Z, who was standing next to the door, was nearly intimidated by Xiaoyao's loud voice. The Queen had been supported by Green Mammy all the way here. When she heard this, she paused and looked suspiciously at Xiaoyao, who was shouting at the top of her lungs. "Your master is inside, so why are you standing outside the door? Are you on the lookout?" Xiaoyao really wanted to slap herself. Why did she say that for no reason? She had to be on the lookout in case Her Majesty the Queen came. She really freaking came this time. The crisp sound of a plate clattering came from inside. Xiao 11Z quickly turned around and ran inside with small, quick steps. He hastily curtsied and shouted, oh no, Your Highness, Her Majesty the Queen has come." "So it's not good for this Empress to come?" Empress Zhao glared at Xiao 11Z sternly. Xiao 11Z's legs turned to jelly as he crawled toward the Crown Prince's feet. This servant misspoke. 1 minute ago, when His Highness the Crown Prince, who was fooling around with his wife, heard Xiaoyao shout, his hand trembled, and the prawn he was about to stuff into the little fellow's mouth almost fell to the ground. Darling Xiao hurriedly stuck out her small tongue and bit the prawn into her mouth. She chewed twice and swallowed it. The crown prince hurriedly took the handkerchief and hurriedly wiped his little wife's mouth and hands. Within a minute, he tidied himself up slightly and pulled his wife up. Queen Zhao crossed the tall threshold of the Eastern Palace's bedchamber in a short while and led a group of palace maids and nannies inside. At a glance, he saw his son greeting him with a grin. "Mother, why are you here?" Empress Zhao frowned slightly and glanced at her son. "Muhu heard that your little crown princess was found, so I came to see her." Mo Lian hurriedly pulled her hand behind her back and tugged at little Blockhead's little hand. Arbor walked to his side in a daze and glanced at the group of women in front of him in confusion. She glanced over and felt that all the palace maids looked the same. Ian was standing at the front of the row of royal maids beside Empress Zhao, retreating half a step to show her respect. Xiao Qiao, that child, also regarded Ian as a royal maid, and her gaze brushed past her face. On the other hand, Ian seized the opportunity to scrutinize her. With this look, a faint melancholy surfaced in her heart. This little crown princess in front of her looked a bit younger, but her looks were exceptionally refined. She couldn't compare to her, she couldn't compare at all. "Jojo, this is Mother Queen. Her name is Mother Queen, so call her Mother Queen." The crown prince poked fun at his wife in a small voice. As a result, our dear Arbor stiffly called out to Empress Zhao, "Mother Queen." "Empress Zhao, Empress Zhao responded. Although this little fellow's tone was stiff, she had at least called her royal mother. Compared to that aloof Your Majesty the Queen with a stoic face, she was a bit more pleasing to the eye now. Xiao Yao, who was standing on the side like a candle, quickly lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly. Mo Lian turned his handsome face and winked at his wifey with a smile. "Many thanks for royal mother's concern. Jojo is doing quite well. Due to her long seclusion in the mystic beast forest secret realm, she still needs to recuperate after coming back. After a few days, when her body is better, this son will bring Jojo to visit grandmother and royal mother." Empress Zhao nodded upon hearing this. On the side, Ian commented with a smile, "I heard that Miss Xiao's party came out of the mystic beast forest secret realm early this time. I wonder what happened." The crown prince looked up and swept her an indifferent glance. Upon seeing this, Ian's heart sank slightly, but she still maintained a smile as she gazed at the crown prince and crown princess. Did Ian say something wrong? The crown princess's title was personally conferred by royal father. "Are you dissatisfied with royal father's decree by calling her Miss Xiao?" Prince Mo asked with a smirk as he raised his eyebrows. Ian was startled, and she hastily knelt down to apologize. It was Ian who misspoke, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Ian did not mean to defy the great king's decree. "That's good." Prince Mo nodded as he curled his lips coldly. "Otherwise, this crown prince will mistakenly think that you are dissatisfied with the great king." Ian quickly protested while kneeling there in a cold sweat. Ian doesn't dare." Empress Zhao glanced at her before mediating with a smile. All right, Ian, get up. Crown Prince, you don't need to be so harsh on Ian. She is your grandmother's adopted granddaughter, so she can be considered half your younger sister." Mo Lian nodded noncommittally. The maidservant Su hurriedly ran 2 steps forward with a distressed expression on her face. She bent down and helped her young miss up. The master and servant looked at each other and suppressed the faint light in their eyes. "Your Highness," Empress Zhao chuckled as she took 2 steps forward and affectionately held her eldest son's hand. The crown prince was caught by Empress Zhao before he could retract his hand. As soon as he pulled, his hand was covered in grease. The crown prince's mouth twitched slightly, and he hurriedly looked at Empress Zhao, who had a strange expression on her face. He laughed dryly and said, Royal Mother, just now, a plate fell. My hands were covered in oil, and I didn't have time to tell Imperial Mother." If the queen was not present, Xiao Yao would have laughed out loud. His Highness must be stupefied right now. Just now, when he was fooling around with Miss, he was so happy. "Ah. You child, you're already so old, yet you still don't know how to take care of yourself." Empress Zhao cast a glance behind her. The green mammy immediately led people forward with a basin of water and a clean towel. After Empress Zhao personally wrung a towel to wipe her son's hands, Prince Mo instantly felt a bit awkward. He was already so old, yet he still needed his mother to wipe his hands for him. He hastily tugged at his esteemed mother and coughed lightly, saying, "Mother, I'm not a child, so I can do it myself." Empress Zhao couldn't resist laughing as she said, "In mother's eyes, you will still be mother's child even when you're 80 years old. But now that I think about it, when you were 3 years old, you weren't even as tall as a clothes rack, yet you wanted to personally put on clothes for yourself. In the end, you were so busy that the entire clothes rack collapsed and got buried by a pile of clothes." Pfft. Some of the palace maids behind the queen couldn't hold back and hurriedly coughed to cover their stifled laughter. Prince Mo immediately begged for mercy. "Mother, don't talk about it anymore." His wife was still here, he wanted to save face. Empress Zhao pursed her lips and laughed. "But when you were young, there were so many happy things. Mother remembers that when you were 7 years old, you went hunting with your father. In the end, you encountered a super big bear that chased after your father. You were still young then and chased after the big bear with a small bow on your back. In the end, the bear didn't catch up and your father was saved by the guards. When he turned around and realized that he had lost you, he was so anxious." Prince Mo laughed awkwardly and hurriedly tugged at his mother's sleeve. "Mother, don't talk about it anymore." Okay, mother won't talk about it anymore." Empress Zhao sighed softly. After washing her son's hands, she looked at him lovingly. "In the blink of an eye, you're already so big and about to get married." Mother and son looked at each other and smiled. At this moment, the little crown princess pattered over and tugged hard at the queen's sleeve. "Imperial mother, who's the big bear?" "Everyone." Prince Mo's mouth twitched. He held back his laughter and tugged at the little fellow's hand. "Imperial mother, Jojo is a little muddle-headed from cultivating these 2 days." Empress Zhao looked at her speechlessly. When Arbor heard the 2 words cultivating, she immediately looked up at the crown prince like a spring that had been wound up. "Husband. The cultivation ground." Okay. The crown prince hurriedly nodded at her and turned to Empress Zhao. "Imperial mother, Jojo is about to break through in the next few days. I'll bring her to the cultivation ground first." Empress Zhao nodded and then nagged, "It's less than 2 months until your wedding. Don't just cultivate all the time. See what you're lacking and remember to make up for it in time. Your wedding is a big event, don't neglect it." Prince Mo hurriedly nodded. "Alright, you guys should rest early too." It was only then that Empress Zhao called out to Yin and led her outside. "Mother, take care." Mo Lian squeezed the little fellow's little hand. Arbor glanced at him and stiffly called out, "Mother, take care." It was only after Queen Zhao and her entourage had exited the Eastern Palace's doorstep that Crown Prince Mo couldn't resist chortling. He pulled that little fellow into his arms and pinched her small cheeks. Xiao, on the other hand, couldn't help but squat on the ground and laugh. Arbor looked at Mo Lian with a serious expression. "Husband, cultivate." Mo Lian was overjoyed. She held her little hand and nodded. "Let's go. I'll take you to that cultivation area." He brought her into the back room of the bedchamber. His palm swept across a row of candles, and a stone door on the wall suddenly opened. Xiaomu immediately sensed the dense mystic energy enveloping her from all directions, and her small face immediately smoothed out. Mo Lian didn't let go of her and lowered his head to rub against her head. "Cultivate for the night. Come out for breakfast tomorrow morning, okay?" "No." Arbor immediately spread her arms and vetoed his words. "I want it even if you don't want it." Mo Lian lifted her up and gazed into her eyes as he said, "We'll bathe together tonight, and we'll eat breakfast together tomorrow morning. Choose one." Xiao. "Where's your highness's face?" Arbor scratched her little head. "Let's eat breakfast then." She kept feeling that this man's eyes seemed to be shining when he said bathe together tonight. It wasn't anything good. Mo Lian chuckled and nodded, leaving Arbor alone in the cultivation room. "Then let's make an appointment." Xiaomu helplessly nodded her head. It was so strange. This person kept hindering her cultivation, but why did she especially not want to slap him to death? Jojo. Mo Lian poked her head in from outside the cultivation room and smiled at her with narrowed eyes. "See you tomorrow." Arbor raised her small hand and reflexively shook her small paw. Only then did Mo Lian restrain himself from pouncing over and rubbing her in his arms again. This little fellow was seriously adorable to death, she really wanted to hug her like this. Even if they didn't do anything and just chatted for the entire night, it would also be good. She didn't want to let go at all. What was she cultivating for? It was as if this little rascal had joined a cult, talking about cultivating all day long. Prince Mo left the secret room with a melancholic expression. When he returned to his bedchamber, his gaze involuntarily kept looking in the direction of the secret room. His Jojo had returned. How wonderful! His pitiful heart that had been hanging high in the air finally seemed to land on solid ground, stabilizing his mind. My Lian's section break. The vassal king of Annan's estate in the Mo kingdom capital. The gold-gilded plaque on a black background flickered under the illumination of the sunset, dignified and solemn. The grand doors opened with a rumble. A group of people supported an abnormally thin woman with slightly protruding cheeks. She had no flesh on her face, and her body was abnormally thin. That woman was not yet 50 years old, and her harsh and crafty face was currently covered in a gratified smile. 2 nannies supported the woman on both sides. Their hair was coiled up, and they were dressed in servant attire. A man in his 50s stood next to them. He was dressed in a purple gold robe, and his hair and beard were several inches long. They were the old vassal king of Annan and his vassal king consort Wu Hongma. The husband and wife exchanged a glance and nodded with a smile. Then, they looked forward at the same time with expectant expressions. He's coming, he's coming. Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness is back, he's back. A green-clothed servant dashed towards the entrance of the mansion and shouted in high spirits. Quick, quick, help me over there. Wu Hongma couldn't restrain her joy as she grabbed the hands of the 2 mamas and called out. Princess Consort, don't worry. His Highness will come to see you soon. A mama smiled and held her hand. Under everyone's expectant gazes, the 3 fast horses galloped from afar to near at full speed. A black figure in the middle lightly dismounted from his horse and tossed the spear in his hand to the soldier behind him. The vassal prince of Annan, Chou Fu, hurried forward and prostrated himself in front of the old vassal king of Annan and the vassal king consort with a tall and straight posture. What ability does this child have to trouble father and mother to personally welcome me? Fu, get up, quickly get up. Princess Annam excitedly walked down the stairs and hurriedly helped him up. She was so excited that her hands trembled as she caressed her son's handsome face. She smiled happily and said, Fu, mother has been waiting for you for a long time. Finally, you have returned home. Fu has lost weight, but he has become stronger. Mother. The vassal prince of Annan, Chou Fu, smiled as he supported Princess Annam. Then, he turned to look at the smiling vassal king of Annan. Fu greets father. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. The old vassal king of Annan stroked his beard and chuckled. Princess Annam nodded and gently gazed at her son. Fu, you've had a long journey. It must have been hard on you. Let's talk after we return. Amen, your mother is right. Fu, let's return home first. We cooked many of your favorite dishes to welcome you back. Come in. The vassal king of Annan stroked his beard and chuckled. Thank you, father. Thank you, mother. Chou Fu nodded and supported his mother, Princess Annam, into the estate. The whole family had a harmonious reunion dinner. The father and son pair never mentioned to Princess Annam that the crown prince had lodged a complaint against the vassal prince of Annan. Princess Annam drank 2 more cups because of her son's return, and the alcohol got to her head, so she had someone help her back to her room first. Fu, what do you plan to do about that matter? After seeing his old wife leave, the vassal prince of Annan withdrew his smile and looked at his son worriedly. Don't worry, father. I've already discussed this matter with Mr. Liu and have a preliminary countermeasure. That's good. The vassal prince of Annan shook his head and sighed. I understand the great king very well. He's easily swayed. The matter of your lax management of the army isn't a big deal, but if the great king hears 3 or more people mentioning your mistake, he'll definitely have an opinion of you. This matter might not be resolved peacefully. After all, those imperial censors were like mad dogs that had bitten his son and might not let go easily. Moreover, His Highness the Crown Prince stood behind these imperial censors. Don't worry, father. This son knows what to do. The vassal prince of Annan nodded solemnly and raised his cup to pat his shoulder with a smile. Even if the great king temporarily wants you to hand over the stalwart tiger troops Commander Tally, don't refuse and just give it to him. If you're idle at home, you can also accompany your mother more. This son understands. Chofu lowered his head, but a faint trace of unwillingness flitted across his eyes. He had roped in the stalwart tiger troop with great difficulty, so how could he just give them away like this, night, in the vassal prince of Annan's courtyard? Slap. A thin piece of paper was pressed down by someone. His Highness the Crown Prince petitioned the great king to punish the vassal prince for lax management of the army, a military advisor beside him said with a worried expression. In less than an hour, that person had already listed out more than a dozen of Nian Cheng's crimes and posted them in the central square, announcing them to the public. Mr. Liu, what do you think of this matter? Crown Prince Chiu's stern face was taut as he turned to look at the middle-aged military advisor. Mr. Liu shook his head. His Highness the Crown Prince clearly wants to use this opportunity to suppress the Crown Prince. If we don't handle this matter well, not only will our expedition to northern Qi be a failure, we might even be accused of not managing the army strictly. Damn it, I think that His Highness the Crown Prince is deliberately targeting us. A burly general said angrily, the heir led us through dangerous situations and fought for the country. Not only did he return with no merit, but he was even punished. How can I accept this? That's right. Nian Chong did rob a few good women and robbed some money, but those small mistakes are nothing compared to the merits he has made. Shut up. Mr. Liu glared at them angrily and said, look at yourselves. You've already left the stronghold for many years, but you still carry a trace of a bandit aura that's hard to change. Isn't this just handing over your weaknesses for others to use against you? Mr. Liu said, all right, you don't need to meddle in this matter. Let me discuss with the heir and see how to resolve this. All of you return to rest first. This is the Mo Kingdom capital, so all of you had better pay attention and abide by the rules. Don't make any more mistakes and let others catch you in your pigtails. Mr. Liu waved his hand, dismissing those uncouth fellows. Seeing that they had all left, Mr. Liu then looked towards the displeased Lord Vassal Prince and sighed softly. This matter was reported to Lord Vassal Prince by the Crown Prince and several imperial censors, so the great king will definitely attach great importance to it. I know. Chofu coldly said, he beheaded a junior general by my side on the street to give me a show of strength and a warning. He wants to tell me that as long as he wants to, there's no one he can't behead, the vassal prince of Annan sneered. The Crown Prince is powerful, so it's inappropriate for us to directly clash with him. Mr. Liu sighed and said, I hope Lord Vassal Prince will think thrice before doing anything. Chofu nodded. I will have to trouble Mr. Liu to think of a strategy for this matter. Mr. Liu nodded. Let me go back and think for a night before informing Lord Vassal Prince tomorrow. Suddenly hearing his mother's voice from outside the door, Chofu waved his hand to dismiss Mr. Liu. Princess Anam Wu Hongma personally walked in with a bowl of ginseng soup and handed it to her son. She looked at him with heartache and said, Fu you've lost a lot of weight. The campaign must have been very tiring. It wasn't tiring, mother. Chofu pulled his mother to sit down and looked at her seriously. I've already heard about younger sister's matter, but I haven't figured out the specifics. Can mother tell me the details? At the mention of Huiyin, Princess Anam couldn't help but burst into tears. She grabbed her son's hand and sobbed, Fu you have to avenge your younger sister. Your younger sister truly died too tragically. Wu Hongma gnashed her teeth at the mention of Huiyin. It's all that crown princess's fault. It was that slut who harmed my daughter. Thus, she carefully recounted the entire incident to Cho Fu from beginning to end. When she reached the part where the crown princess didn't hesitate to crush Nian Kui's soul in order to kill Huiyin, Wu Hongma burst into tears again. That slut wouldn't even let off your disfigured younger sister. When we met in Xianxia Valley, she actually despicably injured your younger sister again during the competition. She used some kind of witchcraft to bewitch His Highness the Crown Prince and actually instigated His Highness to burn your heavily injured younger sister to death. Ah, my Huiyin, my poor daughter. You're going to die so miserably. I want to avenge your sister. I want to poison that damned crown princess. I want to poison her to death. Who would have thought that she was a person who was proficient in medicine? Not only did she see through me, she even arrested your cousin Xiaosu and locked her up in prison for a whole month. Thinking of this, Wu Hongma couldn't help but feel sad. She cried for a while. Your cousin was finally released from prison 2 days ago. But, is she still human? You didn't see it. Your cousin is so skinny, she's so pitiful. I really don't have the face to face your uncle anymore. I'm the one who harmed Xiaosu. It's me. Mother. Fu reached out to hold his mother's shoulder and hurriedly comforted her. Don't be sad. I'll find a way to resolve this matter. A cold glint flitted across Fu's eyes. Although I didn't see that crown princess today, I did experience her vicious methods. According to my subordinates' replies, if it weren't for the fact that the crown princess wholeheartedly wanted to kill Nian Chong, the crown prince probably wouldn't have made a move against Nian Chong. He also wouldn't have thought of taking advantage of the situation to accuse me. I said that she's a demoness who brings disaster to the country and the people. His Highness the Crown Prince was captivated by her beauty, Wu Hongma fiercely said. Fu's eyes flashed. This vixen. Don't be fooled by her young age, she's a complete seductress. She's very despicable. A demoness? A cold glint flashed past. Demonesses should be dealt with as soon as possible to avoid bringing disaster to the human world. Fuer. Vassal King Consort Wu put away her sorrowful mood and wiped her reddened eyes before smiling at Fu. Speaking of which, you are already 25 years old this year. Mom has chosen several young ladies for you, planning to hold a flower-admiring banquet and invite them over. At that time, you can take a look and tell Mom if you fancy any of them. No need, Mom. Fu shook his head dryly. This son already has a vassal prince consort candidate in mind. Oh? Princess Anam was taken aback before asking with a smile, which family's young lady caught my proud son's fancy? It's Commandery Princess Ian, mother. What? That Jinx? Princess Anam's expression changed, and she quickly shook her head in denial. No. You cannot marry that Jinx who has lost both her parents. Perhaps she will bring disaster to our vassal king of Anan's estate. Her fate is too tenacious. You cannot marry her. Besides, she doesn't have any family background, so she is of no help to you. That Marquis of Su'en's estate is managed by her aunt, so it has nothing to do with her. Mother, as long as the Queen Dowager stands behind her, what does a mere Marquis of Su'en's estate amount to? Wu Hongma sighed and said with a nod, that's true. The Queen Dowager does like her a lot, but unfortunately, her fate is still too tenacious. What will we do if she jinxes Mom and your father in the future? Mother, if you are still worried, you can go find Honghai Temple's Abbot Konghui after she marries in and ask for several Buddhist seals to suppress her. Mother, it seems that no noble daughter is as honorable as her. Fu's eyes turned as he said, the one this son is marrying should naturally be the best in this world. Wu Hongma smiled with pursed red lips as she said with a nod, child, you are right. Then we will proceed with the flower-admiring banquet and invite Ian as well. My Chiao section break, bang. 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 Mo Lian had just knocked on the door of the secret chamber and let his little wife out. They hadn't even sat down to eat breakfast when they heard the sound of wind whistling and fighting coming from outside the door. Why is it you? Audacious fellow, how dare you trespass into our eastern palace? Huifeng let out 2 strange cries from outside before falling silent. An incomparably swift voice flitted inside with a whoosh, and he sat down in front of Mo Lian at once. Jojo, I'm Duan Yu. Do you remember me? Duan Yu pointed at himself with one hand and propped up his chin with the other as he gazed at Arbor's expressionless face. Arbor was gnawing on a pancake when a few more sounds of fighting came from outside. Prince Mo raised his eyebrows with a half-smile. Only to see Sitayi's figure flash as he also ran in. Good morning, little junior sister. Senior brother, I haven't eaten breakfast yet. Just in time, let's eat together. Mo Lian chuckled as he looked at these 2 fellows who had come uninvited. You 2 have trespassed into this prince's eastern palace. What, are you thinking of rebelling? Mo Lian curled her lips mockingly. What rebellion? We are here to see little junior sister, Jojo, the two answered in unison. Huifeng and the others rushed in while panting and wiping the sweat on their foreheads. Your Highness. All right, you all can leave. These two mentally deranged fellows still had a sense of propriety in their attacks. Otherwise, Huifeng and the others would have been beaten to the ground long ago. Huifeng harumphed and cupped his hands before quickly retreating with his men. Hubby, cultivate. Arbor sternly gazed at this man who dug her out of her cultivation ground early in the morning. So annoying. He kept hindering her from cultivating and she couldn't hit him. If she bit him, it would be a bit uncomfortable. Mo Lian imperceptibly twitched her mouth and ordered someone to scoop a bowl of porridge over. She stirred it with a spoon and coaxed her with a grin, wait a bit. Go cultivate in the afternoon. The mystic energy inside is denser. Jojo, Jojo. Little junior sister, how are you? Situi drank 2 mouthfuls of porridge before looking at her with chopsticks. Senior brother thinks that it's better to invite someone from Celestial Medicine Valley to take a look at your condition. Oh, that second doe, he's the disciple of Celestial Medicine Valley's Valley Master. His medical skills definitely can't be wrong. No need. Prince Mo coldly waved his hand in refusal. I've already invited a physician over. He'll examine her after breakfast. After saying this, he turned her small face around and fed her a mouthful of warm porridge. Little junior sister, you've really lost a lot of weight. Can you tell me what you encountered in that mystic realm? Situi asked curiously. She doesn't even remember you. What else can she remember? Duan Yu irritably pushed Situi aside and stuck his face in front of Arbor. He kept calling out, Jojo, Jojo, look at me. I'm Duan Yu. Duan Yu, do you still remember me? His name is Duan Yu, Mo Lian said as she fed the little fellow. Duan Yu, Arbor repeated. Duan Yu nearly jumped up in joy. She remembers me, she remembers me. You're a clown sent by monkeys, right? She only casually said your name, idiot. Mo Lian and Situi both glanced at him with disdain. His name is Senior Brother Situ. Senior Brother Situ. Arbor spoke as if he was a little monk chanting scriptures. The corners of Situi's mouth twitched as he silently glanced at Mo Lian. Mo Lian said calmly, if I don't say that, she won't know how to address me. So your name is Hubby? The two of them asked in unison. That's right. If I'm not your husband, then what am I? Mo Lian shamelessly replied. Duan Yu grumpily glanced at him. Afterwards, he propped up his chin with one hand and tilted his head to say, I wonder what kind of drug Jojo was fed to make him recognize us. The three of them looked at each other and sighed. After breakfast, the group of physicians that Mo Lian called over checked Arbor's pulse one by one, but when they left, all of them were frowning deeply. The crown princess was clearly healthy and didn't have any problems, so why did the crown prince stare at them with such a terrifying gaze every time? It was as if they hadn't diagnosed the crown princess' illness at all. But she wasn't sick at all. Not sick? Prince Mo glared at the last physician and angrily demanded, all of you said she wasn't sick, so why can't you recognize her if she's not sick? She didn't hit her head before? Did you examine her clearly? That unlucky physician prostrated on the ground and repeatedly kowtowed, reporting to Your Highness, this official's diagnosis is the same as theirs. Your Highness, the crown princess really doesn't have any problems at all. Impossible. Duan Yu shouted as he pounded the table. It must be that you guys didn't detect anything. Duan Yu retorted angrily, a bunch of quacks, quacks. Quacks. The little fellow and the parrot chattered away and also shouted along with Duan Yu. Situi was a bit speechless, so he also suggested, how about I invite the Dou family's second brother Dou over to examine little junior sister. Sitting on the side, Xiaomu had long been annoyed to death from watching 17 to 18 physicians. When she saw them talking at this time, she quietly stood up by herself. After the trio discussed it, they decided that Situi would go to the Dou family to invite second brother Dou into the palace to treat Arbor. However, they discovered that the little lass had already disappeared. Mo Lian wanted to cry but had no tears. She ran into the bedroom's rear room alone to take a look and sighed after coming out. She went into closed-door cultivation. Go invite him tomorrow. She probably won't come out today. The main reason was that he was worried that if he went to harass her again, she would run off in anger and disappear without a trace. Situi burst out laughing. My heavens, little junior sister is so thirsty for cultivation. Ah. She ran off to cultivate just because you didn't pay attention to her for a few minutes. Mo Lian heaved a long sigh. How sullen must it be to have a wife who was so positive and diligent that she cultivated non-stop every day? What kind of medicine can make someone's head be filled with cultivation every day? Duan Yu blinked. It's too miraculous, don't you guys think so? Situi quickly interjected, could it be that we wronged that punk from Beijing Manor and it wasn't his fault at all? Or perhaps, Jojo ate the wrong thing in the mystic realm? You're the one who ate the wrong thing. Mo Lian and Duan Yu rolled their eyes at him irritably. Jojo isn't that stupid. Situi shrugged. Alright then. I'll invite second young Master Do over at this time tomorrow. Remember to let me pass and don't let me barge in again. It's very annoying. Mo Lian reluctantly agreed. After sending off the two gods of plague, Hu Weifeng's figure flashed and appeared in front of her again. Your Highness didn't attend morning court today, so you didn't know that several imperial censors had a direct confrontation with the vassal king of Anan. Mo Lian curled his lips in a spurious smile. How is it? Are the results out yet? The great king has accepted your suggestion. Today at the imperial court, it was announced that the vassal prince of Anan had rendered meritorious service in defeating northern Qi, but he also needed to be punished for his lax management of the army. Since the two sides offset each other, it could be considered neither meritorious nor demerit. In addition, the great king also issued an edict to demote one of his generals. The edict should have reached that person's residence by now. Mo Lian sneered, what about the princess of northern Qi? According to your wishes, the great king bestowed the northern Qi princess to the vassal prince of Anan. Mo Lian laughed heartily. Well done. I originally wanted to let it rot in my hands. How could there be such a beautiful thing in the world? He brought it back himself, so he should enjoy it well. I'm afraid the vassal prince won't take this lying down. Just wait and see. This princess won't live for much longer. Mo Lian sneered as she stood up and walked outside. Hu Weifeng's eyes brightened. Your Highness means that the vassal prince won't marry the princess of northern Qi? How could he be willing to marry a woman who can't help him at all? His heart is very wild. Huifeng pursed his lips. Then should this subordinate secretly send people to protect that unlucky princess of northern Qi? No need, Mo Lian said apathetically, the life and death of a princess of a small kingdom is unrelated to us. He was so disgusted by the vassal prince of Anan that he had secretly investigated him. He had long known that this vassal prince wanted to shove the northern Qi princess into his hands. Haha, could there be anything in this world that would go as he wished? Wishful thinking. He even wanted to shove a woman into his hands. If he didn't make this vassal prince of Anan a mess, his name wouldn't be Mo Lian. Mo Lian sneered, do you think we don't know about the vassal prince of Anan's little tricks these past few years? I'm afraid he won't have the life to enjoy what he wants. In the future, what would be handed over to you was a lifetime of peace and eternal well-being. Some people had been at the top for too long and seemed to have long forgotten what their names were and what their true identities were. Then there was no harm in reminding them properly. In this world, not everyone could be provoked at will. Hu Weifeng's eyes flickered, and he quickly followed the crown prince out. After taking 2 steps, he looked back strangely. Your Highness, could it be that the crown princess went into closed-door cultivation again? The crown prince didn't want to pay attention to him at all. This guy was just too talkative and kept stabbing him in the heart. So infuriating, my Qiao section break, the next day. As expected, second young Master Do followed Situi to the Eastern Palace. After seeing His Highness the Crown Prince abandoned them and led out a reluctant arbor. Hubby, cultivate. Duan Yu face-bombed. These were the words he heard the most these past 2 days. Mo Lian also coughed exasperatedly before pulling over her small hand and saying, okay, cultivate. After I finish taking your pulse and have breakfast, I'll let you continue cultivating, okay? Arbor creased his brows and sat upright on a stool on the side, glaring at second Do with large eyes. Quack. Hurry up. Situi quickly coughed to cover his laughter and quickly stood up to say to second Do, Please don't take offense, second young master. Our little junior sister has been cultivating excessively these past 2 days, so her mind isn't very clear. You're not thinking clearly, Arbor said. Situi turned around and looked at Arbor with a smile. Junior sister, what's my name? Senior brother Situ. Arbor had an expression that said, you think I'm an idiot? Didn't her husband tell her this name 2 days ago? How could she forget it? Second Do frowned slightly and turned to look at Situi. Duan Yu chortled, Second Do, let me tell you. Actually, Jojo wasn't scolding you just now. It's just that in the past 2 days, we casually told her that a group of people with the name Quack would be coming to take her pulse. So, just now, she was actually just calling your name. Second Do, what else could he say about this bunch of weirdos? Crown Princess, please give me your hand. Second Do knitted his brows as he took Arbor's pulse. His eyes occasionally glanced at the small, wooden face that was close at hand. It's very normal. Second Do looked at Mo Lian and the others in confusion. Why were these 3 people looking at him with disappointed expressions? This little crown princess's body really couldn't be any more normal, alright. Quack. Arbor jumped down from the stool and pattered towards the back room with small steps. She didn't even feel like looking at those people. What's the crown princess going to do? Second Do was puzzled. Duan Yu rolled his eyes and said, to cultivate. She's been like this these past few days, diligently cultivating every day. She doesn't care about worldly affairs and only cultivates. As they spoke, the 4 people shockingly discovered that waves of mystic energy were surging towards the back room. Clumps of fist-sized profound energy flowed into the Eastern Palace's training ground. Jojo is about to break through, right? Duan Yu exclaimed. This little fellow was truly an oddball. She was actually about to break through to level 14 cultivation at her age. The Queen Dowager, who was drinking tea in the rear garden and chatting cheerfully with the Countess of Jianan, suddenly looked up with a frown in the direction of the Eastern Palace. This is? The Queen Dowager stood up abruptly and exclaimed in pleasant surprise, someone is breaking through in the Eastern Palace. From the looks of it, they are about to step into level 14 mystic cultivation. Could it be His Highness the Crown Prince? Fenggu also exclaimed in delight. The Queen Dowager shook her head and gazed meaningfully at Fenggu. She then asked with a faint smile, what cultivation do you think the Crown Prince has? What cultivation could His Highness the Crown Prince have? Fenggu looked at the Queen Dowager in bewilderment. Why did she feel like the Queen Dowager was implying that His Highness the Crown Prince's cultivation was higher than the Queen Dowager's? Could it be that His Highness the Crown Prince has already reached level 15, the pinnacle of mystic cultivation? You are too naive. Level 15 is only the pinnacle of the mystic realm. The Queen Dowager shook her head with a chuckle. She had long realized that she had never seen through her grandson's cultivation. Ever since he was born, the Crown Prince's cultivation had always been above the mystic realm. As for what realm it was exactly, she had never asked, and the Crown Prince naturally had never told her. Then who is breaking through in the Eastern Palace? Fenggu asked curiously. The Queen Dowager smiled with pursed lips and then sat down calmly with her teacup. I heard that the Crown Prince carried my youngest granddaughter-in-law back to the Eastern Palace these past 2 days. It seems like she has been tormenting herself in cultivation. Fenggu's mouth instantly turned round. No way, no way. The young Crown Princess is only 15 years old. She hasn't reached marriageable age yet. The Queen Dowager smiled even more heartily. The Countess of Jianan commented with a smile, the Crown Princess is truly amazing. She truly is one of a kind in this world for her cultivation to be so high at such a young age. The Queen Dowager was grinning from ear to ear. When Ian, who had come over with tea, saw this, her expression involuntarily stiffened before forcing a smile. Did something good happen for the Queen Dowager to be so happy? Fenggu nodded with a smile as she took the saucer from Commandery Princess Ian's hand. The Queen Dowager said that the young Crown Princess had broken through in the Eastern Palace. To be able to break through to the 14th level of cultivation before reaching marriageable age is truly commendable. When Ian heard this, her breathing stopped slightly. Afterwards, she quickly revealed an extremely unnatural smile. Is that so? That's truly incredible. Fenggu did not notice the change in her expression. She smiled and nodded as she served the tea. Yes, it's really amazing. The Countess of Jian and glanced at Commandery Princessy and indifferently before retracting her gaze without leaving a trace. After Yan left, the Queen Dowager gazed at her back before asking the Madam of the Count of Jian and with a chuckle, how was it? Last time, that fellow can be considered to have officially met Yan. The Countess of Jian replied with a smile, many thanks for the Queen Dowager's favor. Although the Commandery Princess is good, it can't be helped that fellow Dao already has someone he likes. Oh? The Queen Dowager was startled, not expecting the Countess of Jianan to reject her first. It's the Li family's third Miss Xiao, the Queen Dowager then smiled. But that one? The third young miss of the Assistant Minister of the Office of Imperial Banquets? Right, it's her. The Countess of Jianan confirmed with a smile. We've already matched their horoscopes, and the two are very compatible. We plan to choose a suitable date for the two families to discuss and officially decide. The Queen Dowager nodded with a smile. That's pretty good. I have to congratulate the Countess. Fenggu, go to my jewelry box and choose 2 items suitable for young ladies to send to the Li family's third miss. The Countess of Jianan chuckled. This subject thanks Your Majesty the Queen Dowager on behalf of her daughter-in-law. Less than an hour later, the Queen Dowager sent someone to escort the Countess of Jianan out. The Queen Dowager rubbed her forehead tiredly. Fenggu's face sank, and she commented in displeasure, this Countess of Jianan really doesn't know what's good for her. Your Majesty the Queen Dowager sincerely wants to marry Commandery Princessy and to their Count of Jian's estate, yet she doesn't appreciate it and even set up a marriage for young Master Pei so quickly? Your Majesty the Queen Dowager, this servant has also heard of that Li family's third miss. I heard that previously, Her Majesty Consort Qing had intended to marry this third miss into the great king's son's estate as a noble concubine. But for some reason, this Miss Li actually fell ill and missed the auspicious hour, so this marriage fell through just like that. I really didn't expect that she would actually latch onto the Count of Jian's estate's young master. This Count of Jian's family isn't afraid that they will disgust Her Majesty Consort Qing. Sigh. The Queen Dowager waved her hand. The Countess is good at running a household and is smart and far-sighted. No wonder the Count of Jianan has valued her so much all these years. After these 2 encounters, she must have seen through something. En is arrogant and prideful, so she won't settle down even if we force her to marry into the Count of Jian's estate. It is pardonable that the Countess doesn't fancy such a daughter-in-law. Forget it, let's wait and see. It's just a pity that sigh. The Queen Dowager sighed and waved her hand tiredly. Help me back to my room to lie down. Has the Queen Dowager's chronic back pain flared up again? I will go inform the Royal Physician Building. Alright, I already said it's an old ailment. Can those royal physicians treat me? The two left as they spoke. One day later, everyone in the imperial house was stunned by the commotion in the Eastern Palace. The profound energy that flew above the Eastern Palace in batches was so dense that it almost formed a nebula pattern. Who could be so awesome in breaking through? It had already been a full day and night, alright. The dense profound energy seemed to have covered the entire Eastern Palace with a layer of white mist, making it impossible for anyone to see the situation inside. The men sent by the great king and empress to the Eastern Palace were sent back by Prince Mo. The people who returned only told the great king that the crown princess is breaking through. Don't worry, everything is normal. Was this normal? A normal person would need a day and a night to break through? She must have sucked in all the profound energy around Guanlon City. It's nothing. It's normal. The Empress Dowager felt better after a good night's sleep. She had the energy to eat sweet cakes again. Seeing this, Fenggu tried to persuade her, Empress Dowager, the imperial physician said that you can't eat too much of this. I can't eat this, I can't eat that. What else can we eat? The Empress Dowager said indignantly, don't listen to their nonsense. We only live for a short 100 years. We should eat and drink as we should. Boom. The Queen Dowager immediately jumped up from her stool. Who? What's going on? Could it be that some blind rebel army had barged into the royal palace? Soon, a reporting hidden guard floated in and coughed lightly. It's nothing, Your Majesty the Empress Dowager. His Highness the Crown Prince ordered this subordinate to inform you that the Crown Princess is currently at a critical juncture in her breakthrough, so any abnormal sounds are normal. The Empress Dowager and Fenggu looked at each other in dismay. It wasn't until noon that a blinding light shot out from the Eastern Palace's bedchamber and soared into the clouds like a pillar of light. The Empress Dowager and the Great King couldn't sit still and hastily rushed to the Eastern Palace, encountering each other at the entrance. The moment he stepped through the door, he saw a strange sight. Those layers of mystic energy were like a waterspout that poured into the Eastern Palace's bedchamber. Then, the clouds and mist dissipated, and the sky became clear and bright. A plain-colored figure abruptly jumped out of the roof. With a long whistle, the figure flew like a streak of white light to a tree several meters away with a whoosh. With a fling of her hand, several earth spirits smashed down, and a series of rumbling noises were heard. The soil under the tree rolled and tumbled, twisting into the shape of a long snake. With a smack, it slammed into a thick and solid tree, instantly snapping the tree in half and crashing to the ground with a boom. The Empress Dowager and the Great King, haha, Jojo, you successfully broke through. Duan Yu guffawed as he looked up at the cold-faced little girl. Why are you here? The little girl looked down at him and suddenly appeared in front of him with a flash. Didn't I already arrive here yesterday? Duan Yu looked at her in bewilderment. Jojo, you didn't forget who I am again, right? Duan Yu, your core ravaging thunder is quite useful. That's right, the jade heavenly thunder I gave you last time is even more. Duan Yu's eyes suddenly widened. You? What did you just say? You remember the core ravaging thunder? Then you? You know who I am? You are Duan Yu. Arbor looked at Duan Yu as if he was looking at a clown. He narrowed his eyes and surveyed the surroundings. Why am I here? Wasn't this the Eastern Palace? Why did she run to the Eastern Palace for no reason? Shouldn't she be inside the Mystic Beast Forest secret realm? She raised her hand and subconsciously massaged her throbbing little head. Her memory kept flipping back and suddenly stopped at the giant ape's big grinning face. She remembered, it was this giant ape that had tricked her. It had snatched the disaster-courting talisman that she had just finished drawing and stuck it on her. A certain person gloomily looked inside herself. When she saw that her realm had unknowingly soared to the entry stage of level 14 Mystic Cultivator, her small mouth instantly formed an O shape. Actually, she didn't even know how she managed to cultivate. This was because even though she was awake now, she couldn't remember anything that had happened while the disaster-courting talisman was in effect. The little fellow pursed his lips and didn't say anything for a while. He stood there in a daze for a while. Mo Lian leaped over. Jojo. Little junior sister. Situi chuckled as he ran over. Congratulations, congratulations. Little junior sister, you have already become a level 14 Mystic Cultivator. Senior brother Situ, you are also here. Arbor returned to her senses and nodded at him. Afterwards, she pattered to Mo Lian's side with a taut face. Mo Lian, when did I come back? You are. Mo Lian paused and looked at her in disbelief. Jojo, you remembered me? These people were so dumb. What did he mean by she remembered him? He looked at her with some surprise and some melancholy. This little fellow remembered his name. She was Mo Lian and not her husband, ah? Little junior sister, have you recovered your memory? Situi bounced in front of him and pointed at his nose as he asked, what about me? What's my name? Situi. Arbor rolled her eyes at him with a look at an idiot expression. Situi rubbed his nose. That's right. My name is Situi. His name was finally not senior brother Situ, little junior sister, that's great. You've finally recovered. Situi chuckled. You don't know how worried we were when you lost your memory. When did I lose my memory? Arbor glanced at them expressionlessly. I didn't lose my memory. Wasn't it just her memory being sealed by the disaster-courting talisman? She would never tell anyone about this, not even Mo Lian. She would never tell anyone that she was the one who drew the disaster-courting talisman and got herself into bloody trouble. It was too embarrassing. When she thought about how she had lost her 5 senses and memories because of the disaster-courting talisman, and how she might have wandered around the forest like a fool, she wanted to catch the giant ape and give it a good beating. Emolian sighed softly and went forward to hold her little hand. Jojo, look at you. You don't remember anything before yesterday again? Nothing happened before yesterday. The little fellow raised her head proudly and suddenly narrowed her eyes. Her gaze swept towards the roof and she threw Emolian's hand away before she flew up with a whoosh. Come out. Everyone was stunned for a moment, not understanding why she had flown up to the sky. But very quickly, they saw a big furry head peeking out from the edge of the roof. The great ape laid there and looked at her with a pair of small eyes. It grinned widely and gave her a silly smile. Great! This fellow still dared to appear in front of her. Arbor flew in front of it with a whoosh and without another word, she raised her little fist and punched it. Who told you to trick me? Who told you to force me to cultivate? Who told you to trick me? Pow, pow, pow. Arbor's small fists landed on the giant ape's head like raindrops. Along the way, the giant ape should have been secretly tailing him, but it didn't show itself. Looking at its wretched appearance, Arbor understood everything. Even after using the disaster-courting talisman on her, he was still worried and kept an eye on her to see if she was cultivating properly. Hee, let's see if I can't beat this guy to death. The giant ape hurriedly used its thick and strong arms to hold its head, nimbly jumping around the eaves, climbing up the tree for a while, and sliding down while hugging the tree. That pitiful tree bent down under the weight of its huge body. Empress Zhao stared at the scene in front of her, dumbfounded. She pressed her head and moved her body. What is this? Get down here. The crown princess was climbing up and down the tree, fighting with a big monkey. That scene was beautiful no matter how one looked at it. Arbor flew down with a whoosh. Emolian hurriedly walked over and pulled her little hand. She naturally raised her sleeve to wipe the sweat on her head. All right. Stop fighting. Come and greet grandmother. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the giant ape also landed on the ground, and it followed Xiaomu with its chubby legs. Arbor turned her head and glared at it fiercely, only to see the latter grinning cheekily and opening its big mouth. Grandmother, this is my Jojo. Emolian walked up to the Queen Dowager while holding the little fellow's hand and smiled at her. Emolian squeezed the little fellow's hand and gave her a look that said, "Call me grandmother." Arbor blinked as she looked at the benevolent-looking elderly lady and called out crisply, "Grandmother." Good. The Queen Dowager pulled Arbor over with a grin and examined her closely. Good child, let grandmother take a good look. Fenggu, look at how well born this child is. Fenggu also laughed while covering her mouth. Isn't that so? The crown princess really is like a little fairy that has descended from the heavens. If this old servant were to run into you on the streets, I might even think that I was seeing things. How could anyone be born so well in this world? Although the little fellow's face was stoic, she was still blushing from their praise. Ha. The Queen Dowager nodded with a smile. She pulled Arbor's hand and stuffed an interspatial ring into her hand. Good child, grandmother learned from the crown prince that you are skilled in pharmacology and can refine pills at such a young age. You are truly amazing. This is a meager meeting gift that grandmother prepared for you. Just take it. Arbor's eyes flickered when she looked down. This was a rare and precious interspatial ring in the lower star domain. She had only obtained one from teacher Long Chiyun before. When the king and queen saw this, they couldn't help but open their mouths in shock. It seemed that mother was quite satisfied with this granddaughter-in-law. Grandmother, this is too precious, I. The Queen Dowager patted Arbor's small hand and said with a chuckle, there are some spiritual flowers and herbs inside that I collected when I was young and adventurous outside. They are of no use to me, so I am giving them to you. You can use them to their fullest potential. Don't decline. This is grandmother's small token of appreciation for you. If you don't take it, grandmother will be unhappy. When Commandery Princess Ian, who was standing behind the Queen Dowager, saw this, she clenched her handkerchief tightly and lowered her head with pursed lips. Xiao, accept it. Emolian advised with a smile. All right then, I'll give it to grandmother after I refine a good pill. Arbor nodded and put the interspatial ring into his inner world. Ah, that's right. The old lady was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. She smiled and nodded. At this moment, the great king finally found a chance to interrupt. Ahem, Crown Princess. What exactly happened in the Mystic Beast Forest secret realm a while ago? Why were so many of you sent out in advance? Arbor faintly glanced at the Great King. Suddenly, his fingers moved and he took out a defensive profound artifact that looked like a thumb ring. With a swing of his hand, he threw it towards the Great King. I don't know. The secret realm suddenly collapsed. Before I left, I picked up several things, so I'll give this defensive mystic artifact to the Great King, Arbor said expressionlessly. The Great King was startled by her action at the beginning, but when he scooped up that defensive mystic artifact, he turned it over and over to examine it admiringly. Good stuff, this was good stuff. This defensive mystic artifact should also contain a trace of fire spiritual energy, so it should be a beginner-level spiritual artifact. This is indeed not bad. The Queen Dowager nodded in praise after taking a look. Great King, you can wear it at all times. Okay. The Great King was also amused and nodded repeatedly with a smile. When Arbor saw Empress Zhao looking in her direction, she thought for a moment before pulling out Wei Nanshu's gem-studded dagger from her waist and tossing it to Empress Zhao. For you to defend yourself. One had to know that Wei Nanshu was very resentful towards this spiritual weapon dagger because it was indeed a pretty good item. Empress Zhao held the dagger and examined it. At first, she felt that this dagger was rather beautiful, but then she realized that it was actually a spiritual weapon dagger, so she glanced at Arbor with a complicated gaze. I can also use the spiritual weapon? Empress Zhao couldn't help but ask. You can, Imperial Mother. After this kind of spiritual weapon recognizes its master, it will automatically suppress to a cultivation realm suitable for you. Mo Lian nodded and explained, although it can't display the spiritual weapon's full power after being suppressed, at least 60% of its power can be retained. But isn't that a waste? Empress Zhao softly muttered. It was quite melancholy. Her cultivation realm had always been around level 5 mystic cultivator for many years. It wasn't that she didn't work hard enough, but that her constitution and aptitude determined whether she could walk further on her path in the future. She was the type of person with mediocre aptitude among mystic cultivators. Being able to enter level 5 mystic cultivator realm was already considered her limit. The Empress Dowager said with a smile, Little fellow, you gave all the good things to your royal father and mother, so what do you have left? Arbor took out that mystic weapon bow and patted it. This is enough for me. Heh, she still had a large pile of odds and ends contributed by the giant ape. She threw them into her inner world and didn't even look at them carefully. That mystic realm was seriously too dangerous. It collapsed just like that. Fortunately, nothing happened to you. The Empress Dowager held her small hand and said, Right, what did you do just now? Advanced to the entry level of level 14 Great Mystic Cultivator, right? Arbor nodded, and the Great King and Empress Zhao gaped at the same time, looking at Arbor as if they were looking at a little monster from outer space. Their daughter-in-law was only 15 years old, but her cultivation had already reached level 14. How could they, who had mediocre aptitude, endure this? After sending off the Empress Dowager, the Great King, the Queen, and the others, many concubines in the palace came one after another to send gifts to congratulate the Crown Princess on her advancement in cultivation. Arbor was too lazy to meet them. He only ordered people to accept the gifts and sent the people from the various palaces back. Now that the four of them had moved into the small courtyard, they finally had time to chat. Duan Yu asked curiously, Jojo, do you really not remember what happened in the Mystic Beast Forest these few days? As far as I know, you were sent out less than half a month after you entered. In other words, you've been wandering outside for more than 10 days. Could it be that you've been cultivating in the Mystic Beast Forest every day? Our dear Duan Yu really hit the nail on the head. Arbor pulled a long face and pretended to be disdainful as he said, How is that possible? Don't talk nonsense. I was just beating up beasts in the forest and collecting crystal cores. Nothing else. Situi sneaked a glance at her and suddenly asked, Then what about that phoenix egg you picked up? Take it out for us to see. What phoenix egg? When did she pick up some phoenix egg? There. Situi pointed at Arbor and asked, Isn't that right? Isn't that right? You were tested out in one try? You just forgot. You don't even remember something as important as you picking up a phoenix egg, little junior sister. Arbor nearly broke her facade. The corner of her mouth imperceptibly twitched, but her small face remained taut. Indeed, Arbor herself had already discovered that she had completely forgotten everything that happened in the past 15 days after the rapid cultivation talisman was stuck on her. This was probably the curse's side effect. But she just wouldn't tell them that she had forgotten. She would rather die than admit that she had wandered around the forest like an idiot for so many days and even foolishly forgot everything that happened during that period of time. It was so humiliating. Cough. Arbor sank into her inner world to take a look. Sure enough, she strangely discovered that there really was a large resplendent golden-red egg lying inside her inner world. She took out the egg and flung it in front of Situi and the others. What kind of phoenix egg is this? It's just a large-sized egg. Pfft. Situi spat out a mouthful of tea. Duanyu, who was sitting across from him, nimbly opened a folding fan in his hand, which blocked all of his tea. His handsome face instantly darkened, and he grumbled, Situi, what are you spitting for? So filthy. Miss Chow also waved her small hand in disdain. At this time, she heard that egg indignantly yell, you're the large-sized egg, your whole family is made of eggs. What are you saying? Arbor's small face darkened. She sat there and stared at the egg with a dignified air, casually summoning Qingwan. Qingwan had long been impatient to come out. The moment he came out, he looked at her in pleasant surprise and exclaimed, Master, Master, you finally woke up. Miss Chow glared at him warningly. I've been very clear-headed the entire time. Haha, his tsundere little master was willing to suffer because of her pride. It seemed like she didn't want to admit that she had been tricked by the rapid cultivation talisman she drew before. Qingwan immediately understood and quickly beamed like a flower. Right, little master, you've been especially clear-headed the entire time. You've been especially diligent in cultivating during this period of time, so you just couldn't be bothered with them. That's right. Arbor nodded and coughed lightly before pointing at that egg and asking, what's going on with this egg? The corner of Qingwan's mouth twitched, then she vividly described what happened that day. When she talked about how Arbor was walking in the forest and was almost hit by a phoenix egg, the three men present all looked at her with strange gazes. This is the good fortune accumulated from 10 lifetimes, Situi muttered in a low voice. Tell me, who would be able to walk in the forest and get smashed by a phoenix egg for no reason? Only this strange child could do that. Then Master kicked the egg away. The egg really wanted to follow Master, so it ran all the way here. Qingwan summarized the matter simply, mainly focusing on 2 points. Firstly, the owner didn't want the egg. Secondly, Eggy had insisted on following her. The 3 men were speechless. Hee. What egg? You're an egg. Your whole family is an egg. This seat said, this seat is the ancient Bloodfire great god. You mere mortals dare to look down on this seat like this. Wait until this seat recovers his true phoenix body, this seat will teach you a lesson. Arbor stretched out her leg to kick it, but who knew that the egg would roll especially fast and slip behind Mo Lian in a roll. It shouted angrily, you kicked me again, you kicked me again. The egg was so heartbroken. Why did it follow such an unreliable master? Oh, that's right, little master, Chirpy is awake, Qingwan hurriedly said. Arbor was a little stunned and kept muttering in her heart, this disaster-courting talisman caused her to miss so many things. Even if she stubbornly refused to admit it, how could these 3 men in front of her not know that she really had forgotten what happened in the Mystic Beast Forest, but seeing that she was determined not to say anything, they could only make up their minds not to ask. Mo Lian coughed lightly, chuckled, and changed the topic. Jojo, this is great. Little Fatty is also awake, so you can be at ease in the future. Arbor fished out the little white squirrel and rubbed its head. The little squirrel happily rubbed against her hand and turned to glare at Mo Lian. Who's little Fatty? You. Mo Lian reached out and abruptly picked up its tail, turning it upside down. She looked at it with a grin and said, you seem to have the aura of a sacred beast on you, although it's so faint that it's almost undetectable. But you are a little strange. The little white squirrel hastily tucked its tail between its legs and shook its small body, kicking its limbs wildly as it wailed, "Masta, Masta, little Masta. Ah. There's a big brother demon here who wants to catch me." Xiao Mu's mouth twitched as she slapped away Mo Lian's hand. She then picked up this little fat squirrel and placed it on her knees. She cast the man an irritated glance. "Don't bully it all the time." Seeing that the little fat squirrel was about to dig its little claws into the little fellow's chest, Mo Lian's cold eyes narrowed, and she directly picked it up again and flung it outside. Piu, Qing Yuan covered her mouth and snickered. "Masta." The little fat squirrel pitifully ran over to her with tears in its eyes. Under Mo Lian's oppressive gaze, how would he dare to randomly climb onto Master? He could only bear with that man's terrifying gaze and jump onto the little fellow's shoulder. He then obediently crouched there, petrified and motionless. Arbor propped up her chin with both hands and sighed. "Stop fooling around. I'm vexed." Mo Lian saw that she looked tired and reached out to rub her head. "Jojo, if you're tired, go back to your room and rest. Recently, you've been cultivating all day long. You haven't been able to eat or sleep well. You really need to recuperate for a while, okay?" Mo Lian said softly. Arbor nodded. She still had to make time to go home. Her parents were probably worried about her. Thump, thump, thump. The giant ape moved its thick buttocks, walked to her side, and sat down. Xiaomu swept it a glance and didn't happily respond to it in a huff. "Jojo, where did you get this ape?" Duanyu was dying of curiosity. Jojo refused to talk about it. She must have had a lot of things happen after she came out of the Arcana land. Darling Qiao snorted and glanced at the giant ape. "Him? I picked it up in the forest." The three of them immediately looked at her as if they were looking at a god. Could this child be any more outlandish? She randomly wandered around the forest for a few days, and not only did she pick up a phoenix egg, but she also picked up a powerful giant ape? "Why didn't I pick up anything when I went to the Mystic Beast Forest for training?" Situi asked with a melancholy expression. "Ha ha ha." Duanyu couldn't resist guffawing. "Can you compare to our Jojo? Our Chow Chow is a person who was born with great luck." Situi rubbed his nose and nodded in agreement. "That is indeed the case." "Oh, right, little junior sister, do you still remember?" Before Situi could finish speaking, he saw Duanyu and Mo Lian simultaneously glaring at him. Ahem. Situi pretended to cough and then stopped talking. "Remember what?" Arbor couldn't help but look at him in confusion when he paused mid-sentence. Situi sent the two of them a look before continuing, do you still remember Beijing Manor's young master Ding Yan?" Arbor expressionlessly looked at her senior brother Situ and shook her head in less than 2 seconds, her aloof face devoid of any emotion. "I don't know him." Duanyu wanted to laugh, but he also felt some sympathy for that pitiful young master Ding. Jojo had probably been transported out of the Mystic Beast Forest secret realm, so she was completely oblivious to everything that had happened during this period of time until today. Arbor furrowed her brows in contemplation. "Who is it? Do I know him?" Mo Lian reached out to pinch her small face. "Don't think about it if you don't know him. He's merely an idle person." Situi sighed softly. "Little junior sister, then don't think about it." "Alright, Jojo should be tired, you guys hurry up and leave. I won't be seeing you out." Mo Lian directly ordered them to leave. She stood up and pulled Xiao Qiao's small hand, dragging her towards the bedchamber. "Jojo, sleep and rest well. What do you want to eat later?" "Mo Lian, do you smell a stench?" As the little fellow walked, she carelessly tugged at his sleeve and sniffed it. Mo Lian, he leaned close to her ear and whispered, "You haven't bathed for many days. It's your body that stinks. Every time I call you to bathe together, you always tell me to cultivate, cultivate, cultivate." Arbor, Duanyu propped up his chin with one hand and sighed as he watched the two leave, glued to each other like glue. "They're about to get married, right?" Situi watched the two leave hand in hand and chuckled with his arms crossed. "Looking closely, they're quite compatible, aren't they?" Duanyu merely stood there and gazed into the distance, not speaking for a long time. Situi looked back and sighed before patting Duanyu's shoulder. "Let's go, brother Duanyu. I'll treat you to a drink." Humph, why would a carefree person like me need to drown his sorrows in alcohol? Duan Yu brushed away his hand and stood up with a chuckle. However, accompanying you for a drink or two is also fine. You don't need to drown your sorrows in wine. Your sorrows are written in your eyes. Situi shook his head helplessly. The word love was really a disaster for the common people. Dividing line, our dear Xiao Mu slept for a long time. She slept for a whole day and night. When she woke up, it was already noon of the next day. She was actually able to sleep for so long. It was obvious that she was really tired. After a good night's sleep, Arbor felt much better. He kicked his legs and sat up from the bed. As soon as she moved, Xiaoyao pushed the door open and entered. She looked at her with a grin and called out, "Miss, you're finally awake." Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao excitedly put down the wash basin in her hands and ran to Arbor to hold her hands. "Miss, you finally recognize me. Yesterday, His Highness told me that you recovered, but I didn't believe it. Xiaoyao is really too happy to see that you're perfectly fine today. What could have happened to me?" Arbor stretched her small arms and legs with her hands on her hips. "Accompany me home today." Xiaoyao covered her mouth and laughed. "His Highness has already prepared a carriage and is waiting. Once Miss wakes up and has her meal, we can go home." Arbor sat down at the table and used her chopsticks to pick up a pastry and send it to her small mouth. When she turned around and saw Xiaoyao chuckling with her head lowered, Arbor couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you secretly laughing at?" "Nothing, nothing." She was thinking of how His Highness had fooled around with Miss during a meal. The Queen had caught them red-handed. Recalling His Highness's greasy hands made her grin from ear to ear. "It's weird." Xiaomu picked up another pastry and ate it. After drinking half a bowl of congee, she rubbed her small, round belly. "Where's Mo Lian? He hasn't come back yet. His Highness is discussing matters with a Mr. Shangguan in the study. They should be ending soon. Crown Princess, Commandery Princess Yin requests an audience." Xiao 11Z quickly walked in from outside. "Who is she?" Arbor quickly put down her bowl and chopsticks as she asked in confusion. Xiaoyao explained with a smile, "The day before yesterday, Commandery Princess Yin and the royal concubines from each palace sent gifts to congratulate Miss on her advancement." "Oh." Arbor wiped her small mouth and asked with a nod, "You've accepted them all?" "They've been stored in the small storeroom. Does Miss want to go over and take a look?" "No need." Arbor waved her small hand. "Aren't they all just worldly items? What's there to look at?" "That's true." Xiaoyao nodded. She knew that her miss had an abundance of good things on hand, so she naturally looked down on them. Xiao 11Z stood on the side for a long time. Seeing that the Crown Princess didn't respond, he couldn't help asking softly, "Does the Crown Princess want this servant to send the Commandery Princess away?" "Send her away." Arbor nodded. She didn't have the leisure to see this and that all day long. If she had the time, she might as well refine pills in peace. Xiao 11Z nodded and retreated. He then greeted Commandery Princess Yin with a smile, saying, "Please forgive me, Commandery Princess. Little Master is still resting. If there is anything, Commandery Princess might as well instruct this servant. When Little Master wakes up, this servant will pass on the message." Commandery Princess Yin was taken aback, as though she had not expected Arbor to reject her. Even if it was for the sake of the Empress Dowager, she wouldn't do such a disrespectful thing. This little crown princess really didn't know the ways of the world. Yin shook her head with a smile without showing any dissatisfaction on her face. "No need. Since the crown princess is still resting, I won't disturb her. I'll visit another day." "All right." Xiao 11Z beamed with joy and nodded. "Allow this servant to see the royal princess off." As Yin turned to leave, her gaze landed on the ceiling of the palace. This little crown princess might not be easy to deal with. "Princess, they don't even want to see us. Why do we have to come here and embarrass ourselves like this?" Sewer said indignantly as she followed behind her. "What do you know?" Yin cast her a tepid glance. "Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you emerge victorious in 100 battles. This crown princess is young, but she exudes an absolute oddity from head to toe." Yin clenched her fists. Her cultivation is too strange. In all my years, I have never seen someone who could break through to level 14 cultivation at the age of 15. It must be because His Highness the Crown Prince gave her many miracle pills. Su'er pursed her lips and said, I heard from other people that this kind of person who uses medicine to create a false cultivation realm is actually useless. Once it comes to actual combat, they can be beaten to a pulp at any time. Ian looked at her in amusement before saying with a shake of her head, that might not be the case. With the Crown Princess's cultivation, it can be considered exceptional. I suspect that she should have some special cultivation technique. Cultivation technique? Mystic technique? Mystic technique? Ian shook her head. It definitely isn't an ordinary mystic technique or cultivation technique. I suspect that she might have a divine rank or even saint rank cultivation technique. If she didn't have cultivation techniques to complement each other, how could her cultivation realm increase so quickly? If she could dig out the secret on her body and take it for herself. Ian's expression flickered, and she led Su'er to her Anya pavilion. The Queen Dowager hasn't been paying much attention to you lately. She only has her granddaughter-in-law on her mind, and she even gifted such a precious interspatial ring to the Crown Princess the day before yesterday. Su'er pursed her lips and said, it must have been hard on Miss to personally attend to the Queen Dowager and serve her wholeheartedly all these years. In the end, you can't even compare to a granddaughter-in-law that she has only met once. Shut up. Ian glanced at the talkative Su'er indifferently. I already told you not to speak whatever comes to your mind. Be careful that a loose tongue leads to trouble. How many spies did she have in the palace to dare to spout such nonsense? Ian glared at her and shook her head. Su'er puffed up her cheeks and changed the topic, saying, Commandery Princess, Princess Anam has sent out invitations to hold a flower appreciation banquet. Apparently, all the noble ladies in the city have been invited. Do you want to go? Ian was startled, but then she nodded slightly. Of course I want to go. She suddenly paused and turned to look at Su'er. Is the Crown Princess going? My chia section break, I'm not going. Arbor scratched the little fat squirrel's furry chin as he leaned lazily against Emolien. Why would I go? I'm already busy to death, so how would I have the time to attend that nuisance of a flower appreciation banquet? Moreover, this kind of flower appreciation banquet was mostly held to select a wife for their son. Every family was well aware of this. What was she, a young woman who was already engaged, going there for? There was absolutely no need for that. The Crown Prince casually threw the invitation card out of the carriage window. Hugging his wife, he smiled and said, All right, I won't go. Jojo, if you're tired, take a nap. Arbor puffed his cheeks. I just woke up. You've been cultivating in the morning and at night these days. It's seriously too hard on you. Emolien leaned close to her small ear and murmured softly, Sleep a bit more. Speaking of this matter, Arbor also shed bitter tears, but he had no one to complain to. Lying in Prince Mo's arms, the carriage rocked back and forth. She decided to take a nap, but she really did close her eyes and fall asleep. Emolien helped her adjust a more comfortable position and held her on his lap. She rolled her eyes and glared at the little fat squirrel that was shrinking back. Don't be noisy. Chirp chirp. Acting cute my ass. The Crown Prince glanced at it, then ignored it. He only lowered his head to look at his Jojo. Suddenly, Emolien's brows twitched, and he grabbed his left wrist with one hand. Just as he was about to channel the medicinal power, he saw a small, fair hand move slightly and take his pulse. Xiaomu's examination of her pulse scared away all of her sleepiness. She rolled and sat up. You? Why didn't you say you were poisoned? Emolien hugged her soft body and comforted her softly, It's fine. What do you mean it's fine? This poison is a neurotoxin, right? It's quite serious. You? Arbor glared at him. Arbor was really going to be angered to death. Why didn't he say anything when such a big thing happened? Looking at his handsome, innocent face, Arbor couldn't resist reaching over and pinching his face. Why didn't you tell me? This isn't a big deal. After noticing a certain someone's angry gaze, Prince Mo's voice weakened, and he finally said in a voice so soft that it was almost inaudible, You've been too tired these past few days. You have to sleep well. He was really going to be angered to death, Arbor hammered him hard. Is my sleep more important, or is your life more important? Mo Lian opened his mouth, but he quickly changed the "you're important" to both are important. Xiaomu pounced over and bit him. You scoundrel. Okay, I'm a jerk. Mo Lian hastily hugged this little fellow and begged for mercy. Jojo, don't be angry, okay? My teeth hurt from biting. As he spoke, he even lifted her little chin in all seriousness, busily trying to look at her teeth. Arbor irritably slapped his paw away and turned her little head away with a huff. I don't want to pay attention to you. Mo Lian turned her little head back with an innocent expression. No, how can you ignore me? Jojo. Don't be angry. It's not that I don't cherish my life, but I know. This poison can't do anything to me in the short term. You forgot that I'm an apothecary myself. My medicine can neutralize some of the poison, but it can't cure it completely. Arbor reached out to hug him and looked up at him anxiously. How long have you been poisoned? Not long after you left the Mo Kingdom capital, Ding Ting Ding suddenly sent me a message. Ding Ting Ding was the one who poisoned you? Arbor's little face darkened, inwardly recording another score against Ding Ting Ding. It's him. Mo Lian nodded and said, Ding Ting Ding controls level 8 wood spirits and is quite powerful. The reason why I was poisoned was because I was plotted against by him, but he didn't get any benefits either. You've been poisoned for a month? Arbor looked at him in surprise. No, not a month, at most half a month. Mo Lian hugged her small body and swayed gently. I'm fine. Xiaomu smacked his head with her small fist. Idiot. Mo Lian, Arbor grumpily took out a bottle of antidote from his inner world. Take this first. I'll make an antidote for you tonight. I just don't know if I have all the herbs I need. She muttered to herself. Jojo, there's no rush. What do you mean by not being anxious? Arbor glared at him. I am anxious. All right. Mo Lian blinked his phoenix eyes and said with a smile while hugging Jojo, then don't work too late to make the antidote tonight, alright? Look at you. When I bring you home now and Mom sees that you've lost so much weight, she'll definitely blame me for not taking good care of you. Bah. Arbor grumpily glanced at him. You're just worried that Mom will blame you. Jojo, previously, when I had to cultivate every day, did you come to bother me every day? Arbor watched him drink the antidote and then took his pulse before casting him a sidelong glance. No. Mo Lian hastily shook his head and said seriously, I never disturbed you when you were cultivating. Otherwise, do you think you could break through to become a level 14 mystic cultivator so quickly? Heh, as if I'd believe you. This is a neurotoxin called devil's grass. It will paralyze a person's nerves for a short period of time and affect the limbs and body. It will gradually turn the person into a paralyzed and immobile person. Xiaomu gritted her teeth in resentment. This Ding Ting Ding really is vicious enough. Mo Lian lifted his hand to tidy her hair. It's a pity that he doesn't know that I have Jojo with me. Any poison won't work on me. Arbor gave him a sideways glance. That's not a reason for you to hide your health condition. Okay. If anything happens to me in the future, I'll tell you immediately. Mo Lian smiled at her. Actually, it's okay if you wait a day or two until Jojo fully recovers before you detoxify me. Mo Lian looked at the little fellow's disapproving gaze and his voice subconsciously lowered. He couldn't help but laugh as he hugged her and said, Okay, I admit my mistake. Hurry up and cure me, baby. Arbor glanced at him, refusing to accept his act of being obedient. This person didn't care about his own health at all. He was so annoying. Jojo. Mo Lian turned her small body around and lowered his head to plant a kiss on her cheek. Don't be angry with me anymore, okay? Dang. Suddenly, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard from the streets. Dear neighbors and fellow villagers, today is the grand opening of the House of Treasures. There will be a large-scale auction in the evening. We invite all of you to attend. When Arbor heard the sound, she pulled open the window and looked outside. What House of Treasures? Are they here to steal our morning sunlight pavilion's business? Mo Lian couldn't help but laugh as she craned her head to look outside as well. A few burly men and a few gorgeously dressed women were standing on the street, shouting and beating gongs and drums. They attracted a lot of attention. Just from the name of this shop, it doesn't sound fancy. Arbor pursed her lips. I don't think there's anything special about this house of treasures. Mo Lian, baby, it's called the House of Treasures. Oh, yes. Xiaomu shrunk her head and let down the curtain. How about we scout out the enemy tonight? It doesn't matter if Morning Sunlight Pavilion's business is good or bad. Mo Lian chuckled. In any case, it was nothing more than that. Gathering all the rare treasures in the world was just an excuse. The most important thing was to spread the news. Did I sell all my talismans last time? I sold it a long time ago. Then I'll give you another batch this time. She didn't have much use for those elementary yellow and blue talismans anymore. Now, she mainly used ebony to make talismans, and most of them were high-level blue talismans. Mid-level talismans were not that rare to her, so she decided to sell them to the Crown Prince. Anyway, she would only keep it as waste paper. Now, everyone outside knows that Morning Sunlight Pavilion has talismans for auction. Tell me, this is our only business. How could it be snatched away by others? Mo Lian raised her eyebrows and smiled. But if you want to go to the House of Treasures, I'll accompany you. Okay. Let's go take a look tonight. A trace of curiosity floated in the little fellow's heart. I wonder what good things they can auction. As they spoke, the carriage had already turned onto Minshun Avenue and arrived at the entrance of the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate. The Marquis's estate had received news early in the morning that Arbor would be returning today, so they had already opened the doors and waited. At this moment, Qiao Zhongbang and his wife, who had received the news, hurriedly came out of the hall to welcome them. Mom. When Arbor saw her mother, her eyes involuntarily lit up, and she quickly ran up to hug her mother's arm. This child. Wei Ziqing reached out to poke her little head. You've made mother worried to death. You always disappear without a word. Do you know that Xiaoma brought people to look for you all over the place during this period of time? They almost turned the ground upside down. Arbor nodded slightly with a stifled expression. Actually, she was also quite helpless. If not for that disaster-courting talisman causing her to be in such a bizarre situation, she could have actually returned when she was transported out of the mystic realm. Alright, it's good that you're back. Come in and talk. Qiao Zhongbang hastily ushered everyone into the house. The group moved to the main hall and sat down, and servants naturally came forward to serve tea. Mom, is everything alright at home? There's nothing for you to worry about at home. Wei Ziqing pulled her daughter's small hand, her eyes filled with reluctance to part. Jojo, why are you so thin? Was it very hard to train in the Mystic Beast Forest Mystic Realm this time? It's fine. It wasn't very hard. Arbor hugged her mother's arm and shook her head. Mom, don't worry about me. I'm fine. Look, my realm has increased again. I just broke through to become a level 14 mystic cultivator. Qiao Zhongbang and Wei Ziqing widened their eyes in shock as they sized up their daughter. Wei Ziqing looked at her with a rather complicated gaze and muttered to herself, this is probably inherited by bloodline. Mom, what are you muttering about? Wei Ziqing was startled, and she quickly smiled and said, nothing. Child, don't go anywhere now that you're back, okay? You have to properly prepare for your coming-of-age ceremony at home. Got it? Xiaomu obediently nodded her small head. In her previous life, her mother passed away early, so how could her stepmother worry so much about her? She didn't have a coming-of-age ceremony. She could only hide at the side and watch the family prepare a grand coming-of-age ceremony for Qiao and I. At that time, she was like a little mouse that no one wanted. She lived in a dirty ditch and could not see the light of day. Wei Ziqing pursed her lips and smiled. That's good. Then move back home today. Don't mess around until your wedding. Ah, no. Arbor suddenly thought of something and shouted, Mother, I have to go. Wei Ziqing patted her little hand and glanced at her unhappily. You just came home and you want to go out again? You're not going anywhere. Mother, this is something I promised someone else. Previously, when I was at that small base in the Mystic Beast Forest, I collected a batch of primary-grade herbs, but later on. In short, due to various reasons, I missed the appointed time. I must go there. Mother, it won't be long. I'll be back in 5 days at most. 5 days? Wei Ziqing widened her eyes. There's still more than half a month before your coming-of-age ceremony. 4 days? Just 4 days. Arbor stretched out 4 little fingers and waved them in front of her mother. She shook her arm coquettishly and said, "Mother, I'll definitely rush back on time. You can rest assured now that your little Mo will accompany me, right?" Crown Prince Mo, who was currently sulking over the fact that his wife was moving back to the Qiao estate, suddenly brightened his eyes when he heard this. He immediately switched sides with his wife and nodded repeatedly. "Mom, don't worry. With me accompanying Xiao, I definitely won't let her go missing again this time. Wife, I'm good to you, right?" Mo Lian winked at Xiao. Wei Ziqing rolled her eyes at the couple and poked her daughter's head. "You only know how to use Xiaoma as a shield." "It's okay, Mom. I just love to shield Jojo. I can shield him from anything." Wei Ziqing looked at her son-in-law speechlessly. "Okay then, but remember to come back quickly. In 4 days at the latest, you'll have to move back home with your mother." "I know. Mom, sister is back." Jolin and Xiaosan ran into the front hall one after the other, followed by a little monk with teary eyes. When he saw Arbor, he burst into tears. "Benefactress, you left me behind again." Arbor didn't even have time to say anything to his sister-in-law before he hurriedly left his seat and carried the crying little monk over. "Little monk, why do you monks always like to cry?" A monk is also a human. When a person is sad, tears will always flow. The little monk sobbed as he spoke. Xiao Zhongbang couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard this. There were more and more weirdos at home. What should he do? "Little monk, you cry every time you see my sister. Do you think we don't treat you well?" Jolin put her hands on her hips and rolled her eyes at him angrily. "You are good, but you are not as good as Benefactress." The little monk spoke honestly and raised his sleeve to wipe his tears. "Benefactress and I have been through trials and tribulations since we were young. She always leaves me behind and runs off by herself. Can't I cry when I see her?" "You." Jolin didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she glared at the nagging little monk. She pursed her lips and said, "No wonder sister left you behind and ran off. You are such a nagging little monk." Okay, don't cry." Arbor pulled his sleeve and helped him wipe his tears. "You are not a 3-year-old child anymore. You are 4 years old. But after the new year, you will be 5 years old. You shouldn't cry." Xiao Zhongbang, Wei Ziqing couldn't help but giggle. She lovingly stroked the little monk's bald head and said, "Kong misses Big Sister. It's fine. When Big Sister comes back from her business, I will stay at home for more than a month." Wei Ziqing said with a smile. Kong, have you finished your homework today?" The small monk nodded his small head and said, "It's done." This little monk has already finished tomorrow's work. "Benefactress, can you bring me along this time?" "That won't do." When Mo Lian heard that this guy actually wanted to be a candle, he immediately vetoed it. "Benefactress." The little monk's eyes were filled with pitiful tears. How about this? I can't bring you along. But I can take you out to play tonight." Arbor patted the little monk's head. "Big Sister will be back in 4 days. It won't be long." "Big Sister, where are you going to play?" Jolin and Xiaosan were immediately energized. They gathered in front of Arbor and asked curiously, "Big Sister, where are you going to play?" "There is a newly opened House of Treasures auction house. There will be an auction tonight. Mo Lian and I plan to go take a look. Do you guys want to go?" The 3 little heads nodded in unison. Mo Lian couldn't help but facepalm. Was there a need to ask? These 3 little fellows, as long as there was something interesting to watch, how could they refuse? There was no need to ask about this kind of thing. "You guys can go out, but you have to be obedient. Don't cause trouble for your big sister," Wei Ziqing reminded them. "Mother, we are very obedient." "Jojo, there's something else I need to tell you, Wei Ziqing said with a smile. Do you still remember the day Mother was abducted by the Qiao family? She went out with Madame Ren of Taichung Temple because she was looking for a girl from Madame Ren's fourth branch for your second uncle. That girl is 24 years old and has a rather hard life. However, Mother thinks she's not bad, and your second uncle is also quite satisfied. Mother plans to ask Madame Ren to go to the girl's house in a few days and settle the marriage date. Let's discuss the wedding date. If there are no accidents, your second uncle's wedding date will probably be before yours. Xiao Muluan's eyes widened. So urgent? Am I going to have a new second aunt? That girl has already been delayed for 24 years, so it's quite urgent. However, don't worry, Mother has seen that girl. Her temperament and appearance are both pretty good. Wei Ziqing smiled and nodded. Your second aunt left early, so your second uncle has been delayed all these years. Now that Xiao Hu has grown up, our family's life is getting better and better. Your second uncle, he. The family was happily chatting when they suddenly heard a startled cry from outside the courtyard. Second old master, second old master? Eldest young master, what's wrong with second old master? Xiao Zhongbang and the others hurried out the door, but what they saw almost made them faint from fright. They saw second uncle Qiao hanging from his son Xiao Hu's shoulder. Half of his body had been beaten until it was covered in blood. He looked incomparably frightening. No wonder the servant's voice trembled. Second uncle. Arbor cried out in alarm and ran to second uncle Qiao's side. Me sister. Xiao Hu struggled to support his body and dragged second uncle Qiao into the house. When he saw Arbor running over, he spat out a mouthful of blood like a deflated ball and fell to the ground, barely breathing. Hurry, hurry, and save eldest aunt. At the Zhou family's entrance. Brother Xiao Hu, brother Xiao Hu. Qiamu was shocked when she felt Xiao Hu's pulse. Brother Xiao Hu's profound veins were actually injured by someone, and second uncle's condition was even more tragic. The bones in his left hand and left leg were actually broken by someone. When Arbor checked, he felt as if he was shrouded in an icy mist, emitting an eerie chill. Wei Ziqing was so frightened that she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. Second uncle, what are you waiting for? Go to the clinic and ask for a doctor. There's no need. Carry him back to the room first. Prepare clean scissors, cloth, and hot water. Yes. Our Jojo is an alchemist. Our Jojo can see it. Wei Ziqing was so anxious that she was confused. The crown prince had already ordered the swift hidden guards to carry Qiao Zhongxing and his son to the side room. Go and find out what's going on. The crown prince ordered with a solemn face. Huifeng immediately cupped his fists and accepted the order. He leaped over the wall with two other hidden guards to investigate the matter. Arbor closed the door to the side room and flashed into the room alone. He first fed the father and son 2 healing pills before starting to treat second uncle Qiao, whose injuries were more serious. After an hour, second uncle Qiao's hands and feet were all wrapped in a splint that Arbor had prepared. Xiao Hu also fed him another pill and fell into a deep sleep after the acupuncture treatment. When Arbor was done, Prince Mo happened to push open the door and enter. Seeing her tired expression, he quickly reached out to support her. Jojo, are second uncle and Xiao Hu all right? Wei Ziqing asked worriedly. I'm fine. Arbor frowned slightly. However, when brother Xiao Hu was performing acupuncture, he kept repeating, Sister, save eldest aunt, save eldest aunt. Wei Ziqing walked in and heard Arbor say that her second uncle and his son were fine. She hurriedly bowed to the heavens and the earth and cupped her hands. Io, what happened to second uncle and Xiao Hu? They were fine when we left the house this morning. Mother, don't worry. I've already sent people to investigate. I believe there will be news soon. That's good, that's good. I don't know who did it, to be so cruel. Mom, do you still remember eldest aunt? Xiaomu abruptly interrupted her mother's words and asked. Xiao Zhongbang stepped in with an ugly expression. Jojo, your eldest aunt Xiao Wenxiu married far away in Willow City a long time ago. She had a good life before, but her in-laws were strict and didn't allow her to go back to her parents' home for many years. Arbor nodded. Actually, she had some impression of her eldest aunt Xianxia. Compared to her youngest aunt who was doted on by the old madam, her eldest aunt's life was much harder. Because she was the eldest sister, before she got married, her eldest aunt basically took care of everything outside the house. When she married far away in Willow City, it was said that her life wasn't good either. She had a strict mother-in-law. After she gave birth to a daughter, she was especially disliked by her mother-in-law and couldn't even go back to her parents' home. In her previous life, her eldest aunt Xianxia had a very weak presence. Moreover, after the zombie outbreak, she hadn't heard any news about her eldest aunt's family. However, she didn't expect that in this life, if she didn't hear wrong, Brother Xiao who kept repeating, "Save eldest aunt. Save eldest aunt." Arbor frowned in confusion. She turned to her father and asked, "Father, have you had any news about eldest aunt these past few years?" "Nope." Xiao Zhongbang shook his head. "Ever since we wandered out of Quoto village, we haven't seen your eldest aunt. Your eldest aunt came back once when you were 3 years old. Rulin, who is 7 years old and your cousin, is 4 years older than you. I haven't seen her since." Wei Ziqing sighed when she mentioned her aunt. "Your aunt's mother-in-law. She's a very powerful woman. After your eldest aunt got married, she didn't even dare to return to her maiden home. If she dares to mention the matter of returning to her maternal family, her mother-in-law will not only scold her, but will also beat her." Arbor was speechless when he heard that. Why was it another punching bag? She had already asked someone to send the 2 pitiful punching bags that she had saved the day before back to the water realm. Too weak, really. Arbor was a little angry when she thought of the weak merfolk clan. She didn't know where her anger came from. If not for the fact that Master Lan Chiyun and Senior Xuanji had asked her to treat the merfolk race well, she would not have bothered with such a weak race. "Your Highness." Huifeng's voice came from outside the door. "Come in," Mo Lian called aloofly. Huifeng swiftly appeared beside them with 2 hidden guards in tow. He bowed in salute. "We've already found out, Your Highness." "Speak." Second Master Qiao and eldest young Master Qiao were injured by 2 level 11 body cultivators at the Zhou residence's entrance. Why did those body cultivators from the Zhou residence injure second uncle and Xiao Hu for no reason? Wei Ziqing was enraged. "It's like this, madam." Huifeng turned around and bowed to Wei Ziqing before replying, "The Zhou family's eldest son, Zhou Yuan, chased Xiuqi's wife out early this morning. Qiao family's second master and eldest young master just happened to pass by." Qiaomu raised her hand to rub her head. When Mo Lian saw this, she quickly walked to her wifey's side and gently rubbed her head. Wei Ziqing and Xiao Zhongbang glanced at their daughter and son-in-law before being drawn back by Huifeng's words. So second master recognized with a single glance that the person crying and making a fuss outside the Zhou estate was his long-lost eldest sister, Qiao Wenxiu. It really was Wenxiu? Xiao Zhongbang gaped in shock. After second master questioned her, he found out from Qiao Wenxiu that the Zhou family's eldest son, Zhou Yuan, had divorced his niece, Pu Rulin, in order to marry the daughter of the richest Gao family. He was so angry that he immediately went up to the Zhou family to reason with them. And then they were beaten up? Arbor's expression darkened. Just a few words. Did the Zhou family want to kill second uncle and brother Xiao Hu? Apparently, these 2 formidable body cultivators were sent by the daughter of the richest Gao family, Gao Qiqi. They were the ones who injured second master and eldest young master. Huifeng quickly finished his report and stood behind Prince Mo. The Zhou family could have hit anyone, but they ended up hitting second master Qiao. Encountering someone as protective as the crown princess, this matter probably couldn't be settled peacefully. Then what about Wenxiu? Where are Wenxiu and her daughter right now? Qiao Zhongbang couldn't help but ask. The matter has blown up, and it looks like someone's going to die. Someone secretly went to the capital magistrate's office, and Sir Pang Dehai sent people to investigate. Seeing that the matter has blown up, the Zhou family didn't dare to make a fuss for the time being, so they locked up Qiao Wenxiu and Pu Rulin. They're currently locked up in the Zhou residence. Xiao Zhongbang punched the door and furiously exclaimed, "They're intolerable bullies. Are they bullying our Qiao family for having no one?" "Father." As soon as Arbor called out, Xiao Zhongbang waved his hand at her and said, "You and the crown prince don't get involved in this matter." Father will personally bring some people to the Zhou family to see if they will let him go. How could Arbor be at ease? Although her father had taken a mystic breakthrough pill a while ago and had broken through to become a level 9 mystic cultivator, the other party had 2 level 11 body cultivators. Perhaps there were other hidden forces. If Qiao Zhongbang went there so rashly, wouldn't he be asking for a beating? No, father, it's too dangerous. Arbor shook his head. Find some secret guards, no need. Qiao Zhongbang waved his hand and said, this is our Qiao family's matter. How can we trouble the crown prince for everything? Daughter, don't worry. Father is going to reason with them and ask them to let you go. Don't tell me they would dare to beat me up so brazenly? In any case, he was the Marquis of Jiayuan personally conferred by the great king. He wasn't a commoner who could be beaten up by anyone. Arbor pursed her lips and mused for a long time. Father, it's fine if you want to reason with the Zhou family, but you have to bring my mystic beast. Qiao Zhongbang immediately said, you want me to bring that green bird? No. Arbor dragged Qiao Zhongbang and the others out the door, only to see a giant ape jump down from the roof and grin at them. Wei Ziqing jumped in fright and took a step back. What a giant ape. Mother, don't worry. It won't attack people. Arbor patted the giant ape's head. Dad, bring my mystic beast to the Zhou family. Only then can I be at ease. Arbor turned his head and stared at the giant ape solemnly as he instructed, I'll give you a chance to turn over a new leaf and protect my dad well. Qiao Zhongbang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He stared at the giant ape and quickly said, if father brings such a big ape over, wouldn't the Zhou family think that father is here to fight when they see it? So be it. Arbor said coldly, those 2 body cultivators nearly crippled second uncle, so it's reasonable to have the large ape beat them back. When Qiao Zhongbang heard this, it seemed to make sense, so he nodded and said, all right. Then you don't need to worry about this matter. Dad will be back soon. Seeing her husband leave with this group of people, Wei Ziqing was a bit worried. That Zhou family is so unreasonable. I don't know if your dad can handle them. Don't worry, Mom. With the large ape following him, nothing will happen. She knew this ape's strength too well. Normally, when she chased after it and beat it up, it was always the other way around. Otherwise, she definitely couldn't even touch its fur. Wei Ziqing nodded slightly. Then that's good. Daughter, are you still going out? Yes. Arbor nodded. Second uncle and brother Xiao whose injuries have more or less stabilized. They only need to take their daily medicine. When I come back in 4 days, they will be fine after I give them another acupuncture treatment. Seeing that she had already arranged everything, Wei Ziqing didn't say anything else and agreed. That night, Mo Lian and Arbor brought the 3 little radishes to the House of Treasures auction house. A maidservant with a long face exclaimed in confusion as she helped a frail and slender miss out of the carriage. Su what's wrong? Anne's hand that was holding up her skirt paused as she glanced at Su I think I saw His Highness the Crown Prince. It can't be, right? Why would His Highness come here to join in the fun? Ian asked with a smile while shaking her head. The girl named Su laughed awkwardly. Maybe I saw wrongly. Anne, then let's go in. I heard that this newly opened auction house will be auctioning off a high-grade life extension pill today. This time, I must obtain this life-prolonging pill at all costs. There were only 3 months left until the Empress Dowager's birthday. With this prolonging life pill, she would personally embroider 100 longevity painting, and everything would be complete. Yes. Su nodded. When the 2 of them turned around, they bumped into someone. When they looked up, they were met with a pair of enchanting phoenix eyes. Su couldn't help but open her mouth and let out a sound. What a dazzling beauty. She wore a purple dress that fluttered in the wind. Her neck was pink and her cheeks were jade-like. She seemed to be happy and angry at the same time. Ian was also slightly taken aback, feeling like she had seen this woman's pair of phoenix eyes before. Mississippi, a pretty maidservant with a round face holding a zither, walked to the beauty's side and glared at Su and Li Wuyo. What are you looking at? How rude. If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out. Why are you so fierce? It's not like we're looking at you. Sewer also scolded with a glare. What did you say? Don't you know who our miss is? You actually dare to be so impudent. Which household's dog are you from? Tell us your master's name. The round-faced maidservant had a sharp tongue. And which household's dog are you from? Tell us your master's name first. All right, Bao Yan. A low and gentle voice said, don't be rude. Yes, Mississippi. The young maidservant holding the zither looked up at the purple-clothed beauty with an odd reverence and inexplicable adoration in her gaze. Sewer felt that the woman's gaze was a bit perverted, so she couldn't help but shudder. Judging from the two misses' temperaments, you must be wealthy and respectable. This place is a jumble of good and bad people, so please be careful. The purple-clothed beauty gazed at them gently. Sewer's small face reddened for no reason, and she said with a nod, thank you for the reminder. Mississippi, you are from the Mo Kingdom capital? I wonder which family's miss you are from. I don't seem to have seen you before. A trace of doubt flitted across Ian's eyes. It was no wonder that she was so curious. A beauty like this should have been known throughout the capital, and not unknown to the public. Humph, our miss is Beijing Manor's young Madame Xian. What are you two waiting for? Don't block the way. What are you asking about? Last Bao Yan harumphed. Beijing Manor? Ian was taken aback. Could it be? The Beijing Manor in Suiwei Mountains' carefree valley? The purple-clothed beauty nodded as she slowly revealed an otherworldly smile. Even as a woman, Ian felt that this young lady was unbelievably beautiful. Perhaps her facial features were not as outstanding as that stoic-faced young crown princess's, but this woman's untainted and otherworldly temperament made people yearn for her. So it turns out that you are Beijing Manor's young madam. Greetings. Ian said with a faint smile. The more friends you had, the more options you had. Whether it was the family of a royal court official or a pugilist, there was nothing wrong with getting to know more people. Humph, don't try to worm your way into being friends. Bao Yan stood in front of the purple-clothed beauty. You've said what you need to say and asked what you need to ask. Why are you still not leaving? Ian and Sewer couldn't help exchanging glances. Ian shook her head with a smile. Why are you, little lass, so unreasonable? Humph. Don't think that I don't know what you are scheming. I'm telling you, don't have any improper thoughts about my miss. Bao Yan. The purple-clothed beauty creased her brows. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't be rude. Mississippi, I haven't left the valley for a long time. It's rare for me to meet two friends who I can talk to. I want to talk more. This request isn't too much, right? The purple-clothed beauty stared at Bao Yan and said coldly. Yes. Bao Yan pursed her lips, stomped her feet, and slowly retreated behind her. A thin cold light flashed through her eyes. Gentlemen, I've booked a private room on the second floor. If you're willing, why don't you come in together? When she looked into your eyes with a pleading expression, even if you were made of stone or wood, you couldn't bear to disobey her wishes. Ian pondered for a moment. When she recalled that she hadn't been able to book a private room today, it wasn't bad that there was a ready-made invitation for her. He nodded and said with a smile, thank you. The purple-clothed beauty seemed to be very happy. She waved her sleeve and made an inviting gesture. Please. Bao Yan followed behind the three of them. She pursed her lips and laughed sarcastically. These two women were really stupid, they couldn't even tell whether their young master was a man or a woman, yet they still wanted to be on good terms with Beijing Manor. What a joke. If it weren't for the fact that their young master felt that these two people were still a bit useful, haha. He really wouldn't have paid attention to this idiotic master and servant. Since they planned to take a look at the House of Treasures auction house tonight, Mo Lian instructed someone to pay a fee and book a private room early in the morning. For the sake of keeping a low profile, they didn't use the best private room and found an ordinary one. Just as they moved into the private room and sat down, the door was kicked open forcefully. A fan opened with a swish, and a handsome face brimming with smiles suddenly peeked out from the side of the door. Mo Lian involuntarily rolled her eyes when she saw this. You guys are too much. You only cared about playing by yourself when you had something fun and didn't call us along. Duan Yu walked in huffing and puffing. Behind him were Situ Yi, Daybreak Sex Liang Qingqing, and Shang Kuan. Arbor was a bit surprised, and he stood up. Senior brother Situ, senior sister Liang. Little junior sister. When did senior sister Liang come? After coming out of the Mystic Beast Forest, we were delayed for a few days on the road, so we only arrived last night. Liang Qingqing laughed heartily and patted Arbor's shoulder. Little junior sister, I haven't had the time to congratulate you. After obtaining the phoenix egg, your strength increased by a large margin again. Senior sister, it's not as exaggerated as you say. It's just a small improvement. Arbor shook his head with a serious expression. When Shang Kuan heard this, he involuntarily rolled his eyes inwardly. This child's advancement was like drinking and eating. What small improvement? In any case, with his current strength, he had long been unable to discern this child's cultivation realm. Hey, my little junior sister, I've already heard that you broke through to become a level 14 mystic cultivator at such a young age. This isn't a small improvement. Liang Qingqing laughed heartily as she pulled Arbor's hand and sat down on the side. She pointed at the men and took the lead. Hey, what are you guys spacing out for? Sit. Situi glanced at her speechlessly before sitting down and saying with a smile, Prince Mo, we've truly disturbed you today. This House of Treasures auction house has been spreading news everywhere these past 2 days that 2 supreme-grade treasures will be auctioned at the auction house. One is that prolongation pill, and the other is said to be a space ring. This is really rare. Everyone is here for this spatial ring. Yes, I also want to see how many items the spatial ring can store. If it's good, I'll fight with them for it. Spatial rings have different sizes too. Mo Lian said indifferently, according to the ability of the spiritual equipment master, the spatial rings forged will naturally be different. Duan Yu folded his slender legs and swayed them frivolously. We mystic cultivators have our own inner worlds, so why would we need a spatial ring? These are all worldly possessions. Don't you agree, Jojo? Arbor nodded. She had a storage talisman, so why would she need a space ring? Those were indeed worldly possessions. As for the prolongation pill, it was concocted from the high-rank prolongation grass, which was a grade higher than the intermediate-rank prolongation pill. However, it wasn't of much use to Qiao Mu. She even had a longevity tree, so she was only waiting for it to bloom and bear fruit. The effects of a single longevity fruit were many times greater than that of any longevity pill or prolongation pill. Benefactress, I'm hungry. Didn't you just eat dinner? Xiaosan raised a small hand and rubbed the little monk's head hard. The little monk hurriedly pushed his hand away and used his fingers to scratch his bald head. With a serious expression, he said, I'm hungry. As he spoke, he even rubbed his belly with his small hand and looked eagerly at Arbor. If they were gluttonous, then they were gluttonous. What hungry? Arbor took out some pastries and fruits from her inner world and stuffed those 3 little foodies' mouths. Afterwards, she stood up and walked to the window to look down. At this time, the venue below was already filled with people. This House of Treasures auction was packed with people, and many high officials and nobles had come. At this time, an enchanting female attendant knocked on the door and walked in. When her gaze swept over the several outstanding men in the private room, her eyes involuntarily brightened. She walked up with her belly exposed and swayed her body. The female attendant handed a thin booklet to Mo Lian and said coquettishly, Young sirs, these are the items for tonight's auction. Please take a look. Mo Lian didn't reach out to take the booklet, so Huifeng stepped in front of the woman first and waved his hand in annoyance. Got it. Just leave the booklet on the table. You can leave. That woman angrily stomped her feet and placed the booklet on a small table on the side. She turned around and threw a coquettish glance at Duan Yu and Situ Yi. The latter both averted their gazes, feeling that it stung their eyes. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, the woman stomped out again. When she closed the door, she heard an icy yet crisp voice say, Is there something wrong with that person's eyes? The woman's foot slipped and she almost fell to the ground. Arbor was puzzled. She only saw that woman blinking madly at Mo Lian and Duan Yu from the moment she walked into the exit. What was it if there wasn't something wrong with her? Liang Qingqing sputtered with laughter when she heard this. She hooked her arm around Arbor's shoulder and said with a chuckle, Right, there's something wrong with her eyes. Situi couldn't help but glance at Prince Mo sympathetically. Their little junior sister hasn't been enlightened yet. Prince Mo's path is long and arduous. As Liang Qingqing spoke, she reached out to take that thin booklet and flipped to the first page. She couldn't help but snicker. Oh, this auction house is a bit interesting. Look, it says here that the first auction item is an unexpected item. What could this unexpected item be? Could it be a phoenix egg? Ha ha ha. Liang Qingqing joked and couldn't help but laugh. If this house of treasures had a phoenix egg for auction, it wouldn't have caused such a commotion. Who knows how big of a fuss it will cause that the whole world will know. Duan Yu shook his head. Something unexpected. Arbor blinked and looked out the window. The auction hall instantly quieted down. A middle-aged auctioneer walked onto the stage with a chuckle, and a few strong men pushed an iron cage out. The iron cage was covered with a red cloth, temporarily blocking everyone's sight. The crowd below the stage began to clamor, each voice louder than the last. It can't be some giant Xian beast, right? That's really not a common sight. Xian beasts and whatnot are of no use to ordinary people like us. Take off the red cloth. Take it off. The incessant jeering and shouting also attracted Duan Yu and Situyi's attention to the window as they looked down. What an auction house, they're making quite a big fuss. Could this first auction item really be some kind of Xian beast? Liang Qingqing asked with a wink. At this time an enchanting girl walked onto the stage with a red card in hand. The card said, "The first auction item is an unexpected item." Everyone's curiosity was piqued, and they hurriedly shouted, "Let's start. Don't keep us in suspense. Take off the red cloth. Let this lord see what kind of unexpected item it is. Everyone be quiet." The auctioneer smiled as he raised his hands and pressed down slightly, making a quiet gesture. Tonight, the House of Treasures auction begins. Clang. After the gong sounded, the atmosphere in the hall was pushed to a boiling point. The first auction item, an unexpected item. The auctioneer maintained a mysterious smile and said, "Everyone can first guess what is inside the cage." "Stop guessing, hurry up and take off the red cloth." Not guessing, not guessing. Your father, bid 100 cultivation coins." Before the auction started, someone had already bid, which immediately attracted many people's attention and was accompanied by roars of laughter. "You brat, aren't you afraid that the cage is filled with bird shit? When the time comes, you'll spend 100 cultivation coins to buy a piece of bird shit." Ha 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 ha. Everyone roared with laughter. This lord will also accept bird shit. That person thickened his neck and roared, "Who asked this lord to be rich? Oh my, 100 cultivation coins and you're pretending to be a lord here. Then I'll bid 200. 200 cultivation coins. I'll let you call me father." Ha ha ha. All kinds of laughter filled the hall. The auctioneer pressed his hands down and maintained a mysterious smile as he said, "Everyone be quiet for a moment. I will explain the details of the first auction item. The starting price of the first auction item is 1,000 cultivation coins, every increment must be 100. There is no upper limit. We can begin now," the auctioneer said with a smile. "You're not going to take off the red cloth?" someone questioned. The auctioneer shook his head, not taking it off. It won't be too late to take off the red cloth after someone bids. Everyone. Why did it feel so unreliable? If they didn't take off the red cloth, who would know what was inside? What if it was really like what others said, that there was bird shit inside? Then wouldn't the cultivation coins be wasted? In a moment, the originally noisy atmosphere in the hall quieted down. 1,000 cultivation coins was not a small amount. 1,000 cultivation coins could buy a lot of food, they still had to consider it. At this time a fat-bellied landlord raised his hand. 1,000 cultivation coins, I request to see what is under the red cloth now. Tyrant, everyone shifted their gaze to the landlord, their faces full of worship. That person immediately stuck out his fat belly and waved his hand with a smile. "Now you can take off the red cloth." He was just curious about what was under the red cloth. "Of course." The auctioneer immediately nodded. His finger slid, and the two brawny men standing beside the iron cage immediately understood and lifted the red cloth. Wow! Everyone was in an uproar. There wasn't any giant Xian beast in the cage. There was only a naked woman curled up into a ball. After the uproar, everyone looked disappointed. Sure enough, this unexpected item was just a gimmick used to cheat money. How could a woman with a frail figure be worth 1,000 cultivation coins? But the landlord was smiling and nodding repeatedly. Good, good, not bad, not bad. Although the woman was curled up, he could see that her skin was smooth and her small face was pretty good looking. This 1,000 cultivation coins was worth it, he could just treat it as getting himself a concubine. The landlord laughed, expecting that no one would fight over a female slave with him. He sat there complacently, thinking that the first auction item was his. At this time, the auctioneer had already transformed into a procuress. His words were sharp and shrewd as he spared no effort in promoting the woman in the cage. Everyone, don't look at her extremely delicate appearance. In reality, she's a level 4 mystic cultivator. But don't worry, everyone. Her mystic energy has already been controlled by the drug and can't be used. Think about it, a powerful mystic cultivator woman submitting at your feet. Ha ha ha, this feeling isn't bad, right? The reason why a procuress could become a procuress was that she was old, pretty, and greedy enough. This auctioneer was not to be outdone at this time. After his incitement, some of the people who weren't very interested originally started to raise the price and follow the trend. The fat-bellied landlord's expression started to darken. To be able to become a mystic cultivator, this woman's physical constitution is naturally much higher than normal women's. The auctioneer smiled vulgarly and vigorously promoted again. You don't have to worry about breaking her after buying her, right? It's definitely worth more than what it's worth. Liang Qingqing slapped the small table and abruptly stood up. Preposterous. Junior sister Liang, wait. Duan Yu called out to her. On the side, Situi stared straight at that large iron cage with a strange expression. The atmosphere in the auction hall had already been thoroughly stirred up by this vulgar auctioneer. The auctioneer went up to slap that iron cage and loudly stimulated everyone's nerves. He shouted excitedly, now, is there anyone else who wants to bid? People who want to bid need to be quick. Our first auction items auction is about to end. The woman in the cage raised her furious gaze and glared fiercely at that auctioneer. Her gaze that resembled a wolf cub didn't have any power and even strangely carried a hint of flirtatiousness, causing the beasts in the hall to howl and drool as they continuously raised the price. Hey, I want this little beauty. I'll bid 2,000 mystic currency. I'll bid 3,000, 3,500. The fat-bellied landlord's face completely darkened. 5,000. Situi suddenly walked to the window and made a bid. Everyone in the room shifted their gazes to him one after another, their eyes filled with disbelief. Oh my, room number 8 bid 5,000. Is there anyone who bids higher than room number 8? If there isn't, then it's a deal. The shining 5,000 cultivation coins were about to be in his hands, and he could get quite a bit of commission from it. The auctioneer was grinning from ear to ear. 5,000 going once, 5,000, 6,000. The fat-bellied landlord angrily roared. Originally, he could have bought the concubine for 1,000, but now the price had increased to 6,000. He was really angry. 10,000. Situi coldly reported a number. Everyone in the private room looked at him with a strange expression. This Situi shouldn't have done this. Cough, cough, cough. Duan Yu coughed lightly and asked, Situi, are you lacking women? Situi glanced at him and said coldly with a frown, she's junior marshal sister Liu. Little junior sister should recognize him. Everyone turned to look at Arbor. Arbor nodded in agreement. Come to think of it, Liu Yexin had fought with her when she was 7 years old. Oh, no, she had beaten her up, it was at Quoto Village's gathering square. She had ruthlessly beaten her up. Arbor had already forgotten that she had beaten Liu Yexin up more than once. She had even beaten her up a second time at the inn. Strange, how did Liu Yexin end up in this state? Situi sighed and said, little junior sister, do you still remember Qinghe town? Arbor nodded. Of course she remembered. That was where she first met the 7 fairies of the Holy Water sect. When she thought of this, her eyes dimmed a bit. Mo Lian reached out to hold her small hand to comfort her. She looked up at Situi and asked, "Is it related to this matter?" "It's related." Situi nodded. "That time, because of junior sister Lu's willfulness, we lost senior brother Wang. After we returned to the sect, all the brothers couldn't forgive her. So junior sister Lu left the sect and went out to train by herself." Situi sighed again. "After that, we never saw her again." "Then this time, they actually met here?" This truly surprised Situi. Arbor was in the know, and she also remembered senior brother Wang's matter. Senior martial brother Wang had promised her that he would stay in Xianxia town by himself after dealing with the matters in the town. After they left, senior brother Wang probably chose to commit suicide by himself. No wonder everyone in the Heavenly Tao sect was unwilling to forgive Lu Yexin. They all blamed her. Because of her willfulness and mistakes, senior brother Wang was scratched by zombies and had no choice but to commit suicide. How could they forgive her? At the mention of Xianxia town, Shang Kuan also felt lingering fear. They had sacrificed too many teammates in that operation, and many of them didn't make it back from Xianxia town. Although their gains in the end weren't bad, they still felt uncomfortable every time they thought of such a great sacrifice. After that operation in Xianxia town, Lu Yexin left the Heavenly Tao sect and went out to train until now. Arbor couldn't help but be astonished. She didn't expect such a delicate little girl like Lu Yexin to have the courage to carry a bundle and lead the sect at that time. Without the sect's protection, she was only a minor level 2 mystic cultivator back then. Going out to train really wasn't enough. In that case, she had left the Heavenly Tao sect for about 7 to 8 years. That auctioneer said she was now a level 4 mystic cultivator, so it could be seen that her constitution wasn't that great. No matter what, she's been offended all these years. It's enough to make up for the mistake she made in the past. Situi calmly muttered, "She is a disciple of my Heavenly Tao sect. I must save her." "Senior brother Situ is right," Liang Qingqing said with a nod. This group of people actually dared to treat mystic cultivator women as playthings and auction them off for entertainment. It's inexcusable. After Situi quoted the price of 10,000 cultivation coins, the fat-bellied landlord stopped. Everyone in the auction house looked at each other, as if they did not expect that this girl could be auctioned for the sky-high price of 10,000 cultivation coins. One must know that in this auction house, the prices were based on high-grade profound coins. 10,000 mystic coins were equivalent to 10 pieces of high-grade magnetite. Back then, the beautifying pill that Arbor had tampered with was auctioned for 103 pieces of high-grade magnetite. In everyone's eyes, this was a high price spouted by a nouveau riche who wanted to save face. The auctioneer was also very satisfied. When he thought of the commission that was about to enter his pocket, he grinned so widely that he couldn't close his mouth. After striking the small hammer 3 times, he loudly announced, 10,000 mystic coins, the guest in private room 8 has obtained the first auction item. It will be delivered to the guest immediately. Arbor looked up. "Senior brother Situ, you're really paying." Situi couldn't help but be amused. "What else?" "Of course it's to bring Lu Yexin back without spending a single cent." Arbor pursed her lips. When Duanyu heard this, he immediately felt that the little fellow was implying something. Speak, speak. What good idea did you come up with?" "This House of Treasures auction house opened in the Mo Kingdom capital in order to snatch business from my morning sunlight pavilion." Arbor leisurely took out several talismans and distributed them to everyone. "Stick on invisibility talismans, go to their treasury, and take away all the goods. What do you think? Isn't it fun?" Everyone looked at each other, speechless for a moment. Xiao Lin abruptly jumped up and clapped her hands with a chuckle. "Fun, fun, fun. Sister, I also want to go." Arbor nodded. "Then we'll be leaving 2 people here." The little monk shook his head while holding a teacup. "Benefactress, what you're doing is wrong." "Then are you going or not?" The little monk nodded vigorously. "I'm going." Everyone's mouths twitched. This monk was too lacking in moral integrity. "Jojo, I'll go with you." Duanyu quickly took out an invisibility talisman and stuck it on himself. "Can you see me?" Senior brother Duanyu, where are you?" Liang Qingqing called out. Duanyu's voice came from beside her. "Stop pretending. You can clearly see me. Liang Qingqing laughed heartily. At this time, the private room's door was pulled open, and the female attendant wiggled inside. When she saw that Situi was the only young and handsome gentleman left in the private room, she couldn't resist sticking to him. "This young sir, I brought that female slave over for you." Lu Yexin was wearing a piece of clothing and was being escorted inside by two brawny men. She was struggling non-stop, and her beautiful eyes angrily glared forward. When they suddenly landed on Situi, she couldn't help but be startled. Those two brawny men impatiently pushed her into the private room and politely cupped their hands at everyone before swiftly retreating. The enchanting female attendant still wanted to tease Situi, but after being swept by Situi's gaze, she couldn't help but purse her lips and walk out with a twist of her body. When she stepped out of the door, she was slightly stunned and turned her head to look around. When the door closed behind her, the waitress thought that she was overthinking things. She cursed Situi for being unromantic and walked away with a twist of her body. Outside the door, Arbor, Mo Lian, Duan Yu, and the three little radishes stood in a row. Unfortunately, they were covered in invisibility talismans, so mystic cultivators level 14 and below could not see them. Just now, Qiaomu had already asked Mo Lian to use her divine perception to sense the crowd. In this auction house, there wasn't a single person whose cultivation was higher than level 14, so, at this moment, they were simply strutting around the House of Treasures. As long as they avoided bumping into other people when they brushed past them, no one would notice them. Arbor waved at everyone, and they swiftly went up to the third floor. The two brawny dark-faced men guarding the staircase looked straight ahead and puffed out their chests with their heads held high. When our dear Xiaosun walked past them, he even shook his little butt at them and made a face. "Two big idiots." Everyone snickered inwardly. They walked up the stairs so ostentatiously, but the two idiots didn't see them. It was clear how stupid they were. Arbor gestured at everyone, and they quickly walked to the door of the House of Treasure's large storeroom. Two valiant and spirited guards were also standing at the entrance to the storeroom. Just as Arbor moved, Mo Lian held her small hand and stood still against the wall. A group of people, big and small, stood still against the wall, looking at a middle-aged man in a brocade robe, who was slightly plump, walking past them. The middle-aged man coughed when he felt a chill on his neck, so he turned around to take a look. The corridor on the third floor was completely empty. The two guards were standing guard at the stairway, so it was impossible for them to let even a fly up. "Today is our House of Treasure's first auction. Guard it well and don't let unrelated people come over." After instructing the two guards, he headed towards his lounge. After he left, Arbor waved the talisman in her hand and stuck it on her body. With a whoosh, she entered the storeroom from outside. With the wall-traversing talisman in hand, robbing houses was a cinch. When she turned to look, she saw that Mo Lian and the others had also transmigrated over. Our dear Xiaosun's face was flushed with excitement. If it weren't for the fact that his sister didn't allow him to speak, he would be wishing for nothing more than to clap and laugh heartily. Duan Yu stifled a chuckle as he looked around. It had to be said that this House of Treasures stored quite a lot of good goods. Boxes of different sizes were placed on the dozen or so treasure shelves. There were miracle pills, cultivation techniques, mystic techniques, and many mystic weapons. Our dear Xiaosun opened a box and took out a small black rod. He pressed both hands on the rod, and that rod sprang open and elongated. It really suited his small body quite well when he held it in his hand. Confiscated, Xiaosun naturally stuffed the stick into his storage talisman, and then began to pick and choose the things on the shelf. On the other hand, Xiao Lin flipped through the cultivation techniques and mystic techniques one by one. She stuffed the useful ones into the storage talisman and tossed the useless ones aside for the time being. The little monk silently chanted Amitabha as he circled around the grain storage in the corner, diligently putting away the bags of grain into the storage talisman. When Arbor saw these three little fellows, she couldn't help but want to laugh. Mo Lian leaned closer to her and whispered, "This robbery is clearly a family heirloom." Duan Yu walked around the storeroom and searched for some items before walking over. "I'm done choosing. Don't let the rest go to waste. Although they're all junk, it's better to bring them back and distribute them to your family." Xiaomu waved her small hand as she pointed at the remaining cultivation techniques, mystic weapons, and pills. She looked down on these broken things and only took away about 5 million cultivation coins and nothing else. Duan Yu waved his hand. The Duan family is rich and doesn't need these things. Take them all. TSK, he couldn't be bothered to bring anything back for the Duan clan. Those fools from the Duan clan weren't even worthy of scrap metal. Arbor knew that he had a grudge with the Duan family, so he glanced at him and didn't say anything. He pulled Mo Lian's hand and said, "Take these away." Anyway, there were many people in the Hidden Night Pavilion, so they wouldn't complain about having too many things. Mo Lian nodded and took out a new storage talisman to clean up the remaining items. He only picked some slightly rare forging materials and didn't take anything else. Arbor tilted her small head and seemed to have thought of something. She took out a brocade pouch from her inner world and handed it to Mo Lian. "Lian, this is for you." I snatched it from Sikong Fuling. Mo Lian's hand paused as she took the brocade pouch, and the corner of her mouth imperceptibly twitched as she asked, "You really know Sikong Fuling?" When Arbor heard the hidden meaning in his words, she couldn't help but blink. I know her. This treasure is something that I snatched from Sikong Fuling. She was furious at the time. She wanted nothing more than to tear me apart. Right now, they were enemies. Duan Yu looked at Arbor exasperatedly. You robbed her, so of course she was angry. Arbor puffed up her cheeks. It's useless for her to have it. Lian, take a look and see if it's useful. It was only then that Mo Lian looked down at the item inside the bag, and her phoenix eyes brightened. Glacial star sand? It's useful, right? It's useful, it's useful. This was an indispensable ingredient for forging a divine weapon. Jojo, you're so awesome. Mo Lian lifted the little fellow up at once, and the little fellow's cheers were covered in her palms. Shoo, shhh, softer, softer. Arbor glanced outside the wall. There were still 2 idiot guards standing guard there, sticking to the wall without moving like door gods. Mo Lian stifled a chuckle and pulled down her hand. Jojo, you're still missing one essential ingredient. Then I can help you reforge the feral into a divine weapon. You're a divine weapon master? Duan Yu nearly exclaimed. Seeing that the little fellow was about to pounce over to cover his mouth out of reflex, Mo Lian reacted quickly and covered Duan Yu's mouth with a backhand. Softer. Arbor glared at him. What? Very surprised and pleasantly surprised, right? Mo Lian put down her hand and directly wiped Duan Yu's back. She harumphed and said, I'm a rare divine weapon master. Bull**T. Duan Yu rolled his eyes at her and grumbled, I'm also a rare concealed weapons master. Arbor covered her mouth with one hand, and a vivid and bright smile suddenly appeared on her stoic face. The two were instantly stupefied as they stared at her without blinking. They muttered, smiled, the two of you aren't as strong as my sister. My sister is a talisman grandmaster. Xiaosen had squatted down at their feet and raised his little head as he muttered. Yes. My sister is awesome. My sister is the best. Jolin nodded repeatedly. He helped the little monk tidy up the food in the corner. When he saw any good fruits, he would stuff a few of them into his storage talisman. The little monk was so anxious that he rushed over to snatch them. Xiao Lin smacked her bald little head. Don't snatch it, leave some for big sister. You guys take it. Xiaomu gazed at the 3 little radishes exasperatedly. She did not lack food at all. When Little Tree woke up, the food on Paradise Planet would be enough for her to eat for 10 lifetimes. Sister, here's a strange little box. I don't know what it's for. Jolin threw a box the size of a fist to Arbor. When Xiaomu opened it, she saw that it was an unknown small seed. This? I've never seen it either. This should be a tree seed. Duan Yu glanced at it and said, it's probably useless, so throw it away. It probably isn't anything good since it was thrown in the corner. Jolin nodded and pulled the little monk over. It's all tidied up. Then let's go back to the private room. Everyone went down the stairs grandly according to the way they came and arrived at the door of private room number 8 on the 2nd floor. To give Situi and the others a surprise, they all took out another wall-passing talisman and passed through the wall with a swish with a wicked smile. Senior brother Situ. Situi was sitting on a cushioned bench, chatting with Lu Yashin, who had calmed down. He was suddenly interrupted by the little fellow's crisp voice. He hurriedly looked up and smiled at the people who had appeared. "You're back. Senior brother Situ, this is for you." Arbor tossed him a storage talisman, then gave Liang Qingqing one. Seeing that Shang Kuan was staring at her, she felt a little embarrassed and reluctantly gave him one too. "Heh, thank you, little junior sister." Shang Kuan was so happy he almost flew up. Little junior sister was actually quite a nice person after spending some time with her. She was just a little cold on the outside. "Wow, so many pills," Liang Qingqing exclaimed. She held the storage talisman and couldn't bear to put it down. "Little junior sister, this is the storage talisman you drew yourself, right?" Situi didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he put away the storage talisman. He looked at Arbor jokingly and said, "Junior sister, this isn't hush money, right?" Arbor nodded very seriously. It was hush money. Later, when the people from the House of Treasures realized that their storage room had been emptied, they would definitely make a fuss. Let's stuff their mouths with hush money, Situi couldn't help but laugh. Liang Qingqing also laughed out loud. She pounced on Arbor and rubbed her. "Little junior sister, you're too cute." Mo Lian hurriedly pulled Xiaomu to her side. "I won't let you touch her." Lu Yashin sat quietly at the side. Her eyes moved slightly as she looked at Arbor, then lowered again. "Hey," Arbor called out to Lu Yashin. Lu Yashin looked up and nodded calmly at Arbor. "Little junior sister." Arbor suddenly didn't feel like scolding her anymore. She pulled her up. "Go change your clothes." There was a small room at the side. Arbor pushed her in and closed the door. She took out a set of clothes from her inner world and threw it to her. "Change." Lu Yashin silently accepted the order. She turned around and quickly changed her clothes. "Why is it like this?" "When I was training, I accidentally fell into an ambush." Lu Yashin lowered her head and said softly. Xiaomu rolled her eyes at the sky. She strode to her side and poked her forehead with her finger. "How did you temper your temperament after 7 to 8 years of experiential training? What happened to the courage you had when you fought against me? What happened to the stubbornness of letting the hyenas eat me? Where did he go?" Lu Yashin looked at her with a bitter smile. "I was immature in the past. I've never seen someone as stupid as you. Training yourself on the auction stage." Arbor raised his hand and threw him a round core ravaging thunder. "Hey, don't blame me for not reminding you. There will definitely be trouble later. The boss of this auction house will probably come out. When that time comes, you know what to do. It's up to you whether you want to take revenge or not." After saying this, Arbor felt a little tired and turned to leave. Lu Yashin held the core ravaging thunder. She lowered her head and bit her lip. Then, she pushed open the door and walked out. The two of them returned to the private room one after the other. Everyone looked at them curiously. "Junior sister Lu, don't think so much. It's quite dangerous for a girl to train alone outside. You should go back to your sect in the future," Liang Qingqing advised. Lu Yashin lowered her head and didn't say anything. There wasn't a day that she didn't want to go back to her sect. She missed her father. But she didn't have the face to go back. Situi sighed and said, "Back then, everyone was young and impetuous. After you left, our senior brothers also regretted it quite a bit. Junior sister Lu, let's let bygones be bygones. This time, come back to the sect with me. Your father, Hall Master Lu, hasn't been in good health these past few years. Don't you want to go back and visit him?" "Senior brother." Lu Yashin looked up abruptly. Situi raised his hand and patted her shoulder. "All right, it's decided then." Liang Qingqing said with a smile, "That's right. We're all senior brothers of the same sect, so what can't we talk about openly? Junior sister Lu, if you want to gain experience, there will be plenty of opportunities when the sect goes out for training in the future." "Thank you, senior sister Liang." Lu Yashin nodded and looked at Situi. "Senior brother Situ, I'll listen to you." Mei Chem, Situi smiled and turned to look at Arbor. "Little junior sister, you didn't know when you were gone. This auction house consecutively auctioned off quite a few decent pills. The next auction item is that prolongation pill. Prolongation pills are indeed good stuff. They're also useful for us cultivators. Liang Qingqing nodded with a smile. The little fellow pursed her lips disinterestedly. Seeing this, Duan Yu said with a chuckle, our Jojo doesn't fancy it. Whoever wants to bid can bid for it. Liang Qingqing couldn't help but beam when she recalled that the storage talisman little junior sister casually tossed to her earlier contained a lot of spirit pills and elixirs. That's true. Prolongation pills are quite precious to other people, but they probably don't have much use for our little junior sister. That's right, useless things were all called scrap metal in Arbor's eyes. While they were chatting, the gong started again below. This time, the auctioneer gave an extravagant explanation of the prolongation pill's wondrous effects for a while. He could hear the hot-blooded cries of the idiots below. Hurry and start. What's the starting bid? I have to bid for this prolongation pill. That's right, that's right. If I can take this prolongation pill, I might be able to extend my life by a few years. This prolongation pill is effective for mystic cultivators level 15 and below. It's just that the higher the mystic cultivator's level, the lesser the increase in lifespan. Yes, I've heard of it too. Ordinary people like us might be able to increase our lifespan by 10 or 20 years. Dream on. At most, it'll be 10 years. While everyone was discussing enthusiastically, the auctioneer smiled and said, the starting price is 100,000 cultivation coins, each bid must not be less than 1,000. When this sentence fell, the enthusiasm of most people was suppressed with a swish. 100,000 cultivation coins. Don't joke around, that was equivalent to 100 pieces of high-grade magnetite. Who could be so rich and overbearing to take out 100 pieces of high-grade magnetite in one go? Only those large aristocratic families or nobles would have that kind of boldness. It was better for them to just sit back and enjoy the show. As for the life-prolonging pill, it was better not to think about it. TSK, it's quite expensive. Liang Qingqing clicked her tongue and said, it can't be that it won't be sold, right? I think not everyone can afford this price. There are plenty of people who want something like a prolongation pill. Don't worry, it won't be sold, Situi said with a faint chuckle. Sure enough, the moment he said that, a woman's voice sounded from the other end. 100,000. 101,000. Once Arbor called out, everyone inside the private room turned to look at her in unison. Knock, knock. Huifeng opened the door and entered, stepping to the side to let in several attendants who were bringing tea. This time, it was finally not that woman who was blinking her eyes until they were spasming. The two male attendants very courteously served tea to everyone, and after inadvertently glancing at Mo Lian and the others, they quickly retreated out of the room. 105,000, 105,000. Right now, the person from private room number 9 is bidding 105,000, 106,000. Arbor leisurely took out a talisman from her sleeve and slapped it onto Huifeng's hand. This is your share. Everyone's mouths twitched. Mo Lian was exasperated. The crown princess is giving you hush money. Take it. Huifeng was grinning from ear to ear as he repeatedly said, thank you, crown princess. With a flash, he closed the door behind him. Jojo, didn't you look down on this prolongation pill? Duan Yu felt that the little fellow's current expression was especially hilarious. Could it be that this child was a prop hired by the House of Treasures? She clearly didn't want this prolongation pill, so why was she blindly raising the price? Arbor glanced at them and explained, the voice of the one who called out the price next door sounded quite familiar. Everyone, what kind of reason was this? The person from private room number 9 was bloody unlucky to have run into you. Mo Lian beckoned her over with a smile. Come and drink some tea. The person from private room number 9 bid again, 110,000 mystic currency. 111,000. Arbor drank a mouthful of tea and leisurely announced the new price. Inside private room number 9, Ian was so angry that her fingernails nearly dug into her flesh. On the side, Su-er was even more indignant as she pounded the table. This person is crazy, right? She bids 1,000 more than us every time. She's doing it on purpose. Bao Yan watched the show while munching on melon seeds. She couldn't help but grin. I think the House of Treasures must have asked them to do this on purpose to raise the price. The purple-clothed woman blinked her watery eyes and nodded. She said softly, yes, I think so too. Miss, why don't you temporarily not buy this life-prolonging pill? No. Commandery Princess Xian shook her head solemnly. She was determined to obtain this life-prolonging pill. No one could snatch it from her. You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Bao Yan pursed her lips and said, Miss, let her be. Some people seem to be stubborn. 120,000. Commandery Princess Xian bid. In less than a second, the voice of 121,000 came from the private room next to him. Ian was so infuriated that she abruptly stood up, opened the door, and walked towards the door of room 8 next door. However, before he could take 2 steps, he was stopped by the waiter. The waiter smiled and said to her, Guest, our rules here are that you are not allowed to harass other guests. What a joke! If the customers could discuss and solve the problem, then why would they open their doors for business? Why would they auction? Commandery Princess Xian clenched her fists. That purple-clothed woman also followed her out and said gently, Miss, don't worry. If you are lacking mystic currency, I still have some here. I can lend it to you to make up the numbers. Commandery Princess Xian only felt her heart ache. Her monthly allowance was not much, only half of the princess's monthly allowance. Normally, she could only look at the items bestowed by the Queen Dowager but could not sell them. So strictly speaking, she did not have a lot of money on her. This time, the money she could fork out to buy the medicine was at most 150,000. Moreover, she couldn't possibly throw away all of her money for a prolongation pill. She still had to make ends meet. It's fine, Mississippi, the purple-clothed woman smiled at her and said, I still have 30,000 mystic currency here. If you don't have enough, you can use it to make up the number. Commandery Princess Xian nodded at the purple-clothed woman and thanked her gratefully. Afterwards, she returned to her private room and didn't raise the price by a large margin. Instead, she raised it by 1,000. In the end, the other party was the person from private room number 8. She was here specifically to oppose her. She raised it a bit lower, but the other party started bidding higher. When the price soared all the way to 160,000, the auctioneer was grinning from ear to ear. Commandery Princess Xian was so angry that her fingertips were trembling. She swore that if she found out who this girl was, she would definitely kill her. Jojo, what if the person from private room number 9 stops bidding? What will you do? Duan Yu couldn't help but ask in amusement when he saw her cheerfully raising the price. Arbor was slightly taken aback, but then he said unconcernedly, I have 5 million mystic currency. At most, he would use the House of Treasures money to buy that prolongation pill that he didn't really need. Duan Yu immediately cast a glance at Mo Lian, implying you gave it to her. Mo Lian shook her head and said dryly, while you were rummaging around for a good item, Jojo put away 5 million mystic currency. Duan Yu, 170,000. Commandery Princess Xian's heart was trembling when she called out this price. She decided that if the other party raised the price again, she wouldn't buy it. Moreover, the price had already soared so high. Even if the other party bought this prolongation pill, it would be an arduous but fruitless endeavor. Why don't you add? Why don't you add? Commandery Princess Xian thought viciously, raise it to 180,000, I'll laugh at you. Is that person crying? Arbor suddenly asked. She could even tell that the girl from private room number 9's voice was trembling when she called out the price, as if she was sobbing. Then she's definitely crying. Liang Qingqing burst out laughing. A small life-prolonging pill soared all the way to 170,000 cultivation coins. If this were to spread out, no one would believe it. Xiaomu nodded and said, then forget it. Let her buy it. Everyone's lips twitched. The auctioneer beamed with joy. 170,000 going once, 170,000 going twice. 170,000 going thrice. Deal. Congratulations to the lady in private room number 9 for obtaining an incomparably precious life prolongation pill. The audience below burst into thunderous shouts. Some people even stood up and applauded excitedly. It was as if they had bought the life prolongation pill. It was hilarious. Arbor glanced out of the window and shook his head. The people down there are like a bunch of fools. PFFF. Situi and the others almost choked on their tea. On the other hand, Commandery Princess Ian, who was inside room 9, sat there stiffly, as if she had not heard the auctioneer's words. She was in a daze. 170,000 cultivation coins. 170,000 cultivation coins were equivalent to 170 pieces of high-grade magnetite. She had taken out 170 pieces of high-grade magnetite to buy one prolongation pill. Just one pill. Why did she want to cry? She did not feel any joy at all. For the sake of the Queen Dowager's birthday this time, she had simply put down her hard-earned capital. Commandery Princess Ian sat there in a daze, her heart aching so much that she could barely breathe. Seeing that her miss was so angry that she could not speak, Sewer quickly soothed her. The purple-clothed woman lowered her head, and her mouth twitched imperceptibly. This was quite a scam. Anyone who had spent 170,000 cultivation coins to buy a life-prolonging pill would probably feel the heartache of having to die. Looking at the petrified Commandery Princess Ian beside her, the purple-clothed woman suppressed her mirth and coughed lightly. "Lass, give Miss 20,000 mystic currency." Bao Yan reluctantly took out a large bag of mystic currency from her sleeve and stuffed it into Commandery Princess Ian's hands. Commandery Princess Ian might even feel the pain of breathing. She stared blankly at the bag of 20,000 mystic currency in her hand, feeling that it was very heavy. She had brought a total of 150,000 mystic currency with her when she came out this time. Not only did she spend it all at once, she even borrowed 20,000 mystic currency. She simply wanted to cry but had no tears, especially when there were knocks on the door, and the auction house's manager, who had a genial smile, personally ran over to deliver the pill to her and even sweet-talked her. She really wanted to yell at that fatty, "I'm not buying it. I don't want to buy it. I'm regretting it, okay?" But it was clear that that fatty was also a shrewd person. He had 2 burly level 10 body cultivators behind him to prevent customers from reneging on their bids. If she said that she wasn't buying it now, it would probably be even more humiliating. If the palace were to spread the rumor that Commandery Princess Ian had bid for a prolongation pill for the Queen Dowager but couldn't afford it, would she still want her face? Would she still want to keep her dignity in front of the Queen Dowager? Honorable guest? The smile on the fatty's face faded a little and turned into a look of suspicion. It couldn't be another customer who had bid but couldn't afford to pay, right? Okay. Commandery Princess Ian's voice was hoarse as she shakily took out a large bag of mystic currency from her inner world. She handed it to the fatty along with the bag of 20,000 mystic currency that Bao Yan had given her. The fatty nodded with a chuckle. After taking the mystic currency, he placed a prolongation pill on a tray in front of Commandery Princess Ian. "Honorable customer, please take care of your prolongation pill." Commandery Princess Ian reached out and shakily picked up a small transparent cup from the tray, taking that pill in her hand. This was the prolongation pill that she had bought for 170,000 mystic currency. The fatty said a few more words of praise. Seeing that she looked like she had suffered a severe blow, he didn't say anything else and waved his hand to instruct the 2 bodyguards to walk out together. Commandery Princess Ian sat on the chair in a daze as she gazed dejectedly at the sky-high price pill in her hand. All sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. "I see there isn't anything else to see in this auction, so why don't we leave now?" Commandery Princess Ian also truly did not want to stay in this sad place for too long, so she nodded and glanced at the purple-cloaked woman. "May I know Mrs.'s name? I will definitely return the 20,000 mystic currency to Miss after a while." "My name, Xian." The purple-clothed woman blinked her phoenix eyes and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Mississippi. It won't be too late to return it to me when you're more relaxed. My name is Shuayin. Miss Xian, Miss Princess. I'll be staying at the biggest inn in the city for the time being." Commandery Princess Ian agreed with a nod. "Okay, after I raise the money, I will ask someone to come find you. No need to rush." The Commandery Princess looked at Commandery Princess Ian meaningfully. "Miss Shuayin, then let's go out now." "Okay, thank you, sister, for your help this time." Commandery Princess Ian was indeed quite grateful to this woman. She had become a pitiful pauper overnight. Commandery Princess Ian took a deep breath and put away that precious pill before forcing a smile at the purple-clothed woman. Just as the 2 people stepped out of the private room one after the other, they heard a furious bellow. close the door. No one is allowed to leave this place. The people chatting and drinking tea in private room number 8 exchanged glances with each other. It's here. The show is here. The auction item was pushed off the auction stage. The onlookers below stared dumbfoundedly at the middle-aged fatty who had suddenly scuttled onto the auction stage with a bellow. What's going on? Who knows? The middle-aged fatty was the person in charge who had just plundered the 150,000 mystic currency from Commandery Princess Ian and was planning to deposit it in the storehouse. Who knew that when he opened the storehouse on the 3rd floor, he would be instantly stupefied? The entire storehouse had been swept clean, not even leaving behind a grain shell for him. His vision darkened, and he nearly fell to the ground. When he regained his wits, he quickly issued an injunction to close the House of Treasure's main door. A group of ferocious guards of the House of Treasures surrounded the entire hall, trapping everyone within. The doors to the private rooms on the 2nd floor were knocked open one by one, and the guards politely yet unyieldingly drove the guests downstairs to gather at the auction venue on the 1st floor. The purple-cloaked woman, Xianxia, and Commandery Princess Ian's group were no exception. Commandery Princess Ian's face had stiffened from anger, and she couldn't resist lashing out. Why are you forcefully keeping us here? She didn't even want to stay in this auction house for a second longer. Her heart ached so much that she was about to suffocate. Xianxia quickly consoled Commandery Princess Ian. Miss Xuan, don't be angry. Let's follow them down and see what's going on first. Inside private room number 8, a brawny man cupped his hands at Mo Lian and company. Everyone, please. The House of Treasure's senior manager invites everyone to come downstairs for a chat. Your auction house is rather interesting. Liang Qingqing mocked with crossed arms. You actually drove the guests out of the private rooms halfway through the auction? What are you trying to do? Can't you just openly rob us? The burly guard rolled his eyes and politely and unyieldingly said, This is the head shopkeeper's order. Please don't make things difficult for a small guard like me. Alright, since this is someone else's rule, let's go down and take a look. Situi stood up first, pretending that nothing had happened, and walked out of the door. The group of people followed him downstairs. When they reached the 2nd floor, they just so happened to bump into Commandery Princess Ian and the others. Commandery Princess Ian looked at Mo Lian in a daze. Your Highness, Your Highness? Previously, when Su-er was at the entrance of the House of Treasures, she said that she seemed to have seen His Highness figure. She didn't expect His Highness to really come. Duan Yu was originally walking with a grin on his face, but when his gaze landed on Bao Yan, who had shrunk back, his peach blossom eyes involuntarily narrowed. He pointed his folding fan at Bao Yan and questioned, Why are you here? Where's your young master? Bao Yan shrank towards the purple-clothed woman, Xianxia. Xianxia stretched out her arm to block Bao Yan's path. She squinted her eyes and pretended to be puzzled as she asked softly, Everyone, do you know our Beijing manners young master? Duan Yu raised his eyebrows at her and said with a toothy grin, Not only do I know him, I even beat him up before. However, that punk escaped quickly, allowing him to avoid a calamity. Young master is naturally playful. If he has offended you in any way, please forgive him. The purple-clothed woman quickly curtsied in a very standard manner. Every grievance had its perpetrator and every debt its debtor. They were looking for Beijing manners young master, so they couldn't be bothered to make things difficult for a frail woman. Duan Yu merely glanced at her before retracting his gaze and walking downstairs with Situi and company. Ian originally wanted to say a few more words to Mo Lian, but when she saw that he didn't even glance in her direction, she could only stand resentfully on the side and watch as the crown prince walked past her while holding his wifey's hand. She seemed to have thought of something, and her expression suddenly changed. Wait. Seeing that the crown prince and company were ignoring her, Commandery Princess Ian quickly caught up and shouted, Crown Princess, just now, was it you? Was it you who bid? She had clearly seen the Crown Prince Consort's group walk out of private room number 8 just now. F***ck, the Crown Princess was the woman who had tricked her. The young Crown Princess turned to look at Ian in bewilderment. What are you talking about? Stop pretending. Ian was about to explode from anger. How could there be such a pretentious person in this world? If the Crown Princess had said earlier that she wanted to bid for the prolongation pill, I wouldn't have dared to compete with you. But you didn't say. How would I know? Arbor stuck out a small hand to stop her chattering. Oh, it was you who wanted to bid for the prolongation pill. No wonder your voice sounded so familiar. Ian, did I freaking run into 18 lifetimes of bloody misfortune, this crazy crown princess? Could it be that she found her voice familiar, so she started bidding along with her? Emolian smiled faintly as he led his young crown princess downstairs. They didn't gather at the venue but headed straight for the tightly shut main entrance. Several guards from the House of Treasures who were going downstairs with them quickly stopped them and said sternly, "Everyone, you cannot go out right now. Our House of Treasures has been burgled, and the senior manager is currently searching for the thief, so..." Ridiculous. Huifeng took a step forward and shouted angrily, "What kind of status does His Highness have? Why would he fancy the few pieces of scrap metal from your House of Treasures? Get out of the way. Be careful, swords have no eyes." Crown Prince Mo stood on the side while holding his young Crown Prince Consort's hand, both of them simultaneously put on an aloof face. Just like that, he looked at the guards of the House of Treasures with an indifferent expression. In fact, this expression of indifference was quite useful. When you don't want to reveal your inner thoughts, when you want to act pretentious and unfathomable, you can use a faint smile to cover it up. Situi silently lowered his head as he watched from the side, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Needless to say, the Crown Prince had just accompanied his wife to go to someone's storeroom and looted everything. This wasn't absurd at all. Commandery Princess Ian pulled her maidservant along as she hastily chased after the Crown Prince's party. She did not want to stay in this place for another minute. "It's fine, Miss Xuan." The purple-clothed woman consoled her, "It's just a small problem. We will be able to leave very soon." Commandery Princess Ian smiled at her. "Miss Xian, don't worry. I will find you very soon and return the 20,000 mystic currency to you. Miss Xuan, you and I are friends, so these are all trivial matters." The purple-clothed woman explained with a smile, "Nowadays, the price of goods has skyrocketed. In the past, 10 pieces of high-quality magnetite of good quality could buy half a city. Now, it's not even enough to buy 30 days' worth of food. Moreover, it's such a precious prolongation pill." Commandery Princess Ian felt a bit better when she recalled how precious the prolongation pill was. When she looked up, she saw a group of people surrounding the House of Treasures senior manager as that middle-aged fatty strode over. The middle-aged fat man glanced at them suspiciously. He stepped forward and cupped his hands politely. "You are. This is His Highness the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess." Huifeng explained with a taut face, "These two are the Duan clan's 4th young master and the Heavenly Dao sect's young sect master." When the middle-aged fatty heard this, he nearly broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly rubbed his hands together and said, "I did not know that your highness had graced us with your presence. Young sect master, 4th young master Duan, excuse me. Something happened to our House of Treasures tonight. I don't know which thief snuck into our warehouse and looted everything. That's why we have neglected everyone. I hope you don't blame us." Mo Lian waved her hand at him. "Can we leave now?" Of course, of course. How would this middle-aged fatty dare to stop them? He immediately had someone open the door and let them out. Commandery Princess Ian quickly followed after them. When she saw someone obstructing them, she berated, "How dare you? We are with His Highness." Mo Lian and the others didn't pay attention to her and boarded the carriage without consulting her. The middle-aged manager gave them a look and blocked Ian's group of 4. That fatty strode forward with a chuckle. Arbor sat inside the carriage and looked through the curtain. She then glanced at Lu Yashin, who was sitting in the corner of the carriage, and asked aloofly, "What are you waiting for?" Everyone looked at Arbor in confusion, unable to understand what he was saying to Lu Yashin at this time. Yet Lu Yashin's gaze shifted, and she looked up at Arbor with a questioning gaze. "Are you really going to make a move?" "Nonsense." Xiaomu grumpily glared at her. "A man is not a man if he does not take revenge. Are you going to take revenge or not?" Lu Yashin clenched her fists. She considered it for less than a second before nodding vigorously. She lifted the carriage curtain with a whoosh and was met with the fatty's slightly stiff face. She looked at the fat man coldly and threw a round object at him. The corners of Arbor's mouth curled up. He raised his hand and shot out several streams of mist. Together with a layer of earth wall, the mist rolled and built a high wall around the fat manager. In an instant, there was a loud bang. All the brothers and sisters in the carriage looked at this sudden situation with a stupefied expression. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed for an instant. With the explosive force of the core-ravaged thunder, the fat manager and the two lackeys beside him were all destroyed to the point that not a trace of hair could be seen. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yixin suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. The depression in her chest was swept away, and she threw her head back and laughed. It's been a long time since I've felt so good. Since when did he become more and more aggrieved by the day? Lu Yixin laughed so hard that tears rolled down her cheeks. Like an idiot. Arbor picked up a walnut and threw it at her head. Let's go. Liang Qingqing couldn't resist laughing. She walked up and rubbed Arbor's expressionless face in passing. Little junior sister, you're clearly helping junior sister Lu vent her anger, yet you're still putting on such a sunder a face. You really make people worry to death. You don't say anything and always make people guess blindly. Right, little junior sister, you have to change your bad habit of talking for the entire day. Situi quickly expressed his approval. What do you know? Duan Yu irritably interrupted them and sneered, aren't you tired of talking too much? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Suddenly, they burst into laughter. Arbor snorted and had someone lower the curtain. Then, a dozen burly men rushed out of the House of Treasures, looking in horror at the several meters deep crater that had been blasted open by the core-ravaging thunder. Due to the water mist and earth walls, this was only a small-scale explosion that didn't spread to other places. But this loud noise was enough to shake the entire Mo Kingdom capital. The people inside the House of Treasures surged out like a tide. Without that fatty manager's command, the thugs were like ants on a hot pan, completely without a backbone. They could only look on helplessly as the customers rushed out of the House of Treasures entrance and fled in all directions. After Arbor and the others quietly left. Not long after, the son of the great king, who had secretly gone out, was welcomed into the House of Treasures' back door with a dark expression. When the crown prince received the news, he merely glanced at it indifferently before casually erasing the message on the jade messenger talisman. He turned his head and couldn't help but sigh softly when he saw the little fellow busily refining medicine under the light. Look at how anxious this little thing was. In reality, his poison simply couldn't erupt that quickly. He could still suppress it for a short period of time. Less than an hour later, Arbor stopped and ran to his side, muttering, I just knew that primary rank herbs were still lacking. I'm lacking 2 kinds of primary rank herbs. Take this antidote pill first. Tomorrow, we'll go to the Mystic Beast Forest and buy the primary rank herbs in Captain's possession. Then, we'll have gathered all the herbs needed to cure the devil grass's poison. What are you busy with? Sleep first. Mo Lian scooped her up by the waist and carried her to the bed. Mo Lian. Mo Lian looked down at her and pursed his lips. You didn't remember me for a few days before. At that time, you called me Lord Husband. Arbor rolled her eyes irritably at him. Liar. I don't even remember you, so why would I still call you Lord Husband? Mo Lian, can't say. Cough. Mo Lian put her on the bed and sat sideways on the bed. He raised his hand to tidy her hair. Because I told you that my name is Hubby. Arbor, do I know that you've tricked me like this? Aren't I very smart? He leaned over to look at her and said with a smile, call me that again now. The little fellow's face was slightly flushed. She wanted to stretch out her little paw to push his face away, but when she saw his expectant eyes looking at her, she couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. My husband. She moved her little mouth, and just as she called out, she saw that bastard come up to her, hugged her, and covered her little mouth. He kissed her for a long time, and really took away all the air in her mouth. How infuriating, wasn't it just calling him husband? You're such a beast. Is it okay for you to do this? Jojo, I feel terrible, he said, looking at her piteously. You feel terrible. My ass. She was the one who felt terrible because he had taken away all her breath. Her chest hurt from holding it in. Yeah, everywhere feels terrible. Here, there, my whole body feels terrible. He leaned on her and kept rubbing against her until she started to feel terrible too. Her heart was thumping uncontrollably. She hated him to death. Jojo, when I kissed you before, you didn't have any reaction at all. Emolian winked at her. We don't have much experience. Shouldn't we practice more? As he spoke, his handsome face grew bigger and bigger in front of her. It looked like he was about to kiss her again. Arbor quickly reached out and slapped his face. Shut up. He looked at her innocently. I didn't say anything. Looking at his innocent expression, Arbor couldn't help but laugh. She reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. She suddenly pinned him down and hugged him as though he was a Emolian bolster. She pecked his chin with a stoic expression. Time to sleep. See you tomorrow, my Lien. The man who had wanted to flirt with his wife instantly froze. He lay there stiffly for a moment. His body moved slightly and he said in a slightly hoarse voice, Jojo. The little fellow didn't respond. Baby, hurry and get up. Arbor didn't make a sound. Her breathing also became gentle and soft. It was obvious that she had fallen asleep, Emolian. You can actually fall asleep in less than 3 seconds while lying on top of me. You, how infuriating, wasn't he beautiful and charming enough? Why did this unromantic little girl fall asleep in less than 3 seconds while lying in front of him? He really wanted to bite her, but he was worried that he would disturb her sleep. Emolian looked at this annoying little thing with a worried expression. He hugged her waist and rubbed against her soft body. He sighed faintly. What am I supposed to do with you? He let his imagination run wild for most of the night. He didn't know when he fell asleep. When he opened his eyes, he saw the little fellow staring at him with a pair of big longan-shaped eyes. Her eyes were round and round as though she was looking at a monster. Why are you here? When Emolian heard this, he couldn't help but get angry. He directly pulled her soft and small body into his embrace and nibbled on her slightly puffed-up cheeks. Ask yourself. Arbor recalled that she had boldly pounced on him yesterday and pinned him down. She had hugged him like a bolster for the entire night, but she would never admit it. The little fellow blinked and slapped his hand away. She turned over and was about to sit up as she muttered, What are you asking me about? All right, we should get up and set off. Suddenly, Arbor felt dizzy. He opened his eyes and looked strangely at the man who suddenly appeared above him. Why are you pressing down on me? You've been on top of me the whole night. Why can't I do it for a while? Emolian gritted her teeth and pointed at her eyes. Look. Yes. Emolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What do you mean look good? I'm asking you to look at me. Do you know that I have dark circles under my eyes? I couldn't sleep well last night because you were on top of me. Arbor looked at him guiltily and rubbed his head. All right. I'll let you sleep well tonight. And then? What then? Arbor's eyes fluttered as he looked around. His small hand nudged his body. It's getting late. We still have to set off for that small base in the Mystic Beast Forest in a while. I want you to press me back. Arbor's mouth twitched. He hugged him and shouted, No way, no way. It's fine if you don't press me back, but you have to kiss me 3 times. Bargaining. Arbor rolled his eyes at him and quickly leaned over to kiss his cheek. We're done kissing. Get up. Prince Emo looked at him with dissatisfaction. Perfunctory. This time doesn't count. You still owe me 3 kisses. I'll make them all up next time. She kissed him for nothing. Jojo was furious. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have kissed him just now. Regardless of whether she kissed him or not, she still had to make up for it 3 times. Prince Emo read the meaning in her eyes and almost laughed out loud. He hugged her and swayed her small body as he laughed. Jojo, you're so cute. Humph. He carried her off the bed and personally picked out clothes for her to wear. When he bent down to help her put on her shoes, Xiaoyao's voice came from outside. Pulling the little fellow up from the bed, Emolian turned around and called out, Come in. We'll go after breakfast. He patted her head and turned to head to the side chamber to change his clothes. His clothes were wrinkled from being pressed down by this little rascal for an entire night. He wouldn't be able to see anyone if he didn't change. His mental state was completely different on this trip to the Mystic Beast Forest. Previously, when he sent her to the mystic beast forest alone, Prince Mo was all sorts of discomfort and disdain that they would be gone for too long. Now that the two of them were going together, he was melancholy again. His mother-in-law had only given them a 4-day deadline, and they could only go back and forth for 4 days. This trip was too short. During breakfast, Prince Mo secretly told his wife something. "Do you know who owns that house of treasures?" "Whose?" Arbor bit on a steamed bun and glanced at him curiously. Seeing his secretive expression, she couldn't help but whisper, "It can't be opened by one of your brothers, right?" "You guessed right." Mo Lian was instantly speechless. "Why are you so smart?" "Children can't be so smart." "Humph, you're the child. The person behind this house of treasures is Brother Great King." Mo Lian fed her a mouthful of porridge before taking a spoonful himself. "Are you a bit surprised?" "He's always been poor, but he actually has the money to open a house of treasures this time." Prince Mo shifted his stool towards Arbor and whispered to her, "There's someone behind him." Arbor also lowered his voice. Who could it be? For him to be able to receive such a large amount of wealth in such a short period of time, it naturally wouldn't have appeared out of thin air. There must be a source. "We'll know once we check." Arbor nodded. "I'll leave it to you." She wasn't the least bit interested in investigating things. "Lazy." Mo Lian stretched out her finger to tease her in amusement. She seemed to be talking to herself, but also seemed to be extremely puzzled. "Why were you so diligent in cultivating before?" "I will never say it in this lifetime." Embarrassing. Mo Lian supported her chin with one hand and grinned at her. "Jojo, how do we get there?" "There are only 4 days to go back and forth." "Of course, we'll let your stinky golden dragon take us there. The sooner the better." "You're the arrogant one," Xianxia said angrily. Arbor rolled up his sleeves. "Come out." Okay. I'll let him take us there later." Mo Lian helplessly took her little hand. She was used to these two little fellows fighting each other whenever they met. "Can I beat him now?" Arbor turned to ask Mo Lian. Mo Lian glanced at his wife and shook his head sincerely. The little fellow immediately stood up angrily. "Forget it then." Yanqi's angry voice sounded. "You're planning to beat me up whenever you can beat me, right?" "That's right." "You." "Little Mo, I'm going to die from anger." Okay, don't be angry." Mo Lian was speechless. She coughed softly and pulled Arbor out. "Little Seven, come out." A dragon tore through the air and appeared in front of them. It angrily swung its tail and pointed its butt at them. Look at him, look at him." Arbor grabbed Mo Lian's hand and gritted her teeth. "This stinky dragon." Mo Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she pulled her to her side and comforted her. All right. Little Seven might look like he's lived for hundreds or thousands of years, but he's actually still a child among the dragons. Age doesn't bring wisdom." Arbor pursed her lips. Little Seventh Yen immediately turned his head and glared at her angrily. "Little Mo." Okay. Mo Lian shook her head in amusement as she looked at these two little rascals who couldn't get along with each other. She reached out and carried Arbor, then flew up and landed steadily on the golden dragon's back. She raised a hand to pat Little Seven's head. "Let's go, Little Seven." Little Seven swung his tail and darted into the clouds. Not long after the two of them left, Gong Chang and hurried over and grabbed Xiao 11Z at the Eastern Palace's entrance. He asked, "Where's His Highness?" "His Highness just left." Xiao 11Z looked at him in surprise. "Manager Gong, what's the matter?" "Ah, the Great King summoned him for an urgent matter. His Highness won't be back for 4 days. Why don't you write a letter, and I'll find someone to deliver it to His Highness?" Gong Chang'an shook his head. "Forget it. 4 days isn't a long time. Let's wait for His Highness to come back." Xiao 11Z nodded obediently. Gong Chang'an glanced at him and asked with a benevolent smile, "Your Highness went out with the Crown Prince Consort?" Xiao 11Z nodded vigorously. "Yes." "Ah." Gong Chang'an sighed deeply. Xiao 11Z wanted to ask him why he sighed, but he didn't dare to. After watching Gong Chang'an leave, Xiao 11Z rubbed the back of his head, feeling a little confused. Mo Lian naturally didn't know that the Great King had come looking for him right after he ran away with the beauty. The two of them rushed towards the mystic beast forest, and the little golden dragon's speed was naturally fast. Compared to when he rode the eagle to the mystic beast forest in Arbor, the time taken was shortened by at least 2/3. Seeing that little Tsundera's footwork was pretty good, Xiaomu didn't make things difficult for Yan Xiaoqi's friend after that. The two of them set off early in the morning and stopped not far from the outskirts of the small base late at night. Seeing that it was getting late, and the base's gate was already closed, the two of them started a fire on the spot, planning to make do for the night. "Are you cold?" Arbor shook his head and leaned on her, feeling a little sleepy. "It's spring, how can it still be cold?" With that, she curled up in his arms and said, "Looks like you won't be able to sleep well tonight." Mo Lian chuckled softly, hugged her, and said softly, "You still owe me 3 kisses. Sleep after kissing." "No." Arbor drowsily spat out these 2 words, and it didn't take long for her to fall asleep. Mo Lian helplessly shook his head and took out a blanket from his inner world to cover her. He muttered to himself, "She falls asleep so quickly every time. I wonder if it's on purpose." The next morning, Arbor opened her eyes and sat up. She dropped the blanket draped over her and glanced sideways. She saw that he was busy cooking a pot with his back to her. "What are you cooking?" "You're awake." Mo Lian turned around and glanced at her with a smile. "You're in luck. I stewed ginseng blackbone chicken porridge for you today. Come and try it. It's been cooking for a long time." Arbor hurriedly ran over and sat on a rock beside him. She took a spoon and poked it into the pot. After taking a bite, her eyes lit up. "It's delicious. Drink 2 more bowls." Mo Lian reached out and pinched her little cheeks. "I have to get you back." Arbor drank a few mouthfuls of porridge and glanced at him. She raised her hand to wipe her face. "How am I thinner?" "I'm about the same as before." Mo Lian laughed and shook his head. "You're too different. Your little chin used to be round, but now it's pointy." Xiaomu stuck out her tongue at him and scooped up another small bowl. However, before she could take a sip, she saw an extremely fast figure flitting past them. The person reached out and scooped up the boiling pot of porridge into his arms, laughing loudly as he exclaimed, "Oh my, it smells so good. This old man hasn't had breakfast yet." Arbor held a small spoon and stared blankly at the little old man who suddenly appeared in front of her. The old man wasn't tall and was chubby. He wore a minister's hat on his head and a linen robe on his body. There was a straw rope tied around his waist. He looked a little out of place. Mo Lian glanced at the old man. When Arbor didn't see him, his face darkened slightly. "Who are you? Why are you stealing our food?" Arbor stood up with the spoon and looked at the old man in confusion. The old man had already started drinking. He didn't even mind the heat. He blew on the porridge like a reincarnated hungry ghost. He finished the big pot of porridge in no time. Light up, after he was done, his beady eyes were still staring at the half bowl in Arbor's hand. Arbor instinctively hugged her small bowl and couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" "Little girl, I'll make a bet with you. If you can protect that bowl of porridge in your hand, this old man will agree to one of your requests." With that, he flashed in front of her and reached out to grab the bowl of porridge in her hand. "Jojo, use the talisman." Whoosh! Arbor threw out a teleport talisman and instantly moved hundreds of meters away. The old man said with a laugh, "Little girl, you have some tricks up your sleeve." He had already appeared behind her and pressed down on her head. What a fast movement and speed! As Arbor threw out a teleportation talisman, he threw out 60 binding talismans to trap the old man. In just a few breaths of time, the old man laughed and broke out of the binding glyph formation. Amazing, amazing. He's not inferior to Mu Xingchen, who's known as the #1 genius of the talisman aristocratic family in the Divine Prefecture. While the old man was smiling, his moves were extremely fast. Every attack was aimed at the bowl in Arbor's small hand. The old man was about to snatch the bowl from her hands. In her panic, darling Qiao threw her head back and gulped down the small bowl of porridge. After she was done, she threw the bowl on the ground and said angrily, "You didn't get it." The old man stopped with a dumbfounded expression. He stared blankly at her for a few seconds before suddenly laughing out loud. Emo Lien saw this from the side, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. Okay. This old man is willing to accept his loss. What request do you want me to agree to? Emo Lien quickly moved to Arbor's side, tugged at her small hand, and whispered a few words to her. Arbor looked at Emo Lien blankly before replying, "My request is that you must unconditionally stand by my side and support me in the future." Actually, Arbor was also puzzled. She didn't understand why Emo Lien would say this to her. The old man glanced at Prince Emo and snorted. He found a rock and sat down. "Humph, you're obedient. You just said what I asked you to say. Sly little girl." The old man rubbed his round belly before turning to look at Emo Lien. He said with a spurious smile, "All right then, this old man isn't someone who can't afford to lose. Oh right, do you two have any dry food? Give it to me." Although he had a lot of food with him, he didn't know how to cook. They had been hungry for 2 days. How miserable. Emo Lien glanced at him and threw him a bag of wheat biscuits. He pulled his wife and walked towards the small base. The old man stood behind the two of them and looked at them meaningfully. He opened the bag and took a bite out of it. "Alas, I didn't expect that I, the third elder of the Divine Lands Presbyterian Academy, would be reduced to eating dry food in this shabby place," he muttered as he followed the two of them. He followed them at a steady pace, neither too far nor too close. Arbor felt that the old man didn't leave. She turned to look at him and tugged at Emo Lien's hand. "Who is this old man? Why does he keep following us?" "Ignore him," Emo Lien said lightly. He held her little hand and walked into the base openly. There was an idiot who wanted to make him pay the fee. Yes, he was thrown out by him. He should be massaging his old waist in the corner now. Arbor was familiar with this adventurer base. She pulled Emo Lien all the way to the mission distribution center. She had made an appointment with the giant bear squad to buy all the primary herbs they dug up a month later. But it had been 2 or 3 days since the appointed date. She wondered if they were anxious. Arbor and Emo Lien walked to the mission distribution center hand in hand. The closer they got to the place, the more crowded it was. There were many people there and they were making a lot of noise. The two couldn't squeeze in at first. They stood outside the crowd and couldn't see the sign of the mission distribution center. Arbor heard the voice of Gao Sheng, the captain of the giant bear squad, from the crowd. "We're not obstructing anyone. The herbs are piled up in the open space. No one usually goes there. Why are they taking up space?" "TSK, Captain Gao, you must be joking. That pile of herbs of yours is occupying the latrine pit but not shitting. How many days have they been there? You're really looking forward to that little girl coming to collect those medicinal herbs." "Ha ha 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 ha." The captain of the Proud Hawk squad laughed mockingly at Gao Sheng as he hugged a gorgeous woman. "Maybe he's just teasing you." That's right, 1 cultivation coin for a low-level herb, how is that possible?" Although low-grade medicinal herbs also had the word medicine in them, to put it bluntly, they were really just grass. "Ha ha 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 ha. There are so many in the Mystic Beast Forest, and you can have as many as you want. If you really purchase them like this, then the young lady's hard-earned capital will be gone. I think that girl is a liar. She won't come again." "You're talking nonsense," Sister Ge shouted angrily. "You're not her, so why are you making wild guesses about her? Maybe Miss Chiao was delayed for a few days because of something." "Delayed? Ha 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 ha. Only someone as naive as you would believe it. Maybe she took a peek and saw that you guys actually picked over 200,000 primary herbs. She was scared witless by your extravagance and ran away." Everyone roared with laughter. Gao Sheng's face flushed slightly red. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Could it be that the Proud Eagle Squad's captain's crow's beak was spot on? Miss Chiao saw that they greedily plucked over 200,000 stalks of medicinal herbs and was so scared that she didn't want to come, but when they were plucking back then, they only thought that the more they plucked, the better. In fact, they didn't have to charge her 1 mystic coin per stalk. The plump woman, Hua Gu, spat at the Proud Eagle Squad's captain. Scram, scram, scram. What does it have to do with you? This is our huge bear squad's business. You idle people really have too much free time. Isn't it because your trash piled up in the open space is in the way? That's right. If you don't take care of it by today, we'll have to help you take care of it. Ha ha ha. Everyone's mocking voices rang out, and they all looked at Captain Gaoxing as if they were watching a good show. Gaoxing gritted his teeth. You don't need to take care of it. We can do it ourselves, Captain. Suddenly, a melodious voice that seemed like the sound of nature landed in the ears of the huge bear squad members. They all turned their heads in disbelief, only to see a pair of exquisitely carved jade people standing outside the crowd. Their brows were drawn together like a painting as they stared fixedly at them. Sis Ji's eyes lit up when she looked over. Little Chow. The little girl forcefully kicked aside the proud eagle squad members blocking her way and extended a small paw, waving at them in a friendly manner. Gaoxing's tears were about to fall. This little grandaunt finally appeared. Arbor trotted all the way to Captain Gao and extended a small paw. He stood on his tiptoes and patted Captain Gao's shoulder. Captain. I'm late. I was delayed by something earlier. You've been waiting for a long time. Not long, not long. Gaoxing's current mood was like a completely different person from his earlier gloomy mood. Now, he was so happy that he wanted to fly. Captain. The little fellow looked up at him, but before she could speak, she was stopped by two slightly pleasantly surprised voices. Little Chow. Sis. Little Sixth Xing and Princess Xiaomi ran over one after the other and circled around her, unable to restrain their joy. We finally waited for you. Ah. Arbor looked at the two of them, a trace of embarrassment appearing on his little face. You've been waiting for me here? These two slow-witted children, if she hadn't thought of returning to this small adventurer base in the Mystic Beast Forest, then wouldn't they have been weathered from waiting? Yes. The two nodded at the same time. Xiaomi's personal bodyguard, Gong Sunlai, slowly walked over. Hearing this, he crossed his arms and said, Princess Mi said that you will definitely come out from the forest. No matter what, I have to stay here and wait for you. Sorry for making you guys worry, Arbor said softly. It's good to see that you're fine. Xiaomi said with a smile. Then, she lowered her voice and leaned closer to her. Oh right, why did I hear that you picked up a phoenix egg? Is that true? Yeah. Arbor nodded. In the next instant, Xiaomi slapped him on the shoulder. Wow, your luck is too good. Where did you find it? Arbor pinched her sleeve. You might not believe it, but when I was walking on the road, it suddenly fell from the sky. Princess Xiaomi and Gong Sunlai's bodyguard chuckled at the same time. What the F***ck, this was really unbelievable. Arbor speechlessly glanced at Princess Mi. I'll tell you about this later. After speaking, she turned to Gaoxing and crisply called out, Captain. Captain Gao's face was overwhelmed by the favor. He always felt that every time the little girl called him Captain, it was especially familiar. Captain, Little Six and I want to join. Captain Gao, has the matter been resolved? A gentle voice came from the back of the group. When Arbor heard this nightmarish voice, the expression on her small face suddenly changed greatly. She abruptly turned her head and stared fixedly at the white-robed man walking over like a wolf. His entire body was covered in white clothes, making him appear very noble and unsullied. His gentle smiling face was brimming with a warm aura. No matter who saw it, they would feel that this person was very amiable and would be happy to get close to him. Heh, Fanchoha, her big brother next door, why are you here? A thin vine shot out from Arbor's sleeves and directly whipped toward Fanchoha's face without any warning. Ah! Fanchoha felt all the hair on his body stand on end, and he leaned to the side to avoid the attack. With a loud bang, the vine whip landed on a stool, directly whipping the stool into pieces. Arbor's figure had already rushed over like a little leopard. The wood spirit in her hand glowed with a faint green light, and she directly slapped it toward Fanchoha's face. This slap was too heavy, and Fanchoha felt that he might be disfigured by the little girl. He hurriedly activated a defensive mystic weapon to block it. As he dodged, he picked up a long sword and used it to block the little girl's wild bombardment of attacks. The little girl didn't fight in any order. Most of the time, she directly attacked with her small fists. After he dodged 2 or 3 steps, she suddenly stopped and actually smiled at him. This smile made all the hair on Xianxia's body stand on end. Previously, during the banquet, she had smiled at him like this and then used her killer move. Sure enough, when the little girl opened her hand, 5 streams of water drilled out from her palm and suddenly turned into 5 long snakes, rushing toward Xianxia without stopping. Xianxia turned pale with fright and immediately mobilized all the mystic energy in his body to open a defensive barrier. When the 5 streams of water hit the outer defensive barrier, the defensive barrier suddenly collapsed. Fortunately, he had used his own cultivation to form a defensive barrier, and the remaining water spirit energy did not immediately break his defense when it hit the defensive barrier. Xianxia had gripped the sword in his hand and covered it with a wave of mystic energy. He swept it across and drew a half-arc bang. The 5 streams of water immediately exploded. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt the soil under his feet loosen. His entire body was abruptly grabbed by a giant hand that flipped out from under the soil. He lowered his head in fear and looked down. The giant hand made of mud rolled up and slapped down on his head. Boom! This slap directly made Xianxia spit out a mouthful of old blood. With a bang, he fell flat on his face and ate a mouthful of mud. Everyone present was silent and didn't make the slightest bit of sound. However, their eyes were filled with disbelief as they stared blankly at the little girl in front of them. They were very clear about the strength of the Fan family's young master. But they didn't expect that he would be so easily slapped to the ground by the little girl. Without waiting for the Fan family members to rush forward, Arbor appeared in front of Xianxia in a flash. The startled swan dagger instantly flew out of her conscious. With just a wisp of her spiritual perception, she quickly pressed it against Xianxia's neck. Still as useless as ever. Arbor paced 2 steps in front of him and glanced sideways at the few Fan family members who wanted to rush forward. She waved her hand at them and said, "If you dare to come forward, I'll slit open his neck right now and make him PIU and spit out a lot of blood." The few Fan family members stared blankly at the young lady in front of them. They only felt that her current expression carried a hint of terror amidst her naivety. Even a little inexplicably morbid, she would do as she said. Everyone's hearts shrank. Fan Xiaoming led the others to stand far away. He cupped his hands toward Arbor and said, "Crown Princess, how has my brother offended you?" Arbor glanced at him and said mildly, "Him? How has he offended me?" Fan Xiaoming, why does he feel like he has nothing to say? Cough, cough, cough. Xianxia, who was sprawled on the ground and beaten up by Crown Princess Dahai again, stared at Arbor with a slightly changed expression. Why did you? Why? Whoosh. The sharp startled swan dagger drew a red line of blood on Xianxia's neck. If it had been a little deeper, his head might have fallen off his neck. Xianxia was greatly alarmed, but he still maintained a big brotherly smile on his face. Only, because he was nervous, his fingers were already curled up. Crown Princess. Mo Lian quickly walked to Arbor's side and pulled her into her arms, stroking the back of her head to comfort her. The desolate aura that this child exuded just now was heart-wrenching. There must be something wrong with this Xianxia. Otherwise, Jojo would not be on the verge of losing control every time he saw him. Xianxia, stay away from the huge bear squad. Never step foot in their midst. Otherwise, you will die without a burial ground, do you understand? Xiaomu turned her ice-cold small face over and indifferently gazed at that big brother next door. Xianxia's heart suddenly shrank, but he still maintained a trace of calmness on the surface. He didn't dare to nod because there was still a startled swan dagger at his neck. Crown Princess, you must have misunderstood something. I'm here today to ask the giant bear squad for a small mission. Are all of you from the Fan clan good-for-nothings? Arbor looked at him coldly. You're not allowed to ask the giant bear squad for help. Withdraw your bullshit mission immediately. Also, get out of my sight immediately. I don't want to see you. This was really something that he didn't want to see. Xianxia's hands, which were pressed against the side of his robe, clenched tightly and revealed a somewhat embarrassed smile. The Crown Princess has given a clear order. Xioha does not dare to disobey. After saying that, he stiffened his neck and looked at the startled swan dagger at his neck from the corner of his eye. He walked stiffly to the table in the mission distribution center and quickly cancelled the mission that he had just issued to the Giant Bear Squad, paying a certain amount of penalty for breaching the contract. Arbor gave a rare faint smile. That's good. In the future, don't let me see you sticking to the Giant Bear Squad like a fly, understand? Also, take good care of your own life. I'll be coming for you very soon. Xianxia only felt that this crown princess's expression hid an infinite amount of strangeness. Arbor willed it, and the startled swan dagger flew back to her fingers with a whoosh. With a slight turn of the sharp dagger, it disappeared into her conscious with a whoosh. Fan Xiaoming hurriedly rushed forward to support Xianxia, and led the Fan family away with their tails between their legs. Xiaomu gazed coldly in the direction they left in and didn't say anything else. Her small head twitched in Mo Lian's embrace as she looked up at him. What is it? Mo Lian didn't let go of her, only lowering his head to smile at her. Are you feeling better? Arbor nodded. After Xianxia left, she felt that the air here was much better. Every time she saw him, she would constantly recall that dark past. It was truly unbearable. Of course, she felt that this unbearable feeling would be resolved very quickly. Before she dealt with this Xianxia, she had to understand one thing. Was this Xianxia related to that Shuntian prefecture's prefecture chief? Her previous pitiful marionette-like life was mostly bestowed upon her by the Shuntian prefecture's prefecture chief. She suspected that it was because she had opened her mystic meridians at the age of 16 that the Shuntian prefecture's prefecture chief sent Xianxia, this smiling big brother, to her side. Thinking of this, darling Qiao couldn't help but shiver. Could it be like this, or was she overthinking it? Jojo, can't you tell me? Mo Lian frowned slightly, reached out to hug her slender waist, and lowered his head to look at her. I can't tell you about Xianxia. Xiaomu gazed at him in a daze. Her pair of slightly morbid, pitch-black eyes that resembled an ancient well flickered, and she lowered her small head and said, I can say it. Later, I'll tell you all about the enmity between me and Xianxia, okay? Okay. While Mo Lian was pleased, his mood was also a little heavy. Then you have to tell me about that strange old man's identity. Mo Lian was stunned, then smiled and pinched her little face. Children shouldn't be so smart. You'll grow up faster if you're a little stupid. I'm going to be of marriageable age in half a month. I'm not a kid anymore. Arbor angrily slapped his hand away. You have to tell me. Alright, Mo Lian smiled and nodded, as long as it's something you want to know, I'll tell you anything. That's more like it. The little girl looked at him with satisfaction. She suddenly remembered that she had been interrupted by that damned Xianxia while she was talking to the captain. She quickly turned her little head around and said to Gaoxing in a crisp voice, Captain. Little 6 and I want to join the Giant Bear Squad. Captain Gao was dumbfounded and flattered. He didn't know where to put his hands. Just now, the little girl's battle prowess was fully displayed. Such a strong little girl actually said that she wanted to pull her friend to join their unknown Giant Bear Squad. What should he do? It seemed very inconceivable. Captain Gao looked at the little girl with a dumbfounded expression for a long time, then hurriedly nodded and said, Okay. Little fellow, if you want to join our Giant Bear Squad, we naturally welcome you. It's just that. Captain Gao scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, Our Giant Bear Squad isn't that strong. Have you thought about it? All the members of the Giant Bear Squad fixed their gazes on the girl for a moment. In the early morning of this day, the Giant Bear Squad was joined by 2 amazing members. As for Xianxia's group, they didn't realize that 2 yellow-spotted butterflies were tailing them the whole way after they left. After joining Huge Bear Squad, all the members surrounded the new member. Arbor and Little Sixth Xing discussed enthusiastically and welcomed her incessantly. The Proud Hawk Squad members who were originally watching the excitement felt bored and wanted to disperse. Arbor suddenly shouted, Wait a minute. Were you the one who said that I was a swindler just now? Arbor suddenly stood in front of the Proud Hawk Squad captain. That captain had a tanned, old face with chapped skin from being exposed to the elements, but when he saw Arbor, he couldn't help but reveal a perverted expression. He took a step forward and pressed closer instead. What, does the little miss have some advice? What are you doing? Everyone in Huge Bear Squad surrounded her in a huff, and the leader, Captain Gao, pushed the Proud Hawk squad captain away with a slap. "Stay away from our Xiao." Classmate Mo, who was blocked outside the encirclement by a group of burly huge bear squad members, looked at his wife across the human wall, feeling extremely stifled. What to do if his wife was too popular? "I'm here to collect medicinal herbs right now." "Captain, how many medicinal herbs did our squad collect during this time?" There are all kinds of primary level medicinal herbs. But you don't need to give us 200,000, here." Arbor handed Captain Gao a money pouch. "Here are 100,000 high-grade mystic currency. Keep it well." What? Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at this extravagant nouveau riche squad member, simply not daring to believe their eyes. 200,000 low-grade mystic currency and 100,000 high-grade mystic currency weren't on the same level. Just like low-grade magnetite, it was only suitable for mystic cultivators level 1 to level 4 to absorb, while high-grade magnetite could be absorbed by mystic cultivators level 12 and below. As for Arbor's level 14 cultivation realm, high-grade magnetite wasn't of much use to her. What she needed were supreme-grade magnetite. Supreme-grade magnetite mines were very rare on Seekong planet, so the production of mystic currency generally stopped at high-grade mystic currency. The captain of the Proud Hawk squad blushed, and he muttered, "I don't know where my luck came from." He was about to leave with his tail between his legs. Siska stood in front of him with her hands on her hips. "Hey, are you going to swallow all the words you said to slander Xiao into your stomach? Do you see that?" Xiao gave our captain 100,000 high-grade cultivation coins and told him to keep it well. "Are you still calling her a liar now?" "Liar your sister. Have you ever seen a swindler pay a deposit?" Fine. Let's go." The captain of the Proud Eagle squad felt that he was in the wrong. He led his squad past the crowd and hurriedly ran away. Sister Ga sneered and scolded him for being a coward. Then, she ran to Arbor and happily said, "Xiao, there are so many medicinal herbs. Is it to help you transport them home?" "No need, I'll collect it myself." She simply took a new ebony purple storage talisman and followed Captain Gao and the others to an open space before throwing all the primary-grade medicinal herbs inside. "I'll just take some time to slowly organize them," Arbor thought to herself. She turned and nodded her small head at them. "Thank you all very much." Captain Gao and the others repeatedly waved their hands. There was no need to thank them for this. This was what they should do in the first place. They all felt a bit embarrassed after receiving so much reward. This nouveau riche teammate was so generous, it was obvious that he was helping them. "Since there's nothing else, why don't we return to the city together tomorrow?" Captain Gao thought it was a good idea. They had been out for almost a month, and their teammates were already exhausted. They should return to the city to recuperate. Besides, they had a lot of mystic coins on hand now, and they had basic living expenses. Thus, he nodded at Arbor and said with a smile, "All right, let's return to the city together." Xiaomi ran over with a smile. "Since that's the case, Gong Sun Lai and I will return to southern Xiao Nation first. See you in a few days." Hence, Xiaomu nodded. "Then be careful on your way back." "Don't worry, I'm very powerful." Xiaomi assumed an attacking posture. Behind her, Gong Sun Lai immediately rolled his eyes at this princess. "All right, princess, don't show off blindly. You only have that one mystic skill, it's better not to take it out and make a fool of yourself." Arbor's mouth twitched. Didn't I hear that Southern Xiao Nation's king's famous mystic skill has 18 moves in one set?" Gong Sun Lai chuckled. "What are you laughing at?" Xiaomi angrily jumped to his side and kicked him. Cough, "I'm not laughing." Gong Sun Lai held back his laughter and explained, "Each of the Great King's 18 mystic skills has a name. When it comes to Princess Xiaomi, the 18 moves are combined into one, and it's just that one move." Oh right, the first time she was tested, she even said with conviction that this is called not forgetting her roots. She started from the foundation and worked her way up step by step. The Great King even praised her for her talent, and that she could take on a great responsibility and inherit the legacy of Southern Xiao Nation's royal family. Xiaomi coughed dryly and pretended to look around. She lowered her head and played with the corner of her clothes. 3 months later, the Great King tested the princess for the second time and discovered that she was still using the same move. The Great King's expression began to turn heavy, but he still praised her for practicing it well. She painstakingly practiced it just for this one move. PFFF, Xiaomi, Gongsun Lai said with a faint smile. 3 months later, the Great King tested her for the third time. When she was still using that one profound skill, and only knew how to use that one move to block the attacks of others, the Great King fainted on the spot. Everyone laughed. Xiaomi glared at Gongsun Lai and said, I'm just taking the essence, do you understand? Although it's only one move, it doesn't matter how many moves there are, only how good they are. Sister Ge said mockingly, I didn't expect the renowned Great King of Southern Xiao Kingdom to impart to you a set of 18 mystic skills. You actually wasted such a precious treasure? Xiaomi angrily stomped her feet. What are you laughing at? He's already practicing diligently, and he's even combining the 18 moves into one, extracting the essence and discarding the dregs. When Arbor heard this, he actually nodded his head in agreement. That's right, the number of profound skills has never been a factor. It's only a matter of how deep one's comprehension is. If I can combine the 18 moves into one move, then it will definitely be the best of the best. It will definitely be very powerful. Everyone was speechless. Ha ha ha. Gongsun Lai grinned and nodded. She's so freaking powerful that she can't even beat a level 5 mystic cultivator who's one level lower than her. What was he supposed to do about this? Arbor patted her shoulder. Continue practicing. You can do it. When you master the 18 moves into one, you'll definitely be unrivaled. The background music strangely turned into ha 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 ha. After parting ways with the princess of the southern Xiao Kingdom, Darling Qiao still followed beside Mo Lian with a strange expression and asked, why can't they stop laughing? Is it very funny? Mo Lian hugged her small body with a smile and nodded. It's funny. Darling Qiao was unconvinced. I've only learned one type of archery technique, and there were originally 5 different archery techniques in it. Later, I mastered all of them into one type. Every time I shoot an arrow, the time limit can be shortened by at least 2/3. You even comprehended an explosive arrow archery technique on your own. When we practice, we adjust the cultivation technique according to the actual situation to comprehend deeper and achieve the goal of constantly striving for perfection. What's wrong with that? They shouldn't laugh at Xiaomi, Darling Qiao huffed. Pfft. Mo Lian was truly about to die from laughter at this darling. Darling, she's not you. Mo Lian pressed his forehead against hers and laughed uncontrollably. What she said about mastering through a comprehensive study is complete nonsense. She only practiced one move out of the 18 moves, and she's the type that hasn't mastered it yet. Arbor was instantly speechless. Is that so? Mo Lian nodded while holding back her laughter. She looked at her serious expression and said, do you think everyone is like you? Seeing a cultivation technique and mastering it on your own, condensing several moves into one. These all require talent and aptitude. Normal mystic cultivators just follow the cultivation technique and mystic technique. Why would they think so much like you? Arbor nodded, seeming to understand. So that's how it is. Still, they shouldn't laugh at her, Arbor said with a snort. Okay. Mo Lian glanced at her with a smile. Jojo, let's find a place to stay and have a good night's rest. We'll leave tomorrow. In any case, it's still early. Arbor nodded. Suddenly, she heard the poison-tailed butterfly Queen Xiaoxiao softly call her by her ear, Master, Master. Is there news? Arbor asked with rapt attention. No, Master. The 2 butterflies that were sent out to scout for information were killed by someone. She couldn't enter Paradise Planet now, so she couldn't talk to Xiaoxiao face to face. Speaking of which, the 2 of them could only talk through spiritual awareness. She had asked Xiaoxiao to release those 2 yellow-spotted butterflies to keep an eye on Fan Xiuhe, but she hadn't expected him to be so cautious. But I know where they died. Does Master want to go and take a look? Very close? Yes, it's in an abandoned wooden hut outside this small base. Alright, let's go and take a look. Mo Lian had been watching her quietly. When she saw her look up at her, she smiled at her. What's wrong? Let's go somewhere. 15 minutes later, Arbor and Mo Lian arrived at an abandoned wooden house. When he pushed the door open and entered, there was no one around. Mo Lian narrowed her eyes. There was the aura of a great spiritual master. His gaze fell on a piece of black muslin in the corner. It seemed like it was used to cover one's face. Arbor quietly looked at it. There were 2 small puffs of yellow powder on the ground. The yellow-spotted butterflies had probably been shattered by a palm strike after they were discovered. There really is someone behind Xianxia, Arbor said coldly. That person might even be a great spiritual master. He was extremely cautious and wouldn't even let go of the smallest butterflies. As long as he thought it was dangerous, he would destroy it with a pinch of his fingers. Arbor's eyes unconsciously outlined a middle-aged woman with a pair of gloomy eyes who covered herself behind a piece of black muslin. She suddenly opened her eyes and involuntarily shuddered. Mo Lian hastily pulled her into his embrace and stroked her back soothingly. What's wrong, Jojo? Arbor shook her head. It's nothing. There aren't any clues left behind here. Do you want to send someone to stay here and keep watch? Arbor nodded. The people who came into contact with Xianxia should be very cautious. I reckon that this place won't appear again. Let's go back. I'm a bit tired. Seeing that her expression was indeed a bit tired, Mo Lian held her by the waist with heartache and drifted out of the shabby little wooden hut. After a good night's sleep, the next morning, after washing up and going out, she saw that the huge bear squad was already waiting outside. Little Sixth Xing, dressed in black, stood nimbly and vigorously under the morning light. He turned to smile at her and nodded. Mo Lian grabbed his wifey's hand and cast a sidelong glance at Little Sixth Xing. When Captain Gao saw her come out, he immediately grinned, revealing his white teeth. Xiao, are we going back by Flying Eagle? Okay. Arbor nodded. In any case, there were still 2 days left from the 4-day time limit that her mother had given them. They could still make it if they slowly ran back by Flying Eagle. Okay. The squad members walked outside in a hubbub. Arbor glanced out of the corner of her eye and saw that fatty and strange old man that she had previously encountered at the base's entrance. Knitting her brows slightly, Arbor looked up at Mo Lian. Seeing that his expression didn't change at all, she didn't say anything either. The two hopped onto the Flying Eagle and followed the huge bear squad back to the Mo Kingdom capital. Arbor sat on the eagle's back and gently leaned against Mo Lian's body, watching the eagle ascend into the sky as if it was dispersing into the clouds. Only then did she organize her thoughts and say softly, Mo Lian, do you believe that miracles exist in this world? I, once, had a very long dream. In the dream, I died once. That kind of feeling was so real that you almost couldn't believe it. Following her dreamy voice, Mo Lian only felt that his breathing had also stopped. He completely didn't want to understand what his Jojo had died once meant. He didn't want to think about it. As soon as he thought about it, he felt like his heart had been sliced open by a knife and was about to be cut out. He suddenly tightened his arms around her waist. What do you want to say, Jojo? I know that corpse puppets can erupt, I know that corpse puppets can grow. I know that everything will go according to the dream I had, and it will proceed slowly and in an orderly manner. It's just I don't want to go back to that dream. Mo Lian, did you know? In that dream, someone had been controlling my life the entire time. I'm like a puppet on a string, a puppet without any thoughts of its own. I'm being pointed here and there by others, living my own miserable life according to other people's thoughts. Mo Lian's pupils contracted as she recalled the pieces of information she obtained when she searched Luigi's soul. Yes. Someone had always wanted her Jojo to lead a good life. Someone had always been spying on her in the dark, wanting to destroy her hard-earned happiness. How could he allow it? In that dream, I was captured by Xianxia. He broke all my limbs. Jojo. Mo Lian looked at her in horror, and his hands involuntarily hugged her waist tightly. It was as if he wanted to embed her deeply into his embrace at this moment and protect her firmly. He asked me, Arbor, why is your inner world different from other people's? Your cultivation level is clearly lower than mine, so why is your inner world bigger than mine? He used some small hammers and nails to hit me all day and night, studying my inner world, trying to find out my secret. Jojo. Mo Lian hugged her tightly, hugging her slightly trembling body. Don't be afraid. That person will never hurt you again. Because I'm here. Mo Lian leaned over and rubbed his head against the back of her furry head. I won't allow anyone to hurt a single hair on your head. Arbor turned his head and looked at him with a slightly dazed gaze. He nodded and said softly, I know. I know that it's just a dream, and it won't happen. But sometimes, I feel as if those things are happening to me as if I'm in the same situation. Every time I see those enemies in my dreams. When Xiaomu recited the enemies in her dreams, her eyes would flicker with specks of starlight. I just want to stab them to death, one stab at a time. I won't let Fanchoha die so easily. Arbor looked at Mo Lian and asked softly, don't you think that this version of me is very scary? Mo Lian shook his head heavily. I don't think so. I just feel that this version of you makes my heart ache. He held her little hand and pressed it against his thumping heart. He sighed softly. Jojo, it hurts here when I hear you say this. It doesn't matter if it's a dream or not. He reached out and cupped her little face. Suddenly, he lowered his head and kissed her lightly on the lips. All of this is in the past. It won't happen to you again. I swear that I'll use my life to protect you, my Jojo. My love. He murmured softly and hugged her in his arms. Unknowingly, the two's fingers were tightly intertwined. Even when the afternoon sun shone on them, they didn't relax at all. That fat old man is the third elder of the Academy of Elders in China. He's here to find me. Mo Lian held her little hand and said mildly, no matter what happens in the future, Jojo, we won't be separated, okay? Xiaomu's mind was a bit fatigued after digging into the secrets buried deep in her heart with him. She had already drifted into dreamland, as though she couldn't muster up any energy to continue the conversation. Mo Lian saw that she was about to sleep, so he put the matter of the third elder in China aside. He raised his hand to caress her smooth forehead and gently planted a kiss on it. He murmured softly, go to sleep. Everything will be fine when you wake up. This was a kind of mental exhaustion, not because she wanted to sleep. It was as if, after saying all this, she had walked through endless darkness and was finally pulled back from hell with great difficulty. Right now, she especially wanted to sleep comfortably under the sun and the warm sky. The cries of eagles glided by. The war eagles mounted by the huge bear squad flew one by one across the clear and comfortable sky, flying in the direction of the Mo Kingdom capital. Arbor's lips curled up slightly. She nuzzled against Mo Lian's chest and adjusted to a suitable sleeping position. His heartbeat was strong and powerful, like a lullaby, urging her to fall into a defenseless sleep. It seemed that with him by her side, she felt that she could have no misgivings. His vision was hazy, as if he was looking at things through a thin layer of mist. The second young master stumbled as he parted the bead curtain strung together by golden beads. He stared blankly at a pot of begonia blooming beautifully on the shelf, somewhat lost in thought. There was a spotlessly white walnut inlaid bed in the bedroom, as well as the extremely familiar-looking brush, ink, paper, and inkstone on the desk next to it. An unfinished pot of hot tea was steaming with white smoke. Why did all of this look so familiar? Outside the beaded curtain, there seemed to be someone talking on the other side of the screen. The second young master moved closer. When he saw that hazy and familiar figure under the floating white veil, it was as if something had struck his heart. He was completely stunned. This back view, why was this back view so similar to him? He only heard a soft voice say with a chuckle, Xian, don't tell me you've really fallen in love with that woman and want to marry her. Don't forget who you are. Your father will never allow you to marry such a good-for-nothing woman. If you want to marry, shouldn't you marry a girl from an aristocratic family like me? That woman is of no help to you at all. When the second young master heard that woman's words through the thin white veil, he didn't know why, but his fists actually clenched tightly. TSK, a disdainful voice sounded. The second young master suddenly widened his eyes and shot a glance in that direction like lightning. Where was he? Was he in a dream? Why did it feel like he was actually there? It was as if he was looking at himself from his previous life and talking to someone. Xian, say something. You're thinking too much. He heard his own voice faintly transmitted through the floating white veil. His current mood became very perturbed and complicated. He took a step forward, as if wanting to rush over and stop himself from saying what he was going to say next. However, it was as if he was frozen in time and space, trapped in a small space. He could only look at them, but couldn't go forward to touch or stop them. Don't say it. Don't say it anymore. The second young master inexplicably felt as if his heart was about to be squeezed. It was as if he was looking at himself in his previous life and realized that if he continued to say those heartless words, it would cause something irreversible. If it were you, would you marry a cripple with 4 limbs as your wife? The cold voice continued, she's just a little pet that I raised. She's a pet. Of course, I'll tease her when I'm happy. When I'm unhappy, I'll just ignore her. Just wait and see, she will obediently call me master in the future. The woman giggled. Her laughter was like a demonic sound that pierced into his ears. The second young master looked at everything in front of him with a blank expression. He saw someone push out a wooden wheelchair from behind a long cabinet. The wheeled chair rolled along, as if every step was stepping on the tip of his heart, causing his eyebrows to shrink slightly in pain. He heard the woman's laughter. She said mockingly, "Ah, Xian, your little pet heard what you said." He could clearly see the subtle changes in his previous life's expression under the moonlight. When he wanted to rush over and take a look at the person who had lowered her head and curled herself up in the wheelchair, it was as if he stepped on empty air and his whole body fell down. He instantly woke up from the soft couch and straightened his body. His forehead was covered in cold sweat as he stared at the pitch-black night. The thin blanket covering his stomach slowly slid to the ground. Was that a dream? Why did it feel so real? Omega Kotoko got up from the soft couch. His body swayed slightly and he almost bumped into the cabinet at the side. He pressed his swollen head and leaned against the window frame. He took a breath of the cool air outside and his fingers couldn't help but curl up. Who was that person in the wheelchair? Why did he give him an indescribable sense of familiarity? Why did he make his heart tremble in pain, master? Wang Cheng's voice came from below the window. He didn't seem to understand why his master would run to the window to get some fresh air in the middle of the night. The second young master didn't pay attention to him. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the distant dark void. There, it was as if there was another him coldly watching him. After Arbor returned home, under his mother's exhortations, he finally behaved properly for several days. For her coming-of-age ceremony, the entire Qiao family was as busy as a spinning top. From the guest of honor to the assistant, not a single person could be missing. She was the only one who had nothing to do. From time to time, she would check on second uncle and brother Xiaohu's injuries. Other than that, there weren't any major issues. The two of them woke up the day after she left for the small base. Now, their injuries were gradually recovering. However, whenever Zhou Yuan of the Zhou family was mentioned, they would constantly curse him as a little bastard. At that time, the Zhou family detained eldest aunt Xiao Wenxiu and cousin Pu Rulan at home. That day, father brought De Yuan to their house. Without saying a word, the two sides started fighting. De Yuan perfectly threw the two 11th-layer body cultivators of the Zhou family away and gave them a good beating. Father rescued eldest aunt and her daughter. When he saw their miserable state, it was said that the siblings, uncle and nephew, hugged each other and cried on the spot. That little bastard Zhou Yuan was still cursing on the side. He actually accused cousin Pu Rulan of not being a woman. Infuriated, father immediately asked Governor Peng Dehai to come forward and divorce cousin Pu Rulan and Zhou Yuan on the spot. When Arbor heard his second uncle talk about this, he couldn't believe his ears. She understood her father too well. He was an indecisive and soft-hearted person. How could he possibly be so resolute as to have her cousin and Zhou Yuan divorce on the spot? She did not know where this Zhou Yuan had come from, to be able to anger her father to this extent. He could also be considered a talent. His cousin was also a strong-willed person. At first, his father had planned to bring the orphans and widows back to live with him, but his cousin was unwilling. Eldest aunt had a small house on Hualing Street, which was secretly bought by the mother and daughter a few years ago. After leaving the Zhou family, Pu Rulan stayed with her eldest aunt, Xiao Wenxiu, in the residential house on Hualing Street. From second uncle's words, it was likely that Zhou Yuan felt that he had been forced by his wife's uncle to divorce his wife dejectedly. After thinking about it, he felt that he had lost face. Thus, every 2 or 3 days, he would find people to cause trouble on Hualing Street, causing Cousin Pu Rulin and eldest aunt to be unable to rest in peace. Arbor watched as second uncle swallowed a pill and handed him a bowl of water to drink. Second uncle, your body has just recovered. Being angry will harm your body. Be careful. Jojo, you haven't seen that little bastard's face. If you saw it, I guarantee that you would go up and give him 2 slaps. That's right. I hate that there was someone who stopped us that day. Otherwise, I would have beaten him to death long ago. Xiao Hu also said angrily, that's a person who can't get any more despicable. Okay. Arbor didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he comforted brother Xiao Hu, watching him swallow the pill. Then these past 2 days, that Zhou Yuan still brought people to Hualing Street to cause trouble? Arbor asked curiously. How can he not cause trouble? When can he not cause trouble? Every day, he comes barking like a mad dog. Xiao Hu angrily slammed the table. Wait until I recover, I'll definitely give him a good beating. Isn't he going to marry some Gao family's daughter? Why does he still have the time to make trouble for cousin? Arbor couldn't help but ask as he had the little girl come in and clean up the medicine bowl. That's right. That hateful guy clearly abandoned his wife to climb up the social ladder and marry that Gao family's daughter, Gao Chi-Chi. He even keeps slandering cousin for having an affair. I've never seen someone as despicable as him. From the father and son's conversation, Arbor understood that this was a big scumbag. I'll have Xiaoyao go take a look later. It's fine, you two should rest first. She herself had been grounded by her mother, and before her hairpin ceremony, her mother wouldn't allow her to go out as she pleased. However, sending that quick-witted girl, Xiaoyao, to take a look was still feasible. Xiaohu's eyes lit up, and he casually said, tell Xiaoyao to be careful. Although those 2 11th layer body cultivators are injured, they're still quite powerful. Arbor turned his head and carefully looked at brother Xiaohu. Brother Xiaohu, wait until you recover. I'll refine 2 mystic breakthrough pills for you to take. You can properly raise your cultivation. Xiaohu immediately beamed with joy. Good. Little sister, I actually feel that my body has completely recovered. How about in 2 days? Arbor looked at his anxious expression and couldn't help but shake his head. Let's talk about it after you recover. There's no rush. Turning his head, he saw second uncle anxiously looking at him from the side. He couldn't help but laugh. Second uncle, I'll refine 2 body-tempering pills for you. Okay. Second uncle Qiao answered with a grin. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't envious when she saw her elder brother soar all the way to a level 9 mystic cultivator after taking 2 mystic breakthrough pills. Second uncle Qiao was grinning from ear to ear at the thought that he would be able to make some progress soon. After Arbor left the father and son's ward, he instructed Xiaoyao to check out the situation at Hualing Street. The little fellow kicked off her shoes and lay down on the couch by the window. Not long after, she saw a pale white figure come in through her window with a whoosh. He pounced on her side and kissed her affectionately. Annoying. Arbor reached out a finger and tapped the guy's forehead. Prince Mo looked at her innocently and reached out to grab her finger. Jojo, I've been chatting with those old guys for half a day after the morning court. I haven't even had a mouthful of hot porridge yet. I'm so hungry. How about having Choju cook some noodles for you? MHM. Prince Mo nodded and leaned against her as he whined, Jojo, my head hurts. Arbor wordlessly crawled to his side and pulled his head into her embrace. She rubbed his head with her fingers. If my mother sees you like this, she'll definitely be stunned. Prince Mo nudged his head in her embrace. How am I? You look like a rascal. Mo Lian burst into laughter. She flipped over and pulled out a small rectangular box from her sleeve. This is your husband's present for you. Hurry and open it. What is it? Arbor opened the box. She saw a phoenix hairpin with flowing light lying there quietly. The hairpin was inlaid with a row of resplendent gems, with a gentle luster. This is a defensive spirit tool. Arbor didn't show it on her face, but she was extremely touched inside. How long ago did this guy make this hairpin for her? He made it himself for her to wear at her coming-of-age ceremony. For your coming-of-age ceremony. Lian propped up her chin with one hand and tilted her head to look at her with a smile. I'm fine with it, right? Arbor gave him a sidelong glance. He narrowed his beautiful phoenix eyes and looked at her. Wife, your husband is so good to you. Don't you plan to come over and kiss your husband? Xiaomu placed the hairpin inside the slender box. Suddenly, she hugged his head and kissed his face with a smack. Prince Mo looked at her with silly amusement. Jojo, look good. Come here and let me hug you. Idiot. Arbor glanced at him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and then pulled him up. Coincidentally, they saw the maid Choju enter with a tray and curtsied to the two. Arbor took the bowl of hot noodle soup and handed it to the crown prince. Here, you can leave after eating. If mother comes later and sees you here, let's see how you explain yourself. Then I won't be able to finish it in my lifetime. Prince Mo picked up the noodles with his chopsticks and ate, sneaking glances at her. Arbor glanced at him speechlessly. Oh, right. Didn't you ask me about Sikong Fuling before? What happened to her? Prince Mo almost choked on the noodle soup. Arbor hurriedly took a brocade handkerchief from the side and wiped it. What are you doing? Nothing. Prince Mo glanced at Arbor rather guiltily and pretended to ask casually, are you good friends with her? Of course not. I snatched her glacial star sand, so she must hate me to death in her heart. If we meet again, it's already good enough that we don't fight. If we fight, I won't go easy on her. That's good, that's good. Prince Mo grinned and picked up a few more noodles in a good mood. Arbor looked at him suspiciously. Are you hiding something from me? I'm fine. I'm fine. Mo. Lotus. Prince Mo turned his head to look at his little emperor baby, and immediately admitted defeat. Okay, I'll tell you, but you can't be angry. Previously, when I flew to the Mystic Beast Forest to look for you, I couldn't find you. I smelled your scent on Sikong Fuling's body, so I captured her and brought her back. Arbor's eyes widened. Why did you capture her? Arbor glared at him angrily. Don't tell me you caught her because she's wearing too little fabric and wanted to feast your eyes on her. What? Why would you think that? Lian pulled him into his embrace and said exasperatedly, why would I look at her? She's so ugly and can't even compare to one of your toes. Why would I look at her? Arbor's eyes swiveled. Then why did you capture her? I interrogated her about your whereabouts, but she wasn't willing to say anything at first. What she said after that was all lies. So I threw her into the dungeon. After that, I forgot about her. Arbor's mouth twitched. Then she's still in the dungeon now? Should be. Prince Mo simply didn't remember this person after that. Arbor silently lit a candle for Sikong Fuling. Then when should I go see her? Wait until after your coming-of-age ceremony. Lian reached out to fix her hair. It's been so long anyway, she should be used to it. Arbor couldn't help but want to laugh. Could it be possible to get used to this dungeon? No need. Since I don't have anything to do tomorrow, I'll sneak out. Mother won't notice. Let little sister keep a lookout for me. Lian's eyes lit up, and he immediately hugged his wife without letting go. He smiled and nodded. Okay. Then let's go swim by the lake and listen to some songs or something. Bah. Arbor pushed him and snorted. Forget about swimming by the lake and listening to songs. If a mutated fish monster suddenly appeared in the middle of the swim, that wouldn't be wonderful. Aya, how could there be such a coincidence? Lian hugged his wife and dawdled. Just for a while, I'll send you home in 2 hours. Xiaomu poked his head with her finger. You're so nosy. Just as they were talking, Xianxia returned. As soon as she entered, she angrily bowed to Arbor and Lian. Your Highness. Crown Princess, I've already asked around. That Zhou Yuan, it's just a second master said. He's a big slut through and through. He went to make trouble for Miss Pooh again today. Fortunately, the guards that master left there helped to block him. The two really clashed, and Miss Pooh sprained her hand. Is it serious? It's alright. I left some medicine for Miss Pooh. It should be fine after 2 days. Xiaoyao couldn't help but say angrily. But that damn slut keeps making trouble for her. If this goes on day after day, I don't know how Miss Pooh will live. Xiaomu creased her brows. Go over there again tomorrow. Give Peng Dehai my visitation notice and have him go with you. Arrest all the troublemakers. After 2 or 3 times, no one will dare to make trouble again. Is this feasible, miss? Of course it's feasible. Arbor smirked and said, have Lord Peng lock them up in jail and find a few people to scare them. Okay, Xiaoyao will do it tomorrow. After Arbor sent that annoying guy away with great difficulty, he began to make the devil grass detoxification pill. The next day, Arbor brought the little girl Jolin over and had her stay in his room while he slipped out of the house. After being cooped up at home for several days, Arbor jumped over the back wall with light steps and saw Prince Mo standing there with a smile in his white casual clothes. Arbor jogged over and naturally reached out to hold his arm. I've been waiting for a long time. Not too long. Mo Lian winked at her. How was it? Did mother find out that you slipped out? It's fine, I'll let little sister block it for me. Arbor held his hand and said, let's go to the dungeon to see Sikong Fuling first. This Sikong Fuling, I've checked her identity. She's quite special, she's actually the holy maiden of the demonic sect. Mo Lian stroked his chin and said, previously, when she was in prison, she even used a flute, and she really almost escaped. That flute is the nightmare demonic flute. Back at the small base, I almost fell for it. The two rode back to the Eastern Palace, whispering to each other as they hurried in the direction of the dungeon. Just as they stepped through the dungeon doors, they heard a heart-wrenching shout. I demand to see your boss. Why am I locked up here all day? I've told him everything, why won't you let me go? Sikong Fuling. Arbor's voice suddenly drifted into her ears from the other side of the wooden prison door. At first, she thought she was hearing things, but in the end, when she turned to meet her gaze, she couldn't resist pouncing over. Just as she grabbed hold of 2 wooden pillars, she was struck by a bolt of lightning and retracted her hand. She shouted angrily, it really is you. Stoic face. Stoic face. Hurry and let me out. Let me out. The little stoic looked at a certain person who was hopping around angrily from across a row of prison cells. She then turned to look at the crown prince who was strolling over slowly. Let her go. Let her go. At the crown prince's command, 2 youths in black immediately ran over. They nimbly walked to the stone wall and pressed a switch. The prison door in front of Sikong Fuling abruptly sprang open. She hastily flew out with a whoosh and stood in front of Arbor and Mo Lian. I already said I didn't grab stoic face. Are you sick in the head? Locking me up in the dungeon for so many days, F***ck. His Highness the Crown Prince casually threw a set of black robes at Sikong Fuling's face. So ugly, hurry and put on your clothes. It's useless to show anything when you're so ugly. The Crown Prince gruffly grabbed Arbor's small hand and turned to walk outside. Jojo, I didn't look at her. Ugly. Arbor's mouth twitched, and he suddenly felt a bit of sympathy for Sikong Fuling. She was also quite unlucky. She didn't know if she was blind when she was walking, but she actually ran into a willful and unreasonable guy like the Crown Prince. Sikong Fuling cursed all 18 generations of the Mo family's ancestors and bellowed angrily behind them, give me back my flute. Running into this pair of freaking fiends was truly her 8 lifetimes worth of bad luck. The nightmare demonic flute fluttered through the air and landed on Sikong Fuling's outstretched, fair hand with a whoosh. Simply infuriating. Stoic face, hey, stoic face. Sikong Fuling wrapped herself in that black robe and jumped in front of Arbor to block her path. Facial paralysis, let me ask you, where exactly did you run off to after we separated that time? Do I know you that well? Why are you asking so many questions? Arbor glanced at her indifferently. Startled, Sikong Fuling curled her lips and said, you heartless stoic face. After all, we've eaten wild game, not on dry rations, and spent the night together. To think that she was worried that something would happen if she wandered around the forest blindly. Sikong Fuling thought of something and suddenly waved her hand in front of her eyes. Eyes? I can see it. Arbor's face was expressionless, but his heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Could it be? During the period when she was possessed by the disaster-courting talisman, she even met Sikong Fuling? What eyes? What happened to your eyes? Mo Lian heard some clues and reached out to hold Xiaoqiao's little hand, looking at her with a puzzled expression. When he caught this little fellow, Arbor had actually already recovered half of her 5 senses. I don't know what she's talking about. Arbor pulled her little face with a solemn expression. No one could tell that her little stoic expression was crumbling under her stoic face. What a joke. She wouldn't tell anyone that she had lost her 5 senses like an idiot. You don't remember? You're the one who doesn't remember. Arbor waved her little hand at her. Hurry up and leave since I'm letting you go. If you don't want to leave, then go in and stay for a while longer. Sikong Fuling wanted to slap this stoic face to death. I'm hungry. Don't tell me you won't give me food after imprisoning me for so long. Arbor glanced at her reluctantly. Lightning. Lightning immediately appeared beside her and bowed respectfully. Crown Princess. Take this person to Morning Cloud Restaurant for a free meal. Arbor pointed at Sikong Fuling. Then let her go. Don't eat too much, it's a waste of food. Sikong Fuling, Mo Lian suppressed a smile and held the little fellow's hand as they walked out of the Eastern Palace's small dungeon. He looked down at her with a smile. Wifey, your husband sees that the weather is clear today. Let's go to Zhuzi Lake to play. Your husband will send you back. How about that? Arbor pinched his face. What if your mother-in-law finds out? Mo Lian pursed his lips and leaned over to whisper in her ear, if mother-in-law finds out, you'll take the blame. Xiao Mu's eyes abruptly widened. You. Mo Lian chuckled and held her little hand as they ran. I have to maintain a good image in front of mother-in-law, so I'll have to trouble my wifey to take the blame. Pooh. Arbor spat at him and rolled her eyes at him. Mother even asked me to stay at home and embroider a small item for you. A brocade pouch? Mo Lian's eyes lit up and he looked at her happily. Jojo wants to embroider it for me? Arbor shook her head. No. Then what did you embroider? Mo Lian started to imagine and she looked intoxicated. Did you embroider something on my clothes? Arbor pursed her lips. Do you think you can still wear your clothes after I embroider something on them? Don't worry, your husband doesn't mind at all. Mo Lian looked at her happily. Jojo, just tell me, what did you embroider? Arbor strode forward quickly and didn't even look at him out of the corner of her eye. Eh? Jojo kept him in suspense. She definitely wanted to give her husband a big surprise. Mo Lian's figure flashed, and he arrived beside her. He held her small hand and said, Ciao ciao. No matter what you embroider, I like it. Arbor glanced at him and coughed lightly. I embroidered a flower. When Mo Lian heard this, he immediately looked at his baby in surprise. Jojo, you can embroider. Arbor, a lotus flower, Arbor said seriously. It's for you. Mo Lian, he suddenly had a bad premonition. What was going on? Embroidered on the pouch? Arbor shook his head. I told you it's not a purse. Sleeves? Arbor still shook his head. Mo Lian asked carefully, then where did you embroider it? Of course it's on your underwear. Arbor glanced at him with a disdainful look that said, you're so stupid. The corners of Mo Lian's mouth twitched. My underwear? Good, I don't have to wear it to meet people. Why are you so stupid? Arbor lifted his little hand, stood on tiptoe, and hit him hard on the head. Mo Lian, following his baby's downward gaze, young Master Mo looked down and suddenly exclaimed, underwear? Xiaomu nodded solemnly and gave a rare explanation. Mom said that she wanted to embroider a personal item for you. I thought about it and could only embroider a flower on your underwear. Mo Lian, you don't like it? Darling Qiao frowned and looked sternly at the man who didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mo Lian hurriedly shook his head like a rattledrum. I like it very much. I embroidered a lotus flower, the little fellow emphasized again. Mother said I'm talented. It's my first time embroidering, but my embroidery looks pretty decent. Darling Qiao felt exceptionally proud when she mentioned this. Her mother also said that her needles were especially steady and that the things she embroidered were also quite exquisite. She beamed with joy and told her to practice this skill more. Heh, her silver needles were used to kill people, not for embroidering. I embroidered a lotus flower on all of your underwear and even used different colored threads to embroider it. White, red, yellow, and green, there's everything. Do you like it? Emolienne suppressed her laughter and nodded seriously. She held her daughter's small hand and gazed at her with infatuation. Darling, you're so good to me. I really, really like it. Huifeng, who was hiding in the shadows, had long squatted down from laughing. F***ck, Crown Princess, did you come here to be funny? What white, yellow, blue, and green? You probably only know how to embroider one kind of flower, the lotus flower, right? Moreover, he felt that his master had a talent for comedy. As expected, this couple was destined to be a family of oddballs. Arbor's eyes curved, and he nodded in a slightly better mood. I knew you'd like it. When I'm skilled at embroidering, I'll embroider your outerwear. Okay. Emolienne was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Embroider anywhere is fine. What color of lotus do you like? Black. I also like dark ones. Upon hearing this, Xiaomu nodded and said, dark is good. Dark heart suits you. Emolienne, strange, why did she feel like these words didn't seem to be praising her? Huifeng, who was laughing so hard that he was slapping his thigh in the shadows, suddenly discovered a wisp of medicinal power shooting toward him. Huifeng hastily rolled on the ground to avoid it and cried out, Wah! The medicinal power instantly pervaded his entire body. Huifeng had a bitter expression and coughed repeatedly from choking. Your Highness, what kind of medicinal power did you use on this subordinate? Don't you like to laugh? Why don't you stay here and laugh for 4 hours? The Crown Prince said coldly and left with Xiao. He tossed the dumbfounded Huifeng to the ground. Not long after, the secret guards of the Eastern Palace discovered that their leader was standing at the entrance of the small dungeon, laughing nonstop like a fool. The two of them left the Eastern Palace, and together they rode the same horse to Zhuzi Lake behind Fu Mountain. You really arranged a small boat. Arbor's eyes lit up. That's right. I've already said that such a spring day with hundreds of flowers blooming is especially suitable for a lake tour. Emolienne reached out and hugged her waist. With a leap, they jumped lightly onto a small boat. The small boat slowly drifted into the river. The lake water was dark green. A few days ago, you refused to go back with me and insisted on staying here to cultivate. Emolienne snorted. Do you still remember? Arbor shook her head very sincerely. Emolienne pinched her small face. Scoundrel, you worried me to death. Arbor took out a small bottle from her sleeve and handed it to her. This is a bottle of antidote pills. Carry it with you and it can cure thousands of poisons. It's a new one that I made recently. For poisons on the level of the devil flower, 1 pill can cure them. Jojo, you were worried about me. Emolienne scooped the little fellow into her arms and rubbed her chin against her small head. Don't worry, I'm fine. The poison has already been cured. Arbor took the opportunity to check his pulse and turned to glance at him. You don't have anything to hide from me about your body condition, do you? She looked at the man with a serious expression, as if she would bite him to death if he dared to hide anything from her. Emolienne quickly shook his head and lowered his eyes as he replied, no. Arbor raised her small hand and patted Emolienne's head as if she was petting a puppy. That's good. Emolienne pulled her hand down and laughed helplessly. Jojo, in this situation, why are we talking about poison? Shouldn't we be drinking tea and chatting happily? Arbor poured him a cup of tea, then looked at him and smiled. Husband, please have some tea. Emolienne's eyes moved, and he reached out to take the teacup with a smile. Wife, it's rare that you don't have to cultivate, and I've thrown away all the trivial matters. Today, bam. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the lakeside, abruptly interrupting Emolienne's words. The two of them stood up hand in hand and looked towards the lakeside. In the distance, they saw a group of people gathered there, and only saw a crowd of people moving about. Did we really encounter some fish monster? Emolienne thought of what Jojo had said before, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This little guy couldn't have jinxed it, right? It's fine. Everyone, disperse, it's fine. A young man's voice came from afar. Wow, it's an alchemist refining pills by the lakeside, and his furnace exploded. Are you an alchemist from the Alchemy Guild? Ah, it's actually someone from the Alchemy Guild? Wang Yoji. A familiar voice fell into Arbor's ears. She looked from afar and saw two familiar people from the Alchemy Guild. It's them. Mo Lian also nodded. At this time, he naturally saw the two people who had squeezed into the crowd. It was Alchemy Guild's master Hua Feng and the old-fashioned girl, Chen Huiran. The young man who had blown up the lakeside into a deep pit, and a piece of the embankment was slightly tilted, appeared in front of everyone with a face that was blackened by the explosion. You bastard. Chen Huiran's voice drifted over with the wind. I already told you not to casually refine pills outside. The guy who blew up his furnace every day and had to refine pills every day couldn't help but throw the face of the Real Dan Alliance outside. I just happened to obtain a new pill formula in the past 2 days. Alright. Let's talk when we return to the Alchemy Guild. Master Hua Feng shook his head and turned to look at Wang Yoji. It was a good thing for this young man to work hard, but after 3 years of hard work, he couldn't even make a single successful elixir, and his furnace exploded every day. Was it really suitable for such a talent to stay in the Alchemy Guild? Fortunately, the triennial alchemy competition was just around the corner. When the time came, those who couldn't even make a single pill would be kicked out of the Alchemy Guild. Grandmaster Hua, please give me another chance. The young man hugged Grandmaster Hua's leg with tears flowing down his cheeks, causing the onlookers to sigh with emotion. Being an alchemist was also quite tough. He was despised by his seniors for exploding his furnace in alchemy, and he had psychological pressure himself. Alas, he still had to take the test of the competition every 3 years. If his alchemist level didn't improve for 2 consecutive years, he might be kicked out of the Alchemy Guild. It was hard to do anything. Mo Lian pulled Arbor back to sit down and said with a bored face, how dare he come and disturb us for no reason? He can refine pills anywhere, but he came to the lakeside. He might have his own reasons. Arbor thought for a moment and coughed lightly. For example, because his furnace often explodes, he needs to be near a water source to ensure his safety. Otherwise, if it burns up, he won't have anywhere to hide. Mo Lian, what kind of weirdo is this? You mean, he originally planned to jump into the lake once his furnace explodes? Arbor nodded his head. Mo Lian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Reaching out, he pulled the little fellow over and fed her the warm tea. Forget it, let's ignore those idle people. We finally managed to steal half a day of leisure time. Why don't you accompany your husband and have a good chat, Darling Qiao's little face was wooden. Swallowing half a mouthful of tea, she looked up at him. These few days, I've been very idle every day. Mo Lian's eyes brightened. Then how about I come to visit you every day? If I say no, can you not come? Mo Lian hurriedly shook his head. No. She couldn't be bothered with him. Arbor cast a glance at him. The two of them gently swam along with the lake water, talking about all sorts of things for who knows how long. He said that he would send her home after touring the lake for 2 hours, but in the end, he carried her for 4 hours. By the time he stealthily sent her back, the sky was already dark. Her little sister was sitting in her room with her little mouth pouted. Seeing her return, she didn't even glance at her, liar. He said that he would be back in an hour, but in the end, he let her pretend for more than 4 hours. She was bored to death. When Arbor saw that his little sister was angry, he hurriedly took out a lot of pastries and snacks from his inner world and went over to coax her for a while. Foodies were very easy to coax. After a while, she couldn't maintain that stern face and was beaming with joy. Xiao Lin happily ate the food she gave her. As she ate, she said, Elder sisterly came to visit you today. Not long after you sneaked out, you almost let the cat out of the bag. Mother found out that you weren't in the room. Arbor stared blankly. Elder sisterly? In her memory, there seemed to only be that, the third miss of Deputy Minister Li's family, Li Xiuyi. Yes. That's her. Luckily, she was quick-witted and realized that the person in the room was me and not you. She even helped me coax Mother away. Jolin tilted her little head and chuckled. Arbor nodded. What did she say? He said that he was here to see Big Sister and to thank you. The way he spoke was so strange that I couldn't understand him. Xiaolin puffed up her cheeks. She said she's getting married at the end of the month, before my sister. Oh, she embroidered a handkerchief for Big Sister. She said it's a humble item, but her heart is sincere. She hopes Big Sister will like it. Jolin took out a small box and stuffed it into Arbor's hands. He blinked and said, I just opened it. It's beautifully embroidered. Arbor nodded and put away the box with the silk handkerchief. Sister, are you very familiar with Miss Lee? Yes. She's not bad. She finally got rid of that lazy dog, the son of the great king, and married into a good family. All right, you can go back to the court to rest. Arbor raised her hand and rubbed her younger sister's head. After sending Xiaolin away, Arbor washed up and went to rest. In the next few days, when she had nothing to do, she would stay in the room to draw talismans and refine pills. Most of the time, she would be embroidering flowers. Yes, embroidering lotus flowers. That's right, she only knew how to embroider one type of flower. At first, Mother praised her for her talent, but 3 days later, seeing that she only knew how to embroider one lotus flower, Mother didn't say anything else. She leisurely welcomed her wedding ceremony. Early in the morning, after she finished bathing and changed her clothes, she quietly sat in the east room and waited. The entire coming-of-age ceremony proceeded methodically under the auspices of her father and mother. Xiao Zhongbang and his wife had already welcomed the guests of honor into the venue. When the music started, they saw their daughter dressed in formal attire walking over from afar. The husband and wife looked at each other, their eyes filled with emotion, but even more so with emotion that their daughter had already matured. The guests of honor who came to attend the coming-of-age ceremony were the family members of the entire Mo Kingdom capital's influential officials. Xiao Zhongbang cupped his fists and said some pleasantries before announcing the official start of his daughter Arbor's coming-of-age ceremony. After a round of greetings, 8th Princess Mou, who had volunteered to be Miss Xiao's assistant, was the first to walk out. She solemnly bowed to all the spectators. The 8th princess turned around, her eyes blinking at Arbor before she picked up a comb and combed her hair. Arbor surprisingly didn't have the slightest bit of impatience after performing a set of tedious etiquette. It wasn't until Madame Ren picked up the hairpin that Mo Lian had personally made that a slightly panicked announcement came from outside. Her Majesty the Queen has arrived, Her Majesty the Queen has arrived. Everyone was slightly startled, but since they were all madams and young misses who had seen the world, they stood up calmly and faced the entrance to bow in unison, loudly paying their respects to the Queen. Empress Zhao walked in from the front door while being escorted by people. She was wearing a wide-sleeved brocade gown and a multicolored phoenix coronet, looking awe-inspiring. You may all rise. Empress Zhao said indifferently before walking up to Arbor. She carefully sized her up from head to toe before nodding slightly. She extended her right hand. An elderly nurse Huaxian immediately stepped forward and opened the lid of a long jade box. She bowed and took out a purple jade hairpin, respectfully handing it to Empress Zhao. This is the heavenly phoenix purple jade hairpin that Her Majesty the Empress Dowager used for her coming-of-age ceremony back then. Queen Zhao's fingers lightly brushed that hairpin as she smiled at Xiao Mu. And it was even personally crafted by the late king. When everyone heard this, they could not help but let out a series of gasps. This heavenly phoenix purple jade hairpin, heavens, they had heard of it before. It wasn't as simple as an accessory, it was something that could save one's life at a critical moment. It was said that it could withstand all attacks below the divine realm 3 times, and it was this heavenly phoenix purple jade hairpin that had indeed saved the Empress Dowager's life. Such a divine item that could save her life twice, the Empress Dowager actually bestowed it to the crown princess without blinking an eye. Just how much did he value this little crown princess? Xiao Zhongbang and his wife were slightly terrified. This item is too precious. Your Majesty, my daughter, Empress Zhao raised her hand to stop the couple from speaking. She took the heavenly phoenix purple jade hairpin and slowly lifted her sleeve to fix the little fellow's crown. Thank you, grandmother. Thank you, mother. Arbor raised her head, her eyes brightening as she looked into the distance. Prince Mo was standing there with narrowed eyes, secretly peeking at his little wife. His Jojo had come of age, Crown Prince Mo only felt that his heart was pounding non-stop. At this time, his eyes had long blocked out all the people present. Only that slender figure entered his eyes and entered his heart. Haha, I'm not late, right? A laugh came from afar. Everyone looked strangely at that person. The Mu family's seventh master, Mu Jingrui, had actually come uninvited. When Qiao Zhongbang and Wei Ziqing saw this person, their expressions changed slightly. Wei Ziqing even grabbed Arbor's small hand tightly. Although Mu Jingrui's appearance appeared very strange, he did not interrupt the hairpin ceremony's proceedings. Instead, he chose a seat and sat down, looking at Arbor with a smile. Mu Jingrui's aura was powerful, and even the white-haired elderly man following behind him appeared to have an extremely high cultivation. The muscles on the elderly man's arms bulged as he stared at Arbor like an eagle. The duo's appearance instantly caused many people present to lower their heads and restrain their auras. This was the frightening aspect of an expert's aura. Mu Jingrui of the Divine Province represented the Divine Province's Talisman Patrician family. Compared to the Talisman Patrician family in the Mo Kingdom on Sikong planet, the difference was like heaven and earth. Mu Jingrui's appearance only caused the atmosphere to turn solemn for a moment. Soon, the hairpin ceremony resumed, and everything proceeded smoothly until the ceremony was complete. Arbor and Prince Mo met each other's gazes from afar for a long time before they quickly left under their mother's gaze. When Arbor's astonished gaze flitted past Mu Jingrui, she was slightly puzzled, but she did not say anything and merely nodded at him aloofly. After she returned to her room, Xianxia walked up and said with a grin, "Miss, are you tired? Take off your clothes and rest for a bit." "I'm not tired." Arbor shook her head aloofly and sat down by the window. She reflexively caressed the lustrous jade bracelet on her wrist that was hidden deep inside her sleeve. "Morong-sun, I'm coming of age today." "And you, where are you?" Arbor's eyes dimmed, and she lowered her head, allowing Xiaoyao to swiftly remove the ornaments on her head and braid her hair into a simple braid. "Madam." Two calls came from outside the door. Wei Ziqing walked in and glanced at her with a bit of panic and unease. Jojo. "What is it, Mom?" Arbor put down the fine-toothed comb in her hand and looked at Wei Ziqing in confusion. "Come with me." Wei Ziqing took her little hand and held it with a lot of strength. Seeing his mother's strange expression, Arbor stood up and comforted her. "Mother, what's the matter?" "Don't ask. Come with me to your father's study. You'll know when you get there." Arbor was baffled. Seeing that his mother was hemming and hawing, he didn't ask any further. He changed into a set of plain clothes and followed her out to his father's study. As soon as she entered, she saw the Mu family's seventh master sitting on a round-backed chair in his father's study. When he saw her enter, he smiled at her. Although Qiao Mu had a faint favorable impression of this seventh master Mu, who she had sparred with before. But now, he had openly brought people to visit his father and sat in his father's study. On the other hand, his father was standing timidly to the side. Suddenly, Qiao Mu felt a bit of disgust towards him. What was this? The upper three provinces' special sense of superiority over the lower star domain, just like the middle six prefectures, they could do whatever they wanted in the lower star field, and they could do whatever they wanted. That was why they could attack the Holy Water sect without hesitation, because they coveted the holy water. Because they had that kind of strength back then. Arbor's gaze chilled, and Mu Jingrui caught the subtle change in her expression in that instant. He couldn't help but be taken aback. "HM?" The little girl suddenly didn't like him. Why? At this time, Mo Lian, who hadn't gone far from the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate, looked at this uninvited guest who suddenly jumped onto the carriage with impatience in her eyes. "Your Highness." "It's him?" Huifeng pursed his lips tightly as he glowered at the fat elder who abruptly jumped onto Her Highness's carriage without any rules or etiquette. Mo Lian raised her hand to stop him from continuing and said indifferently, "It's fine, you may withdraw first." "Your Highness, do you really want to continue staying here?" "Second elder came to find me earlier, and I've already made things clear to him. I need at least another year before I can leave." "Is there such a thing to be concerned about in the secular world of the lower star domain?" The fat elder sighed and said, "His Majesty is about to completely lose his patience." The fat elder glanced at him. "Moreover, the sacred fire in your body is about to awaken. Even the ancient Emolien's seal can't suppress the sacred fire's awakening." When the time comes, the seal will break and the sacred fire awakens, and the two will merge, directly restoring your cultivation to the god realm. The lower star domain simply can't tolerate you. Heavenly law also won't let you off. Right now, the reason you can move freely under heavenly law's nose is entirely because of the suppression of Emolien's seal on your body. The fat elder sighed and said, "You're the one who inherited the most ancient lotus seal in the entire Mo clan. What are you still attached to in this secular world branch family of the lower star domain?" Back then, if it weren't for the internal strife in the divine province and the political situation being shaken, His Majesty the Emperor would have. "Alright, that's enough." Emolien coldly interrupted Third Elder's words. "I already made it very clear to Second Elder last time. I still need another year. During this year, I won't leave or go anywhere." The fat elder heaved a long sigh of relief. "Oh, Your Highness. But the seal on your body will inevitably break on its own within 3 months. How long will you be willful for? Aren't you also well aware? When you comprehend the third layer of the Death Lotus seal, the breaking of the seal will be unstoppable. Even if you secretly suppress it with all your might, it's still useless." Emolien coldly turned her head to look at the fat elder in front of her. "Third uncle, I can't go back. At least not now." "You brat, you said you?" The fat elder sighed with melancholy. He looked at him and shook his head. "You're just as stubborn as your mother." The fat elder sighed again. He took out a small black pagoda the size of a palm from his pocket and threw it to the elder. "Carry it with you. It can hide the god realm aura that is about to be released from your body." The fat elder straightened his body and squatted in front of Emolien, advising earnestly, "I'm telling you, child, if heavenly law were to discover you, it would be a very troublesome matter." "Uncle." "That's right." The fat elder waved his hand and looked at the picturesque young child in front of him. He couldn't help but sigh worriedly, "Look at you, child. Tus ts, as Azov's experienced you've trained your heart to be wild. If you marry a wife in the lower star domain, will your father admit it?" "Who needs him to admit it?" Emolien sneered. "He doesn't need to intervene in my affairs, and I don't need his approval to marry a wife." Third Elder was speechless when he heard this. He pointed a trembling finger at Emolien and shook it. "Father and son are both the same." Emolien's thin lips were pursed into a straight line, her expression incomparably cold and hard. The fat elder shook his head and said, "Although that little girl's talent is indeed not bad, this is far from enough. Your Highness's status is extremely honorable. Even the daughters of the first wives of the 6 major families of the divine prefecture with outstanding constitution and aptitude are not worthy of you. What's more, a little girl from the lower star region. Your Highness is playing with fire. Even if you marry her in the lower star region now, the Emperor of the divine prefecture will not recognize this marriage. Who knows, he might even vent his anger on the little girl." Emolien's cold gaze suddenly fell on the fat elder. "If that person dares to lay a hand on my Jojo, I will make Jojo lose a single strand of hair. I will overturn the entire divine prefecture." "Humph. What's a small and lousy divine prefecture? If I, Jojo, like her, I will naturally offer her with both hands." The fat elder was stunned for a moment, then shook his finger at Emolien and sighed. "You're exactly the same as your father back then. No one would believe that you're not father and son." Alright, I won't say more to you. Anyway, you know what you're doing. Once you're done, hurry back to the divine prefecture. If the heavenly Tao opposes you, it's not a laughing matter. Previously, you stayed in the lower star region because your body was suppressed by the seal, and the divine realm aura was not broken. Now, things are different, child. Third uncle, I understand. Alright, don't blame me for being long-winded. I've already met your adoptive father and mentioned this to him." The fat elder was a little angry at the mention of this. "You didn't see his constipated expression at that time. It was as if I was going to snatch his son away. He even took 3 steps back, as if he was about to stop breathing. Was it that exaggerated?" This monarch of the branch family of the lower star region was too infuriating. He was entrusted to look after young Master Gu, and after 20 years, he actually wanted to seize the emperor's son. What a strange person. Mo Lian glanced at the fat elder with a slightly serious expression. You've gone to grandmother and mother. No. The fat elder glanced at him. I only looked for your adoptive father. Sigh, I'll leave this matter to you. We'll have to leave sooner or later. Your Highness, since you were 3 years old, the Institute of Elders of the Divine Land has come to visit you through a special passage every year. You should have known that you would have to leave the lower star region sooner or later. Mo Lian pursed her lips and remained silent. It hasn't been easy for the great emperor. Ever since your mother fell into a deep sleep, His Majesty has been under a lot of pressure. Didn't Wushuang say that he was about to marry a new wife? Isn't that woman about to move into Morning Sunlight Palace? Don't listen to that brat Wushuang's nonsense. The fat elder blew his beard and glared. His Majesty's feelings for your mother have not changed in the past 20 years. Sigh. Child, you have to believe me. The fat elder hurriedly said, you will know when you return. The fat elder raised his hand and patted Mo Lian's hand. The little girl's matter, I don't need him to care. Mo Lian said angrily. He can't even control his own wife, and he dares to control me? The fat elder felt that if the emperor was here, he would probably raise his hand and strangle his son to death. Okay. The fat elder couldn't control him, so he simply waved his hand and said, I will stay here for a while. If you need anything, you can find me in the courtyard. At the same time, in Xiao Zhongbang's study at the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate. Arbor's cold gaze flitted over 7th Master Mu and the white-haired elder. With a flick of his sleeves, he sat down in front of him. The white-haired elder behind 7th Master Mu knitted his brows and couldn't help but say angrily, how dare you be so impudent and rude in front of 7th Master Mu? Arbor's cold gaze swept over the elder without any warmth. My time is limited. I'll give you 7 minutes. You. The white-haired elder was enraged. Just as he was about to flare up, 7th Master Mu reached out to stop him. Jojo. Mu Jingrui looked at her calmly and said, I believe that with your intelligence, you should know the purpose of our visit today. I don't know. Arbor's voice was strangely indifferent, mixed with a few traces of indifference. The white-haired elder was instantly enraged. How can you not know? He turned to glare at Xiao Zhongbang and Wei Ziqing. Didn't we agree that day? On the day of the ceremony, we will tell her the truth. Wei Ziqing covered her face and choked out, I don't know how to say it. Arbor's heart had long sunk to the bottom of the valley along with his mother's soft sobs. She didn't even dare to delve into the cause of this panic. She stood up and coldly ordered them to leave. Since you're hemming and hawing and don't want to say it, then there's no need to. Chunying, see the guests out. Mu Jingrui stood up and sighed at her cold back. Jojo, you've already guessed it, haven't you? Jojo, you have such great talisman talent, but have you never doubted your origins? The talisman lineage is passed down from generation to generation. It's very rare for someone not from my Mu family to have such outstanding talisman drawing talent. Arbor's back was facing Mu Jingrui and the white-haired elder. Her back was already completely stiff. Your surname is Mu, and you're called Mu Qiao. You're a child of the Mu family of the Divine Province, Mu Qiao. My surname is Qiao. As long as my surname is Qiao, my surname will always be Qiao, Arbor said coldly before turning around to leave. The white-haired old man couldn't hold back his anger. He jumped up and said angrily, you don't know what's good for you. If you weren't a member of the Mu family, do you think you would have such a good talent in drawing talismans? You're able to break through to become a high-level talisman master at such a young age. That's because you inherited your biological father's talisman talent, you. Arbor abruptly turned around. This was the first time Mu Jingrui had seen such a resolute and austere expression on the little girl's face. My talent has never been related to your Mu clan. She knew very well that her talent in talismans came from the Golden Talisman Jade Tome. As for the Golden Talisman Jade Tome, although she didn't remember how it was stored in her sea of consciousness, she was absolutely certain that this matter had absolutely nothing to do with the Divine Prefecture's Mu clan. Mu Jingrui looked at her with a complicated expression. Jojo, we can understand that you can't accept it right now. But that is indeed the case. You are the long-lost child of the Divine Prefecture's Mu clan. He took out a jade pendant with a red string hanging from his waist. This is half a jade pendant. Your foster mother also keeps the other half. Together, it's enough to prove your identity. Arbor was expressionless. Her eyes, which were like a dry well without any ripples, stared coldly at Mu Jingrui. In that instant, he only felt his heart tremble and his entire body turn cold. This child was seriously too cold. Her gaze didn't seem like she was looking at a relative at all. It was clearly like she was looking at an enemy who spoke without thinking. Then let me ask you, where is my birth mother? Arbor asked coldly. Wei Ziqin's grip on Xiao Zhongbang's hand paused. Mu Jingrui was also taken aback and instantly shut up. After a while, he said, Jojo, I can't tell you about your mother for the time being. There are some misunderstandings here that cannot be clearly explained in a few words. Mu Jingrui sighed. I was entrusted by your grandfather to come find you. Jojo, you have to know that your grandfather has never given up on searching for you all these years. Ha, ha. Arbor expressionlessly let out 2 chilling laughs. Then let me ask you again, what if I go with you? What identity will I use to go back? Jojo, our Mu family has set up a spatial talisman matrix in a place in the Emo Kingdom capital that connects the lower star domain and the divine province's Mu family. Only our Mu family can activate it. It can be transported once every 6 months, and no more than 5 people can be transported at a time. When the time comes, we can use the spatial talisman matrix to transport back. Arbor gazed icily at the man in front of him. That bone-chilling gaze made Mu Jingrui seem to see his sister-in-law through her in an instant. That cold, arrogant, and aloof woman whom he had respected for many years. But it was very clear that the little girl in front of him was even more heartless than his aloof and arrogant sister-in-law. She seemed to really not like the Mu family. Ridiculous. You want me to follow you back to your family with my tail between my legs like a stray dog? Arbor's expression did not change in the slightest when he read these words without any warmth. Why should I listen to you? Child, don't be unable to tell good from bad, the white-haired elder roared angrily. Arbor waved his hand, and a green vine burrowed out from his sleeve, lashing out at the elder's face without warning. So what if I'm unable to tell good from bad? Smack. Mu Jingrui's figure flashed and appeared in front of the elderly man. He reached out and firmly grabbed the vine whip, feeling a slight pain in his palm from the whip. Mu Jingrui's eyes widened. When he turned his head, he saw Arbor send out a wave of mystic energy towards the white-haired elder. Jojo. Mu Jingrui was shocked. The intensity of this profound energy was actually, boom. The old man was hit head-on by the profound energy. Although he tried to defend himself, he was still knocked out of the study by Arbor's profound energy. He directly rolled down the stairs and fell rather tragically. You'd better not challenge my patience. Arbor's face was cold. You're already so old. Don't make yourself look bad. A level 14 mystic cultivator? While Mu Jingrui was shocked, great joy also surfaced in his eyes. This child actually leaped to become a level 14 mystic cultivator at such a young age. Her talisman talent was also not inferior to Stardust. It could be said that such a young genius with such achievements was clearly superior to the current eldest miss of their divine province's Mu family. What divine province's Mu family? It has nothing to do with me, Arbor said with an icy expression. He raised his hand and said, Chunying, see the guests out. Yes, Mississippi. Chunying hastily flashed in from outside and respectfully bowed to 7th Master Mu and Mu Jingrui. This way, please. The old man stood up with a face full of dirt and grime, his expression displeased. Simply preposterous. As a member of the Mu family, this little girl's talent was indeed pretty good, but her natural disposition was too arrogant and proud. Compared to their family's considerate, gentle, and generous eldest miss, she was simply too lacking. Jojo. Mu Jingrui was speechless. He simply didn't expect that Arbor would actually refuse to acknowledge them. Arbor turned around and swept his gaze over the two without the slightest warmth. Ask yourself honestly. If I wasn't a level 14 mystic cultivator, if I wasn't a high-level talisman practitioner, if I wasn't such a gifted little genius, would you still take me back? As he spoke, he sneered mockingly, family also needs to pay attention to fate. Now, it seems that I'm not fated to be with the Mu family. Please, I won't see you out. You. The white-haired elder was furious. Do you know what kind of existence the divine province's Mu family represents? If you don't have the family's protection, you won't be able to go far in the future. Could it be that your sights are only limited to a tiny lower star domain, a mere Mo Kingdom's crown princess? The white-haired elder furiously said, do you know that if you return to the family, with your talent and status, you can even take back your original engagement? You don't need to compromise and marry the crown prince of a tiny lower star domain. Old bye. Mu Jingrui coldly shouted, we'll discuss the engagement later. Right now, we're talking about bringing Xiao home. What bullshit engagement, I won't acknowledge it. If you dare to insult my Lian again, I'll turn you completely into a dead man. The little fellow's sudden outburst of coldness sent chills down people's spines. A frog at the bottom of a well. The white-haired elder was so angry that he panted heavily. Your original partner could have been the young master of Ming province in the upper 3 provinces. Scram. Arbor threw a handful of poisonous sand over, directly blocking the elder's chattering mouth. Xiao Zhongbang and Wei Ziqing dazedly looked at their daughter. Chunying, what are you spacing out for? See the guests out. After saying this, he didn't spare Mu Jingrui and the white-haired old man another glance before leaving the study with a flick of his sleeves, leaving behind the white-haired old man with a rather unsightly expression. Mu Jingrui looked thoughtfully at Arbor's departing figure and didn't say anything for a long time. Wei Ziqing and Xiao Zhongbang looked at each other. After a long time, Wei Ziqing seemed to have been poked by something. She pulled her hand away and said hurriedly, I'm going to see my daughter. Wei Ziqing rushed to the door of the room in Arbor. She stopped and stood there in a daze for a long time. That was until Qiao Mu opened the door and met her eyes at the doorway. Wei Ziqing followed her in quietly and sat on the edge of the bed in Arbor. She looked at her and said softly, Jojo. You should calm down now. I've been very calm this whole time. Arbor said mildly. Do you blame Mom for keeping you in the dark? Wei Ziqing anxiously reached out to grab her little hand. Arbor's mind was actually in a mess. She was completely unprepared for today's incident. That Mu family's 7th master came to tell her that she wasn't a member of the Qiao family and that her surname was Mu. This was truly laughable. Jojo, I'm sorry, Mom, what do you have to be sorry about? Arbor turned to look at Wei Ziqing and said seriously, if not for Mom and Dad taking care of me all these years, I might have been long gone. No, you're not allowed to spout nonsense. Wei Ziqing's tears immediately flowed down, and she reached out to touch her daughter's face with trembling hands. Jojo, are you still willing to call me Mom? If you're my mom for a day, you'll be my mom forever. She had been on tenterhooks for a long time, but the haze was instantly lifted, and she saw the light. Jojo didn't blame her at all. Wei Ziqing covered her mouth with one hand and sobbed for a while. Arbor wrapped her arm around her shoulder and patted it lightly. Mom, just ignore the words of an idle person. Wei Ziqing shook her head. That person is your 7th uncle. As she spoke, she took out half of a jade pendant tied with a red string from her pocket. This is what your biological mother left for you. I'm giving it to you now. Arbor didn't take it, and her little hand even shrank back a little. Wei Ziqing was stunned, and she looked at her with tears rolling down her face. Jojo, you're not blaming her, are you? No. Arbor indifferently spat out these 2 words with an icy gaze. Although I only spent 2 to 3 months with your mother, I know that she loved you dearly. Wei Ziqing wiped her tears and said, she had just given birth to you, and her body was extremely weak. At that time an enemy came looking for her. To protect you, she handed you over to me. Mom. Arbor interrupted her. Then tell me, who is my biological mother? Wei Ziqing suddenly stopped talking, and her expression also calmed down. She shook her head and said, I swore before Miss that I wouldn't tell her. Before Miss led the enemy away, she told me that your surname is Mu. But to be honest, Mom and your father have always lived in Kwoto village with you, so we didn't know much about the outside world. It wasn't until we went to the capital and heard about the talisman aristocratic family, the Mu family, that we vaguely had some guesses. Jojo, do you blame Mom for not telling you? Arbor shook his head indifferently. Mother, my mind is in a mess right now. I don't want to say anything. Wei Ziqing grabbed her little hand and said anxiously, "Child, don't blame your biological mother. She didn't want me to tell you because she wanted you to live peacefully and not be blinded by the hatred of the secular world. She doesn't want you to embark on a path that only lives for hatred." Arbor nodded obediently, but his expression was somewhat cold. "I understand, mother." "No, you don't." Wei Ziqing's heart was about to break when she saw her indifferent expression. "You can hate anyone in the Mu family. But your mother is the only exception." Arbor did not speak for a long time. Wei Ziqing saw that she looked a little tired, so she got up and wiped her tears. "Then you should rest well." "Mother. Mother, then do you know that perhaps because of my biological mother, I've long been targeted by someone?" Wei Ziqing's footsteps paused, and she froze in place. What do you mean?" Arbor began to understand a little now that those things that happened in her previous life were really not some special coincidence. Her identity was special, and there was simply someone who didn't want her to return to the Mu family in the Divine Province. So since the age of 7, she had already been targeted. "In a dark corner that you can't see, there's a pair of eyes that has always been staring at me," Arbor said with a cold expression. "Before this, I couldn't figure it out. When did I ever offend someone from Shuntian Prefecture when I was 7? Until today, I finally understand. The identity of the Mu family's daughter has brought me disaster from the moment I was born." Arbor's eyes are extremely cold as she looks ahead, a sneer on the corner of her mouth. "You didn't tell me anything, and let me live my whole life in ignorance. My hatred, from the moment I was born, I can't hide from it." Wei Ziqing stares at the child in front of her in a daze. When she talks about the Mu family, there's not the slightest bit of affection, but more of disgust. The disgust in her eyes is about to flow out. What a joke, a family that has never cared for her even a little bit. Why should she care about them? Even all the disasters in her past were caused by them. "Mother, overprotection is actually a kind of harm." Arbor indifferently says, "Because a lot of times, if we are not strong enough, then it's still the same as before. Even if we want to live the rest of our lives peacefully and smoothly, there might be someone who doesn't want us to live well." "Jojo, did something happen that mother doesn't know about?" Arbor shakes her head and doesn't say anything else. After Wei Ziqing leaves with a trace of apprehension, Arbor has been sitting in front of the bronze mirror in a daze, looking at herself in the mirror. Her ears are constantly replaying the conversation with Wei Ziqing. "Why is he so sure that I'm a member of the Mu family? You look 50% similar to your biological mother. Those who knew your mother would be able to recognize you at a glance. No matter who you are." Arbor looks at the faint image in the bronze mirror and coldly says, "I will make you pay for this." It's enough to fool her for a lifetime. If anyone still wants to meddle in her life, no matter who it is, she will make them die. After sitting in a daze for a while, Arbor feels a slight headache, so she gets up and walks to the bedside. She hasn't been sleeping well. It seems that even when she's in a dream, it's very uncomfortable. However, when she opened her eyes and saw Emo Lian's enlarged smiling face, her mood inexplicably improved for some reason. "Chow chow, you're really lazy. You slept until late in the morning." He poked her little face with his finger and lifted her up from the bed. "What happened?" He reached out and rubbed her face. "It's only been one night. You haven't seen me for so long that you're looking at me like that." Jojo himself did not know how adorable those eyes were. It was as if they were glued to his body and could not be pulled away. Arbor reached out and hooked his neck. "Emo Lian, I didn't sleep well last night. She must have missed me." That guy shamelessly said this and carried her in front of the bronze mirror. Seeing that she was reaching for the Heavenly Phoenix violet jade hairpin, he hurriedly pushed her small hand away. He had spent so much time making a phoenix hairpin for Jojo's coming-of-age ceremony, but his grandfather had snatched it away from him. Just thinking about it made him unhappy. Emo Lian threw the hairpin into the brocade box. "I'm not wearing this." "Why not?" "Grandmother gave it to me." Emo Lian glanced at him angrily. "You're not wearing it even if grandmother gave it to you. Wear the one I gave you." "Jojo, why didn't you sleep well last night?" Seeing Xiaoyao walk in, Arbor reaches out to pat Emo Lian. Prince Emo reluctantly put down the comb in his hand and handed it to Xiaoyao. "Didn't you say that you missed you?" Prince Mo's eyes lit up when he heard this. You really missed me. I'll tell you that I'm done for the day. If you don't, it means that I haven't finished yet. Arbor expressionlessly said, I was lying to you. Xianxia giggled. Crown Prince, oh no, his darling was getting better at tricking people. Look at how formidable this little trick was, making his heart soar one moment and then drop to the bottom of the valley the next. His entire person and mood rose and fell with her, floating up and down. Ugh, his heart really hurt. Mo Lian swayed and leaned to her side, saying, Darling, let's not go to the lake today. How about we go hiking instead? I want to go out for tea with Miss Li today. Who's Miss Li? Was it more important than accompanying your husband? Mo Lian's handsome face was sour as he gazed unhappily at his little wife. Then I'll go with you. When Arbor heard this, she was immediately displeased. We're having a gathering with close friends. What are you going to do? You're sitting there like a national treasure, and the girls can even whisper to each other. Being disdained by his wife like this, the crown prince was also displeased. He reached out to carry Arbor, who had finished combing her hair, and rubbed against her soft little body. Go together, or climb the mountain with your husband. Choose one. Anyway, they were all people of the pugilistic world, so they didn't pay attention to things like male and female etiquette. Originally, their Seacombe planet was more lenient towards mystic cultivators. Prince Mo made up his mind to follow his wife the whole way, leaving Arbor unsure whether to laugh or cry. This person was very vexing. I even invited senior sister Liang and the 8th princess. Why are you joining in the fun? This was a gathering for us girls. Prince Mo pursed his lips. If you don't bring me, I'll tell Mom. Xiaoyao burst out laughing and quickly went out to prepare breakfast for the two darlings. Arbor rolled her eyes at her. They don't bring husbands. Then have them bring all of them. What's there to talk about in a tea house? Why don't we go hiking in Fu Mountain and roast game together? Arbor thought that hiking in such fine weather wasn't a bad idea, so she reluctantly nodded. You're so annoying. Then go and contact them. She wasn't happy that she had to inform everyone. Prince Mo nodded happily and poked her little head with his finger. Okay. We'll leave in an hour. After saying that, he went out in high spirits and instructed people to take care of it. Arbor's gloomy mood from yesterday was swept away as he watched the crown prince roll out with lanterns and colored banners. He looked out of the window and muttered to himself, different situations call for different measures. There's no need to ruin your mood for some idle people. She glanced at the fair and tender little face in the bronze mirror, and her mood relaxed a little. She got up and walked out. At this time in her previous life, she was still frowning miserably day and night because she had yet to open her meridians. Compared to this, the current her was simply too blessed. In that case, what was there to complain about? Life went on, and she had to look forward. What was there to be afraid of? At most, she would just deal with whatever came her way. Jojo. As soon as she walked out of the courtyard, she saw Qiao Zhongbang and Wei Ziqing welcoming her. Father, mother. The little fellow greeted them in a crisp voice. Seeing that she was in a rather good mood, Wei Ziqing's heart relaxed a little. She hurried forward to hold her daughter's hand and said, Little Mo told Mom that he's going to take you out to play later. This is good too. Go out and relax, don't think too much. No matter what, your dad and Mom's Jojo, our precious daughter. Arbor nodded her little head. After His Highness the Crown Prince organized it, the original gathering of 4 sisters inexplicably turned into a 10-person outing in Fu Mountain. Besides inviting Miss Li's fiancé, Pei Dao, the young master of the Count of Jian'an's estate. He even thoughtfully invited Miss Li's sister-in-law, Pei Jia. It was best for sisters-in-law and sisters-in-law to get closer. It would be best if they didn't have time to steal his wife. His Highness also very considerately found companions for his 8th sister and senior sister Liang, who were single. They were the State Duke of Qing's estate's second young master, Shi Guangyun, and the Royal Guard's commander, Hui Feng's second brother, Hui Fan. The 4-person outing of the best friends became a 9-person outing. When the Crown Prince was about to set off, he ran into his 12th brother, who insisted on dragging the Song family Song Xiaotai along. On Arbor's side, the little monk bawled and hugged her thigh the entire way. She had no choice but to drag the monk out with her. Our dear Xiao San hadn't returned from the academy yet, so Xiao Lin and Xiao Yao went to visit their cousin, Pu Rulan. As a result, the group of 12 people encountered Duan Yu, Situ Yi, and Lu Yashin, who happened to meet on the way to Fu Mountain. What started out as 4 people drinking tea turned into a 15-person outing and barbecuing. The group sat together in an extremely spacious and luxurious carriage, drinking tea and chatting wittily along the way. Xiaomu was speechless as she fiddled with the little monk in her hands. She pinched his small ears and rubbed his small face before teasing him, "We're going to eat barbecued meat. It's not like you can eat it. This little monk can eat vegetables and mushrooms. Who's going to roast mushrooms for you?" Arbor rolled her eyes. Liang Qingqing couldn't resist picking up the little monk. "Little junior sister, where did you pick up such an adorable little monk?" "He's too adorable. Benefactress." The little monk wriggled his little arms and legs, trying his best to crawl back into Arbor's embrace. Liang Qingqing rubbed his cheeks, grinning from ear to ear. "This little fellow is too interesting. How old are you, little monk?" "This little monk is 4.5 years old." "Ha ha ha ha, look at that serious little face of yours. It's so fun." Liang Qingqing seemed to have found her favorite toy. She hugged the little monk and couldn't bear to part with him. The little monk, however, was very disgusted and kept throwing her hand away. He struggled with his little hands and legs, wanting to throw himself into Arbor's arms. Mo Lian was very happy when he saw this, and he cast an extremely friendly gaze at senior sister Liang. Then, he drew close to his wifey and said with a smile, "Qiao Qiao, when we arrive later, sister-in-law." Mo sure interrupted their conversation. Hence, Xiaomu looked up in his direction. When they first met, this silly prince kept trying to get close to her and was almost thrown out of the carriage by his elder brother. "Big brother, why don't you let me talk to sister-in-law?" Mou said angrily. "What else do you have to say?" Mo Lian glanced at her brother with a hint of disdain. "That's all you've got? You're just thinking about Tower. What peach?" Arbor blinked. Eldest sister-in-law. The mention of this poked at Mou's sore spot. He immediately pulled a long face and said, "Big brother is so mean. He's so petty that he won't even let me look at the tower that you gave him. He wasn't like this in the past." Mo Lian pursed his lips and said to Arbor in a low voice, "Give him 2 peaches and stuff his mouth. He's been nagging about this peach for about 7 to 8 years. Eldest brother, you're still mocking me." Mou huffed. Mo Lian helplessly glanced at him and shook her head. The youth was wearing a dark-colored, narrow-sleeved, short-collared robe today. His black hair was casually bundled up, making him appear to be in high spirits. His looks and talents were good, and he was also intelligent and sensible. It was just that he was still a little uncertain. It was no wonder that when she told Royal Father last night that she wanted to entrust the country to you, Royal Father revealed an "the sky is falling" expression. She wished for nothing more than to hug his thigh and wail bitterly. In reality, although Yu was still young, some of his views and insights were quite profound. He was a good child. If he was slowly nurtured with time, he would definitely be a wise ruler of the country. 1 year's time was a little rushed, but it wasn't impossible to nurture this child. But now, it seemed that even 1 year's time was almost gone. "Here." Arbor raised her hand and took out a plate of juicy peaches from her inner world, beckoning everyone to come up and take them. She had thrown some of these peaches into her inner world, but after some consumption, there weren't many left. Thinking of Paradise Planet that was still in a sealed state, Arbor felt somewhat melancholy. She also didn't know when her little Chocho would wake up. She kind of missed those noisy little fellows. "Eldest sister-in-law, it's so delicious." Song Xiaotai turned around and nearly swallowed his own tongue when he saw the 12th prince's appearance. "You rascal, is there a need to reveal an expression that looks like you're about to cry because it's delicious?" Arbor also couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Seeing his pitiful appearance, her heart couldn't help but soften. She took out a few more peaches from her inner world and gifted them to him. "Keep them well and eat slowly." Eldest sister-in-law, you really likes eldest sister-in-law. Mo Lian spread open her fingers and pushed away that fellow's face that was pouncing on her. Scram. "Eldest brother, you're actually this kind of eldest brother." The entire carriage was laughing and giggling, and the atmosphere was extremely good. The carriage turned onto the mountain path of Mount Fu. Because the carriage was too large, they alighted and planned to walk up the mountain. It was just past 7 in the morning, and the weather was clear and sunny with a gentle morning breeze. Everyone gazed at the distant green mountains, feeling extremely good for a moment. The Mo capital's defensive fortifications could be considered the most perfect defensive fortifications on the entire Seekong planet. Currently, Southern Bailey, Northern Wei, and other countries were also building similar fortifications. If the corpse puppet situation could be controlled and slowly improved, everything would be perfect. Everyone walked up the mountain while talking and laughing. Not long after they left, several horses and carriages arrived at the foot of Fu Mountain. The vassal prince of Anan was dressed in crimson riding attire. He dismounted from his horse in high spirits and tossed the horsewhip in his hand to the manservant beside him. The girls walked down from the carriages one after another. They looked up at the hillside and whispered to each other. "Your Highness, you have a good idea. How can this flower appreciation festival be as interesting as a spring outing?" The one who spoke was a young man with a flattering smile. Everyone glanced at him in disdain, revealing mocking gazes. "Fifth young master Xing, has your Xing family been doing well recently?" A fat young man smiled as he looked at the fifth young master of the Xing family. As soon as he said this, a few people laughed. "Tisk, young master Su's words aren't right. As the saying goes, even a rotten ship has a 3-inch nail, not to mention the dignified Xing estate. It's impossible for it to collapse so easily." Fifth young master Zhang's face flushed red. Thus, everyone followed suit and mocked him, causing his face to turn as red as a monkey's butt. Fatty Wu Xiaoen, couldn't stand it anymore, and he couldn't resist cursing. "You don't need to gossip about the Xing estate. Let me tell you, sixth young master is my brother. No matter what, you shouldn't ridicule the Xing estate's people out of consideration for sixth young master." When everyone heard this, they also recalled that Xing family's young prodigy, sixth Xing, and they couldn't help but shut their mouths in boredom. When the vassal prince of Anan saw this, he didn't say anything else. He turned to look at a young girl standing gracefully among the young ladies and said with a smile, "After you, Commandery Princess." Ian nodded and leisurely made her way up the mountain with small, light steps while maintaining her graceful and luxurious bearing. The vassal prince of Anan's eyes flickered, and he immediately walked up alongside her. He said with a smile, "If Commandery Princess feels tired, I can order people to carry you up in a small sedan." Commandery Princess Ian replied softly, "Thank you for your concern, vassal prince. We are out for a walk. If we don't climb the mountain and rely on a sedan for everything, wouldn't it lose the meaning of a walk?" Commandery Princess is right. The vassal prince of Anan chuckled and said with a nod, "Then let's go up. Supposedly, if we reach the summit before noon, we can see Fu Mountain's marvelous scenery under the red sun." "It is indeed so." Ian smiled faintly and said, "Fu Mountain's scenery has always been very good. If vassal prince is free, there is no harm in coming here for a walk." The two people led the way as they chatted and laughed. Behind them, 7 to 8 orioles and swallows jostled behind them, winking at each other in disdain. "Look at her, she looks so smug. If the Queen Dowager hadn't adopted her, how could she have her current glamorous and dignified appearance? Wouldn't she still have to curl up in the declining Marquis of Su-An's estate like a pitiful worm?" A noble lady couldn't stand Commandery Princess Anne's pretentious appearance and couldn't resist commenting sourly. Oh my, isn't this the miss of the Liu family? Why are you so envious? This sour stench is truly overwhelming, and I can't even block it." The third miss of the Marquis of Placation's estate, Su Mingzhu, mocked. Third sister. Su Mingxin, the younger concubine-born sister, saw that she was going to stir up trouble again. With just a few words, the young miss of the Liu family was glaring at her angrily. Su Mingxin couldn't help but reach out and pull on her sleeve. Su Mingzhu angrily flung her fourth sister's hand away. "Am I wrong? What a joke," that was Commandery Princess Ian, the Queen Dowager's favorite. How could she not hug her thigh tightly? It was one thing for these idiots to offend Commandery Princess Ian, but they shouldn't let the Commandery Princess misunderstand that she, Su Mingzhu, was also picking on her and speaking ill of her behind her back. Miss Lu glared angrily at Su Mingzhu several times before turning her face away and ignoring her. The other young ladies were like stars surrounding the moon, hugging a veiled woman who raised her head and smiled fawningly. Feng Yan, didn't you say that second young master would come today? Second cousin brother has something urgent to deal with, Yang Feng Yan said proudly. However, when he glanced at those girls from the corner of his eyes, he couldn't help but feel cold and mocking. These idiots, how could they have the right to have a crush on her second cousin? After walking for about an hour, the group of people walked for a long time. Ah! Suddenly, they heard Commandery Princess Xian exclaim, and everyone looked over. They saw a large group of young men and women sitting in a circle on the small slope at the top of the mountain. When they saw them walking over, they also turned to look at them. Your Highness, what a coincidence! Commandery Princess Xian smiled excitedly. Heavens, could this be fate? The two people did not have any agreement, yet they met without any warning. What was this if not fate? Evidently, this hilarious Commandery Princess had completely treated the crowd around the Crown Prince as background scenery. Ah, it's His Highness. His Highness the Crown Prince is also here. Miss Lu, Su Mingzhu, and the other young ladies all looked over with flushed faces, as if they had seen something excited. The vassal prince of Annan laughed heartily and was the first to greet with cupped fists. Greetings to His Highness. Is His Highness bringing the Crown Princess on an outing? Ah, the 12th prince is also here. Brother Guangyun, everyone, sorry for the disrespect. Mo Lian reflexively swept him a glance before nodding dryly at him. Sir Guangyun and the rest stood up to greet and exchange pleasantries. During this time, darling Qiao, senior sister Liang, Duan Yu, and the rest did not even lift their butts as they sat there calmly and continued to eat. There was already quite a bit of roasted game on the plate, and several large pieces of rabbit meat were currently flipping on the grill. The aroma wafted over as oil sizzled out. After walking for an entire morning, it was already close to noon. The vassal prince of Annan's entourage was rumbling with hunger, so their eyes involuntarily focused on the food on the grill. It was too sumptuous. Other than roasted pork, beef, mutton, and so on, the Crown Prince's entourage had also prepared all kinds of fruits and vegetables. They really knew how to enjoy themselves. However, after waiting for so long, no one from the Crown Prince's entourage invited them to sit down and eat together. Was this appropriate? Shouldn't they play together and share their food? When they met by chance on the mountain, Arbor discovered that a flock of orioles and swallows were staring at her with very strange gazes. How could she know that they were waiting for her to invite them? Among the women, her status was the noblest. As long as she invited them, the others definitely would not have any objections. 8th Princess Mou was about to go crazy from holding back her laughter. According to her interactions with them, these people were probably going to die. Her little sister-in-law definitely did not think of inviting them at all, because they were not familiar with each other. The smile on Mou's face widened infinitely. Arbor's gaze swept across the group of women one by one. He raised his hand and gave the little monk a radish stick, stuffing it into his hand. He calmly took half a rabbit leg and said to Mou and the others, "Eat it while it's hot. Don't waste it. Benefactress, you can roast the mushrooms. It's delicious. Do you want some minced meat? I'll give you some minced meat roasted mushrooms. It smells good." Arbor winked at him. No. The little monk angrily shouted. This little monk is a vegetarian. Liang Qingqing saw that he was extremely cute and couldn't help but reach out to touch his little bald head. Little monk, why don't you renounce asceticism? Nonsense. The small monk opened his small hands and forcefully pushed Liang Qingqing's palm away. Why would this little monk want to renounce asceticism? How can you marry a wife if you don't renounce asceticism? Liang Qingqing teased. Hurry up and renounce asceticism so that you can marry a wife when you grow up. When the little monk heard this, he looked up pensively. Before he could say marry a benefactress, Mo Lian stuffed a radish stick into his mouth. Don't, you should continue being a monk. When the vassal prince of Annan and the others saw that they were completely ignoring them, they couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed. The commandery princess's eyes flickered. Just as she was about to step forward, a masked gray-clothed man suddenly appeared in front of her and hacked at her with a saber. Be careful, commandery princess. The update will probably be updated at 12 o'clock, so don't wait for me. However, the vassal prince of Annan, Cho Fu, strode forward and fiercely embraced Commandery Princess Anne's slender waist with his ape arms. He hugged her tightly and pulled her into his arms. This action was truly done in one go, and it was very manly. However, the two were not husband and wife after all, and they had never been engaged. This kind of overly intimate action appeared extremely strange in everyone's eyes. Many of the noble ladies covered their mouths with their hands in shock. Ian was also a bit alarmed and furious. She originally wanted to struggle, but the vassal prince of Annan's iron arms encircled her waist firmly, so she could not break free for a while. Amidst everyone's cries of shock, vassal prince Cho Fu swiftly struck the grey-clothed person's chest with his palm. The grey-clothed person did not even grunt, merely retreating a step after the vassal prince of Annan's palm strike. In the span of a breath, the person charged forward fearlessly, looking as if he was going to kill Commandery Princess Ian with a single strike. Ian's cultivation was not high to begin with, so she had yet to recover her wits from this sudden assassination. She reflexively shrunk into the vassal prince of Annan's embrace, her fair and petite hands clutching the lapels of his robes tightly. The grey-clothed person and his three subordinates had cornered the vassal prince of Annan inside their encirclement and attacked the vassal prince simultaneously. However, the vassal prince of divine courage hugged Commandery Princess Anne's waist with one hand as he moved back and forth inside the encirclement to fend off those people's attacks, occasionally swinging his sword in retaliation. Meanwhile, Arbor's group was standing far away from them. When the grey-clothed assassin swiftly appeared on the scene with several people, Arbor's group's first reaction was quite laughable. That was, they scrambled to put away the grill, plates, and meat, moving them back to prevent the dust from the fight from contaminating the food. That was why everyone was expressionless when they saw the vassal prince saving the damsel in distress. After moving the food and utensils to a safe distance, everyone sat down on the lawn and continued to drink tea and eat meat calmly. After the vassal prince of Annan stabbed that grey-clothed person with his backhand, the grey-clothed person quickly waved his hand and left swiftly with the assassins. Everything happened so quickly that it didn't even take 5 minutes to finish a cup of tea. Duan Yu shook his head speechlessly. Your acting is too fake. With this bunch of people's intelligence and their fake acting, they simply couldn't fool Duan Yu, Situ Yi, and the others. Prince Emo smiled and said, "It's fine. Just treat it as an after-dinner entertainment." What entertainment? I don't understand. Liang Qingqing didn't have many tricks up her sleeve. She didn't know what these people were talking about. He only knew that the people in the imperial court were very calculative. Arbor creased his brows. After glancing at Ian and the vassal prince of Annan, he retracted his gaze and told Liang Qingqing, "Ignore them. A bunch of clowns." In order to win the beauty's favor, the vassal prince of Annan actually arranged such a baffling scene of a hero saving the beauty. It was really hard for people to have a good impression of him. On the other end, after the vassal prince of Annan soothed the frightened Commandery Princess and gently, the farce finally came to an abrupt end. The vassal prince of Annan volunteered to escort Commandery Princess and back to the palace. However, Commandery Princess Anne's gaze kept drifting toward Arbor's side, gazing at the crown prince in a daze through the crowd. However, it was a pity that no one in Arbor's group was paying attention to her. After they finished eating, they felt that they had rested enough, so they packed up their equipment and continued swimming deeper into Fu Mountain. When Ian saw that no one was asking her if she was injured or frightened, she couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Soon, the vassal prince of Annan used the excuse that the Commandery Princess had been frightened to cancel the activity and order everyone to return home. Meanwhile, he sent Commandery Princess Ian back to the palace as a matter of course. After the farce with the vassal prince of Annan ended, Arbor's group continued to stroll around merrily until the afternoon before dispersing. Arbor, who had not slept well the entire night, was a bit tired at this time. After getting on the carriage, she found the crown prince to use as a pillow. She had only wanted to close her eyes and take a nap, but she didn't expect that she would fall asleep soon after leaning against the crown prince. Emo Lian stroked the back of her head before taking out a thin brocade blanket to cover her stomach. The little monk was sprawled on the ground on his back. He had long fallen asleep from exhaustion after playing for the entire day. Emo Lian simply had the carriage driver stop the carriage by the roadside so that his Jojo could catch up on some sleep. Arbor slept for a full 2 hours before waking up. When she saw that her carriage was still at the foot of Fu Mountain, she couldn't help but be speechless. You didn't leave. The carriage's swaying disturbed your sleep. Mo Lian brushed away the strands of hair that had drifted across her face. I'll send you back now. Arbor nodded and yawned. When she turned around and saw the little monk sleeping soundly with his limbs spread out, she couldn't help but find it amusing. This little fellow had also tired himself out for the entire day, so she would just let him sleep a bit more. The carriage driver exhaled before driving the carriage away from Fu Mountain and into the city. Mo Lian took out the tea and snacks that he had prepared beforehand from the carriage compartment and fed his wifey for a while. Arbor seemed to have thought of something, and she couldn't help but ask curiously, Mo Lian, why do you think that vassal prince of Anan did that? He wants to marry Commandery Princess Ian as his wife? He likes her? Mo Lian couldn't help but laugh. What's there to like or dislike between them? At most, it's about benefits. The little guy curled his lips and was about to take a sip of tea when he suddenly felt the carriage stop. She almost spilled the tea that was about to reach her mouth. The crown prince's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He hurriedly grabbed her small hand and helped her stabilize her body. What happened? The coachman's driving skills were quite good. He wasn't usually so reckless, driving the carriage so bumpy. Your Highness, yes, yes. The coachman's tone was filled with surprise and helplessness. Arbor lifted the curtain and saw a carriage stopped in the middle of the busy street. The woman standing in front of the carriage with her hands on her hips and 4 or 5 palace guards behind her did look familiar. Mo Lian, come and take a look. Who is this? He looks familiar. Arbor couldn't help but tug at his sleeve. Prince Mo moved his head to her side and looked outside. His face darkened almost instantly. Seeing his expression change instantly, Arbor couldn't help but ask curiously, who is this person? 4th Princess Mo Shuang. It was this woman who was blocking the middle of the road. She simply didn't care about the Wang clan's dignity at all and completely disgraced the Mo clan. Mo Lian was about to lift the curtain and alight from the carriage with a dark face. Mo Lian's handsome face darkened. Just as he was about to get off the carriage and berate her to stop, he heard the 4th Princess Mo Shuang abruptly shout, do it. 4 to 5 guards in the procession surged forward, trying to break through the carriage in the middle of the road. The passers-by hurriedly moved aside, all of them looking at that woman strangely. Arbor leaned against the carriage window, watching with great interest. From time to time, he would tug at Mo Lian's sleeve and ask, Mo Lian, guess what's inside that carriage? Prince Mo's expression already couldn't be any darker. He practically didn't need to guess to know what this 4th Princess Mo Shuang was blindly excited about. There had to be a peerlessly handsome man inside this carriage. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spent so much effort, blocking the road to rob someone, and also trying to break the carriage, because the 4th Princess Mo Shuang was completely uninterested in anything other than handsome men. Her greatest hobby in this life was to collect all kinds of handsome men. It would be best if she could bring all of them back to her princess residence to raise. If it weren't for the great king fiercely cutting her monthly allowance, this fellow reckoned that her princess residence would soon be unable to accommodate any handsome men. Everyone knew that this was definitely an oddity in the Mo Kingdom capital. This princess's strange anecdotes could go on for 3 days and 2 nights without stopping. At this time, seeing that she had blocked a carriage and was in a deadlock with the other party, several commoners who recognized the princess all stopped in their tracks and looked over curiously. However, they were well aware that this princess's temperament wasn't very good, so they couldn't help but provoke this fellow. Everyone only silently hid in a corner to watch the show. Before long, they saw the carriage wall being pulled open with a bang, and a figure flew out with a whoosh. His feet tapped lightly on a stall, and he was already rapidly flying in Arbor's direction. Wow! The crowd of onlookers all revealed expressions of as expected of a handsome man, and swept disdainfully at the 4th Princess Mo Shuang. Heavens, sure enough, Princess Mo Shuang was snatching handsome men on the streets again. This temperament of hers probably wouldn't change even if she died. Arbor was leaning against the window of the carriage, watching the show. Suddenly, the carriage stopped in the middle of the road, was pulled apart, and a person flew out from it. She glanced around and couldn't help but be stunned. Wasn't this the Qin Estate's Grand Duke Xianxia? Emolian, is the Qin family's first Qin. I saw it. Emolian's handsome face was dark, and he was so angry that he didn't want to talk. He raised his hand and hugged Arbor. Dong. His carriage was kicked from the outside, and a figure rushed into the carriage in a panic. When he saw Arbor, his eyes suddenly lit up. The moment she opened her mouth, she screamed in panic, "Jojo, save me!" His figure flashed and pounced toward Arbor in the carriage. Scram! Prince Emo kicked out without hesitation, aiming for the man's face. Eldest Qin quickly dodged to the side, rolling and crawling into the carriage, hiding behind Arbor. "Jojo, save me!" Before Xiamu could speak, she heard the carriage driver's blood-curdling scream from outside. Then, the carriage curtains were forcefully torn apart, and a woman fiercely jumped into their carriage. She didn't even see who was inside the carriage before she angrily rebuked, "Where did this little witch come from? Get out of the way! Impudent!" Emolian was furious and coldly rebuked her. Fourth Princess Emo Shuang instinctively shuddered, but when she saw the crown prince sitting in the carriage, her pretty face instantly turned pale. Today was over. Sleep was over. Heavens, heavens! Why was the crown prince here? Emo Shuang covered her mouth with her hand and revealed a shocked expression. She then swept her gaze over Arbor and finally recognized him. "It's you." That day, she had barged into her father's palace and begged him to grant her the eldest young master. At that time, her father had been imprisoned by the demon law in the main hall because of this damned crown princess. Sitting in her father's bedchamber and eating leisurely, Gong Chang'an didn't dare to offend her. Emo Shuang's scalp was about to explode. She finally understood that her brainless act of barging into the crown prince and crown princess's carriage, she wanted to cry but had no tears. Usually, when she saw the crown prince, she would run as far away as she could. But she didn't dare to be impudent in front of this crown prince. If she offended the crown prince, her days would be even more difficult. Crown prince. Emo Shuang smiled embarrassedly and took a step back. She didn't dare to step forward again, but her eyes couldn't help but linger on the eldest young master, who was huddled in the corner. The eldest young master was meekly and weakly huddled in the corner of the carriage, hiding behind Arbor and biting his fingers. He had this young master is so scared look as he looked pitifully at Arbor. Arbor only glanced at him and couldn't help but turn his head back. The eldest young master was stunned and wondered in his heart, just now, Mu Xiaobao's glance, did it have a hint of disdain? Arbor really does have a lot of disdain. A grown man was actually chased like a dog by this fourth princess Emo Shuang, who had no cultivation at all. It would be strange if she didn't despise him. Xiaobao. The eldest young master raised a lustrous claw and carefully tugged at the ribbon under Arbor's sleeve. Slap. Emolian slapped his hand away and hugged Arbor to her side. She glared at the eldest young master with a warning gaze. Get out of the carriage immediately. No, I won't go. This crazy woman is here. If I get out, I'll be captured by her. I'm not going. Emolian looked at eldest young master's expression and wanted to slap him to death. What the hell was he pretending for? With his cultivation, how could he be so powerless when facing a woman with no cultivation in a place like the lower realms? No one would believe it. Little treasure. Don't be noisy. Xiaomu forcefully swung her hand, smacking the eldest young sir's head loudly. Emolian, eldest Qin was speechless. In the next second, the little fellow raised his leg and kicked fourth Princess Emo Shuang, who had changed her expression, out of the carriage. Eldest young master clapped and cheered excitedly behind her. Amazing. Little treasure, beat her. Arbor leaped out of the carriage. A pair of cold, electrifying eyes filled with pressure swept across the street. Those passers-by who were hiding in the corners to watch the show jumped in fright and hurriedly shrank their heads back into the corner. In less than 2 minutes, they heard banging sounds on the street, accompanied by fourth Princess Emo Shuang's pig-like screams. Stop. Emo Shuang's guards were just about to make a move when the crown prince lifted the curtain and walked down from the carriage and glared at them. Who dares to make a move? Those guards immediately rolled on the ground in fright. Who would dare to care about the princess's life or death? They themselves were about to die from the crown prince's cold glare. Arbor sent a flying kick. Fourth Princess Mo Shuang screamed in horror, her eyes bulging out of their sockets. In the next second, the crown prince consort kicked the large plate in the face. It flew out with a whoosh and smashed fiercely into a nearby stall. With a loud bang, the auntie who was watching the commotion from under the stall was scared out of her wits, and she scrambled out from behind the stall. Turning back, the auntie looked at the fourth princess, who was sprawled on the ground, with fear in her eyes. F***ck, this is too tragic. Fourth princess's nose was bleeding profusely, and her eyes were swollen from that icy stoic little girl's slaps, looking like two walnuts hanging from her eye bags. She looked as wretched as one could imagine. Arbor pattered over to fourth princess Mo Shuang. The fourth princess was so frightened that she retreated backwards. Her eyes were filled with fear and she subconsciously covered her face with her hands, shaking them and screaming, "Stop hitting me, stop hitting me, stop hitting me. Who's the little demoness?" Arbor shouted with a cold expression. Not to mention fourth princess Mo Shuang's stupefied expression, even Mo Lian, who was walking over in the carriage, couldn't help but facepalm. "Speak. Who is?" Fourth princess swallowed her saliva while trembling. Looking at the little girl's stoic face, she replied wittily, me. Pfft. Eldest young master leaned against the carriage with one leg slightly bent. He propped his chin on his hand and shook his head repeatedly with a sigh. So worrisome. After all this time, it turned out that little treasure, this child, had hit her because someone had called her little demoness. To think that he had naively thought that our dear little treasure had finally been enlightened and would fly into a rage over a handsome man, Arbor swept a glance at fourth princess. "Why did you barge into someone else's carriage?" Me. Fourth princess looked at the little girl, stupefied. "Speak." Arbor shouted angrily. The audience, why did they have the urge to laugh? Did they even need to freaking speak? How bad was this little girl's eyesight to not see that fourth princess had charged into her family's carriage to capture the handsome eldest young master of the Qin estate? Robbing people in broad daylight. Do I look like I'm that easy to rob? Arbor raised his foot and pretended to kick him. The fourth princess hurriedly moved her buttocks backward, brushing against the ground as she stepped back. She stretched out her hands and waved them repeatedly. I wouldn't dare. Don't hit me, I wouldn't dare. I won't rob again." Prince Mo didn't say anything and just laughed at the side. Eldest young Sir Qin jumped off the carriage and walked towards Arbor with a slightly melancholic expression. How blind must this lass be to think that the fourth princess riding the carriage was a robbery? Arbor turned around and glared at him. "Let's go." Eldest young master was speechless. Feeling wronged, the eldest young master pitifully looked at Arbor and said, "Xiao Bao, we've been together for many days. Can't you treat me a little better?" "Nonsense. Who is Xiao Bao?" Arbor's little face was cold as he said to the eldest son expressionlessly, "I don't even know what you're talking about." Eldest young Sir Qin, oh my, this D***MN lass. She was still trying to deceive him at this point. Now, even that dumb woman Yang Fengyan knew that she was the Mu Xiao Bao who had previously snuck into their Qin estate. This little fellow was so stubborn. Arbor swept a glance at him before turning to trot to the crown prince's side. "I want to eat small wontons." "Okay." The crown prince nodded with a grin. He pulled her small hand and said, "I'll make it for you to eat when we get back." "I want shrimp stuffing." The little fellow raised her head slightly and made a request. The crown prince nodded with a smile. "Okay." Watching the two leave hand in hand, the eldest young sir narrowed his eyes. He swept a glance at the fourth princess, who was stammering as someone helped her up, before concealing himself into a side alley with a flash. "Young sir." A shadow guard in black bowed to him. "How is it? Shuntian Prefecture's strongholds within the Mo Kingdom capital have all been uprooted." That person said in a low voice, "That person has begun to secretly make a move against Ani Prefecture again. I'm afraid that it won't be long before all of the 6 prefectures' forces disappear from Mo Kingdom." The eldest young sir chuckled. "Just watch. It has nothing to do with us. Lu Yizhi is dead, and even that good second brother of mine turned a deaf ear to it. Why should I meddle in other people's business?" He's the future patriarch of the Qin estate. He's the one who has to worry about and control the overall situation. The eldest young sir's lips curved in a grin. He then waved his hand and said, "Go back. No need to come find me again in the near future." Yes. That person vanished without a trace in a flash. Eldest Qin chuckled and walked back to the Qin estate. After today's ruckus, that brainless princess probably wouldn't dare to come find him for a while. He was so annoying to this fourth princess recently. How could there be such a shameless woman who didn't know her own worth in this world? Why didn't she look in the mirror and see her own virtue? Although he was amorous and loved all the flowers and plants in the world, he couldn't nibble on just any flower and plant. Sigh, when he thought of that wild and untamed little flower among the flowers, the eldest young sir's eyes couldn't help but narrow. Oh, it was indeed very worrying. Not long after the eldest young sir's figure disappeared, Wang Cheng appeared in that small alley. He frowned slightly before disappearing. The second young sir had him follow the eldest young sir, but he didn't find anything suspicious about the eldest young sir even after watching for a long time. In any case, they were all members of the same estate. Presumably, the eldest young sir wouldn't do anything detrimental to the Qin estate. In the evening, in a tea house in the Mo Kingdom capital, two beautiful girls were sitting in a private room on the second floor. The waiter who served the tea could not help but sneak a few glances before packing up the tea tray and walking out. "I asked Miss Xian out today because I wanted to talk to you about the matter of those 20,000 mystic currency." Commandery Princess Xian smiled rather embarrassedly. "I'm not afraid that Miss Xian will laugh at me. Last time, in order to buy that life-prolonging pill, I practically emptied out all my savings. I had originally planned to gather the money for Miss Xian in the next 2 days, but from the looks of it now, I really can't." As Commandery Princess Xian said this, she looked a bit embarrassed. Xian Yuer giggled and raised her fan to cover her small mouth. "Miss Xuan, aren't you treating me as an outsider by saying that? Since we're all friends, I don't care about that little bit of money." Commandery Princess Xian's eyes involuntarily brightened, and she quickly said with a smile, "How can I accept this?" Deep down, she really hoped that this Miss Xian would waive her loan of 20,000 mystic currency, but she was too ashamed to say this. Hence, she asked her out and waited for her to waive the loan. Now that she saw Miss Xian being so tactful, Commandery Princess Xian was secretly happy, but she didn't show it on her face. Xuan is definitely going to befriend Miss Xian. Commandery Princess Xian raised her teacup and smiled at Xian Yuer. "Let me toast Miss Xian with tea in place of wine." The two people drank several cups of tea with ulterior motives. It was not until an hour later that Xian Yuer stood up to leave. After exiting the tea house, Bao Yan couldn't resist looking back and pursing her lips as she mocked, "What Commandery Princess Xian? She can't even return 20,000 mystic currency. Does she think that other people don't know her identity? Young master, why must you get close to this woman? You talk too much." Xian Yuer swept Bao Yan a cold glance. "I told you not to follow me, yet you insisted on following me. I have my own matters to attend to." Bao Yan couldn't help but get anxious. "You aren't still thinking about that stoic-faced crown princess, right? Last time, we almost couldn't even leave the Mo Kingdom capital. What do you know?" After saying this, Xian Yuer didn't say anything else and walked towards the tavern with a wave of her hand. He wanted to stay here and find a chance to talk to Lil Blockhead. He wasn't resigned to it. As for Commandery Princess Xian, she was in an excellent mood after leaving the tea house. She strolled the streets with Su'er, planning to stroll around for a while before returning to the palace. As the saying went, one was free from debt. She had just dumped her 20,000 mystic currency debt, so she planned to go to a jewelry store she was familiar with nearby to pick out a first-rate piece of jewelry for herself to celebrate. Su'er also appeared extremely happy as she walked beside her. At least that Miss Xian is tactful. It is her great fortune to be able to befriend someone as honorable as Commandery Princess with a mere 20,000 mystic currency. Commandery Princess is peerlessly talented, humble, and gentle. She had begged for 8 lifetimes to be able to befriend Commandery Princess. Commandery Princess Xian pursed her lips as she walked with a smile. Su'er had a glib tongue, so as long as she didn't say anything out of line, Xian liked her very much. All of a sudden, Ian stopped in her tracks as her gaze fell on the two women who were walking towards her. His originally good mood was suddenly replaced by anger in his heart. Her smile also froze on her face. One of the women walking towards her was wearing a hairpin that was exactly the same as hers, and the style of her clothes was also similar to hers. The yellow mattress matched with the pink skirt. However, the other party's skirt looked slightly more exquisite than hers. There was a group of colorful butterflies embroidered on the hem of the skirt. When she walked, the skirt fluttered and the butterflies danced. It was a beautiful sight. Ian's fury involuntarily erupted from the bottom of her heart. Seeing this, Sue hurriedly turned around and secretly gave the two hidden shadow guards a look. Very quickly, the two shadow guards caught up with the two ladies. After turning a corner, they stopped them in an alley. Ian slowly walked into that alley with Sue, sizing up that young lady who was dressed similarly to her. The more she looked, the more fury in her heart flared up. That woman's appearance was unremarkable. Her eyes were also very small, and her facial features were not even 1/10 of Ian's beauty. At this time, the two young ladies that had been stopped by the hidden guards were hugging their heads and curling up into a ball as they gazed at Ian's party with trepidation. "Miss, what business do you have?" Baoyan walked up and slapped the butterfly skirt girl's face. "Audacious! You actually intend to impersonate our commandery princess? What?" The butterfly skirt girl was stupefied at once. She simply couldn't understand why this commandery princess in front of her had stopped her. According to the little girl's words, it was because her clothes were similar to this commandery princess's, but could she be blamed for this? How could she have known that she would get into a conflict with an inexplicable person because of these clothes and this piece of jewelry when she went out today? You're crazy." The other girl next to the girl in the butterfly skirt glared at Commandery Princess Ian. Ian was infuriated, and she slowly walked up to her with narrowed eyes. She raised her sleeve and slapped the girl ruthlessly. "How can you insult me, the dignified Commandery Princess Ian?" Ah! That girl was knocked to the ground by this ruthless slap. She shrieked and was about to retaliate when a hidden guard subdued her with a wave of his hand. "No, don't, what do you want to do? You can't be so unreasonable. You can't." The girl in the butterfly skirt looked at Commandery Princess Ian in terror, but she was subdued by another hidden guard just as she was about to step forward. Someone come quickly, help me." "What the hell, how can there be such an unreasonable person in this world?" The girl in the butterfly skirt shrieked as she struggled. Commandery Princess Ian gazed at her coldly as an excited glint surfaced in her eyes. "Hold them down." "No, don't. Don't." The girl in the butterfly skirt looked in horror at the small knife in Commandery Princess Ian's palm as she shook her head repeatedly while crying. Ian revealed a sinister smile as she stepped forward and suddenly slashed at that girl's face with a knife. Ah! The two girls screamed in pain from the depths of the small alley. Ian continued to wear a gentle smile as she disfigured that girl's face with a knife. As she slashed, she recalled her childhood. She was like a pitiful little bug, huddling in a flock of orioles and swallows as she was kicked and beaten. She seemed to see the Marchioness of Xianxia's youngest daughter again, standing in front of her with her head held high and declaring, "Go, strip this D***MN girl of her clothes. She really is a little B***TCH that is unwilling to be left out. She even dared to secretly wear my old clothes and have delusions of showing her face in front of cousin. Strip her. Beat her to death. Who wants to wear your old clothes? Who wants to wear them? What who Xuan, wear in the future will definitely be one of a kind in this world. Bitch. Ian's expression was a bit crazed as she slashed the girl in the butterfly skirt's face until that face turned into a bloody mess. Afterwards, she started laughing merrily. "Remember not to dress like me in the future." Commandery Princess Ian patted the unconscious girl in the butterfly skirt with her small, bloody hand. The youngest daughter of the Marquis of Suen, so what if she was honorable? Now, he was still lying in bed like a living dead for years. She gouged out the woman's eyes, pulled out her tongue, broke the tendons in her arms and legs, but did not let her die. See, what a kind person she was. Anyone who went against her would not have a good ending. "Princess, the two of them have fainted." Su'er's beautiful little face revealed a hint of viciousness and a sinister smile at this moment. Break their limbs, cut off their tongues, strip them naked, and throw them into the nearby brothel. This is just a small punishment for talking back to me without any regard for seniority. Ian said this with a gentle expression. Afterwards, she turned around and left the alley, abandoning the two girls that she did not know as if they were trash. Very quickly, the two tragic passers-by were taken away by the secret guards. No one knew that such an inconceivable thing had happened in this alley just now. After Ian exited the alley, she put on her modest and kind commandery princess mask and boarded her carriage, returning to the palace in a good mood. It's been a long time since I went back to the Marquis of Xianxia's estate to visit my paralyzed younger sister. Commandery Princess Ian said with a smile. Su'er, find a day to go back to the estate and visit her. Su'er immediately nodded in understanding and responded with a smile. The carriage followed the spacious limestone path to the palace gates. When the guards saw that it was Commandery Princess Ian's carriage, they immediately let her in. Commandery Princess Ian lifted the curtain and nodded at the guards with a smile. When the carriage stepped onto the palace path and slowly headed for the Queen Dowager's Longevity Palace, Commandery Princess Ian glanced in the direction of the Eastern Palace and thought, one day, I will become the most honorable woman in Northern Mo. I won't have to live at the whims of others anymore. After the coming-of-age ceremony, the Qiao estate started preparing for second uncle's wedding. During this period of time, Wei Ziqin was as busy as a spinning top. In order to get second uncle out of singlehood as soon as possible, the entire family was really pouring in all their energy. In addition, after second uncle's wedding, the crown prince's wedding was just around the corner, so the entire Qiao estate was in high spirits. It was as if all the servants and maidservants had been injected with chicken's blood as they busied themselves all day, tidying up here and there, inside and out. This maid arbor, this idler, appeared to be an eyesore. In the afternoon, darling Qiao was sitting in her small courtyard, drinking tea and eating dried fruits while also flipping through medical books and dozing off. Then she heard from outside that Madame Ren had come. Madame Ren naturally came to find her mother, so it had nothing to do with her. Arbor flipped through the medical books for a while before tossing them to the side, planning to take an afternoon nap under the faint sunlight. Everyone in the room was busy, yet she was the only one who was idle enough to count mosquitoes. Arbor had just closed her eyes when she heard the sound of footsteps coming from the lounge chair. A maidservant hurried over and bowed, saying, "The Crown Princess, the Miss of the Count of Jian'an's estate has come to visit." Arbor sat up and nodded. "Oh, it's Miss Pei. Invite her in." Soon, the young miss of the Count of Jian'an's mansion, Pei Jia, was led over with a personal maidservant. The girl looked to be about 17 years old and was a little shy by nature. When she saw Qiao Mu, she smiled timidly. "Greetings to the Crown Prince Consort. Last time, after receiving the Crown Prince Consort's hospitality at Fu Mountain, Mother instructed me to come forward to return the greeting." The maidservant behind her hurriedly stepped forward and tugged at her sleeve. She was speechless in her heart. She was a foolish young miss. How could she say such a thing? As Pei Jia spoke, she felt that there was something wrong with her words. Why did she feel like she was being forced by her mother to return the courtesy? She then looked at Arbor apologetically. "I'm sorry, Crown Princess. Pei Jia is clumsy and doesn't know how to speak." Arbor glanced at her and patted the stool beside him. "Sit." Arbor had already noticed that during the gathering at Fu Mountain that day. Miss Pei was a little shy and sat in the crowd like a little transparent. If it weren't for Mou and Liang Qingqing teasing her from time to time, she probably wouldn't be able to talk to anyone for the entire day. Her elder brother, Pei Dao, was also a man of few words, but he seemed to be a considerate person to Miss Li. The Countess of Jianan was a fortunate person. Arbor nodded. Seeing that Miss Pei's gaze was fixed on the medical book beside her, he asked, "Do you want to read it?" Miss Pei looked a little excited. Can I? Crown Princess." Qiao Mu handed her the medical book with one hand. Miss Pei held it like it was a treasure and flipped through it page by page right in front of Arbor. She looked as if she was intoxicated by it. The servant girl behind her was anxious to death because of her dazed miss. She wanted to reach out her sleeve to tug at her miss. Arbor waved his hand at her. Let her read. She could take a nap. These two oddballs. One of them came as a guest, but after exchanging 3 sentences with the host, she started flipping through the medical book and ignored everyone else. The other seduced the guest with the book, then left the guest alone to take a nap. When Xiaoyao came over, she almost laughed out loud. After changing the cups of hot tea for the 2 young ladies, he waved his hand and instructed the servants to bring the little servant girl beside Miss Pei, who wanted to cry but had no tears, away to rest for a while. The afternoon sun shone lazily. The trees cast mottled shadows and the atmosphere was tranquil. When the servants, who were on stimulants, passed by this quiet courtyard, they couldn't help but slow down their footsteps and lower their voices. Of the 2 girls, one was asleep with a small blanket on her stomach, while the other had her head lowered. She was happily holding a medical book, engrossed in it. When Crown Prince Mo came over, this was the scene he saw, and his lips involuntarily curled into a faint smile. His baby was so adorable no matter what she did. Even when she was sleeping quietly under the big tree, she still looked so beautiful. Your Highness. Xiaoyao, who had come over upon hearing the commotion, was about to salute when Crown Prince Mo waved his hand to stop her. How long has the Crown Princess been asleep? It's been more than half an hour. Prince Mo smiled. Then let her sleep a little longer. I'll go talk to father-in-law first. Yes. Not long after Prince Mo left, the little person sleeping there seemed to have sensed something. Her body moved slightly, and she opened a pair of slightly dazed eyes. Xiaoyao pursed her lips and smiled. She hurriedly ran over to her and said, Miss, you're awake. Did Mo Lian come by just now? Arbor turned his little face and glanced at Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. She nodded and said, Miss, you are so amazing. His Highness the Crown Prince just came by. Seeing that you were still asleep, he went to chat with Master. Oh. Arbor turned his head and saw that Miss Pei was still in the same position as an hour ago, reading the medical book with great interest. He couldn't help but feel speechless. She watched me for as long as I slept. Yes. Xiaoyao giggled and said softly, the tea has been changed twice. Miss Pei was so focused that she didn't even take a sip. The conversation between the master and servant finally attracted the attention of Miss Calligraphy Addict. She hurriedly put down the book, blushing shyly as she looked at Arbor apologetically and said, I am sorry, Crown Princess. I was so engrossed in the medical book that I forgot that I came here to thank you. Ah, Bai Hui, the pastries we brought? Eh? Where's Bai Hui? Xiaoyao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Miss Pei, don't worry. We brought that girl to her room to rest for a while. Ah. I'm so sorry. Pei Jiao blushed and looked at Arbor. Although her little face was expressionless, her expression was calm and she didn't seem unhappy at all. Pei Jia's heart settled slightly. Crown Princess, I get easily engrossed in books. It wasn't my intention to neglect you, Pei Jia said cautiously. At this time, that little girl, Bai Hui, was also brought over. She looked at her young miss with a speechless expression. Madame had repeatedly exhorted her young miss to remember to talk more when she went to other people's homes. In the end, her young miss flipped through books for nearly 2 hours. Arbor waved her hand. Do you like to read medical books a lot? Pei Jia nodded her head vigorously. The little girl, Bai Hui, hurriedly explained on the side, young miss has been congenitally deficient since she was young. She could only meditate and recuperate her body. She couldn't even train her body. A prolonged illness becomes a doctor, and young miss gradually became obsessed with medical skills. Then do you like to refine pills? Alchemist? Pei Jia hurriedly shook her small hand. It's impossible for me to become an alchemist. Although I really yearn for it, an alchemist needs talent. I'm also not very talented in the art of medicine. I'm just blindly pondering. As she spoke, her small hand secretly touched the cover of the medical book, looking reluctant to part with it. Arbor tugged the corners of her mouth, and she thought she revealed a kind smile. Actually, in other people's eyes, she wasn't smiling at all. There's only a 2-year age difference between us. Don't call me Crown Princess or Miss Pei. Let's say our names, the little Crown Princess said to Pei Jia on such a leisurely afternoon. Pei Jia was faintly happy, but she didn't know that this was the joy of making friends. Her health was poor since she was young, and she basically didn't leave the house. Those noble ladies flattered her on the surface because of her family background, but they secretly mocked her behind her back for being a medicine jar. She overheard it once, so she was even more unwilling to go out and gather with others. She was 17 years old this year, but she hadn't discussed marriage yet. Because of her poor health, every family looked down on her. Fortunately, her mother kept comforting her, saying, "My family's daughter is so good. Naturally, there will be a good match for you in the future." Moreover, on Seekong planet's mainland, there were plenty of people who remarried in their early 20s. However, most of them wasted their time because they painstakingly cultivated. She, on the other hand, was only an ordinary person. Several of her teachers had regretfully told her that with her congenitally deficient body, it was impossible for her to cultivate in this lifetime. Then I'll call you Jojo from now on." Pei Jiao revealed a big smile. When the little stoic saw this, she felt that this smile was quite dazzling, so she tried her best to pull out an even bigger smile in return. However, it was a bit difficult for this stoic face to deliberately put on a smile. "Xianxia." The little stoic nodded and handed the medical book to her, saying, "Take it back and read it." With a flick of his wrist, he took Pei Jia's pulse. "You've taken good care of your health. I'll give you a prescription. Boil the medicine according to the prescription twice a day. After half a month, you won't need to take any more medicine." A surprised smile appeared on the little girl Bai Hui's face. She stammered, "Crown Princess, is it true? Miss can get rid of those medicine jars in the future?" Arbor nodded. The two of them chatted for a while more about the medical book before Arbor stood up to see Miss Pei out of the estate. Xiaoyao covered her mouth and chuckled as she followed behind. When the Crown Prince asked about this matter later on, Xiaoyao couldn't resist saying, after Miss Pei came, she sat next to the Crown Princess and quietly flipped through the book, accompanying the Crown Princess for an afternoon nap. After waking up, the two of them hit it off. Prince Mo couldn't help but be speechless upon hearing this. 5 days later, the Qiao estate joyfully welcomed second uncle's marriage. I'll update more tonight early in the morning. Marchioness Wei Ziqing busied herself with a group of servants. Qiao Zhongbang greeted the guests in the front courtyard, a smile on his face the entire time. He was happy for his second brother from the bottom of his heart. Although the wedding was a bit rushed, they wouldn't leave out anything that was necessary. After more than 10 years, second uncle was getting married again. He was a bit flustered and made a few mistakes early in the morning. In order to be on time, second uncle brought the groom's escorts out more than 2 hours in advance. The bride had been brought to the Ren estate a day earlier. The two residences were neither close nor far. They would be able to bring her home within 2 hours and wouldn't delay the wedding ceremony. Arbor wore a rare jubilant red dress and specially ran to Brother Xiaohu's courtyard to see him. As soon as she entered, she heard Brother Xiaohu quietly complaining to Xiaoyao, "Xiaoyao, I'm not Fua. Look at what I'm wearing. What do I look like? Today's old dad's wedding, not mine." Xiaoyao softly spat at him. Xiaohu chuckled and went up to hug her. "Xiaoyao, don't you think it's time for our wedding to be on the agenda?" "Bah." Xiaoyao rolled her eyes at him. "Who's with you?" At this moment, the little fellow jumped out like a candle and called out, "Brother Xiaohu." Startled, the couple hugging each other swiftly retracted their hands. They coughed lightly and hurriedly adjusted their collars. Arbor paced to the two with her little paws behind her back and circled around them. "Brother Xiaohu, if you want to marry Xiaoyao, you have to ask me first." Xiaohu immediately went up with a silly smile and rubbed his hands. "Younger sister, you won't watch your older brother be a bachelor for the rest of his life, right?" "That's hard to say." Xiaomu tilted her small head and stood in front of Xiaoyao. "Our Xiaoyao's conditions are so good, so who can't you find?" Xiaohu panicked when he heard this. He hurriedly grabbed his sister's small hand. "Little sister, you can't trick your brother." Arbor glanced at him, took out a box, and threw it to him. "For you." "What is it, little sister?" "The answer is your Xian-breaking pill." Xiaohu couldn't help but open it and take a look. There were 2 round Xian-breaking pills inside. They were really beautiful. "Little sister, you're so good to us." Xiaohu smiled foolishly and rubbed the back of his head. "Let's go. I still have to help mother greet the guests." Crown Princess, I will go with you. Xiaoyao hurriedly left Xiaohu behind and caught up with Arbor. Along the way, she said, when I was coming over just now, I heard that eldest Miss and Miss Biao had returned. Arbor stared blankly for a while before realizing that Xiaoyao was talking about Xiao Wenxiu and her daughter. Nodding, he brought Xiaoyao to his mother's courtyard. Arbor asked, that whatever Yuan, did he make trouble for the mother and daughter? According to Mrs. Instructions, Lord Peng took care of them for a few days. The situation has improved a bit, but that Zhou Yuan is like a mad dog. We can't get rid of him. Arbor nodded. Every family had its own problems. She was just an unmarried little girl, so she couldn't stretch her hands too far. She had to take care of everything. In any case, she could just leave these miscellaneous matters to her parents. Her father was her cousin Pu Rulan's proper uncle. With this identity as an elder, he could naturally make decisions for Pu Rulan. When Arbor brought Xiaoyao to second uncle's new courtyard, he saw his mother busily giving orders to this and that, running around in circles with a group of servants. Hurry, hurry, the newlyweds are about to arrive. Everyone, move nimbly. Hey, bring the wedding cake into the house. The old nanny who followed Wei Ziqing by her side called out to the servants who were coming and going. When she looked up and saw Arbor and Xiaoyao, she smiled so widely that her eyes could not be seen and went forward to welcome them. Crown Princess, Miss Xiaoyao, you're here. Madam is busy right now. It's fine, I just came to take a look. Idler rubbed her small chin. Is there anything I can help you with? Spring had begun, and the air had already warmed up. Wei Ziqing paced back and forth in the new courtyard a few times, the tip of her nose sweating. Seeing her daughter come over, she hurried forward and smiled as she held her daughter's small hand. Jojo, there are so many things to do today, and there are so many people. Fortunately, your eldest aunt came early and can still help me now. Oh, that's right, Jojo, you haven't met eldest aunt and cousin yet, right? Come, come, come. Wei Ziqing held her daughter's small hand and gave Nanny Qiu a few more instructions before calling into the house. Wenxiu, Rulan, come quickly, our Jojo is here. Two women walked out of the house. The older one was wearing a long, golden-blue straight-collared gown with long sleeves. Her makeup did not seem to be expensive jewelry. When she looked at Arbor, she smiled and nodded. Jojo, you still recognize eldest aunt. The younger woman's face was very gentle and delicate. She wore a long dress with an Aquarius collar and her hair was tied up in a woman's bun. A wooden hairpin was inserted into her clean hair, and she wore a wooden bracelet on her wrist. She looked exceptionally simple. Arbor stepped forward and nodded at Xiao Wenxiu and her daughter. Eldest aunt, cousin. Jojo, good boy, I don't have any valuable gifts for you. Keep this well. It's a small token of appreciation from Elder Auntie. Xiao Wenxiu gave Arbor a pure gold bracelet. The quality wasn't too good. Among the pile of gold and jade in Arbor, it could be said to be second best. If it were any other young ladies who despised the poor and loved the rich, they might even mock their poor relatives. Yet Xiaomu accepted it without another word. She nodded at Xiao Wenxiu and expressionlessly said, "Thank you, Auntie." Xiao Wenxiu smiled happily. Back then, when Auntie brought your cousin back to Quoto village, you were still young and might not remember. This is your cousin, Rulan. Pu Rulan stepped forward and smiled. Cousin. Alright, mother and your eldest aunt still have a lot of things to do. Help mother take care of cousin. Wei Ziqing chuckled as she pulled Xiao Wenxiu and was about to leave. Just as they were about to leave, a breathless woman hurriedly ran over and beamed from ear to ear. They're here, they're here, they're here. The bridal sedan is almost at the intersection. Aya, hurry, hurry, go to the door to welcome them. Are the gongs and drums ready? Where's the drummer? Where's the drummer? Madam is ready. Let's hurry to the door. Arbor speechlessly glanced at her mother's departing figure. Her mother was busy with fetching the bride, and she had become an idle person again. She turned to look at Pu Rulan and said, Cousin, let's go to Shaoliner's courtyard. It's a bit too chaotic here. Pu Rulan smiled and nodded. Okay. The two of them exited the new courtyard and turned to Shaoliner's courtyard. However, halfway there, they ran into the young lady who was rushing over. There were a lot of guests that came today, and the gatehouse was busy receiving the gifts and announcing the names. The Marquis of Suan's estate's madam has arrived. The old madam of Duke Qing's estate has arrived. The manservants and maids ran back and forth in waves, taking away a group of people, and then another group of people came. It really was as busy as a marketplace, with an endless stream of people. Wei Ziqin and Xiao Zhongbang were in the front courtyard and back garden respectively, receiving the male and female guests that came to visit. Prince Mo took a stroll around the Marquis' estate. When he found his dainty little wife, that little fellow was sitting leisurely on a swing, cracking melon seeds and chatting with her younger sister, Xiao Lin. Pu Rulan raised her head and saw a tall and slender young master walking towards them. She hastily stood up and quickly walked to the swing to give a reminder. Younger cousin, someone's coming. Brother-in-law's coming. Xiao Lin immediately jumped down from the swing and held Pu Rulan's hand with a smile. Older cousin, that's His Highness the Crown Prince. Pu Rulan hurriedly curtsied. Arbor was still swaying on the swing, looking up at the man walking over. Why are you in the back courtyard? I'm here to see if my Jojo is slacking off again. Mo Lian walked over with a smile, waving his hand for Pu Rulan to get up and not be overly courteous. Arbor cast a glance at him and lightly snorted. There are so many orioles and swallows outside, I don't have the time to greet them one by one. Today was second uncle's wedding, and mother had reminded her 2 or 3 days in advance that she absolutely couldn't throw a tantrum. Everyone who came was a guest, so don't hit a guest without a word. So ridiculous, did she need mother to remind her? It wasn't like she was crazy. If others didn't come to provoke her, how could she go crazy and hit them? The most annoying one was that whatever fourth princess, who had run to the great king and fiercely complained about her. She said that she beat her up until she couldn't see anyone. She was simply crazy. When had she ever hit this fourth princess? She didn't even know the fourth princess. Okay, thinking of this, he glanced at Mo Lian with some displeasure. He thought to himself, his house is the place with the most women in the world, so annoying. Prince Mo saw the look in his wife's eyes and hurriedly moved his head over to look at her with a smile. What's wrong? Why are you looking at your husband like that? What did I do wrong? Tell me, tell me. Jolin, who had long been used to the crown prince showing off his affection to her sister, covered her mouth and snickered. On the other hand, Pu Rulan was rather surprised. For a moment, he didn't think that His Highness, who looked so high and mighty, was actually such a person. Arbor glared at him and pushed his hand away. Cousin is here. We're all on the same side. Prince Mo smiled and grabbed Arbor's little hand. We can't take a nap today. What should I do? I'm going to sleep in the afternoon. During this period of time, idlers like Mu Tian took a nap and used her free time to draw talismans. She was simply too carefree. Pay. Arbor blushed and glared at him. This guy only knew how to tease her. Today was second uncle's wedding. Could it be that she could abandon the guests in the house and take a nap alone in her room? Prince Mo smiled and rubbed the little fellow's face. I'm not teasing you. I'm just worried that you can't take a nap. You're not allowed to say it. Arbor punched him and turned her head away with a stoic expression. Jojo. Mo Lian reached out and cupped her little head. Mo Lian gazed at her with curved eyes and chuckled softly. There are still 15 days left. Arbor rolled her eyes at him, but the corners of her lips involuntarily curled up. When Xiao Lin heard this, she couldn't help covering her mouth and sniggering happily. Yet Pu Rulan asked softly in confusion, what does Crown Prince mean? Xiao Lin whispered the wedding date in Pu Rulan's ear, and Pu Rulan immediately understood and nodded with a smile. Brother-in-law. You have to prepare a big red packet. Xiao Lin sat at the stone table and shouted toward the swing from afar. Mo Lian looked over and nodded with a smile. Okay. Seventh Master Mu is here. Arbor sat in the rear courtyard and could hear the excited shouts from the front courtyard. Her gaze turned cold. What's wrong, baby? Mo Lian was slightly taken aback. His wifey was still in an extremely good mood just now, but now, her small face had turned gloomy. She really changed so quickly. However, that seventh master of the Mu family of the Divine Province was also quite strange. He came on Jojo's coming-of-age ceremony and also came on Xiao family's second uncle's wedding, as if he was very familiar with the Xiao family. At this time, several excited shouts came from the front courtyard. Everyone stood up and looked at Mu Jingrui, who strode in from the front door. They smiled and cupped their fists in salute. The white-haired elder haughtily carried a large brocade box as he followed behind Mu Jingrui. His gaze was somewhat disdainful. In his eyes, this group of brats from the lower star domain were indeed as weak as ants. Mu Jingrui presented a big gift on this trip, the snow summit Lingji. When the Lingji was presented, everyone's eyes were practically glowing as they stared at the spirit herb. Especially the few doctors and pill refiners among the guests. They stared at the divine herb, wishing they could pounce on it and examine it carefully. The smile on Qiao Zhongbang's lips stiffened slightly. The groom, Qiao Zhongxing, stepped forward in confusion and cupped his fists at Mu Jingrui, saying thank you in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. It was so strange. He had no interaction with this seventh master Mu from the divine land. Why did this person give him a wedding gift out of the blue? Congratulations, congratulations. Mu Jingrui smiled and said a few polite words. Suddenly, there was a small commotion in the crowd. Naturally, they parted to the sides like a tide. The little crown princess and Prince Mo walked over hand in hand, their little faces cold and expressionless. Their eyes were like daggers as they stabbed at Mu Jingrui and the white-haired elder. What are you doing here? Arbor was about to take a step forward when his mother, Wei Ziqin, rushed over and grabbed his little hand. Jojo. Wei Ziqin hurriedly shook her head. Arbor glared at Mu Jingrui with a cold gaze that implied a warning. Mu Jingrui instantly understood the little fellow's meaning. Don't speak nonsense. This was warning him not to reveal her identity as the daughter of the Mu family of the divine land in front of so many people, right? Just how much did she dislike the Mu family and how much did she not want to be involved with the Mu family? Mu Jingrui sighed softly in his heart. He subconsciously glanced at Prince Mo and frowned slightly. This crown prince's aura also seemed a bit off. When Mu Jingrui was sizing him up, Prince Mo also sized him up. A trace of hesitation flitted across his heart. Ha 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 ha, today is second uncle's big day. I didn't come late, right? Today's over. Wave at this moment, a white-robed, skinny pretty boy appeared at the door. He brought a large chest of gifts and was escorted in by a large entourage. More than a dozen servants circled around him, shouting as they entered the door. The pretty boy's gaze flickered as he swept his gaze over everyone present and revealed a reserved smile. Next to him was a well-developed woman around 25 or 26 years old. She was gorgeously dressed and her hair was covered in pearls and jade. She had an arrogant attitude and raised her chin as she held on to the pretty boy's arm. Her ample bosom was pressed against the pretty boy's arm. It could be said that none of the officials and family members of the various dukes and marquises' estates, as well as the young masters and young misses of the aristocratic families, had such a grand display of extravagance. The dozen or so servants were all dressed in the same manner and had palm-sized copper coins hanging from their necks. Everyone stared at them strangely, feeling that they were full of the aura of nouveau riche. Ha ha ha. Oh my, second uncle-in-law's big day today. Sorry, I'm late. A fat ball emerged from the back of the crowd. She was dressed in bright red and green clothes and her face was smeared like a monkey's butt. At first glance, she looked like a matchmaker. Fat Ball moved her feet and arrived in front of Second Uncle Qiao with a smile. Second Uncle Qiao subconsciously took a step back, and his expression instantly became extremely unsightly. Qiaomu looked at the uninvited nouveau riche in confusion. As she looked at the pretty boy surrounded by people, a name faintly popped up in her mind. Zhou Yuan, what are you doing here? Xiao Hu took a step forward and tightly clenched his fists, his face full of anger. Arbor turned his head and glanced at Pu Rulan. He saw that her face was slightly pale and her eyes faintly revealed a trace of anger. Clearly, she had not expected that her ex-husband would make a public appearance in this kind of situation. Scram! You're not welcome here. Second Uncle Qiao angrily shouted with a cold expression. Second Uncle, is there some misunderstanding about me? The pretty boy looked at them with a chuckle. Fat Ball hurriedly came forward and said with a smile, Second Uncle-in-law, today is your big day, so don't get angry. Come on, bring all the gifts up here. Second uncle, this is just a small token of appreciation from our Zhou family. Preposterous. Second uncle Qiao was furious. He was about to step forward when his elder brother, Qiao Zhongbang, stopped him. What have you come here for? Qiao Zhongbang sneered and shouted at Zhou Yuan. You little bastard, you dare come here to ask for a beating? Get out of my sight. Zhou Yuan subconsciously shrank back, looking like a coward. Qiao Zhongbang and his brother were infuriated. Eldest uncle, second uncle, please don't misunderstand. Your nephew's visit today has no other intentions than to congratulate second uncle on his wedding. The pretty boy Zhou Yuan said in a low voice, looking as if he had been wronged. Xia Wenxiu, who was standing at the side, had long been angered by his shameless behavior. Her entire body was trembling, and her face was pale. Mother. Pu Rulan supported her mother and stubbornly pursed her lips, not saying anything for a while. Eldest uncle-in-law, second uncle-in-law, our family's Xiao Yuan was young and ignorant in the past, so he spoke without thinking and wanted to divorce his wife. Fat Ball smiled ingratiatingly and stepped forward to grab Pu Rulan's hand, but she pulled back and avoided it. The fake smile on Fat Ball's face froze. Enduring the anger of slapping her former daughter-in-law, that Fat Ball, Zhou Yuan's mother, laughed dryly and said, Daughter-in-law, go back with mother-in-law. It's just a small conflict with husband. There's no need to escalate it to the point of divorce. Don't worry, mother-in-law has already taught him a harsh lesson. Xiao Yuan will definitely not mention the matter of divorce to you in the future. When Xiao Lin heard this, she jumped up in anger and blocked Pu Rulan's path with a livid face. Are you crazy? You've already obtained the divorce document and stamped it with the official seal. How can this matter be faked? Go away. My older cousin already has nothing to do with your Zhou family. Aya, what does a child like you know? Don't meddle in adult matters. Go, go, go. Zhou Yuan's mother waved her hand in exasperation, then turned to face Pu Rulan with a smile. Daughter-in-law, it's said that between husband and wife, they fight at the head of the bed and reconcile at the end of the bed. You can't be so angry with Xiao Yuan over such a small matter. Be obedient and go home with mother-in-law. No one had expected that such a scene would occur on such a joyous day. The guests all looked at each other in dismay. Second Uncle Qiao was so angry that his eyes were about to spit fire. He roared angrily at the door, Where is everyone? What are you all standing there for? Throw this entire family out. After speaking, he stepped forward and kicked the gift box several times, kicking out some of the silks, satins, porcelain, paintings, and the like. He stepped forward and stomped on them several times. The woman beside Zhou Yuan, whose hair was adorned with pearls and jade and was dressed like a peacock, shrieked and rushed forward to push second Uncle Qiao away. Without waiting for Zhou Yuan to go forward and pull her away, that woman pointed at second uncle and cursed, You pauper, who do you think you are? I gave you face, but you don't want it. These porcelain, calligraphy, and paintings are all famous works of art. You can't buy them even if you have money. You actually dare to trample on them like this. Chi-Chi, don't be angry, don't be angry. Zhou Yuan's mother hastily grabbed the Gao family's daughter's small hand fawningly. When she looked at second Uncle Qiao, there was a hint of anger on her face. Second uncle, you're really ruining our good intentions. Zhou Yuan's mother wailed, Originally, my daughter-in-law and son had always been fine. Ever since you took her back, she didn't recognize any of her family. She didn't even want her husband and mother-in-law. This is truly a sin brought upon by the heavens. Why don't you send a lightning bolt to kill this unfilial daughter-in-law? Wei Ziqin was so angry that her whole body trembled. Today was her second uncle's wedding. She didn't expect that so many weirdos would come and ruin a good marriage. Men, throw them all out. Wei Ziqin was so angry that she felt dizzy. She waved her hand and roared. The servants of the Qiao family all rushed over, but before they could even get close to Zhou Yuan and the others, they were pushed and shoved by the dozen or so retainers of the Zhou family. They raised their fists and looked like they were about to start fighting. Wouldn't this mess turn the entire wedding into a mess? Pu Rulan was so angry that her eyes were bloodshot. Supporting her mother, Qiao Wenxiu, she took a step forward and said angrily, Stop. Zhou Yuan. you heartless and unscrupulous thing. There's a divorce agreement between us as proof, so we've long had nothing to do with each other. You actually have the face to take advantage of second uncle's wedding to come cause trouble. What did you say? Zhou Yuan's mother immediately widened her eyes and glared angrily. What bullshit divorce agreement? In short, this old mother won't admit it. As long as you're the daughter-in-law of the Zhou family, you'll be the ghost of the Zhou family until you die. Bullsh*T. In order to marry the Gao family's daughter, your son wants to divorce my older cousin. Before Xiao Hu could finish his sentence, he was pounced on by that cursed old woman. Xiaoyao hurriedly pulled him to her side, preventing him from being pounced on by that old woman. Aya, old Xiao family is unreasonable. Old Xiao family is abusing their power to bully others. Zhou Yuan's mother suddenly sat down and began to bawl like a shrew. The crowd of officials, nobles, madams, and noble ladies all looked at each other in dismay, their expressions awkward. In this situation, was it better for them to leave or stay? My son wants to marry the Gao family's daughter, but why don't you ask the lords and young masters present, which of their families doesn't have a few beautiful wives and concubines? Your old Qiao family is too overbearing. Could it be that when your Qiao family's daughter marries, the husband's family is not allowed to take in concubines and take in co-wives? Zhou Yuan's mother slapped her thigh and bawled. She scrambled up from the ground and tugged on a certain official's robe, yelling, "This official, please be the judge for this little woman. Isn't their Qiao family being too unreasonable?" The man didn't expect this village woman to use such a trick. He immediately retreated in embarrassment, but he couldn't stop the corner of his robe from falling into the old woman's hands. After tugging back and forth, he heard a ripping sound and the corner of the man's robe was torn off by the old woman. His face turned green on the spot. Xiao Zhongbang was enraged and kicked Zhou Yuan's mother. "Get out of my way. Is official Su all right?" Xiao Zhongbang looked apologetically at that green-faced official. "Someone come quickly, bring official Su to change his clothes." After Zhou Yuan's mother took a kick from Xiao Zhongbang, she lay on the ground and stammered. She clutched her chest and pretended to be in unbearable pain. "Aya, old Xiao family is going to kill someone, kill someone. Mother!" The pretty boy Zhou Yuan quickly stepped forward and helped his pretentious mother up from the ground. He turned to glare at Pu Rulan and berated, "You stupid woman, don't you think you've lost enough face? Hurry and come home with us." Pu Rulan supported her mother, who was so angry that her entire body was trembling. She coldly gazed at Zhou Yuan and said, "You and I have already separated." Zhou Yuan pointed at Pu Rulan and cursed, "You vicious woman, are you trying to anger my mother to death? My mother said that she doesn't recognize this divorce. Pu Rulan, don't think you can ride over your husband and mother-in-law just because you have the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate backing you up. You wicked woman. Causing trouble all day long, making the whole family restless. Look at what you've become. Why didn't he learn from Chi-Chi and see the big picture? Chi-Chi doesn't even mind letting me marry you as a co-wife. What else are you dissatisfied with?" Qiao Wenxiu was so angry that she leaned backwards. She pointed a trembling finger at Zhou Yuan and said, "You little bastard. Back then, in order to marry the daughter of the Gao family, you first wanted to demote your wife to a concubine. Our Rulan refused no matter what, so you colluded with your mother to fabricate a crime for our Rulan, wanting to have her divorced and become a nun. Now, you see that Rulan's uncle is the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate, so you want to turn around and coax our Rulan back. You. How can there be such a shameless, black-hearted mother and son in this world?" Qiao Wenxiu was so angry that she couldn't stop wiping her tears. Zhou Yuan's mother's eyes darted around. She slapped her thigh and wailed, "I've been wronged, I've been greatly wronged. You're making slanderous accusations. When did we say that we wanted to divorce Rulan? It's just that Rulan is jealous and refuses to accept the Gao family's miss. That's why things have turned into such a complicated situation. All the young masters and masters present here, please be the judge of this. This Qiao family's daughter is jealous by nature." Zhou Yuan's mother exclaimed with great pretense, "If she's like this, who would dare to marry your old Qiao family's daughter in the future?" Her eyes darted around, and then she shouted loudly, "I heard that your Qiao family's eldest daughter is going to marry into the palace to be the crown prince's consort." Could it be that you can request His Highness the Crown Prince to only guard your old Qiao family's daughter for the rest of his life? And you won't allow His Highness to have 18 consorts from the 3 palaces and 9 courtyards? Everyone speechlessly looked at each other in bewilderment. Strangely enough, this fire had spread to His Highness the Crown Prince. His Highness was being shot while lying down. At this time, a magnetic voice chuckled, "That's right, it's not just 18 consorts from the 3 palaces and 9 courtyards, it might even be multiplied." Prince Mo, who was being shot while lying down, narrowed his phoenix eyes and looked around. "Duan Yu, don't think that this crown prince can't recognize your voice just because you're speaking in such an eccentric manner. You're always trying to dig a hole to bury me. Dream on. Jojo wouldn't believe you." Prince Mo held Arbor's small hand as he coldly swept a glance at that foolish woman, Zhou Yuan's mother. "You old woman, you dare to speak nonsense and slander this prince?" Zhou Yuan's mother was completely flabbergasted. She dazedly looked up at that handsome man who was like a god. Her mouth actually felt a bit dry. "Your Highness? Your Highness the Crown Prince?" So it turned out that the rumor that the Crown Prince doted on the Qiao family's eldest daughter immensely was true. The marriage of a mere second master Qiao, who had no scholarly achievements, was originally a very ordinary marriage. Just because he was eldest Miss Qiao's second uncle, the Crown Prince actually came to give face. No wonder when her old man learned that Pu Rulan's eldest uncle was the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate, he rained down a torrent of abuse on her and her son, saying that they were short-sighted and only cared about what was in front of them. He insisted that they bring extravagant gifts to coax his daughter-in-law, Pu Rulan, back. So there was such a relationship between them. If the Zhou family and old Qiao family could become in-laws again, with eldest Miss Qiao's relationship with the crown princess, the Zhou family would definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. Zhou Yuan's mother hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed with a fawning expression. "This commoner did not know that your highness was here." This commoner misspoke. With Mo Lian's status, she naturally wouldn't lower herself to the level of a stupid woman. She was too lazy to care anymore and moved her gaze away. Zhou Yuan hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands with a flattering smile. "Your Highness Crown Prince, this is all a misunderstanding. It was originally a family matter, but now it has become a joke in front of His Highness the Crown Prince and everyone else." Gao Qiqi twisted her plump body and held Zhou Yuan's arm in a show of force. She glanced at Pu Rulan arrogantly and disdainfully. "Don't pretend. You should be happy that your husband and mother-in-law are willing to come and pick you up. It's better to know when to stop. If it weren't for Big Brother exhorting her to be patient, she wouldn't have let this B*tch enter the Zhou family's doors again. In any case, her husband had already promised her. Now, she was only coaxing this stupid woman back for the sake of the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate. Once she used the Marquis's estate's influence to establish a relationship with the Crown Prince, this stupid woman would be useless in the future. She could do whatever she wanted with her. She was the daughter of the richest family in the Mo Kingdom capital's Gao family. Her family had so much food that they couldn't finish it. Now that she, Gao Qiqi, was willing to marry into this tiny Zhou family, it was the Zhou family's good fortune accumulated over several lifetimes. If the Zhou family didn't properly curry favor with her, would they dare to treat her unfairly? As for that slut Pu Rulan, she was just a bit luckier and was able to recognize a relative from the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate. Otherwise, she would have to live in a rundown temple and eat chaff and pickles. You actually dare." Qiao Wenqiu gazed at the arrogant Gao Qiqi and felt even more heartache for her daughter. Back then, if her domineering mother-in-law hadn't cried and made a fuss and forced her daughter Rulan to marry into the Zhou family, how could there be so many troublesome matters now? Thinking about it made her even sadder. She was just a useless bun. It was her fault, it was all her fault. She didn't protect her daughter well. She was cowardly and useless. She didn't dare to resist, which led to the current situation. "Zhou Yuan, you little bastard. You still dare to bring her to our Qiao family." Second Uncle Qiao was so angry that his head was about to explode. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many guests here, he would have raised his fist and beaten Zhou Yuan, this little bastard, to death. Zhou Yuan was still a bit afraid of his two uncles, Qiao Zhongbong and Second Uncle Qiao, and shrank behind Gao Qiqi when he heard this. Gao Qiqi puffed out her chest and waved her hand forcefully. Two vigorous body cultivators walked out from behind them. They crossed their arms and looked disdainfully at the Qiao family crowd with cold eyes. These two body cultivators were newly hired bodyguards by the Gao family. Compared to the body cultivators who had injured second Uncle Qiao and Little Tiger, they were 2 levels stronger. Their 2 bulky arms brimming with explosive power and bulging muscles crossed their arms in front of their chests. The moment the 2 body cultivators from the Gao family appeared, they subdued the group of madams and noble ladies. They retreated in fright, afraid that the fight would affect the innocent. Gao Qiqi swept a mocking glance at Pu Rulan. Pu Rulan, don't be so shameless. What are you still standing there for? Take her away. Xia Wenshou grasped her daughter's arm tightly in fright and shrieked, You dare! Don't touch my daughter. Don't touch her. Gao Qiqi walked in front of Pu Rulan and arrogantly raised her head. She glanced at Pu Rulan from the corner of her eyes. The Marquise estate can support you for a day, but can it support you for a lifetime? Pu Rulan, I advise you to quit while you're ahead. Don't embarrass yourself and your mother-in-law. Anger flashed in Pu Rulan's eyes as she abruptly raised her hand, looking like she was going to slap her. Zhou Yuan's mother shrieked, What are you doing? Why do I have such an ignorant daughter-in-law? Look at Qiqi. She's the dignified daughter of the Gao family. A pure and innocent little girl like her doesn't mind sharing a husband with you. Why are you still being so pretentious? Slap. Gao Qiqi slapped Pu Rulan's hand away and fiercely slapped her. Pu Rulan stretched out her small hand and covered her face that had been slapped. Her eyes immediately turned red. Gao Qiqi smiled and shook her hand. She laughed mockingly and provocatively. Coward, why don't you make a move? I don't think you have the guts. You're just a good-for-nothing with a dead father, yet you still want to compete with me? I, Gao Qiqi, am willing to be so benevolent and let you enter the Zhou family anew. That's already thinking highly of you. You shameless thing, slut. Hit me. Hit me if you want. Pu Rulan, I don't think you dare to hit me. Arbor blinked, then blinked again. Suddenly, she pattered to Pu Rulan and Gao Qiqi's side. When the young masters present saw the crown princess's actions, the corners of their mouths twitched. Slap, slap, slap. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, the little crown princess was funny when she didn't make a move. After giving Gao Qiqi 3 slaps, she ignored the stupefied Gao Qiqi. The little crown princess turned to look at her older cousin with a puzzled expression and asked, Older cousin, others have repeatedly invited you to hit her. Why aren't you doing anything? Invite. Situyi's hand, which was waving the folding fan, stiffened slightly. Gao Qiqi seemed to be frozen in place. After a few seconds of stupefaction, she suddenly shrieked. The little crown princess suddenly waved her hand and sprinkled a handful of powder at Gao Qiqi's face. When the surrounding people saw this, they immediately retreated in fright, afraid that this inexplicable powder would contaminate them and cause them to be caught in the crossfire. Ah? Abba! Abba, Abba, Abba. The moment Gao Qiqi opened her mouth to speak, she discovered that she seemed to have been poisoned into a mute. She had no voice at all and could only make a few basic Abba Abba sounds. She looked at Arbor in horror. The 3 kilograms of powder on her face kept falling down because her facial muscles were trembling in fear. Abba Abba. Abba Abba. Gao Qiqi reached out to grab Zhou Yuan's hand and shook it vigorously. Zhou Yuan immediately put on a fierce front and angrily said, What did you do to Qiqi? Zhou Yuan's mother also shrieked, Old Qiao's family is too unreasonable. As the saying goes, it's better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. You people actually all encouraged my daughter-in-law to run away from home. Now you're doing this to our Qiqi. Without waiting for the little crown princess to make a move, a chubby, bald little monk popped out from the side and angrily shouted, Old benefactor, you're wrong to say that. Your daughter-in-law ran away, so why did you go and tear down our temple? You're simply unruly, eccentric, and unreasonable. Zhou Yuan's mother looked at the little monk who had suddenly appeared with a stupefied expression. Arbor did not wait for her to howl again. In a flash, he appeared in front of them. A blue light flashed in his hand, and more than 10 ebony body-securing talismans flew out. Set, set, set. After one round, other than the two body cultivators with similar cultivation to her, who struggled free after being immobilized, everyone else was immobilized on the spot. They were all immobilized on the spot, and each of them was in a strange posture. It was finally quiet. Arbor waved his hand. Move them out. It's the crown princess. The servants of the Qiao family swarmed forward, some carrying and some dragging the Zhou family out. When they were moving the Zhou family out, they even pinched them a few times. Gao Qiqi watched in horror as those manservants came up to carry her away. She was thrown out of the Marquise estate's main gate by the Qiao family without any resistance. Throw it further away. It's annoying to look at it. Arbor instructed, then turned to look at the two frozen body cultivators from the Gao family. What? Waiting for a meal? The two body cultivators glanced at her, and one of them quickly swept his eyes over everyone. Little miss, you're a talisman practitioner, right? Arbor waved his hand, and a thunder spirit talisman appeared in his hand. It looks like you want to try it. That's fine. Arbor nodded, his cold, electric gaze shooting a glance at Mu Jingrui and Old Bai. I'll let you experience it. This was the thunder spirit talisman that she had just learned. When the thunder spirit energy exploded on her body, she was afraid that it would be a little uncomfortable. The little fellow couldn't be bothered to say more. With a flick of her finger, the two thunder spirit talismans shot towards the two body cultivators like arrows released from a bow. With a wave of her hand, a defensive barrier was set up around the two of them. This was to prevent the spiritual energy from the thunder spirit talisman from spilling out and harming others. Otherwise, Arbor wouldn't have to do something so superfluous. After all, there were many guests here, and they were all people of status. She didn't want to hurt anyone, as there would be a lot of chatter later. The two ebony thunder spirit talismans instantly split open above the two body cultivators' heads, and the talisman energy instantly burrowed into their bodies. In just a breath's time, strange changes began to occur above their heads. A bolt of thunder spirit energy that tore through the air suddenly descended, landing above their heads with a rumble. Accompanied by the sound of thunder and a flash of lightning, the two body cultivators felt as if they had been struck by lightning, and they immediately felt an indescribable pain in their bodies. Bzzzt bzzzt. Their faces instantly darkened, and their hair was charred black when the lightning touched them. This was only the first bolt of lightning. In the next 2 minutes, a total of 9 bolts of lightning fell. When the last bolt of lightning exploded above their heads with a rumble, the two body cultivators' heads rolled. The two unlucky body cultivators rolled their eyes at the same time and fell to the ground with a plop. Just like that, two 13th level body cultivators were struck unconscious by a small talisman. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the little crown princess standing in front of him. Upon seeing this, Qiao Mu creased her brows slightly and muttered to herself, I thought I could strike down 12 bolts of lightning. On the other side, the white-haired elder's mouth was slightly agape, and he looked at Arbor in disbelief. Her? This girl could actually draw one of the 5 spirit talismans, the thunder spirit talisman. One had to know that those who could draw the 5 spirit talisman were all talisman geniuses, 1 in 10,000. Even if their talisman clan possessed the inheritance of 5 spirit talismans, the number of talisman masters that were capable of drawing 5 spirit talismans didn't exceed 100. Among the younger disciples, the only ones who could draw such professional thunder spirit talismans were probably the Mu family's eldest young master and eldest young mistress. Furthermore, the high-grade thunder spirit talisman that the first miss had drawn could only generate 6 bolts of spiritual lightning. One had to know that each additional bolt of lightning was extremely difficult to obtain. Their talisman aristocratic family had tens of thousands of disciples, but less than 100 of them had mastered the 5 spirit talisman. A little girl who had always lived in a mere lower star field had actually learned the thunder spirit talisman on her own. The white-haired old man's heart stirred slightly. The old master had indeed found the right person to send the 7th master to search for this young lady. Previously, he had always been somewhat dissatisfied, because in the past 10 years, he had been accompanying 7th master everywhere to find a child that was basically impossible to find. It was very troublesome, and it even delayed his own cultivation. If it weren't for the fact that the old family head had secretly bestowed him with a lot of cultivation resources, he wouldn't have been too happy to accompany the 7th master on this trip. but now, all these thoughts had vanished without a trace. A 15-year-old genius little girl who could skillfully draw thunder spirit talismans. If they brought her back to the Divine Lands, after a period of careful nurturing, she would definitely become a core member of the talisman aristocratic family in the future. In the future, it wasn't impossible for her to assist eldest young master in controlling the entire talisman patrician family and lead them to the pinnacle of the Divine Mainland. Thinking of this, the white-haired elder's mood surged. It was as if he could already see the scene of the talisman patrician family reaching the pinnacle of life. The current talisman patrician family was neither high nor low among the 6 great patrician families of the Divine Mainland and could only rank 3rd or 4th. Not to mention the Divine Mainland's Qin family, their position as the head of the 6 great patrician families was unshakable. Even the Duan family, the number 2 concealed weapons patrician family, couldn't compare. And if their clan could produce a young genius like Xiao Mu, then it would be hard to say how they would develop in the future. Xiao Mu dispelled the defensive boundary and gazed apathetically at those 2 body cultivators. Someone, throw them out. Yes. The servants of the Qiao family rushed forward in high spirits, kicking and punching the 2 body cultivators and dragging them out like dead pigs. Only after tossing them far away did they stop. Eldest Miss was truly formidable. In the Qiao family, the same thought surfaced simultaneously: as long as eldest Miss was here, no matter who dared to come and cause trouble, they would only have a miserable end. Mu Jingrui looked deeply at Arbor and softly chuckled. The Crown Princess is truly an eye-opener. Arbor ignored him and turned to the dumbstruck second uncle Qiao. Second uncle, it's fine now. Everyone, please take a seat. Right. Take a seat, take a seat. Mo Lian reached out to squeeze his wifey's hand before leaving with Qiao Zhongbang and the rest. As for the womenfolk, Wei Ziqin arranged for them to take their seats. After such a commotion, everyone's interest waned. Fortunately, nothing else happened during the banquet, so the guests and hosts enjoyed themselves thoroughly. Arbor glanced at Pu Rulan and gave Xiaolin a look. Xiaolin immediately understood and intimately hugged Pu Rulan's arm. Cousin, don't be unhappy. There's no reason for you to be in a bad mood because of that cheap man. Oh right, cousin, what's your cultivation level now? My aptitude isn't high. I've always hovered around level 5 mystic cultivator. What does it matter? I'm only a level 6 mystic cultivator and have just touched the barrier of level 7 mystic cultivator. I don't even know when I'll be able to break through. Being teased by her younger cousin, Pu Rulan's dejected mood involuntarily improved a little, and she said with a smile, "Younger sister, you're still young. At your age, you're about to break through to become a level 7 mystic cultivator. Your talent and aptitude must be very impressive." Of course. Xiaolin giggled as she pulled Pu Rulan's hand and said, "Cousin, when we're free, why don't we exchange our cultivation experiences with each other? Who knows, we might be able to help each other." Very good, very good. Pu Rulan also knew that her cousin was deliberately changing the topic to make her happy. As he thought about it, his heart couldn't help but warm up a bit. He turned to look at the little stoic sitting on the side and eating. He pursed his lips and said with a smile, "Younger cousin, just now. I've troubled you." The little stoic's small hand holding the chopsticks paused, and she shook her head with a serious expression. "It's no trouble. I'm bored anyway. Wasn't it pretty good that someone delivered themselves to her door to help her practice talismans?" Wei Ziqin almost choked on her daughter's words. Arbor ate a few more times when she suddenly saw a huge egg abruptly jump out of her inner world and shriek, "Woman! Hurry, hurry! I smell the scent of black spirit jade." What black spirit jade? Arbor stared in bewilderment at the egg that had suddenly jumped out. The egg anxiously howled at her, "Hurry, hurry, you idiot! I told you to hurry and get up, why can't you understand me? Hurry and carry me, go over there, over there. I really can smell the scent of black spirit jade. Hurry, hurry!" Arbor couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache after being yelled at by the egg. She went forward and hugged it, then ran in the direction it was pointing at. What black spirit jade? Tell me clearly. Why did the profound spirit jade sound so familiar? Sister, I'll go with you. Seeing that there was a show to watch, Xiaoliner immediately stopped eating and casually took 2 bites of food before hastily getting up to chase after Arbor. Wei Ziqing turned to look at Xiaoyao, who was standing beside her, with a puzzled expression. Xiaoyao covered her mouth and laughed. "Don't worry, madam. It should be fine. Miss will probably be back soon." However, Wei Ziqing asked, "That's a talking egg?" She turned her gaze and saw that the madams and young misses at this table also revealed slightly shocked expressions. It was clear that she wasn't the only one who felt that her child was a bit strange. "Amen, it's an ancient phoenix egg," Xiaoyao said with a nod. In any case, this matter was no longer a secret, so there was no need to cover it up. When the 8 great patrician families returned from the mystic beast forest, they were all spreading the news that Miss had obtained a phoenix egg. As for Arbor, she hugged that chirping phoenix egg and ran in the direction it was pointing. After running for a while, she stopped and asked with a puzzled expression, "That's the front courtyard. What are we going there for?" "So long-winded," the egg shouted. "I told you to go, so go. What's with all the nonsense? Let's go." Arbor. Strange, these words sound somewhat familiar. Xiaomu hugged the egg and swiftly ran to the front courtyard's entrance. She poked her small head inside the arched door and saw that nearly 100 tables had been set up in the court, and her father and second uncle were glowing from drinking with others. She hurriedly retracted her little head and hugged the egg as she asked seriously, "I remember now, that black spirit jade. Qiuqiu told me about it before. It was said to be an extremely rare heavenly treasure that could replenish the energy of the 5 spirits. What use is it to you?" Look at how excited the egg was. "Profound spirit jade is a great supplement and is also very beneficial to me." "What does a kid like you know? Hurry up and go. As long as I absorb the profound spirit jade, I can break out of my shell." "You're the kid." Arbor stretched out its little paw and knocked on the egg. Then, he regretted it. She didn't know what kind of broken egg it was, but it was as hard as a diamond. When she knocked on it, her 2 fingers hurt. "Go. What a big shot." Arbor thought. "You're about to break out of your shell, yet you're still yelling at people all day long. If only this guy could be cooked thoroughly. What are you doing?" the egg yelled. Arbor hurriedly reached out to cover it. Suddenly, she realized that the egg couldn't cover its mouth at all. "Can't you communicate telepathically? Are you trying to attract everyone here?" Arbor scolded it in annoyance. An invisibility talisman appeared on her fingertips. The egg muttered in disdain, "And you're sneaking around. What are you afraid of? Go over now and ask that person for the black spirit jade. If he doesn't give it to you, I'll beat him up for you." "Arbor, why does she want to beat me to death? Hurry and go. Don't be so long-winded." Arbor slapped an invisibility talisman on the egg. "Preposterous. This lord has always been upright, and I've never done anything unscrupulous. Even if I'm robbing, I'll rob openly and attract the attention of the world." Arbor couldn't be bothered with it and threatened, "If you yell again and attract people here, I'll go back." "Who cares about your black spirit jade?" The egg didn't utter a word. It couldn't be helped. People had to lower their heads under someone else's roof. Little Master was so unreliable. She had already picked it up for so long, but she didn't take the initiative to ask how to hatch it. It could only rely on itself. But speaking of which, although this master was deceitful, she was still obedient. She told her to come find the black spirit jade, so she followed. Eh? Why was it flying? The egg unexpectedly discovered that it had been kicked out by that deceitful master and landed steadily next to a table. It rolled past several people's legs without touching anyone. UB** kicked me again. You know best what the black spirit jade looks like. Hurry and come back immediately after picking it up. My invisibility talisman is only an intermediate level talisman and can hide for about 15 minutes. Hurry up and don't let anyone discover you." After the 2 communicated mentally, the egg was so angry that it almost fainted. What the egg wanted the most right now was to kill this unreliable fellow. His little master actually told him, an egg, to steal the black spirit jade from the crowd. Was there anything more unreliable than this? If he had hands and feet right now, he would definitely kick her to the outer star domain, It simply made him speechless. Arbor secretly stuck an invisibility talisman on herself and leaned against the wall to look around. From her position, she could see Duanyu, Mo Lian, and Situ Yi. She also saw eldest Qin, Omega Kotoku, and many other patrician families' patriarchs and young masters. What a joke. With her cultivation realm, she naturally wouldn't foolishly stick an invisibility talisman on herself and walk in front of Mo Lian, Duanyu, and the others. Because it was useless, she wouldn't foolishly run in and invite ridicule. She found a more secluded place, where she peeped at her eggs. The egg really was exceptionally nimble. There were several times when it looked like someone's foot was about to step on its shell, but it would roll over. It continuously rolled past several tables and headed towards the table next to Mo Lian's. The table next to Mo Lian's was filled with the young masters of the 8 great clans. Arbor surreptitiously observed and discovered that the place that idiot was rolling over just so happened to be in eldest Qin's direction. Hee, that black spirit jade couldn't be on eldest Qin's body, right? It would be a miracle if an idiot could steal it. Arbor flicked the non-existent dust off his robe and calmly turned around to leave. You actually ran away? I feel that you are getting further and further away from me. Why are you going? Let me tell you. Come back quickly. If you don't come back, I'm going to scream. I will scream with all my might. Damned woman. Come back. Go ahead and shout. You shout. What's the use of shouting so loudly? You'll just be discovered and beaten up by a group. You're actually my master. The egg wailed loudly in her conscience, deeply hurt. Accompanied by the little fat squirrels ha 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 in the background, the egg jumped in anger and burrowed under the tablecloth. Black spirit jade, it saw the black spirit jade hanging on that man's waist. If it had hands right now, it could immediately rip that black spirit jade off her body. It was all that D*MN Lass's fault. She actually kicked an egg inside and left it to fend for itself. So infuriating, swoosh. The tablecloth was lifted, and a sharp gaze suddenly landed on it. Wha? Master, I've been discovered. The egg shrank back in fright and rolled toward Mo Lian's table. Prince Mo, who was currently speaking with his father-in-law, suddenly caught sight of something round in the corner of his eyes. When he focused his gaze, his mouth involuntarily twitched. He saw that phoenix egg rolling toward him in a very human-like manner, running frantically the entire way. When it saw him, it was as if it saw a brother it hadn't seen in 800 years. Duanyu was holding a wine cup in one hand as he crossed his slender legs and chatted with Situi about his last trip to the mystic beast forest. He suddenly caught sight of the 2 young sirs from the Qin estate at the neighboring table from the corner of his eye, and his gaze abruptly shot over. He creased his brows and glanced over. However, he discovered that those 2 weren't glaring at them, but seemed to be. Following those 2's gazes, he saw a large egg rolling swiftly and nimbly to Mo Lian's side before ducking under the tablecloth on their table. It was a very large egg. Eldest young Sir Qin's eyes brightened as he seemed to have thought of something. He then stood up with a grin and strode toward Mo Lian. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please make way. What are you doing? Prince Mo stretched out his long leg to stop eldest young Sir Qin from lifting the tablecloth. Your Highness the Crown Prince, that egg just now was sneakily rolling past me. I suspect that it wants to steal something from me. The Crown Prince couldn't maintain his solemn and aloof expression for a moment, and he burst into laughter. You're crazy. What can an egg steal from you? On the side, Duanyu was also laughing so hard that he propped his forehead with his hand. Hey, I say, eldest Qin, you forgot to take your medicine when you went out today, right? Ha ha ha. Situi couldn't hold back and also guffawed along. The eldest young master glanced at them with a faint smile. That egg kept rolling back and forth beside my feet. I have reason to suspect that it is up to no good. Xiao Zhongbang's mouth twitched, and he hastily smoothed things over with a smile. Eldest young Master Qin, are you mistaken? Where are the eggs? There are no eggs, no eggs. Situi laughed loudly. He couldn't help it. Why did he feel that this conversation was so strange? There's an egg, and it's under your tablecloth. You'll know once you lift it up. The eldest young master smiled and opened a folding fan, gently waving it. The cinnabar in the middle of his forehead flashed slightly under the sunlight, appearing extremely enchanting. Before Mo Lian could stop him, second Uncle Qiao, who had drunk a few cups, lifted most of the tablecloth with a whoosh. Everyone poked their heads together and looked under the table. Immediately, they burst into laughter. No eggs, where are the eggs? No eggs. Ha 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 ha. Duan Yu crooked his head in laughter, and his peach blossom eyes, which were suffused with a cold glint, probed eldest young master Qin up and down. He blinked and chuckled. Hey, are you picking a fight, Fourth Duan, I don't believe you didn't see it. See what? Xiao Zhongbang was baffled. The bottom of the table was completely empty. There wasn't even a speck of bird poop, let alone an egg. I didn't see it. Duan Yu shook his head. Ask Xiao Mo if you don't believe me. Prince Mo nodded solemnly. I didn't see anything. Eldest Qin's mouth twitched, and he also guffawed. The Crown Prince and Fourth Duan both need to have their eyes checked, right? Bam. Second Uncle Qiao abruptly slapped the table and stood up, his face flushed from drunkenness. He pointed at eldest young Sir Qin and exclaimed, You're the one who needs to have your eyes checked. What do you want to do? Where's the egg, where's the egg? There's only an idiot like you. Everyone, Mo Lian face-bombed as she stifled her laughter, unable to restrain it. Second uncle was too comical. He was drunk after 3 cups. She already told him to stop drinking, but he still drank so much. Second young master Do hastily walked over and mediated, all right, eldest young master Qin and second uncle of the Qiao family are both a bit drunk. Let's not bother about those balls. Today is second uncle of the Qiao family's big day, hey. It's fine if other people have poor eyesight. It's too fake if His Highness the Crown Prince, fourth young Sir Duan, and brother Situ all pretended not to see. Eldest young Sir Qin waved the fan in his hand and said with a grin, how about we wait here for a while and see if it will show its true form? I don't know what you're talking about. Duan Yu resisted the urge to burst into laughter and forcefully lowered the tablecloth. Eldest young Sir Qin reached out to stop him, but Duan Yu immediately kicked out. Seeing that these two were about to fight for no reason, Xiao Zhongbang quickly went up to stop them. Let's talk things out. During this chaotic moment, a white light suddenly flitted past everyone's eyes. It was so fast that they could only see a bit of round fur. That speed was simply comparable to a bolt of lightning. It brushed past eldest young Sir Qin's waist and swiftly leaped onto the roof, disappearing in a few breaths. When eldest young Sir reached out to touch it, a strange smile appeared on his face. Omega Kotoku had been sitting at the table without moving from start to finish. Her eyes flickered, and she stood up to walk towards eldest young Sir. Now you see it, right? My jade pendant was stolen. Eldest young Sir looked at Prince Mo and Duan Yu with a sardonic smile. The two shameless fellows shook their heads at the same time. Nope. Ha. Situi laughed awkwardly. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the drunk second Uncle Qiao exclaim, Eh? There's really an egg. After a quarter of an hour, the egg appeared. It immediately moved towards its teammates, Mo Lian, Duan Yu, and Situi, haha. Eldest young Sir Qin applauded with a chuckle. You all see now, right? This young Sir already said that the Crown Prince and fourth Duan should be the ones getting their eyes checked. Duan Yu, the Crown Princess has arrived. At this moment, the 2 guards guarding the small arched door in the front yard saw the Crown Princess's figure flash past. It was as if their brains had short-circuited for 3 seconds before suddenly reconnecting. They hurriedly shouted at the crowd. The young Crown Prince Consort flew over and looked expressionlessly at the crowd. Mo Lian immediately went up to him, her eyes narrowed into slits. Jojo, are you looking for your husband? I'm not looking for you, I'm looking for the egg. Mo Lian, Duan Yu guffawed and looked at Mo Lian mockingly. Your status is even lower than an egg. Scram. Mo Lian threw him a cold glance. As they spoke, Arbor had already walked up and bent down to pick up the egg on the ground without a ripple of emotion in his eyes. He turned his head and suddenly sent a palm strike over, shouting sternly at eldest young Sir Qin, You hit it? Everyone. The eldest young sir's mouth twitched, and he hastily dodged to the side. Arbor kicked over half of the table. Before it could flip over, Mo Lian held it down with one hand. Bam! The table didn't move. Why did you hit my eggs? Arbor coldly glanced at eldest young Sir Qin. You better give me a very good reason. Otherwise, I'll beat you to death. Everyone, Situi was laughing so hard that his stomach hurt and didn't want to answer. Since it's your egg, why did it sneak into the forecourt on its own? The eldest young sir looked at this little fellow in amusement. What should he do when he felt that this stoic face was a bit amusing? Arbor was expressionless. Taking a walk. Taking a walk? Taking a walk? Her dad, Xiao Zhongbang, couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows. He wanted to cry on the inside. His daughter didn't even know how to find a more normal reason to lie. An egg? The eldest young sir's smile widened. What do you know? Taking a walk will help it hatch. Arbor hugged her huge egg and turned to walk outside. She even threw them a very disdainful look. Ignorant and ill-informed people like you who don't have eggs won't understand. Move aside, don't block the way. Everyone, this sentence didn't sound too pleasant to the ears. Crown Princess, come back and explain things clearly. Who doesn't have eggs? After a while, Duan Yu finally sputtered with laughter. He pointed at the stiff-faced eldest young Sir Qin and guffawed. You don't have eggs. Ha 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 ha. Crown Prince, have the Crown Princess come back and explain things clearly. The eldest young sir exclaimed at Prince Mo, both amused and exasperated. Prince Mo turned his head away with a guffaw, too lazy to bother with him. Arbor could still hear Duan Yu and the rest's wild laughter even after walking out of the courtyard for a long time. She inwardly cursed, crazy. She forcefully knocked on the egg. Can you come out immediately after absorbing that piece of black spirit jade? How is that possible? I need at least 1,000 pieces of black spirit jade to come out of the egg. Do you think I'm a weakling like you humans? I need a lot of profound spirit jade. Arbor's little face darkened when he heard this. He glared at her and said, then why did you spend so much effort to steal that piece of black spirit jade from eldest Qin? Are you crazy? What's the use of this cup of water? What's the point of stealing it? It's better to have a piece than to have none. After absorbing this piece, you only need 999 pieces, right? The egg said with conviction. Arbor didn't say anything and tossed the egg up. The egg screamed, woman, you're going to kick again. With a kick, the egg was sent flying. 2 hours later, the egg rolled back strenuously. When it saw the little fellow lying on the bed with a comfortable expression, it couldn't help but be so angry that its lungs hurt. It was infuriating to have such an unscrupulous master. It was just asking her to find a piece of profound spirit jade, but look at how worried she was. She actually kicked it so far away, causing it to bounce back for a long time. The egg angrily sat in its little nest of cotton and didn't utter a single word for a long time. Arbor hugged a fruit platter as she lay on the bed and ate. Rather than wasting so much effort to steal a piece of profound spirit jade, why don't you tell me how you're going to find a piece of profound spirit jade? Why don't you tell me where this kind of profound spirit jade vein is and I'll go dig it out? The originally listless egg suddenly bounced out of the pile of cotton and exclaimed excitedly, why you're willing to find profound spirit jade for me? Arbor's hand that was peeling a banana paused. Looking at the big egg that had hopped onto her bed, she raised her small hand and stroked its eggshell very tenderly. The phoenix egg inexplicably felt its hairs stand on end, and its eggshell shook and trembled. A white furry ball abruptly jumped into her arms, holding eldest young Sir Qin's jade pendant in its mouth. Arbor reached out and took it down. She flipped it over and over to examine it, but couldn't see anything special about it. It looked like an ordinary white jade pendant. Are you sure this is some kind of black spirit jade? The egg bounced around and said repeatedly, of course. Master, inject mystic energy into it and peel off its outer layer. Arbor did as she was told and quickly peeled off the jade pendant's outer layer, revealing a piece of warm white jade half the size of her palm. It emitted a faint silver glow. That egg immediately hopped over and urged, Master, quickly place this piece of black spirit jade on my eggshell. Arbor nodded and threw the black spirit jade onto the egg. In the span of a few breaths, That piece of black spirit jade was sucked into the phoenix egg and disappeared into the air. Arbor tilted her head to look at that egg that was no longer noisy and had become very quiet. She observed it for a while and saw that it didn't move. Only then did she put down the fruit platter in her hands and plan to take a leisurely afternoon nap. After the Qiao family finished preparing for second uncle's wedding, they did their best to cooperate with the palace in preparing for her wedding. Arbor was idle again these 2 days. She holed herself up in her room every day to draw talismans, and her talisman arts had improved greatly. On this day, when he was taking a nap, the 12 jade slips that were quietly staying in his spiritual pool suddenly lit up. The 7th jade slip flew out and unfurled, rows of small characters floating on it. The little fellow in her sleep quickly absorbed them all. Arbor abruptly opened her eyes and looked at the hazy floating muslin above her head. Her gaze was somewhat vacant. Had she broken through to yellow level talisman master? It hadn't been that long since she broke through to high-ranked talisman master, but she had broken through to yellow level talisman master so quickly. This greatly surprised her, but also made her somewhat happy. Being a yellow grade talisman master meant that she had already entered the world of talisman masters. The current her already had the absolute qualifications to stand in front of everyone and say that she was a great talisman master. She rolled over and got up from the bed. Her eyes became clear in an instant. Then, she used her holy sense to look at the newly learned magic charm in her conscious. After advancing to yellow grade symbol master, only one demonstration talisman floated down. Arbor picked it up and looked at it. It was a deity summoning talisman, summons a celestial spirit to the world. It can assist in battle for 2 hours. This should be the powerful talisman that the small monk had mentioned earlier. Arbor stood up excitedly and then stood beside the table. He used his spiritual sense to check the talisman spell's hidden jade slip and found that a new talisman spell had appeared. Puppet charm. As long as the person under the charm gives it a hint, it will obey orders for 7 days. Of course, there was a prerequisite for this kind of charm technique. Her cultivation had to be 3 levels higher than the other party. Otherwise, it was very easy for the incantation to fail, and the consequences of the backlash was something that no talisman master could bear. The appearance of the person under the puppet charm didn't change in the slightest. Their behavior was also no different from that of a normal person. Arbor seemed to be thinking about something. Xianxuan's chubby face inexplicably appeared in her mind. Could it be like what she thought? This thought only appeared in her mind for a moment before she cast it aside. Xiaomu carefully read through the contents of that jade slip again and also obtained a piece of information. When the 8th jade slip was opened, she should be able to learn profound level talisman charms. In addition, once she stepped into the profound level talisman master realm, she would be able to draw jade talismans. Drawing jade talismans symbolized a great leap in the great talisman master realm. The talisman power of jade talismans was estimated to be 3 times greater than that of ebony talismans. There was a trace of excitement on the little fellow's face. She picked up the gold-beaded talisman pen, took out 2 ebony pieces, and began to learn how to draw deity-inviting talismans. That demonstration talisman was drawn really well. Speaking of which, who was so considerate to draw a demonstration talisman for her for every new talisman she learned? Arbor immersed herself in drawing new talismans. After stepping into the yellow level talisman master realm, the difficulty of drawing deity-inviting talismans had greatly increased compared to the high-level and mid-level talismans from before. She needed to devote all her attention to it. Soon, she entered a completely selfless state. Wei Ziqin, Qiao Lin, Mo Lian, and the others came to see her one after another, but she didn't notice at all. It was as if she was in a completely vacuum environment, turning a deaf ear to what was happening around her. Drawing this deity-inviting talisman took her all the way until late at night. After failing no less than 30 times, near dawn, Arbor finally succeeded in drawing a deity-inviting talisman. Only then did she let out a long sigh of relief. Holding the deity-inviting talisman she drew and comparing it with the demonstration talisman, she felt that there were still a lot of shortcomings. This senior was obviously much more proficient in drawing deity-inviting talismans than her. Although she also began to gradually become proficient after repeated failures, she still somewhat despised herself when compared. Forget it, let's leave it at that for today. Arbor put away the 2 deity-inviting talismans and rubbed her small flat stomach. Her nose suddenly sniffed, as if she smelled the fragrance of chopped green onions. Here, a bowl of piping hot wontons. A slender hand held a large blue and white porcelain bowl in front of her. Arbor raised her head and saw that fellow's face leaning over, smiling at her. Arbor picked up the bowl of hot wontons and glanced at him. He took a bite and asked, "When did you get here?" "Sigh, I'd been here for half a day." It was just that a certain someone had been immersed in drawing talismans, completely ignoring the outside world. She left her husband to the side and ignored him. Arbor drank 2 mouthfuls of soup and felt his stomach warm up. His big eyes twinkled. "It's delicious." "Of course. This is not just a simple bowl of wonton. What's so special about it?" Apart from the delicious taste, the wonton was just the right size to be eaten in one bite. On the other end, the man winked at her. "I put all my love into this. Can't you tell?" Arbor pursed his lips and rolled his eyes. "You're always so talkative." Emolienne chuckled and rubbed her head. "Jojo, let me tell you something. At daybreak, I will head to Jiaozhong Defense Base. I estimate that it will take about 10 days to get back to the capital." Arbor paused with the spoon in her hand. "Where are you going?" Emolienne smiled. "It's nothing big. Just a routine inspection." "Liar." Arbor puffed up her cheeks and looked at him angrily. "Tell me the truth. What a lousy excuse." She wasn't stupid. What's the point of a child being so smart? Emolienne sighed helplessly. He lifted his hand and placed the little fellow on his lap. Wrapping his arms around her, he said softly, "A bit of trouble has cropped up. Jiaozhong Defense Base's water source has been secretly destroyed by someone. Just like you said before, they've started attacking the water source. You didn't take proper precautions?" Arbor looked at Emolienne worriedly. "That's a small, remote base, so its defenses definitely can't be as watertight as the large bases around the Emo Kingdom capital. Even Little Seven has to fly for about 3 days from the Emo Kingdom capital." Emolienne gently tucked the strands of hair by her cheek behind her head and smiled with narrowed eyes. "Jojo, don't worry. Hubby will rush back within 10 days. I definitely won't miss our wedding." Arbor cast him a displeased glance. "I'll go with you." "No, that place is too far, and the situation is unclear. It's a bit dangerous." Emolienne hugged her and said, "Be good and listen." Arbor looked up at him. "If you don't bring me along, I'll secretly follow you." Emolienne didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked down at her and said, "So naughty." Arbor reached out and hugged his waist with her small paws. "Let's go together." "Why are you so annoying?" Emolienne looked like he couldn't do anything about her. He leaned his jade-like forehead over and rubbed it left and right. "Annoying, annoying. Let's go together." The Imperial Court issued a cleanup mission for Jiaozhong Base. "There will be many people accompanying me. There's nothing to worry about, Jojo. Just stay here obediently and happily prepare to be my bride. Let's go together." The little fellow's eyes were round and wide as he looked at him with dissatisfaction. Emolienne couldn't help but be at his wit's end. When this little fellow was stubborn, even 18 horses couldn't drag her back. "I'm just going to take a look at the situation there. Specifically, it's not that dangerous." The little fellow's little eyes couldn't help but sweep up and down his body. He pursed his little mouth and harumphed angrily. His face was taut and he didn't say anything. Emolienne was at her wit's end when it came to this little emperor baby. She sighed and reached out to cup her little face. She mumbled, all right, all right, all right. Let's go together." He really couldn't dissuade this little fellow. It was too annoying. Arbor jumped down from his body, opened the closet, and took out several pieces of clothes, shoes, and socks that he usually wore. He stuffed them into the bag, threw it over his shoulder, and ran to Emolienne. "Let's go. Emolienne, my Jojo, we're leaving at dawn." "It's still early." Emolienne didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wrapped his arms around her waist and carried her to the bed. "Let's sleep for a while before we set off." Arbor glanced at him suspiciously. "You didn't sneak away while I was asleep, did you?" The two of them lay in bed with their clothes on. Mo Lian turned to look at his little wife and shook his head in amusement. Since I've already promised you, I won't go back on my word. Farber still felt a little uneasy. She reached out her little hand to grab a lock of his long hair and held it tightly in her hand. She snuggled into his arms and found a comfortable position. She cheered softly. Sleep. Mo Lian, you're sleeping comfortably. Poor thing. His whole body stiffened as he lay there. His nose was filled with the little fellow's alluring sweet scent. Amused, Mo Lian hugged the little thing stiffly and tossed and turned for a while. She didn't know when she fell asleep. While she was in a daze, she could hear the sound of someone talking briskly in her ears. Arbor lifted her heavy eyelids and dazedly opened her eyes to look around. She suddenly discovered that she was surrounded by a vast expanse of clouds and mist. You're awake. Mo Lian's amused voice rang by her ears. Arbor's spirits were roused, and she shifted her small body. Only then did she realize that she was sitting on the dragon's back and nestled in Mo Lian's arms. When she turned her head, she saw many familiar faces. Senior brother Situ, senior sister Liang. Jojo, you're awake. Liang Qingqing, who was gnawing on a corn cob, gave her a wide grin with 2 corn kernels stuck to the corners of her mouth. Morning, Jojo. There was also a white fox the size of a small mountain flying next to the dragon. Duanyu was sitting cross-legged on the fox's head and looked down at the bewildered Arbor with a wave of his hand. The little fellow's gaze swept over, and she couldn't look away. She stared at that large furry fox and extended her small paw. Mo Lian grasped her paw in his hand at once and swept Duanyu a disdainful glance. Stay away. Chestnut. Duanyu's eyes lit up, and he asked with a grin, Jojo, do you want to come over and sit? Arbor blinked and was about to nod in agreement when the golden dragon swung its tail and shot its long body far away. The group of people sitting on the dragon's back all jolted, and they hastily wailed as they steadied themselves. F***CK. You petty Mo Lian, Duanyu pointed forward. Chestnut, Chestnut, chase. Chestnut strode forward with its chubby legs, and its large body shot forward several kilometers with a kick of its hind legs, closely following Little Seven's speed. This time Mo Lian recruited 100 members to accompany her on the cleanup operation at Jiaozhong base. Every one of them was at least a great mystic cultivator at level 11 or above. There were 4 people with special abilities, and all of them had extraordinary hearing and speed. Among the party, Little Xianxia didn't participate. Not long after he returned from the Mystic Beast Forest, he broke through to become a great level 10 mystic cultivator. Soon after, he returned to the forest and went alone to find a suitable mystic beast to contract. Arbor just woke up and turned to ask Mo Lian, have we been flying for a while? Fortunately, it's only been an hour. Mo Lian lowered her head and glanced at the little fellow. Eat some dry food to fill your stomach first. We can only find a place to stay at night. The little fellow took out the minced meat and cornbread that she always kept in her pocket. After eating 2 of them, she was a little full. Is the situation at Jiaozhong base rather serious? Yes, Mo Lian nodded. 4 hours ago, I received a message from a member of the Night Pavilion. There's no more information now. I suspect that he probably met with a mishap. Arbor's small face tensed up as she nodded and said, it seems there's some trouble. Mo Lian reached out to rub her small face and whispered to her with a smile, don't worry. Besides the 100 great mystic cultivators recruited, I've already instructed the Hidden Night Pavilion to dispatch 3,000 disciples to secretly hurry over here. There shouldn't be any major problems. Mo Lian looked ahead indifferently. It shouldn't have been long since the entire Jiaozhong base was breached. I think we need to summarize the lessons learned this time and nip the problem in the bud. Arbor nodded in agreement. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy could you win 100 battles. Currently, they didn't even know who that organization was and had always been in a passive position. It was indeed time for them to get in touch with them and understand more. The Golden Dragon flew for 3 days and 2 nights on this trip to Jiaozhong base. During this time, they only rested twice and cooked some food. Occasionally, they would encounter a few blind zombies, but they were quickly dealt with. Arbor didn't need to worry at all. When they were 5 kilometers away from Jiaozhong base, they could see a group of refugees frantically running toward them. These people should be the survivors of Jiaozhong base. Compared to the original tens of thousands of people in Jiaozhong base, there were probably less than 3,000 people who had escaped. Moreover, the most worrying thing was that there might be infected people hidden among them. They could mutate at any time and harm another group of people. After these refugees escaped from Jiaozhong base, they would definitely rush to the largest base nearby, Rice City base. However, the city lord of Rice City's fortification might not allow them to enter the city immediately due to safety reasons. That was for sure. It wasn't that the city lord of Rice City base was selfish. As the city lord, he had to consider his own citizens in all aspects. His priority would definitely be his own base. And if these 3,000 people continued to wait in hunger and fear, who knew what would happen? Little 7, go down. Mo Lian pointed down. It was only 2 to 4 hours of walking from here to Jiaozhong base. Looking up from here, they could see that Jiaozhong base seemed to be shrouded in a layer of boundless black fog in the distance. It had completely evolved into a ghost town. Mo Lian pursed his lips tightly and suppressed a trace of anger in his heart. This was the underground organization's provocation. Previously, he had picked 2 of the underground organization's strongholds. One was the underground village, and the other was the large stronghold in the Mystic Beast Forest. After several days, the underground organization began to counterattack, wanting to teach him a lesson. He guessed that this was the reason why Jiaozhong base had been attacked. There were so many bases in the country. It was impossible for him to pay attention to all of them. For such a small and remote base, their defenses definitely weren't as good as the large fortifications. Even though he had already given the order to pay attention to the water source, there were too many small fortifications that could be taken advantage of. The golden dragon descended from the clouds. Prince Mo carried Arbor and, together with the 100 great mystic cultivators behind him, jumped down from the dragon's body and landed lightly on the ground. Among the 3,000 refugees, many of them cried out in surprise as they stared with wide eyes at the group of immortals descending from the sky. Wow! Mother, look at the sky. Wow, a big fox is flying. The fox has ascended to heaven. Duanyu leaped down, and the 7-tailed heavenly fox chestnut turned into a streak of light that instantly vanished into the mystic beast space inside his body. Little golden dragon Yan Qi also circled in the air, swung his dragon tail, and instantly returned to Mo Lian's body. A level 7 mystic cultivator strode out from the crowd of refugees and cupped his fists at Mo Lian and company. He asked with some excitement, You are the great mystic cultivators sent by the imperial court to clean up Jiaozhong base. Mo Lian nodded. MHM. What is the current situation of the Jiaozhong fortifications? This one is Lu Yuan, the second manager of the city lord's estate in Jiaozhong fortification. The level 7 mystic cultivator sighed. The city lord and his wife both passed away in this sudden disaster. At this time, a 7 or 8-year-old boy suddenly rushed out like a calf and crashed headfirst into Mo Lian and Arbor. He repeatedly complained and shrieked, Why did you come so late? My father and mother are both dead. It's all your fault for coming so late. It's all your fault for being useless. Young sir. Lu Yuan hastily strode forward with an awkward expression and dragged over the kicking and crying boy. He apologized to Mo Lian with a wry smile, This is the city lord's estate's young sir. Everyone, I'm truly sorry. This child suffered quite a bit of shock because of his parents' deaths. Arbor indifferently glanced at the child. Suddenly, she shook her small hand, and the pitch-black crow repeating crossbow's muzzle aimed at the 7 or 8-year-old boy. Lu Yuan jumped in fright and hastily reached out to grab the boy with his sleeve. He repeatedly retreated several steps with the boy in horror. And no, what are you doing? This miss, why it's our young sir who spoke wildly and didn't know his place, please spare his life on account that he's just a child. You think I want to kill him because he scolded me? Arbor gazed indifferently at that second manager Lu Yuan. She only felt that this person was very laughable. Although she wasn't a good person, she wasn't so narrow-minded. There was only one reason for her to take action, this child has been infected. Look at his eyes. Based on the extent of his mutation, he'll completely lose his rationality in less than 16 hours. As soon as she said this, the crowd instantly fell silent. Everyone silently retreated in unison, their eyes suffused with traces of horror. The second manager of the city lord's estate, Lu Yuan, also unwittingly loosened his grip. Then, as if he thought of something, he hugged the child and repeatedly shook his head at Arbor. No, no, it can't be like this. This miss, you must have seen wrongly, right? You're lying to yourself. Arbor's crow-repeating crossbow was ready to fire. He frowned and said, "Get out of the way. Don't be soft-hearted." "No, I won't back down." The second steward, Lu Yuan, did not know what he was thinking. He only knew that deep in his heart, there was a conviction that supported him. He absolutely had to protect this orphan of the city lord's mansion. He had to protect him. You can't protect it. Arbor's voice was cold. Even if you keep him for a few hours now, once the time is up, he will completely mutate. There is no medicine that can cure him. No, there's hope. Miss, since you are so resourceful, you must be able to save him, right? Arbor shook his head helplessly. It's hopeless. At least for now, there was nothing she could do. Everyone who was infected and mutated could only watch as he walked step by step into the abyss of death. There was no other way. No. The second steward, Lu Yuan, hugged the boy tightly and retreated step by step. But the group of refugees beside him did not let it go. Seeing that he wanted to shrink back into the crowd, everyone parted to the sides. They couldn't help but mutter, "Second steward, don't harm others." That's right, that child is hopeless. You can't harm all of us for him. Lu Yuan abruptly turned his head and glared at the crowd. Don't forget who sacrificed themselves to save so many of your lives. Don't forget who it was that helped you all stall for time so that you could escape from the city. It's the city lord and madam. They led 2,000 death warriors and fought with their lives on the line against the corpse puppets. That's why all of you were able to escape from the city and save your lives. Now, you people want to repay kindness with enmity and send the only orphan of the city lord's mansion to his death? His powerful words made everyone look at each other in dismay. Some people instantly felt a sense of shame in their hearts. However, the young lady said that the young master will mutate in 16 hours? You believe what others say? Lu Yuan said angrily, if we watch the young master get killed today, are we still human? Arbor tilted his head and his cold gaze landed on the second manager. Even if you get bitten by him and get infected, you don't care? Lu Yuan held the little boy's shoulders tightly and swallowed his saliva. No, I don't care. Xiao Mu's gaze followed this person's face before sizing him up from head to toe. You seem a bit strange. What do you mean strange? You have ulterior motives towards him. Arbor looked at the manager coldly. The second manager shuddered. Under the pressure of that gaze, his legs went soft and he almost fell to the ground. Arbor glanced at him but didn't say anything. He put away the crow-repeating crossbow and pulled Mo Lian's hand. Let's go. Ah, this young lady, may I ask, what do we do? Didn't you want to go to the Rice City fortifications? Arbor glanced at them indifferently. Continue. A few grumbles came from the crowd. Didn't you come to save us? Why didn't you arrange for us to go to the Rice City fortifications? That's right, that's right. If we go to Rice City's fortifications, we definitely won't be able to enter their gates. We'll have to wait for a period of inspection. Wouldn't that mean that we'll be starving outside the city for a few days? Mo Lian glanced at them with a half-smile. Isn't this a normal procedure? Just do as I say. It won't take up much of your time. Right now, shouldn't you all be rejoicing that you were able to escape? Liang Qingqing sneered. She crossed her arms and looked at the burly men who were chattering away. A bunch of grown men, chattering like women. If you have so much energy, you should kill a few more zombies. Don't always think about asking others for selfless help. It's as if the whole world is your mother. We don't owe you anything. Hilarious, everyone had risked their lives to rush to Jiaozhong Defense Base, and the rewards weren't necessarily that great. Let's go. Everyone followed after Mo Lian and the others in Arbor. For some reason, the little boy in Lu Yuan's arms had been glaring at Xiao Mu with a hateful gaze. When Arbor walked past them, the little boy jumped up. That boy actually jumped up and pounced on Xiao Mu like a crazed tiger cub, opening his mouth to bite her arm. You're looking to die. Mo Lian jumped in fright. She didn't expect the little boy to have such a strong desire for revenge. Earlier, Jojo merely aimed the crow-repeating crossbow at him for a short while. That child actually remembered this kind of hatred in his heart and waited for an opportunity to act, immediately wanting to take revenge. It was extremely rare to see such a vengeful child. Mo Lian kicked over, causing that boy to somersault and fall to the ground. However, although his kick looked heavy, he actually held back. After all, he didn't really want to bicker with a brat. However, the child's vicious actions just now had really angered him. Even if the child had come for him, he could have just laughed it off. But if the child had come for his Xiao and even wanted to bite her, causing her to be infected as well, that was absolutely not allowed. You brat, you've grown gutsy. Little young sir. Lu Yuan hastily lunged forward to protect his body and blocked Duanyu's kick. Don't. Young sir and miss, please don't be angry. Little young sir only did this in a moment of anger. He's still young, so he doesn't know anything. Don't bicker with him, I beg everyone. Don't beg them. The boy scowled as he viciously glared at Arbor's group, his eyes faintly glowing red. Didn't she say that I don't have long to live? I'm going to bite her to death and bury this woman with me. The boy angrily kicked his legs but couldn't break free from Lu Yuan's embrace. Lu Yuan found a sturdy rope and tied that boy up. Only then did he wipe his sweat and smile apologetically at Arbor. Sorry, Mississippi little young sir's parents' death greatly agitated him, so he did such an offensive action. Arbor glanced at that boy and shook his head with a sigh. He tugged at Mo Lian's sleeve and quietly said, "Don't worry about it, let's go." Everyone then quickly walked past them and hurried to their destination, Jiaozhong Base. Duanyu glanced behind them, his gaze aloofly fixed on Lu Yuan. This person is a bit strange. He is. If normal people learned that the people around them had mutated, they would at least be a bit fearful, if not scared to death. At the very least, they would want to distance themselves from the other party for their own safety. But this Lu Yuan, it was a strange feeling. Mo Lian sneered, Jojo is right, this person has an ulterior motive. You think he's strange because he's the only one who's wearing an inappropriate jacket and a cotton sleeve. It was already the beginning of spring. Perhaps it was still a little cold in the morning, but at this time it was impossible to wear a jacket. It was so hot that he was going to die. Hearing this, everyone nodded in realization. He already knew that the young master of the city lord's mansion was infected. Several people exclaimed in unison. Mo Lian nodded. That's right. He knew about it a long time ago, and he had already made all the necessary preparations. Your Highness's observation is meticulous. It is indeed so. A male disciple from Daybreak sect nodded. TSK. What is this person's goal? The one who spoke was none other than eldest Qin. This rascal had mixed in with the 100-person team. It wasn't until they set off that Mo Lian discovered he had actually fabricated a fake name to participate in this Jiaozhong base cleanup operation. Mo Lian swept him a disdainful glance. You can even make up a fake name to participate in the operation. You're so smart, yet you still don't know what the other person's goal is. Little Bao, the crown prince is scolding me. The eldest young master turned around in a huff to look at the expressionless Arbor. Serves you right. Arbor expressionlessly tossed him these two words with a stoic face. She then pattered forward with small steps. Eldest young Sir Qin's face darkened as he glared at several nearby team members who were secretly snickering. Mo Lian chuckled and quickly chased after his little wife. Jojo, walk slower. There's no rush. Arbor was rather anxious. She wanted to see the extent of the damage done to Jiaozhong fortification. How exactly did the underground organization attack the water source? The group set off on foot. Other than that superhuman with abnormal hearing who had some difficulty following the group at high speed, everyone else walked very easily. Everyone set off for Jiaozhong base. In less than 2 hours, they saw Jiaozhong fortification city gate standing not far away. More than 30 brainless zombies were wandering in front of the city gate. When they smelled people approaching, they all turned their heads and looked at Arbor's group with flickering red eyes. Everyone, be careful. These are all level 4 zombies. Arbor instructed. She moved the crow-repeating crossbow in her hand, and an arrow pierced straight through the head of one of the zombies. After the arrow pierced through the first zombie, it then pierced through the head of a second zombie that was pouncing over. One arrow exploded 2 zombies. The crow-gold arrow circled in the air before returning to the crow-repeating crossbow with a whoosh. When the others saw this, they immediately refused to be outdone. They all flung out their mystic energy at the several dozen wandering zombies from afar. Dense white mystic energy instantly struck the zombies one by one. After evading the first wave of mystic energy, a few zombies were immediately blasted into smithereens by the second wave of mystic energy that pounced on them. This battle was basically a one-sided purge. After the 30 or so zombies at the city gate were all cleaned up by the 100 great mystic cultivators, everyone followed Mo Lian and Arbor into Jiaozhong base. More than half of the Jiaozhong fortification's gatehouse had already collapsed. Broken stones mixed with mud were piled up in a corner. As soon as he entered, he saw a woman who was missing half her head sitting at the city gate. She was hugging a child who was missing half of his body. How pitiful. A female mystic cultivator sighed and walked toward the mother and son. Don't go there. Following a stern rebuke, the woman, who had been sitting stiffly, suddenly opened one of her eyes. She let out an ear-piercing shriek and pounced at the female mystic cultivator. Whoosh! The black gold arrow pierced through the woman's head. At the same time, the female mystic cultivator also reacted extremely quickly and threw out a mystic energy. Soon after, she pounced on the child that the woman was hugging. The child was missing half of his body but had opened his eyes. Mother and son were simultaneously pierced by the black gold arrow and mystic energy. They rolled to the side and finally stopped moving. The female mystic cultivator exhaled and turned to nod at Arbor. Thank you. These corpse puppets are gradually developing intelligence, Liang Qingqing said with a cold expression. They're starting to learn how to hide or disguise themselves and wait for an opportunity to attack us. Be careful. We don't know what else is inside. Situi raised his head to look at the nearby sky with a heavy gaze. He kept feeling that there was something else within the pitch-black fog that shrouded the fortification. Happy holidays, I'll be sticking to 10 updates every day for a while. See you tomorrow. The group composed themselves and walked into the city. There were scorch marks everywhere. Walking on the empty street and listening to the orderly footsteps of his team, he felt a little creeped out from the bottom of his heart. This place was unreasonably quiet. It made them feel like there were many pairs of eyes quietly watching them from the shadows. Liang Qingqing suddenly turned around, and her sharp gaze vigilantly swept over the corner of the wall. There was nothing there. But she clearly felt like she was being watched just now. Was it a misconception? The entire fortification exuded a rotten stench. This was already an empty city. But there must have been a large number of zombies gathered here. The best solution was to get rid of them together to prevent these things from escaping and harming the nearby fortifications. For example, the nearest large fortification, Rice City. The group followed closely behind the main group. After walking for about 5 minutes, they actually did not find a single zombie. This is a bit fishy, Liang Qingqing muttered to herself. How is it possible that we haven't seen a single zombie after walking for so long? Where do you think they've all gathered? Unless there's a place or something in the city that's attracting them. Otherwise, it's impossible. Mo Lian stopped in his tracks, and everyone else also stopped in succession. When they followed his gaze and looked over, everyone was startled one after another. They saw a huge, black skull in front of them. Although it was formed from dense fog and did not seem like it would cause much harm to people, its mouth was wide open. It seemed like it was waiting for prey to enter on its own. Mo Lian's group stopped when they reached the skull's mouth. They felt like they would be swallowed by the skull's mouth if they walked any closer, so they couldn't help but feel a bit strange. Aside from this, there were 2 small alleys on the side that they could pass through, but they looked dark and had no end in sight. Their line of sight was obscured by the black fog, so it was a bit blurry, making it even harder to walk. Everyone turned their gazes to the crown prince, waiting for his decision. Duan Yu raised his hand, and a luminous pearl swiftly flew into the skull's mouth, illuminating the surroundings with a sizzle. Everyone's line of sight widened greatly at once. However, there was no skull in front of him. In fact, it was the city lord's mansion. The mouth of the skull corresponded to the gate of the city lord's mansion. It was quiet all around, without a single corpse puppet wandering around. Everyone looked at each other and simultaneously asked the crown prince with their eyes, "Enter?" The crown prince nodded. "Let's go in and take a look." The group followed behind him and walked towards the main entrance of the city lord's mansion. Liang Qingqing suddenly turned her head and looked behind her warily. However, other than his teammates, there was no one else. But where did that extremely uncomfortable feeling of horror come from? Liang Qingqing frowned. This city lord's estate was located at the centermost location of the entire city district. Now that Duan Yu used the illuminating pearl to illuminate the surroundings, it was as if it was daytime. The illuminating pearl's range was extremely wide, and it could last for a long time. Therefore, they would be able to see their surroundings clearly for at least an hour. Everyone could only hear the light sound of their footsteps touching the ground. Other than that, the surroundings were completely silent. Just like that, under Mo Lian's lead, the group entered the main hall of the city lord's mansion and walked through the corridor towards the backyard. At the same time, the Fan clan's Fan Xiaoming welcomed 3 uninvited guests. In the middle of the night, these 3 people appeared in his bedroom as if they had entered an uninhabited area. Although he was badly frightened, he still looked at them calmly. "You, who are you?" A voluptuous and enchanting woman walked forward. She looked to be in her early 20s, and her red lips were painted so brightly that they looked like the color of blood at first glance. "I heard that the Fan clan's little brother also went to the Mystic Beast Forest secret realm last time." Fan Xiaoming's heart trembled, and his body inexplicably trembled. He looked at the woman's group with some alarm in his eyes. The fact that these 3 people could silently infiltrate their Fan clan without being discovered by anyone in the Fan clan showed that their cultivations were clearly higher than everyone in the Fan clan. If he didn't answer the woman's question properly, Fan Xiaoming felt that he might not be able to see tomorrow's sun. With this thought, he nodded obediently to the woman. "Yes." The woman giggled, and her soft hands climbed up Fan Xiaoming's shoulders. She half leaned on him and said with a smile, "Elder sister wants to ask you something." Elder sister heard that there is an extremely precious Xuanji core in this Mystic Beast Forest secret realm. Did anyone obtain it? Fan Xiaoming reflexively shook his head. The woman immediately turned hostile and mercilessly slapped his face. Her expression was somewhat cold as she said, "Think carefully before you speak." Fan Xiaoming only felt the pain on his face, and his entire body shuddered. He hastily shook his head and said, really didn't. Not long after we entered that secret realm, the entire secret realm collapsed. How could anyone obtain? Halfway through his words, he seemed to have thought of something and paused. The woman's eyes brightened, and she propped an arm on Fan Xiaoming's shoulder. She asked in a coaxing tone, "Little brother, you have to think carefully. This matter is of great interest to you and your clan." Bang! Fan Xiaoming's door was suddenly kicked open by someone. Fan Xiaoming looked at the door in surprise and saw his elder brother standing there with a cold expression. His gaze fell on the 3 people in the room. I didn't expect that there would be someone in the Fan clan who could sense our aura." The woman giggled and winked at Fan Xiaohe, who had appeared at the door. "You visited the Fan clan at night just to ask about the whereabouts of the Xuanji core?" Fan Xiaohe asked with a cold face. "That's right. Could it be that you know?" The woman looked at him suspiciously before shaking her head. "With your age, it's impossible for you to enter the Mystic Beast Forest secret realm. Xiaoming, tell them the truth." Fan Xiaohe looked up at his younger brother and secretly gave him a look. Fan Xiaoming seemed to have thought of something. He nodded and said, "Before the mystic realm collapsed, there was only one person who entered Senior Xuanji's small house. However, we don't know whether she has obtained the Xuanji core or not," Fan Xiaoming added. "Oh? Who is it?" There was a hint of excitement in the woman's eyes, and her entire body was stretched taut. "Crown Princess." The woman's eyes flickered, and her large, blood-red lips curved in a smile. "It looks like we still have to make a trip to the palace." "No need." Fan Xiaohe's eyes flickered as he shook his head. "The Crown Princess isn't in the palace at the moment." She went to a remote small fortification and can't return for the time being, Fan Choha explained aloofly. May I ask where seniors are from? Fan Choha cupped his hands and bowed to the three women. If necessary, this younger brother is willing to take you to the small fortification to search for the crown princess. Fan Xiaoming's eyes widened when he heard this, and he looked at his elder brother Fan Choha incredulously. A young man who hadn't spoken all this time said coldly, "We are from Ani Prefecture. This is our Ani Prefecture's fourth miss, Guan Ying. That is our Ani Prefecture's Pundit Zhao." The elderly man who was respectfully addressed as Pundit Zhao had his eyes tightly closed from beginning to end as he sat on the side with his arms crossed in repose. Fan Choha cupped his hands at them. The crown princess is heading to Jiaozhong fortification to clean up the remaining zombies. Along the way, she brought along 100 great mystic cultivators level 11 and above. The fourth miss, Guan Ying, couldn't help but scoff when she heard this, her expression somewhat mocking and apathetic. Oh? 100 great level 11 mystic cultivators? That's a lot. Unfortunately, they are all ants in our eyes. Guan Ying giggled. Fan Choha's eyes flickered, and he said with a smile, "That's natural. How can the crown princess party compare to you experts? You brat, your words are very pleasing to the ear." Guan Ying smiled at Fan Choha. "How about this, you will take us to that base. I'm truly curious about that crown princess. Did she obtain the Xuanji core or not?" Fan Choha chuckled. "How can an ant be worthy of possessing a divine item like the Xuanji core? Even if she obtained it, it would inevitably become Mrs. He, ha ha ha." Guan Ying laughed loudly and nodded approvingly. She looked at Fan Choha and said, "You brat, you're very good at causing trouble." On the side, Fan Xiaoming was anxious for a while. Big brother, this. Could it be that Big Brother still didn't know the Crown Princess's methods after interacting with her until now? If the Crown Princess learned that it was their fan clan that betrayed her, then, how could she let them off? The entire family would suffer. At that time, would they be able to withstand the flames of the Crown Prince's rage? Fan Choha looked at his younger brother coldly. "Xiaoming, you don't have to meddle in this matter anymore." He was still worrying about how to make his move, but the time given by that person was running out. Their previous encounter in the Mystic Beast Forest made him feel that it was impossible for him to approach this Crown Princess. For some reason, the Crown Princess was like a lunatic. Every time she saw him, she wanted to kill him. But he had clearly never exposed his identity in front of her, so how did she know that he had ill intentions towards her? His original plan was to slowly infiltrate and get in touch with her through the Giant Bear Squad. After all, according to his previous investigation, she had always treated the Giant Bear Squad differently. But from the looks of it now, there was no chance at all. That person had already given the order to get rid of her as soon as possible. There was no need to do anything useless. Since that was the case, it was a good opportunity for him to borrow the strength of others and eliminate them with his bare hands. Fan Choha exhaled deeply and looked at Guan Ying with a smile. "It's just that the journey to Jiaozhong is rather long, don't worry about that. With Reverend Zhao's six-winged goshawk, there's no need to worry about the journey." Fan Choha smiled. "That's great." Arbor didn't know that a sizable storm was approaching her. She followed the group of people and wandered around the city lord's mansion before following the crowd to the main hall of the city lord's mansion. "It's very strange." Liang Qingqing scratched her head and said, "Why haven't we seen anything after walking around in such a big circle? Could it be that we came too late? All the zombies have already escaped from Jiaozhong fortification? Impossible. If that's really the case, then how do we explain the thousands of villagers? They would have long been torn apart and devoured by the zombies that caught up." Mo Lian's eyes flickered, and she happened to meet Arbor's gaze when she turned her head. The two of them nodded at the same time. Mo Lian turned to instruct everyone, "Look around. There might be a secret passage here." That Lu Yuan said that it was the city lord and madam who led 2,000 loyalists and risked their lives to buy some time for the citizens to escape. But there wasn't a single zombie in the city lord's estate right now. Unless there was a secret passage, how else could this strange situation be explained? Hence, everyone spontaneously dispersed and knocked around the surroundings to search for a secret passage. After searching the main hall, they continued to search inside and circled the city lord's estate again before finally gathering next to a dry well in the backyard. Someone had used several huge rocks to firmly press down the well's mouth. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and they all had their own guesses. This well's mouth is narrow, but some of these level 5 zombies are comparable to great mystic cultivators, so it's not like they can't push these huge rocks away, Mo Lian said in confusion. Unless there are no zombies in this well at all. Duan Yu pursed his lips and kicked at a rock. We'll know once we open it. Several mystic cultivators stepped forward and helped Duan Yu remove several boulders from the mouth of the well, revealing a pitch-black opening. Be careful. Arbor threw out a Krogold arrow and shot the chest of a zombie that suddenly wanted to jump out of the well. That thing crashed heavily on the ground before quickly moving again. Its hands were twisted as it supported itself on the ground. Its head was half drooping as it stretched out its half-missing neck and flicked out a long tongue. It looked extremely disgusting as hell. The female mystic cultivator quickly added a burst of mystic energy to that zombie's head and flung it several meters away before it rolled heavily into a corner. Everyone was disgusted by this thing and averted their gazes in disdain. However, just as everyone was about to enter the well, that zombie that was originally flung motionless in the corner suddenly twisted and turned its tattered body, strenuously trying to pounce into the crowd. Why isn't it dead? The female mystic cultivator was alarmed and furious. Just now, her profound energy had clearly landed on its head, and according to common sense, this corpse puppet should be thoroughly dead. However, it was completely fine and could still move stealthily on the ground. I'll be. As the SSSS make SSSS everyone turned their heads, but Arbor looked coldly at the rotten head that had fallen down. His eyes moved slightly and fell on the small crystal the size of a grain of rice that had fallen out of the mucus in the head. What is that? Duan Yu walked up and picked up that grain of rice before turning back to look at Arbor. It's a crystal core. Crystal core? This was the first time everyone heard that a crystal core could form in a zombie's head. Wasn't that something only mystic beasts had? Arbor's expression was especially grave. Zombies with crystal cores in their heads only appeared 2 years after she trained with the huge bear squad in her previous life. At that time, she should have been 18 years old. This meant that zombies had surpassed elementary level 5 3 years in advance and reached the standard of intermediate level zombies. Some of them had enough intelligence and could play some low-level and immature schemes with normal people. Arbor took out a bag and pattered to Duan Yu's side, having him throw this lustrous green crystal into the bag. Duan Yu's mouth twitched. It's useful? Arbor shook her head. She really wasn't sure if it was useful or not. In her previous life, she was captured by Fan Chouhan not long after the crystal appeared in a zombie's head, so she didn't have time to properly study this thing's use. With the mentality of not wasting it, she planned to collect it first. Go down the well? Everyone circled the well and threw in a match. However, the well was quite deep, and the match disappeared after a long time. Arbor glanced at Mo Lian. I'll go first. Everyone hastily stopped her. Wait. I'll go first. In this kind of situation, us men naturally have to take the lead. The mystic cultivator with the broad axe holstered his large axe behind his waist. He dug out a cumbersome set of armor from his inner world and equipped himself from head to toe. Only his eyes and mouth were exposed as he grinned at everyone. Big Brother Axe, be careful, Arbor warned with a stoic face, but everyone was thunderstruck by her Big Brother Axe. Brother Axe nodded and turned his wristband, covering his body with a transparent protective shield. The level of his defensive mystic weapon wasn't too high, but it was enough to deal with the bites of a few scattered zombies. Moreover, he was fully prepared. Zombies couldn't bite through such a thick armor at all. Take this. Duan Yu tossed him a stick with a luminous pearl fixed to the top. It was probably a lighting tool he made himself, so there was no problem with lighting up a small area. Brother Axe nodded and took it. He placed the luminous pearl stick on his waist and then took a deep breath. He leaped to the mouth of the well and slowly slid down vertically. His speed was not too fast. There was a circle of people surrounding the well, ready to attack. If a zombie pounced out, they would be able to rescue it in time. About 5 minutes later, Brother Axe landed at the bottom of the well. He swiftly killed 2 zombies that pounced on him. Then, he shouted to the top of the well, "Come down, there aren't any zombies here." With a swing of his axe, he chopped off the head of a small corpse puppet hidden in the dark. After rummaging through the corpse, he didn't find that kind of crystal nucleus, so he gave up. At this time, everyone had already slid down the well. They looked at the passageway in front of them, which was wide enough for one person. Huff, huff, huff. The torches were ignited, and for a moment, the entire passageway was illuminated as if it was daytime. Many corpse puppets were lying motionless in the tunnel. Arbor collected those tiny crystal nuclei as she walked. "Let's go." Everyone caught up with the group and vigilantly looked around. Suddenly, Mo Lian lightly tugged on her small hand. Xiaomu stopped in her tracks and looked up. Not far from the end of the passageway, a figure had appeared at some point. 5 chapters first, I'll be busy again these next few days. There are still 5 chapters at night. However, that figure was like a ghost, disappearing in the blink of an eye. A female mystic cultivator shrieked and reflexively wiped her eyes. "He's gone." Pretending to be mysterious, Arbor flicked a silver needle forward with a flick of her finger. Ding, a light sound was heard. The silver needle actually fell to the ground as if it had collided with a wall. Everyone was slightly shocked. From where they were, they could clearly see that the path ahead was empty and there were no walls or anything like that blocking the way. "This is a bit interesting," eldest young Sir Qin said with a chuckle as he waved the fan in his hand. "Say, do you think we really encountered a ghost?" Arbor glanced at him and suddenly said, "You go." The eldest young Sir looked at her pitifully. "Why am I the vanguard?" Arbor glanced at him coldly and said reluctantly, "You're awesome." Eldest young Sir Qin blinked and immediately put on a radiant expression. "Really? You really think I'm awesome? Okay. Then I'll go." Eldest young Sir Qin walked forward smugly, as if he had received the greatest glory. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. When they turned around, they saw Prince Mo and 4th young Master Duan both revealing disdainful expressions and rolling their eyes in unison. A small chick with cyan feathers landed on Arbor's shoulder. Arbor glanced at Mo Lian from the corner of her eyes and explained in a rare effort, "Let him be the coolie and open the way." Duan Yu, what to do? This little fellow was becoming more and more adorable. This explained why she had praised that eldest Qin before, right? The eldest young Sir didn't understand, but he was quite cheerful. Not long after he walked up, he paced back and forth beside that invisible wall. Suddenly, he slapped out a burst of mystic energy on that wall. However, that wall was as soft as cotton, sucking in his palm until it caved in. Then, it fiercely rebounded. Eldest Qin wasn't slapped away by the wall. Instead, he leaned slightly to the side and forcefully tore the wall in front of him with both hands. Following a light tearing sound, a hole was torn open in the wall. Eldest Qin narrowed his eyes slightly and released several bursts of mystic energy with a swing of his hand, knocking the 3 zombies that suddenly pounced over to the ground. Everyone concentrated their firepower and blasted the dozen or so zombies behind the invisible wall into pieces within minutes. Then, he stepped on the corpses on the ground and walked over. Arbor held a pair of copper tweezers and bent down to pick up a small amount of crystal nuclei. Occasionally, he would be disgusted by the wide-eyed corpse hag on the ground and raise his hand to pat his chest. The group successfully passed through the tunnel. Not long after, they saw light coming from the opposite side. Speaking of which, this passageway was actually not very long. After walking for about half a cup of tea's time, they had almost reached the end. Eldest Qin extended his hand to stop everyone. He tilted his head slightly and sniffed. "Do you smell anything?" "What kind of smell can it have?" "The stench of decay." Duan Yu harumphed. "Don't tell me you're scared." "Me? Scared?" Eldest young Sir Qin couldn't help but feel exasperated. He glanced sideways at Qin Xian and said, "There's nothing in this world that I, Qin Xian, am afraid of." Duan Yu replied with a chuckle before pointing ahead. "Open the path." Eldest young Sir Qin reluctantly stepped forward. Just as he was about to squeeze out of the tunnel, he heard 2 roars. He hastily retreated a step and dodged to the side of the tunnel. 2 sturdy zombies leaped in from the tunnel, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at the people in front of them. Ugly. Arbor shot an arrow at that zombie at close range. The Krogold arrow pierced through the zombie's head, but it didn't damage its crystal core, so it still pounced at Duanyu's face. "You're courting death." Duanyu decisively took out a small and exquisite gun and fired at that zombie's head. Boom! The zombie's head immediately caught on fire. After it burned to ashes, a green crystal core slightly bigger than a grain of rice dropped out. Arbor picked it up with a pair of tweezers and tossed it into the sack. He then turned to shout at eldest Qin, who was hiding at the side of the tunnel, "Clear the way." Everyone, eldest Xianxia Qin shook his head exasperatedly and waved the fan in his hand as he lamented with a sigh, "How did I end up with a little thing like you?" Eldest Qin's figure flashed, and after tearing apart the other transparent wall covering the tunnel, earth-shattering hissing and roaring mixed with several shrieks instantly flooded into everyone's eardrums. Eldest Qin was startled, and after a moment of hesitation, he crawled out of the tunnel. Subsequently, he extended his hand, and eldest Qin blocked Duanyu and the others with an unsightly expression. "I'm telling you, if you return the way you came, there might still be time," eldest Xianxia Qin murmured softly. Arbor pushed aside eldest Xianxia Qin's blocking body and was startled when he crawled out of the tunnel to take a look. Duanyu, Mo Lian, Situi, Liang Qingqing, and the others also walked out. When everyone clearly saw the scene before them, they all gasped. There was a small plaza in front of them, and there was a torch-shaped circular platform in the center with a statue of the city lord placed on it. However, countless people were crawling on top of it at this moment, probably more than 1,000 of them. They were intertwined together like twisted dough, and the people on top were stepping on the heads of the people below. Everyone was finding a place to cling to tightly and doing their best to climb up. However, there was even a pot-bellied old man hanging from the top of that statue's head, swaying in the air with a pale face. When he saw that the crowd below was still endlessly climbing up, the old man couldn't help but shriek, "Don't push up, don't push up, ah!" He was pushed by the crowd below, and his body tumbled down from the top of the sculpture. On the round platform stood a circle of mystic cultivators and body cultivators who were on the verge of exhausting their mystic energy. Unable to even take care of themselves, they simply didn't have the strength to reach out and grab the falling old man. Everyone watched as he fell off the base of the statue and was torn into pieces by a group of roaring corpse puppets. In just a few seconds, he was reduced to a bloody mess. Oh my god. Liang Qingqing was used to seeing big scenes, but at this moment, she couldn't help but tremble slightly. As far as the eye could see, there were tens of thousands of corpse puppets. Mo Lian was also a little shocked, but she didn't show the same panic as the others. Previously, when Beilan City was besieged by tens of thousands of zombies, at the very least, they still had their unstoppable city walls and tens of thousands of citizens as their backing. But now, their team only had about 100 people. It was definitely unwise to fight head-on. It seemed like the only option was to retreat first. "Retreat!" Mo Lian shouted. Everyone made a prompt decision and turned to run into the tunnel. However, at this moment, those despairing people on the round platform had already discovered them, and they immediately shouted, "Save us! Don't go! Don't go!" Arbor looked back and saw two body cultivators holding heavy swords tumbling down from the round platform due to lack of strength. "No, I beg you, don't go. Have a benevolent heart and save us. Jojo, let's go." Duanyu tugged at her, and the group sprinted up the passageway at full speed. They used a speed at least 3 times faster than when they came. When they saw the well opening not far above them, a bright light suddenly flashed at the opening of the well. Duanyu's heart skipped a beat, and he was just about to reach out to grab Arbor when Mo Lian pressed him to the ground and ordered sternly, "Get down." Boom! A huge tremor suddenly resounded in the narrow passageway. It instantly caused everyone's ears to buzz, and their faces turned pale. Someone had blown up the well opening. The collapsed rubble rolled down and instantly blocked half of the passageway. If they hadn't crawled up and retreated several dozen meters, some of them would probably have been buried alive. D***. Viciousness flitted across eldest Xianxia Qin's eyes. The huge tremor attracted a portion of the zombies outside. However, the passageway was narrow, so the zombies couldn't pass through in large batches. Every time one of them came in, they would take care of it. Arbor's dark eyes gazed at the zombies blocking the passageway. Duan Yu. Okay, use firearms. Previously, they were worried that using large firearms would cause the passageway to collapse, but since it had already collapsed, it didn't matter if they blew it up again. Duan Yu took out a sparkling emerald bead from his sleeve and abruptly flicked it into the air. Then, he took out a green bamboo tube from his waist and opened the back cover, abruptly sucking the emerald bead into it. Retreat. Everyone simultaneously retreated at Mo Lian's command. At the same time, Duan Yu's finger abruptly twisted open the mechanism at the end of the bamboo tube. With a light press, a green light instantly exploded. After a ray of light shot out, it landed at the feet of the zombie horde outside, triggering a huge boom before exploding into large patches of flames. Arbor's eyes lit up, and she rummaged through her inner world. She also took out a small box and took out the 9 jade heavenly thunder that she had confiscated earlier. Wait, we'll use it when we reach the zombie horde. Duan Yu winked at her before waving his hand and saying, "It seems there's no way out now. We'll kill our way out. There must be a way out at the back of this plaza." Everyone gritted their teeth and charged out with him. Due to the might of the 9 jade heavenly thunder, one side of the small round platform had sunk into a sea of flames, and many zombies roared and struggled. But this fire also spread to the people on the round platform sculptures. Due to the heat of the fire, the mid- and low-level mystic cultivators on the round platform who were barely resisting the zombie army were still fine, but the people hugging the bronze sculptures were a bit miserable. TSTs, and felt t, and fell. Waved the waved TSSS. Below, there was a sea of corpses, and all the zombies raised their crooked arms, attempting to pull those normal people off the sculptures. Arbor released Qingyuan and flew up. It spat out a mouthful of ice, and several hundred zombies were pierced by sharp ice blades. But even if they had ice stuck to their heads or bodies, most of them were still able to move freely. They swayed their bodies and ran crookedly toward Arbor. Qingyuan had just flapped its wings and flew up when it saw a thick fog rolling toward it. A heavy gravity tugged at it, causing it to abruptly plummet downwards. Screech, screech, screech. Student Qingyuan angrily steadied itself and abruptly flew over the heads of the shrieking zombies. There's something strange about this place. Master, I can't fly high. It's fine. Let me go to the round platform. Jojo. Mo Lian anxiously flew up when he saw this little fellow actually heading towards the statue. However, in less than a second, he also felt his body sink as he was abruptly pulled down by a force of gravity. Duan Yu raised his hand and beheaded a zombie that was pouncing at Mo Lian. Afterwards, he shouted at him, "Go watch over her. I'll stop her here." Mo Lian nodded and didn't say anything else as he dashed towards the round platform. However, due to gravity, his feet practically brushed past the zombies' heads, and a corner of his robe was torn by the zombies' rotting hands. It shattered with a ripping sound. When he strode to the base of the statue next to Arbor, his face involuntarily darkened when he looked down. His perfectly fine white robe had been torn to shreds by those beasts. Arbor held the jade heavenly thunder in his hand as he turned to the other side of the round platform. His eyes flickered with faint excitement as he fired a shot at the group of zombies. Boom! After a loud sound, the burning zombies rolled all over the ground, severely affecting a large area. At this time, a young, exhausted female mystic cultivator's eyes abruptly flashed with a venomous glint, and she abruptly struck Arbor's back. Die. Callie. Mo Lian's gaze had always been on his little wife and had never landed on anyone else. At this time, he was also the quickest to react. When he saw that crazy female mystic cultivator was actually attacking Jojo from behind, he swung his palm across the air and heavily slapped the other party's face. That female mystic cultivator called Callie cried out in alarm and almost tumbled off the round platform. If it weren't for the two strong teammates beside her pulling her back, she would have already fallen down and become a feast for the zombies. Callie's venomous gaze fell on Mo Lian. That damn gigolo actually dared to hit her, she yelled angrily at Mo Lian and Arbor, "You could have attacked just now. Yet, he thought of abandoning us and running away. Now, he must have been forced to retreat. How could he hide such a powerful firearm? What a pair of bitches." Mo Lian's hand that was holding Arbor stiffened. Damn, this was the first time someone called him and Jojo a pair of B***cheese. Arbor blinked, not understanding why the woman was so angry. Her indifferent voice sounded, "You are not my teammates." Everyone on the round platform who was filled with righteous indignation was slightly stunned when they heard this. Then, as if someone had hit them on the head with a hammer, they all became a little listless. Even though it was regrettable, she still had to consider the safety of her teammates in such a dangerous situation. "Do you think you can leave safely with firearms?" There were over 10,000 corpse puppets here. At most, only 1,000 or so had been taken care of by firearms. Even though these corpse puppets were on fire, most of them could still move around. These kind of corpse puppets were also very dangerous. If a normal person was hugged by them, they would be burned alive even if they weren't bitten to death. At this time, Duan Yu, eldest Qin, and the others led a group of great mystic cultivators to protect the 4 superhumans. They slaughtered a bloody path and rushed down the round platform. Upon seeing this, Arbor pulled Mo Lian and jumped down together. Mo Lian opened her palm, and a defensive boundary fell on everyone. "Kill our way out," Duan Yu shouted. They had to charge out as fast as they could while carving out a bloody path. Otherwise, it would be difficult to break out of the encirclement if they were surrounded again. Now that the zombie horde was in chaos due to the explosion of firearms, when would they leave if not now? The 100-man team of great mystic cultivators twisted into a rope and blasted towards one direction with all their might. They advanced forward with great difficulty like a meat grinder pushing forward layer by layer. "Hurry and get down!" The mystic cultivators and body cultivators on the round platform roared at the group of people who were hugging the statue like fried dough twists. "Follow them!" The group of twisted dough twists started arguing. A portion of them insisted on leaving with the main group, while another portion believed that going down now was no different from courting death. Some people who were crushed in the pile of twisted dough twists wanted to come out, but the people on the outer layer refused to withdraw their hands. As a result, loud arguments, cries, and screams filled this area. Several young lads forcefully shook off the people on their backs. In order to survive, they didn't care about the lives of those idiots. Only idiots would continue hanging here like fried dough twists. If they didn't take advantage of the situation and leave with that powerful team now, they would leave their lives here. "No, no. Don't push me, no, a young girl hanging on the outer layer screamed and fell off the statue. The hands of 2 slightly older elders involuntarily trembled when they saw the young girl being torn to pieces. A young man on the inner layer kicked them out, and the 2 screamed as they fell down. Those nimble young men climbed out of the group of twisted dough twists and jumped off the round platform, running after Arbor's group. However, the majority of people were unwilling to get down from the statue because they were in a wait-and-see mode. "Everyone, please wait. We are a rescue team from Rice City." A brawny body cultivator who had pulled Callie up earlier called out from behind Arbor's group, "Can you please help them and wait a moment? Let me persuade them." "Soft-hearted." Eldest Xianxia Qin turned his head and coldly reprimanded. Since those people still wanted to wait and see in this situation, then let them continue to wait and see. Why bother with them? Qiamu curled her lips with a mocking gaze. If he had the time, he might as well kill a few more corpse puppets and quickly get out of this mountain of corpses. Smelling the stench, there was a rotten smell everywhere. That team from Rice City must be a bunch of idiots from Notre Dame. Just let them stay here and shine, help them. He had hands and feet, so why didn't he jump down at the right time and follow the group? If they insisted on hanging themselves on the statue, what could they do about it? His skills were not good, and his brain was disabled. Such a person would not live long even if he was saved. It wasn't that they were cold-blooded, but they had seen too many idiots and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. "Let's go." At Arbor's command, the 100-man team of great mystic cultivators quickened their pace and rapidly advanced. "Wait." The rescue team from Rice City panicked. Carly ran after him and screamed, "Let's go. That damned cold-blooded troop. How dare they leave us in the lurch again and again?" Gah! An extremely unpleasant roar rolled out from the layers of black fog. When the corpse puppets heard this roar, it was as if they had been given some kind of military order. As if injected with chicken blood, they roared angrily at the sky and surrounded the group without a care. Arbor turned around and smacked a pouncing zombie on the head. Her gaze suddenly swept toward the sky. Be careful. Whoosh. Suddenly, an ugly corpse puppet with a burly body and a face that had completely rotted away appeared in the air. Its true appearance could not be seen. Most importantly, it was floating in the air like a level 7 mystic cultivator and above and could fly for a short period of time. Everyone's expression shifted as they stared at this zombie. With a stern cry, it swooped down from the sky and grabbed a short mystic cultivator from Rice City's operation team with its 2 claws that were like iron pincers. Grabbing this mystic cultivator who was screaming for help, it flew into the sky. Soon, broken limbs fell from the sky. Several normal people shrunk their necks and hugged their heads as they screamed in horror. A faint chill flashed through Mo Lian's eyes. She pulled Arbor's hand and whispered, "Find a way out with the others first." When Arbor heard this, she was immediately displeased. "Then what about you?" "Don't worry, I'll immediately come over after dealing with the matters here." Seeing her taut face and silence, Mo Lian helplessly chuckled. "Don't worry, you know that no one here can stop me if I want to escape." That was true. Arbor glanced at her. "Hurry and go." Mo Lian squeezed her hand. "Go find a water source with them first. I'll immediately rush over after dealing with the matters here." There were so many zombies, so they couldn't possibly let them out to harm people. Otherwise, the first to suffer would definitely be Rice City. Arbor nodded reluctantly. She turned around and saw Duanyu smiling at her. "Hurry and go. I'll stay behind to watch this punk and see what he's up to." Xiamu nodded her small head and turned around to lead the large group of people toward the exit of the small plaza. Seeing this, Rice City's rescue team hastily followed. Mo Lian and Duanyu didn't stop them and merely turned to the side to let them pass. When that female mystic cultivator, Callie, passed by them, she glanced at them with a complicated expression before running over with large strides. "Duanyu. Excellent." Duanyu raised his head in a smile as he repeatedly flicked out several core-ravaging thunders. Mo Lian immediately jumped up, 2 lotus seal whirlpools appearing in his eyes. In an instant, a cluster of the purest black flames between heaven and earth jumped from his fingertips. As soon as this flame appeared, it was as if the great emperor was looking down on the world. The flames that were originally burning on the field dimmed at the same time. The ball of black fire turned into several black lotuses and flew out from his fingers, landing in the middle of the field. The green and red flames that were originally everywhere suddenly merged with the black flames, and then a powerful energy was born. With a ting sound, all the flames raged. Within the red and green flames, there was a trace of black. Within a few minutes, the corpse puppet that was tainted by the flames was burned to ashes. Not even a trace of ash was left. Duanyu's eyes abruptly bulged, and he quickly reached out to support Mo Lian, who was swaying slightly. "How are you?" Mo Lian shook her head. Duanyu exclaimed in amazement, "You punk, you're incredible. You actually carried a sacred fire and no one knew. Stop blabbering. Throw out 2 more. Okay. Duanyu took out the jade heavenly thunder and fired out 2 more rounds. Afterwards, he grabbed Mo Lian and pulled him along as they dashed out of the plaza. The 2 of them guarded the exit of the plaza like door gods. As long as they saw a foolish corpse puppet escaping, they would work together to kill it. The sacred fire engulfed everything in heaven and earth. Its might was truly too great. Right now, the entire plaza was completely enveloped by the sacred fire. Not to mention the walls and eaves being melted by the sacred fire, it was impossible for the zombies to escape even if they howled. Roar, roar, roar. The flying zombie flew out from the exit in a rage. Its pair of sinister eyes stared straight at Mo Lian from its rotting eye sockets. "It's my turn to shine." Duanyu pushed him aside and rolled up his sleeves to hook his finger at the zombie. "Come. You ugly fellow, your grandpa Duanyu will make sure you don't leave today." Roar. The flying zombie roared angrily and abruptly swooped down from the sky, wanting to grab Duanyu again like how it grabbed that short mystic cultivator. What a joke. "Can you catch me?" Duanyu blinked his bright eyes and leisurely raised his hands, crossing them in front of his eyes to block. Bang. Black spirit armor gauntlets formed on his hands and were impervious to weapons, instantly repelling that zombie's claws. "Let me show you my full-body spirit armor." Duan Yu giggled mischievously. In the blink of an eye, black spirit armor covered his entire body, and he jumped into the air with a whoosh, arriving in front of that zombie. Without any explanation, he smashed a fist at that zombie's head. Boom! His fists were covered in spirit armor and entwined with threads of spirit chi. With a single punch, he immediately knocked the flying corpse puppet backwards and smashed it into the earth wall behind it with a bang. Roar! Roar roar! That zombie already had intelligence and sensed that the two men in front of it were not to be trifled with, so it actually turned its head to flee. In the blink of an eye, Mo Lian's sacred fire transformed into a black whip that swept over and instantly coiled around the zombie's waist. After a vicious tug. Bang! The sacred fire coiled around the zombie and it crashed heavily to the ground. Clang! After a light sound, a token rolled down from its waist. Duan Yu glanced down, and his expression turned odd. Mo Lian, guess who he is? Jiaozhong City's city lord. Mo Lian leaned against the small dirt wall at the exit and looked at the zombie with a cold gaze. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill it. Fine, fine, you heartless guy. Duan Yu swiped his hand, and the raven bone sword appeared in his hand. He abruptly pierced through the head of the struggling zombie on the ground. A mighty wave of mystic energy swept over, and Duan Yu sent that city lord's corpse puppet's head flying with a swing of his sword. He then took out a glowing green crystal core that was slightly larger than a fingernail. It seems to be slightly bigger than the previous undead hags. He muttered to himself and turned to look at him. Suddenly, he grinned at him. Do you think I should kill you now? Then Jojo will be mine. Mo Lian threw him a cold look. Cut the crap. Come and help me. Tisk, Duan Yu turned his head and harumphed. Why aren't you afraid at all? You're even freaking acting like a lord. As he spoke, his body reacted faster than his brain. In a flash, he appeared beside him and supported him. At the same time, he stabbed a corpse puppet with his sword and kicked it back into the square, causing it to spontaneously combust. Hey, don't tell me you were discovered by heavenly law. Duan Yu chuckled gloatingly. Hurry up and go to the upper bound. I will take good care of Jojo. Scram. Mo Lian glared at him. Heh. Duan Yu cast him a sidelong glance and firmly grasped his wrist. When he saw Duan Yu's body tilting, he teasingly called out, Hey, don't fall. However, he still propped up his slender body and rolled his eyes. I'm telling you, I'm not interested in men. Thanks, but I'm also not the slightest bit interested in you. Mo Lian rolled her eyes at him. Haha. Duan Yu giggled. Fine, fine, then I'll tell you. You better not provoke me right now. My mind is in a fierce struggle right now. It's very likely that I'll kill you while the moon is dark and the wind is strong. In any case, you're being suppressed by heavenly law right now, so you'll die sooner or later. Mo Lian irritably glanced at him. So long-winded. What are you saying? Duan Yu pursed his lips. Treat me better, punk. You won't do it at all. Because you won't do anything to make her sad, Duan Yu's handsome face stiffened, and he cast him a sidelong glance. However, his gaze just so happened to meet Mo Lian's. Seeing his clear and penetrating gaze, she harumphed in displeasure. Mo Lian impatiently placed her hand on his shoulder, placing all her weight on him. Hurry and take me away. Thump. A loud knock landed on Mo Lian's head, and the latter looked at Duan Yu, that punk, in bewilderment. Duan Yu was inwardly pleased, but his face remained taut as he rudely warned, Punk, watch yourself. I might freaking not be able to kill you, but I can beat you up. How about it, are you scared now? Duan Yu grinned as he dragged Mo Lian's body, half propping, half dragging her out. I'm not scared of you, you idiot. The two of them hadn't walked far while supporting each other when a series of explosions sounded in the small plaza. Duan Yu's footsteps paused as he supported Mo Lian, and he turned his head to look. He saw that the plaza had been sealed off by a raging inferno and thick smoke. Not to mention a zombie, even a ghost would not be able to escape. My month's section break, Arbor tilted his head and jumped up to look at the small square in the distance. He pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Don't worry, little junior sister. With those two fellows together, you can't find anyone in the entire Seacone planet who can make things difficult for them. It'll be fine. Situi comforted her with a smile. Then why aren't you here yet? The little fellow turned his head and glanced at senior brother Situ. With their cautious nature, they will definitely wait at the exit for a while to see if any corpse puppets escape, Situi said with a smile. Don't worry, junior sister. It will be fine. Senior brother Situ, senior brother Situ. As he spoke, a few disciples quickly ran over from afar. We found a water source. Outside the city lord's mansion, it's at the back of the mountain. Contaminated? Situyi's expression changed as he quickly walked towards them. Yeah, it's completely black. The water looks especially disgusting. Senior brother Situ, senior sister Liang. Little junior sister. Another disciple quickly ran over. We discovered man-made ponds. There are 3 in the entire city. They've all been contaminated? Liang Qingqing's expression darkened at once. Yes, senior sister. That disciple nodded solemnly. Should I bring you over to take a look now? Let's go to the nearest one. Arbor gave the final word. Has everyone returned? Everyone's back. Keep up. Everyone clamored as they followed the 2 disciples leading the way, heading towards the man-made ponds. Mo Lian had ordered for every fortification to prepare their own pools for the sake of dealing with unexpected situations. She had sent people to guard the water source, but unfortunately, it didn't seem to be effective and was still destroyed. The ponds weren't too big, but they had enough water for daily use. There are a total of 3 ponds like this in the city? Arbor turned to ask the disciple who discovered the ponds. Yes. That disciple nodded repeatedly and walked to the side while pinching his nose. It stinks like hell. Look at the water inside. It's like mud and filth. Arbor nodded. If they're poisoning the water source at the same time, they'll have to split into several groups to do it. That's right. The 4 water sources are quite far apart from each other. Especially the water source behind the city lord's estate. It's a living water source. It's not easy to pollute the entire water source. Where does the water source lead to? Arbor's expression changed. Is it the nearby Rice City? When the Rice City rescue team heard this, their expressions changed. They all started talking at once. What? The stinky water is heading to our Rice City? What should we do? The people of Rice City are still in the dark. Then what are you guys still standing there for? Hurry back to Rice City and report the situation. Arbor glanced at them coldly. His first impression of these brainless people from Rice City was very bad. Rescuing people had to be done within their means. The first thing to consider was the lives of their teammates. Otherwise, if they sacrificed themselves in the rescue, they wouldn't be able to save anyone and another group of people would die. What was the point of that? Also, did they need to accommodate Dongxi, who was born to be arrogant and unwilling to cooperate even when they came to rescue you? If they didn't want to die, they could just scram. They came to rescue them because of morality. As a person, they had to know their place. The female mystic cultivator named Callie shouted with a dark face, there are still many zombies nearby. Our team only has a dozen people left. We don't have enough strength to break through. That's something your team leader has to consider. Arbor looked at her indifferently. Let's check out the other water sources. Everyone in Rice City's rescue team had ugly expressions on their faces. After Arbor and the others moved, they also moved forward. Because he really didn't know what he could do now. If they didn't run with the other teams, with the little fighting power of their defeated team, if they were to be surrounded by zombies again, they wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between the zombies' teeth. When everyone moved to the next dried-up and smelly pool, a mystic cultivator in the back suddenly shouted, "You're not that one? Don't run." Arbor heard the sound and turned around, only to see a ghostly shadow brush past the ruins of the earth wall and suddenly jump into a dilapidated house. He's just pretending to be mysterious. Arbor flashed past, and Situ-Yi, Liang Qingqing, and the others followed suit. Wait. Carly stretched out her hand to stop her teammates. She raised her eyelids slightly and said, "It might be dangerous. Let's not go over there. Just wait here." Arbor's group jumped into the dilapidated house and chased after him. There was a big hole in the backyard of the house. Like a big mouse, the man slipped out of the hole. Arbor waved his hand, and half of the earth wall crumbled to the ground with a crack. Narrowing his eyes, Arbor said softly, "Your invisibility talisman won't work." With that, he flung his hand, and several silver needles flew over. This time, there was nothing to hide behind, and a grunt came from the corner of the wall. "Ah," a female mystic cultivator exclaimed in surprise. "Aren't you that? That Jiaozhong Fortification's second manager, Lu Yuan? Why are you here, brat?" Brother Axe strode forward and was just about to grab Lu Yuan's hair when he heard Arbor shout, "Be careful." He retracted his hand, and a short red-eyed zombie darted out from the side and viciously bit the heavy armor on his arm. "It's that child. The city lord's estate's young sir. Heavens, he's really zombified." Everyone hastily came to his rescue and flung the little zombie into a corner with several bursts of mystic energy. "Come back," Xiaomu reprimanded with widened eyes. Brother Axe looked down at his heavy armor and exhaled before turning back to smile foolishly at Arbor. "It's fine, Suddenly, a barbed tongue shot out from the little zombie's mouth and went straight for Brother Axe's mouth. Brother Axe's entire body was covered in heavy armor, only his mouth and eyes exposed. In his panic, he sent out a burst of mystic energy and missed the wriggling tongue. He could only watch as the barbed tongue wriggled toward his mouth. Brother Axe's scalp tingled, and he raised his broad axe with a roar. The little zombie was truly too fast. This happened in the blink of an eye. Arbor abruptly threw an icicle at the long wriggling tongue, instantly severing a small portion of it at the waist. Sitting in a corner, Lu Yuan's eyes flashed gloomily when he saw this. He grabbed a thick rope and was about to climb into the hole in the wall. Unexpectedly, the tongue that had fallen to the ground suddenly leaped up and flew into Lu Yuan's slightly open mouth as if it had grown eyes. Lu Yuan didn't expect this at all. The barbed tongue was already stuck in his throat, causing his eyes to bulge out of their sockets in shock and terror. He was still holding a thick rope in his hand, and the other end of the rope was tightly bound to the little zombie. The frightened Axe brother hurriedly returned to his team and nodded gratefully at Arbor. "Thank you." The female mystic cultivator at the side pursed her lips and said in astonishment, "Look, he's still holding on to that little zombie. Could it be that he thinks he can control this corpse puppet? He probably came back to look for supplies." Arbor coldly glanced at Lu Yuan, who was slumped in the corner. "I just didn't expect to go for wool and come home shorn." "That's right." Eldest Xianxia Qin nodded. "It must be that the city lord's estate's youngest Xianxia knows where the supplies are. This Lu Yuan saw that we were here to exterminate the zombies, so he had the idea of bringing the city lord's son back to secretly search for supplies. I didn't expect to lose my life here." Situi shook his head. With a wave of his sword, he chopped off Lu Yuan's head. On the other side, 3 great mystic cultivators fixed the little zombie in place with mystic energy. Looking at its scarlet eyes filled with hatred, they shook their heads and said, "Do we need to leave it behind to find supplies?" Arbor pursed her lips and shook her head. Eldest Xianxia Qin immediately swiped his fan with his hand, and a powerful mystic energy directly penetrated the little zombie's head with it. "Look around. There's probably an underground granary here," Arbor said softly, suddenly losing interest in talking. "Jojo, what's there to be unhappy about? Even if we don't kill these monsters, we can't just wait to be killed by them." Eldest Qin winked at her. Suddenly, an eagle cry sounded, #continuing at night. Arbor was crouching on a mound of earth with his small chin in his hands. Besides Eldest Qin's long-winded chatter, many team members were also chattering. No wonder this Lu Yuan acted so strangely earlier. Even if the city lord's estate's youngest young master would turn into a zombie, he still insisted on keeping him by his side. Truly, one's own selfish desires harmed one's own life. The one who suddenly appeared in the tunnel just now was this Lu Yuan, right? He's the most familiar with the city lord's estate's geography. I wonder how His Highness the Crown Prince is doing. Do you guys think that the underground storehouse is still at the end of the tunnel? When he heard the hawk's cry, Arbor reluctantly raised his small head. An enormous black shadow swooped down from the sky. Xianxia suddenly flew up and grabbed Arbor to dodge to the side. Who is it? Situi, Liang Qingqing, and the others all rushed forward as if they were facing a great enemy. They saw a huge six-winged hawk swooping down in the air. After missing its attack, a cold glint appeared in the hawk's eyes, and with a cry, it once again swooped down in Arbor's direction. An enormous force sent several great mystic cultivators nearby flying. Xianxia's cold eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to attack, he was pulled back by Arbor. I'll take care of it myself. What the hell? Did he think he was the ruler of the sky just because he was sitting on a hawk? Get down. Arbor pulled out a green vine whip and swung it straight up. After a whip mark, one of the 4 people sitting on the 6-winged goshawk, a young man among them let out a soft cry of surprise. Catch her! Guan Ying shouted harshly. With a flick of her finger, she flung out an iron chain and knocked away Arbor's green vine whip. The 6-winged goshawk suddenly soared high into the sky and flung away the several great mystic cultivators who were pouncing over with its open wings. It swooped down from the sky at an extremely fast speed, and its claws were about to grab Arbor's shoulder. Qingluan rushed over from the distance and swatted away the hawk's claws. Its sharp claws were like blades, directly tearing a hole in the hawk's claw. The eagle let out a shrill cry. Arbor looked coldly at the people on the eagle's back. She saw her old acquaintances at a glance. Big brother next door Fan Choha. You're here to die. Arbor said coldly. The huge commotion made Carly and the others rush over like a swarm of bees. When they saw the green luan and the 6-winged goshawk whose huge wings covered the sky, everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment. Pa! With a whipping sound, the green vine whip condensed from spiritual energy scraped a deep white mark on the ground. Since you're here, then stay here for me. Arbor leaped up onto the back of the blue luan and glared coldly at the 4 people on the eagle's back. Hee hee. Little girl, you sure talk big. Guan Ying stood on the eagle's back with her arms crossed, her ample bosom almost overflowing. Old girl, you sure talk big, Arbor said with a straight face, but the words that came out of her mouth made Guan Ying's face contort in anger. What? What the hell is an old girl? The tense atmosphere almost went astray in an instant. Situi and the others painfully held back their laughter, their expressions somewhat contorted. Enough nonsense. Guan Ying shouted angrily. Bring it on. I'd like to see how capable a D*MN girl like you is. You're the one who's been talking nonsense. Arbor had the attitude of wanting to piss people off. She said this and tapped the back of Blue Luan with the tip of her foot. He flew into the air and threw out 18 sparkling and translucent hexagonal snowflakes. When the snowflakes flew in front of the 6-winged goshawk, they instantly exploded. A huge amount of spiritual energy overflowed in an instant and almost flipped the 4 people on the goshawk's back off. The old man who had been resting with his eyes closed was Consecrator Zhao. He abruptly opened his sharp old eyes, which were filled with disbelief as he coldly glared at Xiao Mu. Shuiling. The little girl in front of him was a weakling from the lower star region. Not only could she control the water spirit, but she could also control it so skillfully. She could condense water into ice and turn ice into snow. This ability to control the water spirit was probably only possessed by great spiritual masters. They might not even have the talent to be able to change between the various states of spirit water at any time. This girl couldn't be someone from an ordinary small family in the lower star region. Who are you? What answered the old man was Arbor's vine whip. Ask on your way to the underworld. Xiaomu narrowed her eyes, and she swiftly swiped open the void, pulling out a ferrule. She instantly imbued the ferrule with spiritual energy, and it carried a lush green light as it swatted at the 6-winged goshawk's head. The crowd below shuddered one after another. Savage. Too savage, this was their little crown princess, the little crown princess who cared for her teammates so much along the way. Once they became her enemy, she wouldn't even bother to talk nonsense with them. She would just attack. Would spirit. The old man's eyelids twitched wildly. He hurriedly threw out a spiritual energy shield and covered the people on the goshawk's back. Boom. Under the huge force, the 6-winged goshawk couldn't stabilize its body and fell straight to the ground. Seeing this, Blue Luan, who cooperated well, immediately rushed over and spat out a mouthful of ice that had been stored up for a long time. It shot straight toward the six-winged goshawk's head. Roar! The six-winged goshawk dodged a few icicles, but it couldn't dodge all of them. The Blue Luan's combat power was not something that a small goshawk like it could resist, although the goshawk's combat power was indeed not bad. However, as the saying goes, comparisons are odious. The six-winged goshawk was, after all, just a high-level mystical beast. It had no chance of winning against a spirit beast, let alone a divine bird like Qing Luan. The six-winged goshawk was pierced through its head and wings by 2 icicles and fell straight to the ground. Arbor stood on the back of the Blue Luan and circled around them. His eyes were cold as he looked at them. Cough, cough, cough. Guan Ying choked on a mouthful of dust, her eyes filled with disbelief. The little girl that he thought he could easily deal with a flick of his finger was actually controlling the water spirit and the wood spirit. Are their eyes playing tricks on them? Who the hell are you? Guan Ying's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. She even began to think of retreating. They had been rash this time, coming here to humiliate themselves without understanding the situation clearly. But even if they retreated now, they had to see if the other party was willing to let them go. Pundit Zhao's old eyes narrowed sharply. Were you the one who killed Pundit Li and Gong Yang in the Mystic Beast Forest? The life lantern miniatures that Pundit Li and Gong Yang sent back were extremely blurry. Both of them were in the thick fog of gunfire explosions. At that time, he could only see a blurry white beast. In Pundit Zhao's view, the slender figure next to the beast was increasingly similar to the crown princess in front of him. So it's a few fish that slipped through the net from Ani Prefecture. Arbor raised several streams of water and shuttled them back and forth between his fingers. Kill them. Arbor's figure moved, and he was the first to pounce at Pundit Zhao. Qingluan let out a shrill cry and pounced at the young man from Ani Prefecture. As for the little fat squirrel that suddenly appeared, it rushed towards Guan Ying with a whoosh. Although Guan Ying was a bit scared, she felt abnormally angry when she saw a little fat squirrel daring to bare its fangs and brandish its claws in front of her. Before she could curse little bastard, Pundit Zhao's shout suddenly sounded in her ears. Ying, be careful. Guan Ying's scalp exploded as she instantly sensed a dangerous aura assaulting her. She promptly made a decision and rolled on the ground, seizing a sliver of time to dodge a large, furry tail. Boom. Ah. All the hairs on Guan Ying's body stood on end. When she opened her eyes and focused, she saw a squirrel the size of a small mound standing in front of her and blinking cutely at her. But in the next second, its movements weren't the least bit cute. Its straightened tail was like a large club as it ruthlessly smashed at her again. Bang! Bang bang! Guan Ying could only roll on the ground to dodge the attacks. She had no choice but to dodge the attacks. She squatted up with great difficulty and threw out several mystic energy bursts, but they were all blocked by the fat mound squirrel's claws in the first instance. Its claws looked white and soft, yet they could actually block a level 1 spiritual cultivator's attack. Sweat gradually appeared on Guan Ying's forehead, and her pupils abruptly contracted as she felt a strong sense of fear. Today, she had kicked an iron plate. On the other side, Pundit Zhao also gradually felt a sense of pressure in the battle. Arbor used an aura-concealing talisman, so in Pundit Zhao's view, he was a small level 9 mystic cultivator. But the combat strength of this girl in front of him made him break out in cold sweat. Not only did she summon 2 mystic beasts, her own strength was far from what a level 9 mystic cultivator could compare to. Arbor waved her hand, and 5 streams of water flowed along her fingertips. With her current level of control over water, she could only control such a thin stream of water. It was fine to deal with ordinary people, but it seemed to be a little weak against this old ghost. She covered her hands with the Vajra amulet and pounded her fists on the old man's chest. Boom! Boom! 2 strikes landed on the other party's defensive barrier. Consecrator Zhao's complexion actually turned slightly pale. Great ape! Xiaomu blinked her eyes, following which she shouted. Consecrator Zhao's body suddenly tensed up. He felt a terrifying aura coming from behind him. When he turned around to look, the back of his head was heavily smacked by a furry claw. He was immediately stunned. He staggered and fell forward heavily. He stared at the girl in front of him. Her eyes flashed with a cold demonic light. She raised a black ferrule with both hands and struck it fiercely at his head. Pfft! Attacked from the front and back, Consecrator Xiao was heavily injured, and his aura instantly withered. You still dare to be absent-minded while fighting me? Arbor curled her lips and sneered. Everyone from Ani Prefecture deserves to die. Arbor waved her hand and sent 5 icicles into the other party's body. Consecrator Xiao. Guan Ying's eyes were bloodshot as she stared blankly at the little crown princess killing Consecrator Xiao on the spot. But there was nothing she could do. She couldn't even protect herself and was powerless to stop it. Roar, roar, roar. The large ape patted its chest, looking like it was asking for praise. Xiaomu cast a sidelong glance at his hairy and silly grinning face and harumphed. You're still under observation, so be careful. The large ape's head immediately drooped down, revealing a pitiful look. At this time, Guan Ying and the other young man were completely panicking when they saw Consecrator Zhao's miserable state. Guan Ying exchanged a look with the young man, then suddenly took out a talisman from her arms. Arbor's sharp eyes noticed that it was a teleportation talisman. He immediately pounced over and reached out to grab it. Guan Ying and the young man had already activated the talisman and teleported away. Fan Shouha was extremely cunning. When Arbor was fighting with Consecrator Xiao, he had already sneaked away when no one was paying attention. Arbor's eyes flashed, and he took out a teleportation talisman from his fingertips. As eldest Qin shouted Jojo, don't chase, Arbor's figure disappeared with a whoosh. Qing Wan and the fat squirrel looked at each other, then suddenly jumped up, shouted master, and chased forward. The large ape scratched its head. Its arms thumped against the ground, and it hurriedly chased after Qing Wan on all fours. After Arbor teleported twice, he realized that Guan Ying and the young man were not in front of him at all. He was instantly unhappy. This teleportation talisman was a little tricky. When he teleported out, he couldn't grasp the distance and direction. Everything depended on his face. She was standing beside a pool of sewage. She had inspected this place with her teammates before. At that time, she didn't do anything when she looked at the sewage in the pool. Now that she was standing here alone, she couldn't help but think. She could clearly smell the rotten stench in the pool. She covered her nose and her eyebrows moved slightly. A small stream of water flowed out from between her fingers and suddenly slid into the pool. After the water was sprinkled in, a small layer of ripples appeared on the surface of the pool, and a mass of green and clean water wrapped around the filth in the pool. This circle of water wrapped around the stinky water and slowly became sparkling and translucent. In the blink of an eye, the improved water was swallowed up by a large area of dirty water. Arbor squatted beside the pool and said to himself, it seems that it's not impossible to improve. If Dian Dian was here, she could probably restore this place to its original state with a wave of her hand. With just a few small streams of water in her hands, she definitely had no chance. Thinking of this, she felt a little excited. What did this mean? In this life, she and all the people around her would no longer suffer the pain of having no water to drink from the polluted water source. She had the holy water in her hands, so this kind of situation did not exist. Arbor took a deep breath. Just as he was about to stand up, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. It was accompanied by a strong murderous aura. Alarm bells suddenly rang in his mind, a heavy and strong mental power attack rushed toward her conscious. The speed was very fast, the 12 jade slips transformed from the golden talisman jade tome immediately rotated and wrapped around each other, forming a protective shield that blocked this attack without hesitation. But Arbor still felt a slight prickle in his head. A person's figure swayed by the pool, subconsciously reaching out to support his forehead. When he opened his eyes and looked not far away, his eyes had already condensed into ice, containing a cold, sharp killing intent. Huh? The person who came couldn't help but sound puzzled when his attack didn't damage the opponent's spiritual consciousness. The little girl is a bit strange. The person who spoke had an old face comparable to a monkey's. His cheeks were puffed up high, revealing a trace of excitement when he saw his prey. Arbor slightly wrinkled his brows, unhurriedly waving a mystic guiding talisman formation beside him. Damn it, old monkey. Why aren't you making a move? This little girl is indeed a great talisman master, be careful. She's just a talisman master, isn't it easy for me to capture her? The shrewd monkey man called Old Monkey stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, a lustful look on his face. He stared at Arbor and said, "The little girl is born with delicate skin and tender flesh, she's actually a rare beauty in this world." Old Monkey suddenly dodged to the side, dodging a string of poison darts that flew out from Arbor's hand. "A stinky mouth can't spit out ivory." Arbor coldly snorted, "You just used a spiritual attack on me." "Hee, the little girl understands spiritual attacks, it's indeed a bit strange." Although Old Monkey's eyes carried a lustful smile, his expression was extremely vigilant, guarding against Arbor's attack. "Now it's my turn to make a move." Arbor sneered and said, "It's impolite not to reciprocate." She stimulated her spiritual consciousness, instantly penetrating the opponent's consciousness, catching him off guard and giving him a fierce blow. Old Monkey, who was already on guard, didn't expect this girl to also use a spiritual attack. In an instant, he was hit head-on. He roared on the spot, his body heavily falling backwards. Old Monkey. That companion hiding in the dark couldn't hold it in any longer and jumped out with a furious roar. He struck out a heavy gust of wind directly at Xiao Mu. Boom! That heavy profound energy heavily pounced on the large cauldron that Arbor had suddenly withdrawn and placed in front of him. The 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron helped her block this fierce attack. Although Arbor was hiding behind the cauldron, he felt a little uncomfortable. Because of this collision, his internal organs seemed to have been forcefully shifted a few inches, and his chest felt stuffy and uncomfortable. Although her cultivation as a mystic cultivator had increased, her body still needed to be tempered. If her body wasn't strong enough, she would suffer in battle like now. The earth spirit rolled out. Under Old Monkey's slightly shocked gaze, he quickly retreated. Layers of soil piled up under their feet, forming an earth spirit barrier. Old Monkey and his companions were slightly shocked, and the barrier collapsed and fell down on them. The two of them roared again and again, jumping back and forth in the gray layer of the falling soil. They saw Arbor turn around and run. Old Monkey shouted, "Chase after them." He took the lead and rushed out. "You aren't from Ani Prefecture." Arbor instantly released a water spirit barrier behind her. In an instant, the force from Old Monkey and the other person heavily landed on her back, pushing her forward several meters. Xiao Mu twisted her body in midair and agilely leaped a large step forward. She suddenly took out the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron again and blocked the 2 attacks coming from the front. Arbor fled because she sensed more than 10 auras of varying strength attacking her. This meant that Old Monkey's companions were chasing after her. She would not foolishly stay in the same spot and wait for them to gang up on her. What kind of joke was this? Although she did not know who these people were, Arbor had some speculations in her heart. Old Monkey's companions chased after her quickly and leaped up. A palm wind mixed with thick mystic energy attacked Arbor's back again. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 teleportation talismans were used, and Arbor's figure instantly moved to 1,000 meters away. Damned brat, she has talismans on her. Quickly capture her. More than 10 people rushed out from the dark and surrounded Arbor, intending to force her into the encirclement. Arbor had been attacked by Old Monkey's mental energy at the beginning and felt a slight pain in her head. After that, the attacks from those people were still manageable for her. It was just that Old Monkey had more companions now, which was not a good thing for her. If she was really captured by them in the encirclement, she would definitely be beaten up by them. She was a little speechless. If she had known earlier, she would not have teleported, or if she had brought Qing Wan and the others with her, at least she had a helper now. Impulse was the devil. The teleportation talisman was not reliable. If the teleportation talisman could speak, it would definitely complain that she was not reliable. It was not like she did not know its settings. Now that she had teleported so many times, she herself did not know where she had teleported to. What was hateful was that Old Monkey. After being attacked by her mental energy, he still dared to use his spiritual consciousness to lock onto her. No matter where she teleported to, he was like a damned fly, immediately buzzing towards her. Huh. She wanted to see how long this Old Monkey's spiritual consciousness could lock onto her. Anyway, she had a lot of talismans. I'll teleport, I'll teleport. I'll teleport, teleport, teleport. If one looked down from the sky now, they would find that this little fellow was very funny. She was holding a bunch of talismans and teleporting around the city lord's residence. That figure was like a ray of light, appearing in the east with a whoosh and then in the north with a whoosh. In the end, she accidentally teleported in front of the dumbfounded old monkey. When Old Monkey discovered that the little girl was right in front of its eyes with its spiritual sense, it couldn't react in time and struck out with its palm. The little girl suddenly teleported away again. Xiao. Eldest Qin and the others were also searching for Xiao Mu's whereabouts. He happened to see her little body flash and disappear. She was really a troublesome girl. Damn it. Old Monkey and the others were enraged. More than a dozen people were chasing a little girl who was a level 9 mystic cultivator, yet they freaking spent so much effort, it was simply infuriating. Old Monkey and the others were enraged, and they released their Shan beasts one after another. Old Monkey took a step forward and sat on the big black dog. He hissed, forward. His spiritual sense was running out. If he couldn't find that damned little girl before the deadline, he wouldn't be able to lock her down. Not being able to lock her down meant that it would be even harder to find her. This damned girl was like a slippery loach, going east and going west. It was simply infuriating. I'm here. Xiao Mu roared, and she stuck another teleportation talisman on herself, leaving eldest Qin and the others, who were chasing after her, in the dust. Situyi's mouth twitched, and he couldn't resist rolling his eyes. I think that girl is having a lot of fun. What's going on? Liang Qingqing was exasperated. Are we still going to continue chasing? After her, Situyi said with a nod. There was a group of people with unknown intentions chasing after Jojo, so they naturally couldn't leave her alone. Student Arbor teleported in a big circle and sighed, feeling somewhat disappointed and frustrated. As expected, this teleportation talisman teleported randomly. She had tried teleporting so many times, but the location was never the same as before. Honestly speaking, she felt a little dizzy from the teleportation. Lousy talismans. Arbor put away a handful of talismans and stayed where she was. She calmly looked at Old Monkey's 2 companions as they ran toward her with malevolent expressions. These 2 people were both riding a Gale Wolf. She didn't know if they were uniformly equipped by the higher-ups. This kind of Gale Wolf was the most common mystic beast. Its specialty was that it ran fast and generally didn't have high attack power. Arbor winked at the 2 people mockingly. With a slight movement of her fingers, an imperial thunder barrier enveloped the 2 people. Old Monkey, who was chasing over on a large black hound, shouted in alarm when he saw this from afar, "Get out of the way." But it was already too late. The imperial thunder barrier enveloped the 2 people's figures and immediately activated a series of crackling thunder and lightning. The well-shaped lightning cut the 2 people into small pieces in a matter of minutes. Arbor expressionlessly stood outside the imperial thunder barrier and shook her head. It's quite disgusting. You're the one who King made it disgusting. Old Monkey's eyes were brimming with intertwining fury, and he roared, "Go." The remaining dozen or so people of unknown origins all mounted Gale Wolves and rushed toward Arbor at an extremely fast speed. A trace of viciousness faintly appeared in Arbor's eyes. When those people were only a meter away from her, she suddenly leaped up and flashed slightly in midair. 2 profound armaments appeared in her left and right hands. D*MN girl, you have a lot of good stuff in your hands. Old Monkey sneered and firmly locked onto her with his spiritual perception. But it's a reckless waste of natural resources in your hands. You're just a minor level 9 mystic cultivator, so you have no use for them at all. Boom. Boom. What? Old Monkey and the others quickly lay down on the ground, but there were still 2 people who were close to Arbor. They were directly sent flying by the power of the profound artifact's self-explosion. They landed on the ground and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. She actually, Old Monkey and the others were so angry that they were trembling. This wretched lass who was recklessly wasting God's gift had actually casually caused the profound armament to self-explode. It was obvious how precious each of these profound armaments were. How many people spent their entire lives chasing after a profound armament, but they could not get it. And she actually used it as a joke. Was this something a human could do? He was even richer than the nouveau riche. While Old Monkey and the others were dumbfounded, Arbor waved his hand, and the translucent shadow of the defensive thunder barrier enveloped the other two. This time, Arbor didn't immediately open the defensive thunder barrier to attack. Instead, he sent down a ferocious spiritual sense, which directly rushed into the two's consciousness and began to seize their inner worlds. Ah! Ah! Two cries of different pitches came from inside the defensive thunder barrier. Old Monkey came back to his senses in shock and hastily said furiously, "Attack! Attack! Focus fire! Kill this wretched lass for me." This wretched lass was too arrogant. Her entire body was filled with treasures. It simply couldn't make people angrier. At this time, a dense oppressive aura exploded from Arbor's body. All the beasts felt this oppressive aura, and those gale wolves trembled as they lay down on the ground. Even the large black dog under Old Monkey's but also curled up like a kitten after struggling twice. Previously, it was precisely because of the interweaving of the two sacred beast auras. That was why Pundit Zhao and the other two didn't dare to release their mystic beasts when fighting Arbor. Because they felt that it was useless to release them, and that they would only be suppressed in vain. At that time, if their mystic beasts were the first to be injured, the unlucky ones would be their masters who would suffer a backlash. This situation was extremely bad. And now, Old Monkey and the others felt a sense of danger pouncing on them. Their mystic beasts were suppressed by the other party's sacred beast aura to the point that they couldn't move. This caused Old Monkey to be both terrified and angry out of humiliation. It was also their fault for not making things clear before. They always thought that dealing with a little girl from the lower realm with no background would be a very easy matter. Damn it, they didn't expect that this damned girl would have so many treasures on her. No wonder the higher-ups valued her so much and gave a death order to deal with her as soon as possible. If she was allowed to develop in this state, no one could predict how far she would grow in the end. Old Monkey closed his eyes and coldly shouted, "Everyone move aside." His eyes narrowed slightly, and an invisible force condensed in his conscious like a whirling storm. He didn't believe that he couldn't deal with the damned girl in front of him with his level 2 spiritual sense. That's right, he was a great spiritual master suppressed to level 15 mystic realm, and Old Monkey's spiritual sense had just entered the level 2 realm 2 days ago. Among all the people who came with him, his spiritual sense was extremely high, which was extremely rare. The damned girl in front of him was merely a level 9 mystic cultivator. She relied on the numerous treasures on her to be so impudent in front of them for so long. Now, he wanted to destroy her conscious with one strike and turn her into a fool for the rest of her life. This way, he would complete the mission assigned by the higher-ups, completely destroy Arbor. Old Monkey was slightly excited at the thought of the bountiful reward. "Be careful, Old Monkey," his partner reminded. He kept feeling that the girl in front of him was rather strange. They had so many spiritual realm experts chasing a level 9 mystic realm girl, but they actually spent so much F***ing effort and couldn't do anything to her after so long. It could be seen that this person was extremely strange. Old Monkey kicked the big black dog under it. Unfortunately, that black dog had already been firmly suppressed by the phoenix egg's might and didn't dare to move recklessly. It lowered its head and hugged itself. Old Monkey got angry when he saw this. He kicked the big black dog's stomach and snorted, "Useless thing." Subsequently, he simply gave up on that black dog and leaped towards Xiaomu himself. He just didn't believe that this damned girl would be able to block the full force of his spiritual sense attack. Old Monkey concluded that his spiritual sense attack was ineffective against Arbor because it was just a probing attack and didn't go all out. Just like now, as long as he used all his strength, he would definitely be able to take down that damned girl. Viciousness shot out of Old Monkey's eyes, and he launched a spiritual conscious attack at Xiaomu's conscious without warning. This time, Xiaomu had made preparations beforehand. At the same time that she activated her defensive barrier, she had also condensed a spiritual conscious in her conscious. They were just waiting for that guy to walk right into their trap. The moment Old Monkey's spiritual sense rushed in, it was intercepted by the golden talisman jade tome without any surprise. Arbor took advantage of the situation and directly launched a spiritual sense attack. It ruthlessly tore apart and penetrated Old Monkey's spiritual sense, and all of it was sent flying back. Today, it was busy during the day, but it was 7 at night. This wave of counterattack came swiftly and ruthlessly, directly charging back into the depths of Old Monkey's conscious. Old Monkey had no time to defend against this spiritual sense attack at all. It was as if a sharp blade had pierced into the depths of his consciousness, tearing a wide crack in it. Old Monkey only had time to let out a blood-curdling scream before his eyes rolled back. He then fell backward and crashed heavily onto the ground. This spiritual sense attack was clearly more ferocious than the previous probing attack. Arbor also slowly grasped the crux of spiritual sense attacks from this. This vulgar man called Old Monkey would probably discover that he had completely turned into an idiot when he woke up. A small shrimp with level 2 spiritual sense dared to attack her. Humph, she had level 3 spiritual sense. Crushing a small level 2 was too easy. Old Monkey suddenly fell to the ground and fainted, frightening the others. They simply didn't dare to believe that Old Monkey actually fell just like that. Their gazes toward Arbor also carried a trace of bewilderment. Truly strange, Old Monkey's mental strength could be considered top-notch among them. An expert with level 2 spiritual sense was actually knocked down by a small level 9 mystic cultivator's mental attack. Who would believe this if they told others? Old Monkey's partner immediately bellowed in his daze, "Everyone, pay attention. This lass isn't some level 9 mystic cultivator at all." This bunch of slow-witted fellows finally realized that something was amiss. A small level 9 mystic cultivator could knock down a proper spiritual cultivator with her spiritual sense. How was this possible? It was very obvious that the other party was relying on some kind of spiritual item or treasure to conceal her strength in front of them. A bunch of trash. I sent so many of you, but you can't even deal with a little lass. A sinister voice carrying an endless chill assaulted them. Arbor's pupils contracted slightly, and she abruptly turned her head. Her entire body burst forth with faint water spiritual energy, and a water spiritual barrier instantly enveloped her entire body. Following that sinister voice, water power surged toward her like a monstrous wave. Bang! The little guy slid in his water spirit barrier, and his little hands and feet rolled in the water spirit barrier. Then, he was sent flying by the force of the incoming person. Old Monkey's companions, who had suffered a setback earlier, saw their boss send that damned girl flying as soon as he made a move. Their morale was immediately boosted. They waved their arms and shouted, "Brother 2 is mighty! Brother 2 is mighty!" Boom! Xiaomu was struck headfirst by that sky-toppling wave, and she was buried in a shallow pit with the water spiritual barrier over her head. Damn it, this person actually sent her flying. Was there any justice in this world? Although she wasn't injured, she had been sent flying. She had been sent flying. A level 6 spiritual water guy was actually able to control such a huge amount of water mist. As for her, she only had 5 thin streams of water. She had completely lost her face. This was the difference between them. Putting aside the fact that holy water could crush all spiritual water below level 9 spiritual water, it was very obvious that the other party's thigh was thicker than hers. Even if the level of the spiritual water he used was worlds apart from hers, it was too bad that the other party was stronger in actual combat. Arbor adjusted her state of mind and immediately flipped out of the pit. She looked at that person with a stoic face. The person called Brother 2 was an old man in his 60s. Half of his face was dark as he coldly glanced over. From the looks of it, he was holding his head high and looking down on everything with disdain. It was truly impressive. Again. Arbor moved its little arms and legs inside the water spirit barrier and charged toward Brother 2 with a whoosh. How can the light of a grain of rice compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon? With one hand behind his back, Brother 2 fiercely struck out a palm at Arbor. A monstrous wave surged out from the center of his palm. It was truly an extremely powerful water spirit energy. Bang! The little fellow was once again hit by this huge wave. It somersaulted inside the water spirit barrier and was once again sent flying. It fell headfirst into another shallow pit. Our dear Xiaomu's leg swayed. With a push of her hands, she immediately turned around and charged toward Brother 2 again. Hey, can I ask, Bang? How can the light of a grain of rice compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon? Hey, can I, Bang, Bang, how can the light of a grain of rice compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon? Hey, can I? Bang. Huff, huff, huff. Brother 2 bent over and panted heavily. When Eldest Qin and the others finally found Arbor, they saw this strange scene. There was a semicircle on the field. The little fellow was clearly fighting against a dozen people, but the situation was somewhat strange. Those dozen people looked as if they had eaten feces. Their faces were the yellow color of feces. As for the old man standing in the middle of the semicircle, his face was as white as a sheet of paper, and he was panting heavily through his nostrils. F***ck, when you struck out with the same palm 13 times in a row and said the same sentence, light of a grain of rice, and the little person you regarded as an ant was still alive and kicking inside the water spirit barrier, you suddenly felt that life was hopeless. When this brother too looked up and saw Arbor bouncing toward him while encased in the water spirit barrier, he couldn't help but raise his palm out of conditioned reflex. This slap actually didn't produce any spiritual energy. F***ck, his spiritual energy was exhausted. He had already drunk 2 bottles of spirit-returning liquid. This kind of spirit-returning liquid was sold at an extremely high price in the 6 prefectures. After drinking 2 bottles in a row, he touched his pocket and found that there was nothing left. Hey, let me finish what I want to say. Arbor finally found a chance to speak. Was there something wrong with this guy? He had tried to say a few words to him several times, but in the end, he was sent flying as soon as he tried. She squatted inside the water spirit barrier, and raised one of her small white hands in a slightly distressed manner, allowing 5 streams of water to drill between her fingers like thin snakes. Hey, big bro, let me ask you something. As soon as Arbor opened his mouth, Eldest Jean's group couldn't help but twitch their mouths. How did you cultivate your water spiritual energy to such a large extent? Tell me, why is my water spirit so small? She asked in distress. If Dian Dian was awake, she could rely on Dian Dian to support her and use a big move like water curtain shrouding the heavens, but it could only be used once. She couldn't even create a decent water ball by herself. Controlling the earth spirit and wood spirit was slightly better. At least when the earth spirit was flipped over, it could form a shallow layer of soil. The wood spirit, on the other hand, was more adept at controlling it. The use of the vine whip had basically reached the point of perfection. Could it be that she had disliked little water before, so her control wasn't very good now? Arbor muttered in his heart and thought suspiciously. Brother too, I don't want to discuss the water spirit with you. On the side, Eldest Jean couldn't help but burst out laughing after holding back for a while. Arbor blinked at the dark-faced big brother through the water spirit barrier. Why is it so small? She seemed to be talking to herself, but also seemed to be in a hurry to find the big brother to clear her doubts. She couldn't help but shake her little hand. The water shuttled back and forth around her fingers, but it didn't fall to the ground. Such fine control of the water spirit. She still not satisfied. It looked like brother too was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. Eldest Jean couldn't help but laugh out loud first. Jojo, you haven't stepped into the spirit realm yet. He couldn't help but want to remind the strange little fellow. Strictly speaking, you're not a spirit master. The water spirit energy you're using is all due to good fortune. When Arbor heard this, she immediately wilted. Oh, she forgot about this. Brother too already had thoughts of retreating. He felt that the current situation was very unfavorable for them. He gave a look to the person beside him, and the group was about to retreat. Arbor suddenly rushed up and threw a punch of mystic energy at Brother Two's head. Brother Two narrowed his eyes and crossed his fists in front of him to block. The mystic energy collision caused his entire body to sway slightly, but he didn't move at all. Of course, with his level 4 spirit master cultivation, he didn't fear the little fellow's mystic energy at all. How can an ant move a big tree? Brother Two sneered. Consider yourself lucky today. I'll let you off, bang. He crossed his fists again, blocking the little fellow's fists flying at him at a rapid speed. How can an ant move a big tree? Bang. How can an ant move a big tree? Brother Two staggered back 3 steps, his face flushed red. F***ck, are you done yet, everyone? Why did they feel this was inexplicably funny? After Arbor's 3 punches forced Brother Two back several steps, she took a deep breath and unceasingly transferred the mystic energy in her branch meridians. She once again threw punch after punch at Brother Tuesday. Every punch was wrapped in level 14 mystic energy. Bang, 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 she threw them at Brother Tuesday. You hit me 13 times before, so I must return 26 punches to you. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Dong 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 dong. A gust of wind from the fists was like a shadow, exploding like thunder and lightning. Everyone could only see the fists falling down like raindrops. At first, they could still see the little person twisting and turning inside the water barrier, jumping up and down. Following the heavy fist shadows, strong winds blew, and everyone was horrified to find that they couldn't even catch the trajectory of her movement. This guy seemed to be dancing a funny dance, but in fact, he was constantly punching and stepping, dodging and punching again. His speed was so fast that it made everyone present speechless. After a flurry of punches, no one could even tell if she had actually landed 26 punches or not. She swayed and took a few steps back. She made a gesture of gathering her chi in her dantian and pressing her hand down. She puffed up her cheeks and exhaled. Suddenly, she raised her chin and scolded, "How can the light of a firefly compete with the splendor of the sun and moon?" Everyone was speechless. Pooh. It was unknown who suddenly burst out laughing, but this laughter uncontrollably spread to the entire 100-man team. Why do I find this kid so funny? When they took a closer look, they couldn't help but be a little shocked while amused. That unlucky brother too was actually beaten into a pit by the little fellow's 26 punches. He laid there stiffly and couldn't move for a long time. Even brother two himself couldn't understand. He was clearly such a strong level 4 spiritual master, so how could he be beaten into a pit by a mystic cultivator girl? No matter how he thought about it, it didn't seem possible, unless this girl had consumed some spirit medicine beforehand. When normal people used 100% mystic energy to punch a few times, they would feel that their mystic energy was greatly depleted. Conservatively speaking, shouldn't they use it sparingly? But this girl? She punched 26 consecutive times. It didn't seem like it was just that. Brother two himself didn't even count how many times this girl had punched him. Every punch used 100% of his profound energy. Just where did this demon come from? Wouldn't Mystic Realm be depleted after using up so much mystic energy? Who would dare to expend their Mystic Realm like this? Weren't they afraid that their Mystic Realm would crack and their mystic meridians would be damaged, which would affect their future cultivation? He could now understand Old Monkey's feelings back then. It wasn't that Old Monkey didn't want to kill this girl, right? It was just that he didn't have the strength, just like how he was right now. He released his spirit beast, Fire Spirit Sparrow. The moment it appeared, it was restrained by the mysterious holy beast pressure on the girl's body. Right now, it only dared to crouch in a corner and tremble. How could it have any thoughts of fighting? This girl exuded a strange aura from head to toe, and she looked very evil. None of Old Monkey's companions could laugh at this time. They stared blankly as the girl lifted brother two out of the pit and tightly clasped his neck with her fingers. "Let me ask you something." Cough. Brother two only felt that his throat was very dry, and his arms drooped weakly. He felt that his arms were already crippled from continuously blocking the girl's punches just now. "Where is Xianxia?" The girl's voice sounded crisp, but even so, it still gave people an inexplicable chill. "Where is Xianxia?" She forced these words out from between her teeth. Every word made people feel a bone-piercing chill from the depths of their bones. "Xianxia?" Cough, cough, cough. Brother two shook his head, but in the next second, he felt a sharp pain from one of his arms. The girl twisted his left arm without a trace of pity in her eyes. She continued to ask icily, "Where did you hide Xianxia?" I really didn't hide him. He is Fan. Ugh. Before brother two could finish a sentence, an arrow shot from the sky and pierced his back. His eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with disbelief. Just like that, he fell face first into the deep pit. Xiaomu felt her hair stand on end, and she abruptly turned her head away. Eldest Qin's terrified cry of "Jojo, be careful," reached his ears. Arbor instantly felt his body lighten. His small body that was wrapped in a water spiritual barrier was instantly clamped by a pair of claws. With a whoosh, he was sent flying into the sky. At the same time, Mo Lian and Duan Yu, who had sensed the oars of Arbor and the others, swiftly moved over. When he saw the scene in front of him, his expression changed and he shouted, "Jojo!" The two people chased after her in bewilderment. They didn't even have time to greet Situi and the rest before their figures swiftly flitted through the crowd one after the other, chasing after Xiaomu in the direction that she had disappeared in. Xiaomu's shoulder was grabbed by a black double-headed crow, and it flew higher and higher while carrying her. A pair of calves swayed back and forth inside the water spiritual barrier. Arbor's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes were solemn. There's still 3 more chapters. You don't have to wait for me, it's almost midnight. Flying at high altitudes didn't intimidate her at all. In any case, she had the protection of the water spirit barrier. No matter how high she flew, the astral winds couldn't rip her apart. At this moment, she could clearly see that a middle-aged woman with a black veil was sitting on the back of the 2-headed crow. Xianxia was sitting on the woman's back, grinning at her. Arbor felt a slight stinging pain in her eyes, as though blood was seeping out. She seemed to have vaguely seen this middle-aged woman in her dreams. However, she couldn't remember who she was. That black veil of the same style and color was enough to prove that she was the woman who had appeared in the abandoned hut in the Mystic Beast Forest. It was this malicious middle-aged woman who had killed the poison-tailed butterfly she had sent to follow Xianxia. How annoying! Arbor's icy gaze swept over the woman and Xianxia behind her. She curled her lips at Xianxia, revealing a spurious sneer. It didn't look like a smile. Xianxia was alarmed. For some reason, he felt that the young lady in front of him didn't have this kind of facial paralysis when she smiled from the bottom of her heart. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2-headed crow let out a hoarse cry and flapped its wings, pulling Arbor along as it flew straight out of the city lord's manor. They flew all the way to a remote area of Jiaozhong base before dropping her down. In front of them was a dilapidated temple entrance. 2 or 3 corpses lay haphazardly on the ground, their faces unrecognizable. When Arbor landed beside them, these suddenly moved. These corpses suddenly moved, and they abruptly raised their rotting hands to grab Xiao Mu. Arbor dodged with a sway and didn't even look at them, even though these corpses were standing up shakily from the ground and gathering toward her as though they had smelled raw meat. Kiki. The middle-aged woman let out a distorted laugh. It didn't seem like her real voice, but rather like a voice that had been altered with drugs. Young lady, you're so brave, the middle-aged woman said with a smile. You're not the least bit frightened when facing me alone. As expected, you're quite something. Arbor shut herself in the water spirit barrier and let the corpse hags pounce on her and scratch her through the water spirit barrier. It was extremely funny. It was like looking at a piece of fat meat in front of his eyes. He could almost eat it with his mouth open, but in reality, he couldn't touch it at all. He could only stare anxiously. Arbor glanced at her. You think you can torture me to death with these things? After the series of battles just now, only a fool would not understand how strong she was. If this woman had mindlessly brought her here just to lock her up with the zombies, then she would look down on her. Because these little toys couldn't kill her at all. I admit that you are very strong. The middle-aged woman narrowed her eyes and looked at her with a smile. But this is far from enough. This world is far more vast than what you see. There are some people in this world you can't afford to offend. Like you? Arbor mocked. The middle-aged woman wasn't angered by her. Instead, she nodded. Like me. Suddenly, a spiraling fire dragon appeared behind her. Its flying claws rose up, and the dragon's roar reverberated. She thought she would see Arbor's face reveal a look of horror. However, how could Arbor, who had seen the physical golden dragon true body, be intimidated by a mere virtual fire dragon? She only swiftly covered her body with layer after layer of water spirit shields. When 4 layers of water spirit shields covered her body, a layer of agitation appeared in Xianxia's eyes. Her body is very strange. Capture her alive. Still want to capture me for research? The corner of Arbor's mouth cracked into a sinister smile. In the blink of an eye, he moved ahead of the others. She ferociously punched out with her level 14 mystic energy, and conveniently swiped out that feral. A line of fire followed. But in reality, she was only stalling for time. The current situation was rather dangerous. The woman in front of her should be a great spiritual master. Compared to that level 4 spiritual master brother too, her aura was more than just a little bit stronger. The middle-aged woman was very strong, however, she would never admit that she was weak. The world was so big that it was hard for us to imagine it. But any path in the world was man-made, one step at a time, because the entire world was under our feet. Arbor's punch was instantly devoured by the fire dragon. Xianxia's eyes were wide open, and he had a trace of an excited smile. He thought that he could see Arbor being captured by the middle-aged woman in one move. But the truth proved that this was only his imagination. Xianxia's expression stiffened, and he coldly watched Arbor's 4 layers of water spirit shields block the fire dragon. The fire dragon broke through Arbor's first layer of water spirit shield, the second layer. When it reached the third layer, it was already somewhat powerless. After 2 punches, it softly turned into a puff of red ash, disappearing in front of everyone. Arbor's mystic energy had actually been greatly depleted from the continuous battles. Especially when she had continuously punched that brother 236 times in order to intimidate Old Monkey's group of people. Cough cough, that's right. Although she had shouted 26 punches, she had actually hit him 36 times, so even when she was suspended in midair, she had been recovering the mystic energy in her body. Although she had not completely recovered, she had 3 more branch meridians than others, so she could cope for a while. She covered herself with 2 more water spirit shields. Inside the 4 layers of water spirit shields, she looked coldly at Xianxia and the middle-aged woman through the mist. Do you think 4 layers of water spirit barrier can save your life? You're too naive. Before the middle-aged woman finished speaking, Arbor rotated the defensive thunder barrier between his fingers, and a translucent barrier closed over the middle-aged woman's head. Be careful. The middle-aged woman hastily pulled Xianxia over in a flash, only to see the defensive thunder cover 4 to 5 corpse puppets in an instant. Within a few minutes, they were cut to pieces with lightning. Spiritual weapon. A trace of astonishment flashed through the middle-aged woman's eyes, but it only lasted for a second. An even thicker fire dragon appeared behind him, and a feathered fan appeared in his hand. With each flap, the thick fire dragon behind the woman seemed to have grown a little bigger. This should be a spirit artifact that boosts profound skills, Arbor's eyes flashed. He grabbed a vine as thick as a finger and held it tightly in his hand. This woman was going to use her ultimate move. The middle-aged woman let out an angry roar. She raised her hands, and that fire dragon actually split into 2. With an unstoppable momentum, it charged in Arbor's direction. Arbor's pupils contracted. He wanted to dodge, but he found that his body was locked onto by the woman's spiritual sense, and he couldn't move at all. This woman's spiritual sense should be about the same as hers, or maybe even half a level stronger than hers. This was the advantage of having a strong spiritual sense. It could lock onto the target immediately and prevent them from moving an inch. Of course, this required a lot of spiritual sense and full concentration. In a battle, it also required a lot of spiritual sense to lock onto the target continuously. Just like now, Arbor wanted to move, but the middle-aged woman locked onto her and didn't let her move. Then, in the time it took to take a breath, 2 fire dragons rushed in front of her side by side. They crashed into her water spirit barrier with a loud bang. She was hit by a wave of air and fell backwards on the ground. She could clearly feel the water spirit barrier resisting the 2 fire dragons, making scraping sounds. Chi-chi, the first water spirit shield cracked from the middle and collapsed in an instant. Then, the second, the third, the fourth, Xiaomu used her spiritual conscious to barely undo the middle-aged woman's spiritual conscious lock and dodged to the side. Although she swiftly conjured up a water spiritual barrier, the left side of her waist was still struck by one of the fire dragon's tails before she could do so. A huge force instantly sent her flying. The black double-headed crow was like a king looking down on all living things. It suddenly opened its mouth and let out a mute sound wave attack. When Arbor came into contact with this sound wave at close range, her water spirit barrier immediately shattered with a bang. A trace of blood fell from the corner of her mouth. Arbor didn't have time to wipe it off. She threw a wood spirit barrier at her and dodged to the side. After 2 attacks, she actually didn't kill this stinky girl on the spot. A trace of anger and dissatisfaction flitted through the middle-aged woman's eyes. She immediately swung her sleeves and launched the 3rd fire spirit barrier attack. This damned girl set up 4 layers of water spirit barrier each time. Could it be that she didn't use up any spiritual energy? Mystic Guiding Talisman Array. Arbor shouted angrily. Don't let her use the talisman. Xianxia's eyelids twitched. The moment Arbor set up the Mystic Guiding Talisman Array, she took out a bunch of talismans without even looking. She opened them all in one breath and threw them in the direction of the middle-aged woman. Blue attack talismans. There were a total of 30 to 40 blue offensive talismans, and each talisman had 70% of the owner's profound strength. Although it was not enough to injure the woman, it was enough to block her and buy him some time to catch his breath. There were zombies everywhere within a radius of dozens of miles. If he used the unreliable teleportation talisman, he would not know which corner he would teleport to. Arbor gritted his teeth and was about to use a teleportation talisman to teleport away. Suddenly, he saw the middle-aged woman shout angrily and emerge from the dozens of talismans, glaring at him with a red face. With a flick of her finger, 2 objects the size of glass beads appeared in her hand. Arbor's eyelids twitched. Could it be that this was a level higher than the profound energy bead? Spiritual energy bead? They were condensed by spirit masters when they were idle and used their spirit chi to deal with unexpected situations. These 2 spiritual energy beads contained an enormous amount of power. Even Arbor didn't dare to brace himself. What kind of joke was this? Although her spiritual sense was high, her cultivation had yet to break through to the spirit realm. Her physical body was even more pitifully weak. She vomited blood after being hit twice. Dodge. With a thought, she forcefully shook off the woman's spiritual sense lock and flew forward. She only heard the sound of wind whistling past her ears as the 2 spiritual energy beads attacked her from behind. Master! A voice like the sound of nature suddenly rang in her ears. Xiao. Arbor was about to cry, fragmented sleep in such a dangerous situation. Xiao's voice was truly like the sound of nature, causing Arbor to be moved to the point of crying. Quick, Xiao. Can you fuse the heart of the forest secret realm in my inner world and the frigid pool inside it into Paradise Planet first? I'll need it later. In the blink of an eye, the 2 spiritual power pearls approached Arbor one after the other. Countless green vines and branches wrapped around Arbor, wrapping her into a cocoon in an instant. The 2 spiritual power pearls exploded beside her with 2 booms. The enormous energy waves flattened all the soil in this small area. A top buzzing sound reverberated in the air for a long time. Arbor rolled on the ground, wrapped in a large circle of vines. She hastily flipped backward, got up, and ran. Little master, I'll drag you into Paradise Planet to hide first. Xiao said anxiously. No. I won't retreat. A faint determination flitted across Arbor's eyes. If she retreated into Paradise Planet like a tortoise whenever she encountered trouble, then she could forget about making any major breakthroughs or making any significant progress in this lifetime. Moreover, she didn't want to expose such an important thing like Paradise Planet to her 2 enemies at all. Why should she retreat? She wasn't at the end of her rope yet. And even if she was at the end of her rope, it didn't mean she had no way out. She couldn't develop the habit of retreating whenever she encountered danger. She had to bravely advance. With a taut little stoic face, Arbor said again, Quick, Xiao, listen to me. Take out the thing in the heart of the forest secret realm and fuse it with Paradise Planet first. Yes. Xiao understood his little master too well. She was a strong-willed person to begin with. Under these circumstances, it was impossible for her to retreat. Since that was the case, he had to do everything possible to assist her. His master must have her reasons for doing this. Indeed, cultivators like them couldn't develop a habit of retreating whenever they encountered danger. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to achieve great things in the future. It hurts a bit, master. Although he wasn't fusing the entire heart of the forest secret realm into his master's dantian, Paradise Planet was going to change. However, now that Paradise Planet was going to be modified, it would naturally affect its master. Sure. Arbor carried a large ball of green vine shield on her back, and as she flew forward, the profound guiding talisman array was also endlessly absorbing the profound energy between heaven and earth, slowly replenishing her profound domain. When Xiao fused the frigid pond in the heart of the forest secret realm into Paradise Planet, Arbor felt his dantian prickling. However, this pain was much lighter than the pain he felt when the Paradise Planet merged with his flesh and blood. She just had to grit her teeth and get through it. 18 defensive talismans were flung around her body, blocking the green vines outside the protection, which would be able to withstand the middle-aged woman's attack first. The middle-aged woman's face under the black veil had already become extremely grave and ugly. She couldn't believe that she still hadn't won over the young lady in front of her after such a long time. Fan Shouhe was also anxious. He followed the middle-aged woman to besiege Arbor. However, it would have been better if he hadn't made a move. Once he made a move, he was simply adding to the chaos and holding them back. When Arbor saw this big brother, she threw all the blue attack talismans at him. Fan Shouhe wasn't the middle-aged woman, this great spiritualist. If he received so many blue attack talismans, he would definitely die. Be careful. The middle-aged woman pulled him aside. End of chapter 1323. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.